everyone, welcome back to your MPL Day 3 recap. Let's go! Notorious Villains versus ALMGHTY. Well, you know the tradition at this point, first series of the day has got to be epic. In this 2-1 series, we have both teams just going head to head. Just take a look at these clips and look how close the trades were. Kills going to and fro. Notorious Villains just showing that bit more resilience and coming out ahead of the series 2-1. RSG versus Explorer. Now, most veterans of the Singapore scene would say that this should be a walkover for RSG, but Explorer surprisingly put up quite a bit of resistance in especially the first game, giving RSG something to sweat about. But at the end, it just wasn't enough as RSG rolled into their base twice to claim a 2-0. EVOS versus Forsaken. Forsaken's bad luck streak continues in MPL-SG as they fall hard to EVOS SG. EVOS cores having the time of their lives, heading their kill reels with extremely one-sided scores, once again tearing through the Forsaken lineup to an easy 2-0. Kingsmen versus Impunity. Now, the final series of the day did show a little more excitement as Impunity put up their toughest fight yet against Kingsmen. But ultimately, it still seems to fall a little bit short as they lack the right coordination and discipline, and they get the floor mopped with them in their very own base by Kingsmen, ending this in a 0-2. And that, everyone, is your MPL-SG Day 3 recap.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the MPL-SG Day number 4. We have went through quite a bit already, and of course I hope that everyone else is as excited as we are, because we have quite a lineup of games for you guys today. My name is Abstract, and with me here is Vertigo.
Wake up to all my Thai audience out there. This is your Thai, half Singaporean caster with you. My name is Vertigo, guys. What amazing week we have actually seen, right? From week 1 all the way to week 2, and we have the pleasure, right? We have the pleasure of casting for the first game, and like Lysander said just now, the first game will always be an epic game, and the first game will be Forsaken going up against Explorer, right?
Indeed.
And it's like literally clashing, and speaking about clashing, we love adventures too, and on the topic of adventures, we have the Mobile Legends Adventure. So give us something about that, Abstract.
Well, of course, Mobile Legends Adventure is the most casual and, of course, most stress-free platform game that you can play. And, of course, if you ever feel stressed from playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang itself, you can just jump right into Mobile Legends Adventure with the same world-building elements as Mobile Legends has. Just dive yourself into the land of Dawn and just get playing. And, of course, if you were once an adventurer in Mobile Legends Adventure, it is pretty much go time for you to jump back in and just kind of reap all the rewards that has been idling all the time. So take a look at the CD keys down below, MLA X MPL and also MLA 999. Just type those in and you'll be able to go back home, or rather be able to credit some exclusive rewards for yourself and maybe even for your friends.
Exactly, and the new hero is going to be coming out. Actually, it is Selena. So right, Selena, we'll be able to claim Selena for free, and us Singaporeans, we love free stuff. On the topic of free stuff, we have the MPLI Arena, and that's a... You were in it, right? Were you in it?
Of course, of course.
You were frozen in time again.
Frozen in time, like...
Abstract is literally there, and guys, they are it's basically a third dimension. I wouldn't say third dimension. It's actually an alternate.
Space,
yeah, it's a virtual space. It's an alternate dimension where you can go inside and discover, look around, right? And you get to claim prizes too, and there are 1,000 prizes to be won. So guys, what are you waiting for? Fastest fingers first.
Yep, make sure you go and scan that QR code over at the right side of the screen. But unfortunately, if you missed that out, you can always head down to www.pvpesports.gg and just take a look around, explore that virtual space. But speaking of exploring, I believe that one of our teams here really love exploring, and that is, of course, Dora the Explorer and friends, right?
Exactly, Dora and friends. Explorer, yes, they did took a game, But, you know, I feel that they could do better because the only game that they won, right, is basically through that draft pick. Once any hero leaks out, that's it, right? Instantly picked up by any side of the team, right? And we're going to be seeing the standing real quick right now. Just a quick run through the table. Literally just the listing, right? Is the table as of now. And here we go.
Let's take a look. It does seem like coming into rank number 1 as conclusion of week 2, day 2. So, conclusion of week 2, day 1. So you can pretty much see this constantly being updated as we go for breaks and stuff like that. But for now, we're looking at EVOS SG all the way up top with a total of 3 match wins. And of course, with a total of 3 points. Coming in down below, rank number 2 is pretty much the same. Coming in, Notorious Villains. Three match wins and also 3 points. However, it does seem like their win rate is a little bit different because of the fact that every matches we're looking at best of 3 games. So Notorious Villains did manage to lose out 1 point in 2 of their games, and thus that's why they have 2 losses to their name.
Actually, I feel that Notorious Villain, the game that they actually dropped, right, one of the games that they actually lost was against Explorer through draft picks. I mean, Explorer managed to get that heavy CC team and that's it, instantly picked up. But enough about that. And hold up. I just had an interesting fact about this. Do not forget, guys, Notorious Villains aren't invited. They literally fought through 128 teams just to come here in the MPL playoffs, right? And they are now currently standing at 2nd place, which is definitely comfortable for anybody. But enough about Notorious Villains. We are going to move on to MLBB with a 2 games win to a 1 game loss. And I mean, their percentage is looking kind of good. It's not too bad, right? It's not too bad. But below them will be Kingsmen with also the exact same win rate and the exact same game and losses.
And following up next is, of course, ALMGHTY, rank number 6 with 1 point to their name. And from that point onwards, it is going to be Explorer, Impunity SG, and Forsaken.
I mean, Impunity SG and Forsaken, they have not win a single game. They have dropped every single game. I mean, on the side of Explorer, yes, they did win 1 game, and that was through the draft pick, right? And Impunity SG and Forsaken, I feel that their draft could be a little better, right? They can do something to, you know, play around with the draft, maybe, you know, even leave out 1 draft if possible, right? To even keep your options more diversified.
It's really unfortunate at this current moment that Impunity SG as well as Forsaken have yet to get themselves a single win yet. So I don't really know what to say, but perhaps this coming game is probably going to be the Forsaken's call, right? Because they haven't won a single game, and the next game is going to be fighting against Explorer. They are all great teams, but in terms of the table, this is, after all, going to be the battle of the bottoms, right?
Ooh, it
battle
is the
of the
bottom.
bikini bottom.
Aha. SpongeBob shout out right there. But anyways, it is such an amazing like lineup, right? We have, I mean, they did not win a single game, so now it's definitely going to be epic. Like just like Lysander said, it is the first game. It's definitely going to be epic. We get to see these 2 sides which have not win a single game, so they definitely need to get that win on their name, right? For both Forsaken and Explorer.
Now that makes me very curious as to how the game will, well, in some sense, become, right? How Explorer thinks about Forsaken and how Forsaken thinks about Explorer. And of course, this question will only be answered by the players themselves. So let us cue the clip and listen to what Explorer and Forsaken have got to say.
Everyone says that you're the thrower. I want you to defend yourself.
Basically, I'm not really a troller. It's in ranked game and I didn't play it properly, but it's not a throw. If it's in a tournament, I will play properly.
He's still quite inexperienced. I mean, he's one of the newest player in our roster. So during critical moments, he will panic and then sometimes he will say, hey, I pressed this button, pressed wrong button and stuff like that. So we'll just scold him, but not really scold him, just throw him off. Yeah.
I'm that one guy who picks Nana first pick in solo queue and then everyone scolds me.
But Nana is a good pick. She's a very annoying all-rounded support.
Not anymore, sadly. Please bring Nana to meta.
Based on what I know, the players are those people that actually went for a second try or third try, to play for MPL. So basically, they are probably the last few players, remaining that is not in the MPL season.
They have a new lineup and they did a lot of role swap, so I'm actually not very sure what is their starting five and which position their players will be playing now.
So they're doing secret threats, same as you guys.
Could be.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Forsaken fighting against Explorer in match 1, game number 1. Who's going to be the one that takes game number 1 away? Would it be a 2-0 in this best of 3 series, or would they continue the tradition, continue the trend of making match ones of the day continue for all 3 of the series?
Right, and just take a look at the lineup video right there. Literally, Zora is the Explorer. He is literally the oldest among everyone, and he is leading the pack of young bloods right now. On the side of Forsaken too, everyone is basically all-rounder, they are nearly the same age, so there is not much communication barrier, right? They are all roughly the same age, just, maybe 2 to 3 years of differences, right?
Oh, so you're insinuating that Dora will have a problem talking?
I mean, I wouldn't say that, but I mean, because he's slightly older, so I mean, they're maybe at different frequencies, right? Communication is really key, right?
Yeah,
Super duper important. But on the side of Forsaken, right? Forsaken too, they have like a little bit of a roster change, right? They had Bao, right? So Bao was just like Evil C said, Bao is new, so he kind of panicked, right? He sort of caved in under pressure.
I'm really interested to find out more about Forsaken because so far I have yet to cast much games about Forsaken, but well, I did manage to see a little bit of Explorer. So let us just take a look at the the lineup of these players over here really quickly. And of course, when we are looking at Explorer and Forsaken, we will be looking at Forsaken first with Evil C coming in together with Kai, Bao, Flash, Double, and for the sub player, we've got Pooh. So Forsaken, from what I've known, and of course for the little information that I have, Double is going to be playing in the EXP lane, so we can expect that he's going to be playing more of like a fighters or something along those lines.
Maybe an alternate tank. I mean, like Double loves to play double EXP, right?
I suppose so. I mean, Double EXP in the EXP lane makes about sense. Well, we've got Bao that goes for the tank roam role, Kai that is the carry, Evil C as the jungler, and of course Flash will be playing as in the gold laner. So we can pretty much expect that Evil C is the kind of player that is probably will pick up like heroes that goes to the jungle, like I said before, because that's his role, right? So heroes like Yi Sun-shin is going to be great. Perhaps even Hayabusa is also going to be great. So we can see Evil C as one of the cores next to Kai. So typically, what we can expect from Forsaken's lineup is mostly, in some sense, greedy lineups.
True. I mean, they're literally going for damage, like based on their draft picks too in the previous game. They do not go much for CCs, right? Like, I feel that usually the draft picks, right, when players are open to, different kinds of heroes, right? So it's either they go for a full CC team or not, they go for a full damage team, which is Forsaken's literally, it's like their image, right? It's a wolf, right? A wolf goes for an all-out attack. They do not hold you down. Like, no one is holding them down. So they really, like, that's their image, right? They portray the way that they play. So it's a little bit aggressive sometimes, like they love to overstay, and that's when retaking is super duper important, right? I mean, Forsaken against Explorer. Explorer loves to play that CC game. Forsaken loves to play that damage game. So we'll see respect bans coming out everywhere.
And of course, that is going to be Forsaken. Now let's take a look at Explorer. With the #1 guy, of course, the face of Explorer, we have Dora. Dora is playing as the tank roam role. Coming in next onto Ryub, or Ryub.
Ryby.
Ryby?
Yeah.
Ryby?
I mean, I asked him personally, right?
Oh, he said it's Ryby.
Yeah, I was like, hey, do I call you Ryby or Raby? And then he's like, oh no, it's Ryby, like Rybina.
Rybina.
Exactly.
Ah, okay. We learn something new every day. So, Vertigo has got your back. We are gonna call you Ryby from now on. So for Ryby, he's gonna be playing in the EXP lane. Coming in from Jamie, I believe that he is mostly gonna be playing onto the gold lane. Pebble though is onto the mage support, and Monchichi onto the carry.
I mean, I've seen Ryby. I mean, he literally plays, if Benedetta is open, that's it. He's going to be immediately picked up. But hey, actually, we nearly left out Bento. Bento is on the bench today.
Ah, yes.
We did not get to see much of Bento, right?
Bento, at least for day 1, or was it day 2, right? So I think, week 1, day 1, I did manage to see a little bit of Bento. He also plays in the goal lane, so it's kind of like a switcheroo between these two players. So at this point of time, I don't even know who is like the actual sub, but it doesn't really matter because a seven-role team pretty much just kind of shuffles every now and then, finding out what is the best way to play with each other. In fact, it's not really like a sub player anymore. It's more of like adaptability. Everyone is in the same team. No one's a sub. You come in if, well, the situation requires, and sometimes, you are able to fully adapt to teams and, kind of change the way you play a little bit.
All right, guys, and speaking about that, we have the nominate, right? We have the nominate and win. So if you choose the team correctly, right, you get the random epic skin chest, you get the merchandise if you get to vote correctly, right? So if that team actually wins, you get their merch, you get the epic skin chest. If you do want to nominate, right, you can just go straight down in the link below, right? As you can see here, the www.pvpesports.gg/MPL-SG.
And of course, nominate and win contest will only be open, at least for the week 3 side, right? For today until all the way until the start of the next week. So whenever you nominate, it's only towards week 3 because week 2 has closed. Because I mean, we're looking at week 2 today. So there's no point and there's no way that you can nominate anyone within a week 2.
Especially, but I mean, speaking of closing, something that actually never closes is the Facebook milestone giveaway. So we are now currently at 9,000 followers, right? So we are really close to that 10,000 followers, but why stop there when you can go all the way to 20,000 followers? Not only you get a hero too, you get a skin corresponding to the hero that you are going to get and many other different, rewards.
I'm pretty sure that you like the Valea skin, while in my case, it's more of the Dangerous Liaison inclusion. So let's work towards that, shall we? Let's work towards the 20,000 followers. And like you said, our Facebook page is at 9,000. In fact, a lot closer to 10,000 than you would know. 9,800. So we just need like 200 more followers to the MPL Facebook page in order for us to unlock that 10,000 follower milestone.
Actually, why go for the 200 followers, right? When you can get another 10,000. So 10,200 followers to go up to that 20,000, right?
Because that's like the main goal, right? That's
the main goal.
I mean, why settle for the least when we can settle for the most?
Exactly. And following is free, sharing is free, commenting is free. So why not? Why stop there? Just keep going, guys.
Yep.
Just call your friends, call your family, anyone. Just like, share, and follow MPL-SG on Facebook and Instagram.
No matter where you are, if you're watching from Twitch or you're looking for Facebook
Your
or even
team
from
is
TikTok,
banning.
make sure you head on down to Facebook, drop a like, drop a follow on the MPL Facebook Singapore Facebook group,
Your
and
team is
help
banning.
everyone into this massive cause. But for now, let us just take a look at match 1, game number 1 between Forsaken versus Explorer.
Your team
Immediately
is
banned out
banning.
is Benedetta. Forsaken knows Ryby, just as I said it could be the caster's curse. It literally, just when I said Ryby loves using Benedetta, if Benedetta is open, that's it. It's going to get picked up by Ryby. But Forsaken was smart. They study the games too, right? I mean, that's why they're professionals, right? This is MPL, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League in Singapore. So immediately banned off will be Benedetta. followed by Angela and Paquito Explorer, banning out Selena and Rafaela. Why do you think they banned this? Since they love to play CCs.
Well, it does seem like there is a little bit of a change, or perhaps it's more of like a meta ban kind of thing, right? They're just trying to work with something that they want to work with, or rather heroes that they do not want to work with. So in this case, for Explorer, they don't really want to give Forsaken any form of early game control, especially when it comes from Selena. So most of these heroes that is banned does pretty well in the early to the mid stages of the game. So you can pretty much get a small little hint that Explorer may be playing a little bit more towards the early stage, just so that they can go for that kind of a steamroll element.
Exactly, and immediately bending off Roger too. Sorry, did I just say Rager?
Rager.
Wow,
Rager.
Roger Rabbit or Rager. But basically Roger has the potential to snowball too, right? Even with, you know, let's say Selena. I mean, Selena, she depends on the Abyssal Arrow like it's her life, right? And speaking about life, someone who actually gives lives is Matilda. So he provides an extra support for you. But speaking about support, we have Ryby picking up the Uranus and Jawhead. It is open, like I said.
And he slipped out of the bans and Forsaken didn't pick Jawhead.
Yeah, I mean, they opted for that for the Matilda. So, I mean, Matilda, yes, she has that tankiness. She has that shield too. But Jawhead is open, instantly picked up. Like from Explorer, like I said, Explorer plays through their draft picks.
I mean, I suppose that this could very well be like a small little mistake coming in from Forsaken's side, whereby they prioritize, or maybe they just kind of tunnel vision a little bit too much. It would be like looking at Matilda, because everyone would be so worked up towards thinking that, yeah, Jawhead is going to be banned. Jawhead has always been banned, so let's not think about that. And in this very game, it just so happened that Forsaken and Explorer did not go for a ban onto Jawhead, and perhaps Forsaken is just like, yeah, let's snap pick Matilda, because they picked it pretty fast.
Really fast.
So they probably didn't really have much of the time to kind of consider that, okay, Jawhead is open, let's go for the Jawhead. And Explorer, probably at the point of time, was also rather flabbergasted, like, wait, they did not first pick onto Jawhead?
Exactly.
And they're like, yeah, we'll gladly take it.
Your team is
Yeah, I mean,
banning.
like, it's something free too, right? Just take it. But on the start of Forsaken, I feel that they took Matilda
Your team
because they
is
are
banning.
much more comfortable with Matilda, as she is slightly more versatile, right? I mean, compared to Jawhead, you are more of a single target hero, right? Like, oh, just when I say single target, Cho gets banned off. Speaking of Cho, the 515E party is going to be giving away the Cho skin, right? It's the limited edition. It's going to be launching on the 27th of April, so mark your calendar, guys. Exactly, and Forsaken immediately picking out that MM, right? They picked out the Marksman, they picked out Granger and Alice, basically your peelers, right? Explorer too, the moment they see that on the side of Forsaken, they're going to be picking up that MM, they're like, oh, you know what? Let's go for early game. Let's take Yi Sun-shin. You know what? I don't care what you take. I don't care what you take. I literally gonna be taking Yi Sun-shin because I have early game, mid game, and late game, because Yi Sun-shin has such versatility.
At this point in time, we are looking at the final stages of the banning phase. We got Yu Zhong, Cho, Esmeralda that is being thrown into the banning pool and waiting for the final hero to be banned out, and it does seem like it is going to be Chang'e. Explorer side, they are going to be picking it out first. They have already fulfilled 2 of their off-laner roles, 1 of their marksman role. So what's going to be left is mage support as well as a single tank roamer. And if I'm not wrong, Explorer...
Whoa, Eudora! It's back in meta. I mean,
no, it's not.
Technically, it is. She has burst damage that is ridiculous and disgusting. It's gross. Eudora is literally gross. The moment she pops that stun, that ultimate, that first skill, it all happens in a flash. And Flash did not pick Eudora. What a wordplay there, right? But anyways, Eudora being picked up, it's a little bit... You know, there are pros and cons, right? Like, she's squishy.
She's squishy, she doesn't have mobility.
Not much.
Yeah. There's not a lot of escape mechanism. The only thing that the Eudora can do is that I'm gonna walk into this fight, I'm gonna bring down thunder and lightning onto the Granger, I'm gonna die and so will he.
Yeah, it's literally a suicide bomber, right? Literally go in, I'm gonna kill someone, but ooh, evil Forsaken opting for that Kaja. So Kaja is gonna be able to pick out the Yi Sun-shin for sure. He is gonna get sniped down. And Flash popping that Eve. So Eve has so much range, right? I mean, they banned off Chang'e, so they know that immediately Explorer picked up Eudora, right? So they know, oh, we got to take a mage that has extra range, so we can play with that range. The moment that Kaja catches onto, Monchichi, instant death, no stop. Unless he goes for that Purify, I doubt so. He will not go for that Purify at all.
Forsaken is not going for the typical greedy lineup that we see.
That's right.
They have, like, for example, for week 1, day 2, right? Forsaken fighting against RSG. They go for Claude, they go for Roger, double marksman. But this time, what they're going for is a rather unconventional one. Yeah,
right.
and Explorer also went for Bane. We'll talk about Bane more in a while. But Forsaken is the one that is really confusing me, right?
Yeah.
They have a little bit of a change in playstyles. They have a little bit change in roles as a matter of fact. Because yes, we can say that the Granger is going to be played by Kai, which is the carry. But who's going to be the one that eventually plays something else? Like Evil C, right? Because Evil C, we can pretty much say that he goes to the gold lane to play. Maybe just a little bit of a play around, because sometimes Flash goes to gold lane, they change things around quite a bit. So at this very game, it does seem like Evil C will be the one that goes to the gold lane with the Kaja, which is a very curious pick.
I mean, I've seen Kaja off lanes before. His damage is gross. It's almost as pain as Eudora, but Eudora does it at a faster pace.
I would rather a Baxia than a Kaja. Baxia to work against the Uranus, coming in from the side of...
That's true. That's a very, very good counter there, Eugene.
Baxia does really well in the side lane as well. And I've seen that Baxia completely steamroll against an Esmeralda and even against a Uranus. Happens time after time again. But this Kaja, I guess what they're looking out for mostly is going to be more of CC and control throughout the map. Because what we have is Matilda.
Damage onto Jamie from Bao. Oh, sorry, from Flash.
Yeah, it does seem like a good amount of damage going to be popped up by Yves with the Void Crystal, but afterwards, there's not much that's going to be done, right, coming in from the side
Not
of
much.
Forsaken.
Not
They
much.
do have double that's going to be playing as Alice makes his way closer and closer into the opponent's jungle, but they should not commit too much into this, because the only players that is inside in the opponent's jungle is going to be 1, Eudora, number 2, Eve. Wait, sorry, Eudora is in the Explorer side.
That's right.
So we've got Yves as well
side of
as
Forsaken.
I think, okay, so let us recap a little bit, because
Yeah.
I'm getting very
Confused.
at their lineup, right?
Yeah.
So we've got Granger. Granger is going to be in their own jungle at this point of time.
All right.
Kanja is all the way up top,
That's right.
fighting alone. Yves is going to be the mage support. We're going to be looking at what else? What else? We got Alice at the bottom, gold lane, and who was their final member?
Matilda.
Oh yeah,
Matilda was their instant lock in that first pick.
So Matilda mage roam as well as a Yves mage roam.
That's right. It's a little confusing. Forsaken is playing something way off the books that they actually normally play. It's literally rocking us off our seats.
So in some sense, man, I can't put a finger on this. I'm really very interested to find out how Forsaken is gonna play this out.
Same here.
It may have a little bit of survivability because of Bao. Matilda is doing pretty well, but
Oh,
unfortunately,
instantly! Double gets demolished. I mean, Jamie forced the flicker. Forsaken was greedy. Like I said, they go for the greedy plays. They drafted not greedily, but Leopard never changes his spot.
yeah, like I said before, they should not fully commit into this because they don't have the Granger. And they know for as a matter of fact that Bane is somewhere in the bottom lane. He can just rotate over and there will be 4 people banking all in right by the riverbank. So it's very simple for Explorer to just come in and sandwich the heck out of Forsaken. And to be honest, it is quite a blessing that Forsaken has only lost a single member. Not 2, not 3.
Only one.
Yeah.
But it's
Lucky. I will just put it out there.
And it was
It's lucky.
double. And it was double, right? And double was the one that got caught literally sandwiched in between Explorer.
Not good, right? Not good. Because it's
Not
going
good.
to put him in a very bad disadvantage against Bane. And you wouldn't want to have that kind of disadvantage when you're fighting against Bane.
Exactly. Honestly, Bane was early game, but Evil C immediately get caught out at the third of pit right now. Bento taking a lot of damage right now from Granger.
And of course, Bao immediately getting forced right into the enemy's lines. Explorer is taking shots after shots, and they are pretty fast in the decision making, and they are also pretty fast when they want to go for the objective. In the meantime,
aggression.
the Shark is in the tidal waves. They try to get a kill onto Kai. HP all the way down low. Ria
using the
immediately
flicker.
spends the flicker, and of course spits some nice little beer right into the faces of this Granger.
Oh, hopefully they're trying to get driving. They're trying to get driving here. And Jamie looking a little low, and he's gonna get taken out immediately. What a play. They traded it. They know Forsaken was like, oh, we can't be too greedy, right? And they see an opportunity. They were like, no, we can't lose this. We have to take it back. We are not gonna drop this game against you because we have not won a single game against you.
It's not too... the game is still pretty early, right?
It's very early.
tough for
Very, very early.
anything. But looking at like the goal counts, especially for the cores, right? We're looking at Kai, 1.3 thousand. We're looking at Monchichi, 1.7 thousand. So just from that, Monchichi should be able to deal a, well, in some sense, better damage than Kai. Because I think
ejected.
that the Raptor Machete coming in from Monchichi is just going to make things a lot better. Bao is just going to go straight in, circling Eagle. But unfortunately, not much is going to be done. But with 2 kills in the bag already, they did manage to stabilize the amount of kills in between Forsaken as well as Explorer.
Literally pulled the game right back onto track, leaving and actually not leaving, leveling both sides of the goal. So they are almost at equal goals now. I mean, Explorer did took a slightly early lead right now, but you know, Forsaken doing their best too, gaining back the lead. And Ryby had to be one of the person that actually died to them along with Pebble.
And right now, Explorer is just going to make their way downtown, and of course, I think that they're just trying to secure the turtle and of course hold down the 50 line. And Flash and Kai not expecting.
Stunned and ejected all the way back.
Pebble with that longer range stun is definitely going to ensure that the force ejector from Jamie is going to 100% land. And just like that, the marksman is already down for the count. Forsaken can't fight for this. They should not even challenge for this and get back into the lane to try to farm up as much as possible. Because the downtime that they are just circling outside the turtle is not going to do them good. In fact, it's going to do them a lot more harm than good.
Oh, Monchichi here putting the aggression on double the whole of Explorer coming down to take double down, instantly ejected and stunned up by the Eudora. Like, hey Eugene, I did tell you, right? Immediately picked up. Eudora was a somewhat of a sensible pick. You get to secure your target, and that's when Jamie is going to come in and force eject you all the way back, and that's how they're going to secure that tier 1 turret from the bot lane.
Yeah, I guess now that we think about it, right, Eudora is an unorthodox pick, but in some sense, Eudora is also a very confident pick because the stun coming up is 100% success rate. That is not a skill shot, not nothing. So whatever the Eudora do, all of his skills is all point and click. There is no skill that in some sense, you don't really...
It heat scan.
Yeah, literally hit scan.
It
right?
literally hit scan. It
literally
literally
hit scan.
travels. There is no traveling time. There is no way to sidestep that unless you have Purify, but on the side of Forsaken, no one has Purify. Everyone opted for the Flicker, right? So if Forsaken were to try to win this game, according to the drafts, they have to drag it to the late game because that's when Kai starts to snowball, gets his 15 stack on that jungle item, and everything goes ham, and that's how Forsaken's gonna get a chance by Jamie. Force ejector, unstoppable force onto Bao, but what a back catch. Pebble is gonna be in the middle of everything right there. Bao going for the aggression all the way, trying to catch Jamie down. Bao in, force the flicker all the way out, ejection all the way in, and the suppress comes out. Monchichi looking a little low too, gonna get immediately demolished, and look at Bento through the rest of Forsaken trying to take it down. Ryby is being forced to back off. He's not going to be able to fight for the team. Immediately, almost wiping out the whole of Explorer here for Forsaken.
That is very confusing and that is very surprising. Now, that is definitely not a fight that I was expecting. Explorer did manage to have the fight brought to them and pretty much fighting within their own territories. But Forsaken did manage to bring the game completely towards their own favor and of course to the palm of their hands, very likely due to a couple of item pickups that, well, steered everything towards their way. I think that the real-world manipulation coming in from Yip played a very big part.
Super.
Yeah, just keep your eyes out for Flash, right? Flash is just right around the corner. Real-world manipulation did not actually do much because everyone else just runs straight into the purple buff. Evil C tanking quite a lot. Double is literally right in the middle of everything, and that is just a
Coordinated fight. It's a coordinated fight, right? Like what you said, Evil C looks a little low.
A lot of collateral damage.
A lot, and that's how he baited the whole of Explorer. They are trying to bait Explorer in. They know Explorer can get greedy at times, so they baited them there and then played for the retake. That's how Forsaken actually came out on top of that little mini fight at the blue buff.
I completely forgotten how painful Matilda is.
Exactly, she's literally the free damage from support.
Just take a look at this. Just casually walking around, dealing casual damage over to the side of the Explorer. It did not quite land a lot, but Forsaken, they are adapting. They are moving according to how Explorer is moving, right? With Alice heading downtown, down to the bottom lane as well. I think that he will be trying to get the push down onto the second tier turret, but of course, it does seem like he do have really good responsibility from his side, and he ensures that he do not push too far ahead. Explorer, the same thing as well.
Oh,
yeah, 4 versus
look at
4.
Phantom.
Does seem like things are starting to get a little bit sticky over here with the real-world manipulation coming from Flash. Just going to be dealing a bout of damage onto Explorer, but unfortunately,
look at Kai.
Kai is going to be the one that successfully bring down everyone else from a critical amount of health to completely going down to the depths of hell. 3 kills over to the side of Kai. Forsaken is slowly grabbing this game by the scruff of Explorer's neck, and Explorer, they are definitely not happy about this.
Especially, I mean, look at Kai. He literally brought the lifesteal emblem, right, from that assassin runes, assassin emblem, right? So that preparation actually helped him with that fight. Like you said, he went from critical, he went to maximum. Literally, a literal comeback from Forsaken right here, leveling everything and potentially snowballing right now at a almost 2,000 gold lead. Oh, actually, it's 2,000.
It's not too late. It's literally not too late for Explorer to come back. Because if you look at their core, their gold per minute, or rather their amount of economy, is not that far ahead. Yes, Kai will definitely get his first item faster, and Kai even built up a brute force breastplate. So went for a little bit of a tankiness. Monchichi went straight out for a Raptor's Machete as well as the Blade of Despair. So Explorers, Monchichi will be able to snipe members of Forsaken down a lot easier depending on who is going to be their priority.
Exactly, and Kai opting for that Hunter Strike, so you know, not only he has his dash, he can literally charge towards enemy lines, right? He can play that kite game. He can play behind. Look at that. See, the moment he dashes forward, look, take a look here. Solely focus on Kai. Look at him. He literally speeds up. He goes in. He keeps going in. Instantly takes out Yi Sanshin at that moment right there. Takes out the Uranus, and Pebble will be in the middle of it all. Jamie is forced to back at full health. Not doing much to the team.
And right now, it does seem like the same thing is going to repeat. A lot of buff is just going to be stacked right on top of Kai. He's pretty much just clearing out waves like no tomorrow. Hot knife through butter. And Bento actually just jumped right onto the front lines of Forsaken, but just as a form of intimidation and trying to push Forsaken away because they want to get themselves a little bit more control all over the map. Because right now, Explorer just does not have lots of things to work with. They have lost bottom lane, second tier turret, and well, for top and middle, they have lost the first tier turret. So it's going to be tough for Explorer to even hold Forsaken back. But just one good fight is necessary. And with the Lord coming out in 10 seconds, the next fight is going to be very, very crucial.
Essential, right? It's literally essential. Look at everyone here just scouting out, doing some face checks, but immediately gonna get pulled back is Jamie. Real world manipulation comes out, instantly takes him away, and just like that, Jamie was face checking that bush, and he got what he deserved. That it never reached your hand into the bag. Like curiosity literally killed the cat.
So one thing about this Jamie, right? So he tried to go in face checking the brush and trying to go for a force ejector, but unfortunately his arch nemesis Evil C that's playing as a Kaja is in that very bush that Jamie is holding on, that is rushing into. So instead of Jamie trying to go in and go for a pick, it does seem like Evil C's, well, range for Divine Judgment is a little bit further than Jamie, and thus completely pulled backwards into oblivion. Jamie received a heck ton of damage, and from that point onwards, the frontliners from Explorer, the initiating factor that they were looking for, has been completely demolished.
Immediately demolished, and here we have the Lord marching down the bottom lane here, but the rest of Forsaken will be doing a split push right here at the mid lane. As for Explorer, everyone is a little bit all over the map right now, you know. They're playing it slow, they're trying to take down the turret slowly, they're trying to play it at their pace. Forsaken, you know, they are not trying to match Explorer pace in the first half, but look at Bento just running away from Bao and Kai, but the damage coming out from Kai is a little bit too much for Bento to handle, and Bento is looking a little low right now, but Kai's ultimate right here, but he's going to be able to charge with the help of Bao, and Bento is being sandwiched right now in the mid lane. Forsaken is just gonna let it go. Bento, why is he still alive? He managed to escape there with that regen is literally insane from Bento Uranus.
Well, look, I mean, we're talking about Uranus after all, but nonetheless, Forsaken, good job trying to bring Bento down, but he is going to be a lot of it. Jamie! This time, Jamie did exactly what he wanted to do. He did manage to get a really nice toss from EVOS SG into the heart of his own line, but unfortunately, coming in from the side of double, Forsaken did manage to get himself a decent amount of kill, and of course, here comes the real one manipulation.
Oh, Jamie!
Oh, Ryby!
What a
completely just melted double in his face, and that is going to be the final nail in the coffin. Boom goes the dynamite.
With a literal slither of health, he managed to clutch that at insane speed. Literally insane speed. That was so quick, like instantly snapped off the finger. But look at Bao. Bao here is getting sandwiched by Jamie, Ryby, and Uranus Bento right here. But he's going to be able to disengage. They are not committing to this fight because they know Forsaken loves to replay that retake and that bait. And that's how they actually lost the fight. That actually turned the tide of the first game.
Yeah, I mean, the tankiness coming from the side of Explorer is no joke. It's going to be a little bit tough for Forsaken, even though Forsaken has gotten themselves with a massive amount of lead. Forsaken still don't really know how to close this game out, and the last thing that they can think of is going to be the Lord, because the creep clear potential coming from Explorer is a little bit too strong, right? Bento can clear one wave all by his own, Pamble can clear one wave by his own, and not to forget, Ryby can also clear a wave by his own. So no matter what Forsaken tries to do, if they try to split their forces and try to push every single lane, they will be singled out one after another by Explorer. So the only thing that Explorer could do is just hold down together, stay in brushes, and look for pick factor.
Oh, look at Bento!
Moment. Unfortunately, Flash is going to be the one that gets picked by Explorer instead, because Explorer and Forsaken, both of their end game and of course their win con is the same. Hide in brushes, single one person out, and finish the game in one fell swoop.
That's right, and I've got to say, Kai is building a little bit on the tankier side, but look at Bento jumping all the way in, but look who is getting stunned all the way up front. Double going for that 3-man stun all the way at the front line right here, but the rest of Forsaken is not there to help him, instantly demolishes, and Bento right there with amazing zoning to stop the rest of Forsaken. What a play! What a play!
What a play indeed. 14 to 13, we're looking at about 5,000 gold lead that Forsaken has, and Explorer is slowly closing up the lead, and they did manage to push Forsaken in with their back against the wall. It's not going to be easy after all. Bento trying to be as extraordinary as he can, trying to push out and of course trying to do a little bit more poke towards the side of Kai as well as EVOS SG, but he cannot be complacent. He can't play around that long. Bao does have immortality, yes, but that doesn't mean that he can just play in this front line for that long, because he is about to be sandwiched anytime as long as he goes into that very specific brush. But Jamie's just going to be landing right on top of Flash, but Flash did manage to get himself away with a really nice link up. Jamie, in between everything else, he's going to get himself out of there with a nice flicker as well. The rest of the Explorer is just going to be jumping right in. Unfortunately, Bento as well as Ryby is just going to be the one who's just going to be the front line. And Bao, he tried to put himself inside of the heart of Explorer, trying to deny the Lord, trying to do whatever that he can to buy more time. But unfortunately, that is not going to happen. Explorer still managed to pick up the Lord, and now the Lord is going to be marching down to the bottom lane, fighting for their cause.
I've got to say, during that fight, EVOS SG was so off position. I mean, Bao did his best, right? He was, like you said, in the heart of the fight, trying to slow down the Lord. He does have that immortality right now, and Kai actually building that immortality too. I mean, like, he sold away, right? He sold that item away. He opted for the immortality and went for the Malefic Roar instead.
A little bit of I think it's okay because his like items is completely decked out.
Decked out.
Yeah,
fully.
so just buy whatever that you want, no problem. But for now, the bottom lane is going to be the main thing. We've got the Lord, he's just charged right in. Real world manipulation coming from the side of Flash, just going to be trying to bring down the Lord as fast as possible, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be the case. The bottom lane inhibitor turret is going to go down. Explorer is just banking all the way onto the mid lane turret. The second tier turret is now gone, so basically Forsaken will have to defend the inhibitor turret up top and middle.
I mean, they literally grouped together and free damage onto Kai right there from MLBB. So MLBB, the moment he pushes his ultimate, instantly Kai will be in the middle of it all. If everyone were to group together, there's no escape for you. There is literally no escape for you. I mean, you do have movement speed. Yes, it's true. You have that lifesteal, but you are a squishy hero. Look at Bento. Look at the damage onto Bento. Bento being able to out. But look at Jamie. Jamie's gonna get suppressed onto his back. EVOS trying to take him off. Kai finishes him off. Instantly KO. Is that Uranus? What a play from Forsaken here. Trying to finish up the game. Bao pushing the aggression on, actually all the way to Ryby right here, but he gets a little bit of damage too. But everyone is going to play it slow right now. No one is going for that aggression. Forsaken gaining that momentum back in the game even though, but look at the bottom lane. The Siege minions are pushing up right now.
Good win con coming from Forsaken. Evil don't fight it, but it does seem like Pavel playing as a Eudora. He manages to land that one stun that drops Evil C all the way down. That is the problem, right? A little bit of a rock, paper, scissors kind of formation. Jamie tries to jump onto Evil C. Evil C will then Divine Judgment and pull Jamie all the way back. But if Evil C tries to be the one that initiates, Pebble will be there to stun Evil C instead. So both of these teams, they are initiator, can't initiate because of the various, the various encounters. There's so many just counters coming in from both sides. They do not exactly know how to set up a perfect execute, but it's more of a, if it happens, it happens.
Yeah, it's like literally a boxing match. You gave me a jab, I'm gonna give you one right back, right in the eye. Especially for Explorer and Forsaken, they're literally trading blows right now. I think everyone is at full build right now, but like I said, Eudora has its pros and cons, right? The moment you get caught out, that's it. You do not have a chance to fight back. But if you do have the chance to use all three of your skills, literally instant demolish just onto Evil C. Literally bombards Evil C. Like, he's gone. He's literally like a dust cloud off my shoulder. Just dust you off. Instant.
The map has now been split somewhat vertically because Explorer did manage to bring down the bottom lane turret. So Explorer, they're just trying to do their very best to bolster up and hold down the fort down in the bottom lane. Evil C, he's down low. That is not good. Flash HP is pretty low as well. Kai, however, did manage to get a kill on the Pebble, so all the hope is not lost just yet. Jamie, HP down low. The Force Ejector trying to do something for him. HP is all the way down the slipper.
Whoa, what a
he goes down.
3-man stun right here onto Ryby. Instantly demolished. Bento is forced to flicker over the pit right now, and Bento probably going to be able to get escape, but all four of Forsaken are eyeing onto Bento, and MLBB surprisingly get away unscathed. I mean, like you said, Pebble was in such a bad position there, very bad.
Now the Lord is going to be taken by Forsaken. They are ready to bring this Lord down. And of course, Explorer, they don't really have any answers to this. They can't defend this. They can't challenge this because they only have 2 members in their arsenal. What can they possibly do? If they just threw their bodies into the Lord's pit, trying to deny that Lord, then that is pretty much game over. But Explorer, they pretty much understand. They have got pretty phenomenal creep clearing skills, so they shouldn't be it shouldn't be too difficult, or they shouldn't find too much issues when it comes to clearing creeps and even killing the Lord.
Exactly, and let's take a look at the replay right there. Ryby going for the ultimate flicker and using the Winter Truncheon to his advantage, and real world manipulation comes out. Pebble gets caught out in the middle of nowhere, right? And Jamie, look at Jamie here, forced to take in so much. The whole Explorer is literally backing off, and look at Ryby right here. Look at that flicker coming in from double, instantly demolishes Ryby, and look at Bento all the way back. But oh, have the aggression right here on the top lane and mid lane coming on the side of Forsaken.
Bento trying to be the front lines over here, but unfortunately it does seem like the damage is a little bit too much for him to handle. And right now we are also going to be looking at Divine Judgment coming in, jumping right onto Ryby, but unfortunately it doesn't have to be the front line. That's not going to be doing much for him. Jamie trying to get himself right into the middle and everything else, trying to go for everything kind of CCs, but Explorer, they were unable to hold out this game. There was just way too much damage, way too much things going on, and Forsaken manages to just hold on to that wave. They were surfing that wave, and whatever happens, happens. Forsaken took that game pretty Well, I mean, not easily at all, but it was quite a contest.
It was a good fight. I mean, Explorer did have that early game. Forsaken played the retake, right? They came back.
It was a back and forth game, like
Back and forth.
4 times, I think. At the start of the game, Explorer had a really good start. And then Forsaken come back a little bit by kind of tallying the round out. Explorer came back a little bit more again with by just kind of tallying the score a bit, and then Forsaken ended the game.
That's right. I mean, they played it patiently, right? They played for picks. But look on the side here. Pebble did do a lot of, didn't do that much damage, right? But he's not at full build, right? He is not at full build, but he deals a ton of damage onto, who knows, even Evil C, right? Even Evil C was the victim of it all. Look at that. But Double soaking up all that damage with 100,000. But look at the side of Bento. Look at Bento with the hitting that first 2 in the first game.
That is 41% of, well, absorbing damage.
OT?
Jamie is like 28%. So things are looking pretty darn good. Pebble has been constantly being in team fights. 80% of the fights Pebble has been in. So there's a lot of CCs coming in from Pebble that played really well. We have seen that homing stun missile just jumping and flying onto the opponent. There is no way that they can escape from that. The only thing that I thought was like a little bit of a fragile mistake from Forsaken is the fact that, well, their core doesn't have Purify.
That's true, but if you were to sacrifice that Purify, you still have to have that Retribution, right? That is your most important item on the planet, or literally the most important item in the Land of Dawn, right? With that jungle item, right? I did a comparison by myself because I'm a loser, right? Literally, when you do your full build with damage, yes, you have that base damage, but if you were to build with that jungle item and Retribution, you will have a much higher chance to win your opponent if you were to go a one-on-one or even go up against a Uranus.
As for now, let us just take a look at a little bit more stats and followed by some MVP, or rather, who do you think is MVP?
Not sure. I mean, I would say Kai. But
and it does seem like he is a rich guy and he's also the carry. We'll find out a little bit more as to who is the MVP. Oh, we've got a total of 3 laws. The amount of tires has been taken by Forsaken Explorer is pretty high as well. But all in all, a 20 to 15 scoreline is pretty interesting, if you ask me. So whatever it is here, Forsaken Explorer, they did pretty darn well in this game. It is a back and forth game, a little bit like a seesaw. At first we thought that, wow, Explorer is going to win because of that phenomenal early start. And then Forsaken came back to have a little bit more of a massive goal lead. Explorer tallied the points out again, and then Forsaken closed the game. So we don't, it's heart-wrenching, and because especially for especially for Explorer themselves.
Whoa, it's Bao. We thought it was Kai.
His 18 assists is definitely understandable.
Okay, he dealt the least damage on the side of Forsaken. I mean, yes, he did the least, right? But if you were to compare it to Explorer, who did the least was that Jawhead, right? It was such a huge difference. So on the side of Forsaken, like we said, they love damage and they love playing that aggression. But like I said, if they draft it well, they have a chance of winning, just like this game. The moment they draft it well, instant demolish. They played that late game. They played, at first, you know, they were like playing at Explorer's pace, right? And then they told themselves, you know, they shut their mind off. Forsaken literally said to themselves, I'm not going to play at your pace. You're going to play at my pace, right? And instantly just retake, right? And then Explorer replied with the same thing. I'm not going to play at your pace. You're going to play at my pace. So it's just a back and forth, you know, literally jab, 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 non-stop. You know, one give a left hook, the other one give a right hook. It's just non-stop. And speaking about left hook and right hooks, let's take a quick look at the highlights right now. That crucial fights that are actually essentially popping off.
There is a lot of fight after all, so we should be expecting quite a long night here. So let's take a look at exactly what is going on throughout the entire game. Most of the time, we will want to focus our eyes onto Jamie, onto Kai. Because, I mean, Jamie is the initiator, and Kai is the one that has been dealing a lot of damage. So most of the time, you will need to look out for the positioning of where this Granger is. And I think that Jamie constantly tries to look out for the Granger. And there was only a few times, like this is one of the times, that he force ejected and Kai.
Right, look at the real world manipulation there, raining down damage onto that Pebble, and look at Bao. Bao is just baiting everyone out along with Evil C. Look at that. And he's baiting the rest of Explorer, and that's when damage comes raining down onto the whole of Explorer right there, taking everybody out except for Ivy.
Well, at this point of time as well, all the way up top, the fight is pretty scrappy. Explorer is trying to get themselves away, but unfortunately this is where the triple kill was imminent for Kai. The game just exponentially went towards the side of this Granger. He's pretty happy with whatever he gets, but unfortunately Eves, took a little bit of a kill here and there. This is where the fight became ultimately scrappy, because Kai, he was completely alone at the back, but in the end Bento, I don't know why he got away from Kai. He regrouped with the rest of his team and he did not manage to exert much dominance and of course interrupt Kai much.
That's right, and look at this. Bento just face checking every single bush there is. Look at Jamie here. Jamie getting suppressed, but this is when Explorer won, if I'm not wrong. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was literally when, you know, the whole side of Explorer was split apart. Oh, this is when Ryby got a little bit too greedy, right? And look at Evil C all the way back, but Kai getting stunned up and still dealing a ton of damage. Look at that. Bento being able to get away, but Monchichi is just disengaging totally, right?
This just...
Oh, but the 3-man suppress, I've got to give it to Double.
I did not, I mean, honestly, I don't quite remember that actually happening. I mean, yes, I think that I heard you shouting that out, but, well, the ultimate coming from Alice has got to be one of the most crucial abilities if you are able to land that, considering the fact that the AoE is pretty darn small. So, as long as you get everyone together in one small little circle, you should be able to bring the game down in one fell swoop. And that is not exactly the case for Forsaken, but it took some time for them to kind of warm back up. But looking at this game, this very game itself, I do think that there could be a possibility that we should be looking at a full 3-game series.
Ooh, we could, but I mean, like I said, draft picking is so important. So Forsaken, they love to play damage. They love to play, on the other side, we don't see them playing CC much, but now that we actually get to see them play, you know, a little bit of balance between damage and CCs, that's how, you know, Forsaken gets their game rolling, right? Yep. Rolling and rolling and rolling. And speaking of rolling, we're going to roll into a break really quick right now. We're going to go into the second game really, really soon, in about 5 to 10 minutes, around there. You know, Singaporeans, we love to say aga, right? Aga. It's an aggravation, right? Anyway, guys, we're going to go for a quick break. See you guys real soon.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired dry eyes.
Sustain Complete, 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the MPL-SG. After that nice, very close game number 1 between Explorer versus Forsaken, we are now going to be joining in for, or rather, we are going to be looking at game number 2.
Alright, and I mean, wait, hold up. I just got news, right? We're going to say goodbye to Jamie and Ola to Dora.
Dora
is
now
subbing in.
Yep, so that pretty much means that Dora is going to be, well, the tank support. Maybe there will be a little bit of a difference in the way that they play. Because so far, it does seem like Explorer has some difficulty in reaching the winning condition. They can't close the game out, and hopefully Dora would be able to just kind of steer them towards the right direction.
I mean, Dora, yes, he's a little bit older, no offense, but he has some sort of experience, right? He can lead the pack of young potential bloods, right?
And so, tank players pretty much dictates the game.
Yeah, they are mainly the shot callers, right? They are looking at a bigger perspective, right? So they can see it like from a bigger perspective, so they know when to shot call. They know,
Your team
this
is
person just used this. Oh, this person just used this. Watch out for this. This guy haven't used this, right? So the skills are still open.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look if whether Dora is going to do as well as we hope he would. Let's take a look. Explorer is going to be onto the left side and Forsaken on the right side, a part of this drafting phase. We've got Rafaela as well as Uranus being banned out by Explorer for now, and Forsaken has banned out the Matilda as well as Angela. So Jawhead is still in the game. Benedetta is still in this game as well, unless they ban those two out in the last 2 rounds.
That's right. But on the side of Explorer, you have to think Explorer is going to get the first pick right now. Forsaken is going to be second pick right now. And I mean, Forsaken did manage to get their first pick, instantly picks up Matilda, right? And not opting for the Jawhead, which was really unorthodox for us, even the casters, right? We're literally taken aback at the drafting from Forsaken. So a lot of things is open. Even Forsaken, they did took Matilda, right? And now they instantly banning off Matilda. So it's literally throwing us off the table a little bit, right? And Explorer here banning off their Selena. Forsaken going for the last ban right now. What do you think of the ban so far, Eugene?
I think nothing out of the ordinary except for the fact that 2 heroes that I can expect seeing picked up is still available. Forsaken gotta have to ban the Jawhead without a doubt, right? Without a doubt, because Forsaken is going for second pick. Explorer will be the one that gets the first pick, so very likely the first the ban is gonna drop over to Jawhead unless Forsaken is like, yeah, we gave them Jawhead once, but
not
they couldn't win the game.
Yeah,
so it doesn't really matter to Forsaken. But
they could ban off slightly more important hero rather than Jawhead, right? Like since they're like, oh, just look at that. Forsaken immediately banning off Esmeralda. Esmeralda would be a pain to deal with. So Explorer might not actually pick up on the Jawhead right now. Let's see what is Explorer going to be picking up right now. What are your predictions? What do you think they're going to be immediately picking up on? Jawhead, really? Again?
It is still a higher profile pick. It may not work out for game number 1,
Your
perhaps,
team is picking.
but there will be some changes because Dora is in the pool, is in the mix, and we know how experienced Dora is, and we can pretty much expect that Dora will be taking the helm of this Jawhead pick.
That's right, but remember they do have
Paquito, okay.
But Paquito and Benedetta is open for the side of Forsaken too. Forsaken might get baited by this, right? They love damage. They don't go for CCs, right? They are going for collapsing on the enemy in one fell swoop. They love damage. They are greedy. They are hungry, like wolves, literally wolves, right? They are hungry for damage. But on the side of Explorer, you know, just like in the name, they're exploring out different strats, right? They love to go for CCs too. Like that Eudora and Jawhead combo was amazing, right? That heat scan, immediately going for the ejector and unstoppable force. But do have to think they did not close out the game from that combo, so they gotta swap out Eudora for another, hopefully stronger mage or a better CC hero.
Okay, so Explorer now does have Granger as well as Yudong, so it's pretty. The front lines of Explorer is pretty solid. Forsaken's front lines for now is pretty fragile, but they still pack a lot of punch. I mean, pun intended. Paquito pack a lot of punch, jab,
hook.
Heavy left punch, knockout punch, or rather strike out, something like that, something along the lines. But Forsaken doesn't really have a lot of detectability. So right now, the main thing that they should be looking out for is who is going to be a good tank. Do they want to have a tank roamer? Do they want to supplement their front line? But I'm not
trying to secure Roger instantly. I mean, we have seen Kai. We have seen Kai snowball with Roger. But I mean, Roger is not really I would say early game. He's not much of an early game, but we've provided enough support. Yes, he can snowball very well.
Here's my issue. The the 2 frontliners, Benedetta as well as Paquito, they are not as tanky. They don't have a lot of mechanisms that allow them to stay alive.
Your team is banning.
Yet, they want to get a marksman that stays in the front lines together with the fragile units. And thus, a full-out Black Dragon form with the Steel Tip Tape and even Rhapsody or perhaps Death Sonata will melt every single members down in that small little AoE. So their backlines, it doesn't really matter anymore. Forsaken don't really have backlines.
Not much. They are literally going for an all-out damage attack onto the side of Explorer. I mean, Explorer, you know, we have that Jawhead. He might be building a little bit tanky. He might be building damage. Who knows, right? He might be playing offlane too because we haven't seen the pick. But on the side of Forsaken, they're going to be banning off that Kaja. On the side of Explorer, they're going to be banning off Baxia. Oh, but wait, as I say that, Al is going to get immediately banned off as because on the side of Explorer, they do not have much peeler apart from Yuzong, right? On the side of Forsaken, right? Not much can tank. No one can tank as of the picks right now other than Paquito.
I think that Forsaken might lead to...
Your team
there are a few tanks that they can work with. Number 1, Akai. Number 2, Kufra. Number 3, Atlas. any one of these three can kind of work because they do have pretty solid kind of crowd control, different ways that they can play it out, right? Because in the dream scenario, if they would want to connect on someone, of course, Paquito as well as Benedetta will be the one that starts the fight. And whenever they start the fight, they can pretty much be expecting that this Jawhead will want to get him closer over to, well, the backlines and trying to aim for this Roger. And if everyone else is together, then Atlas will then be able to pull everyone. I mean, like we're thinking of, yes, suplex, right?
Yeah.
So just pull everyone together, and this powerhouse of a front lines
Your team
must
is
burst
picking.
everyone else down before they get bursted down themselves.
Oh no, Forsaken just opting for damage, not a single CC or anyone to, you know, peel for the team, right? No
Not
one is
yet.
playing peeling, right?
Not yet.
No one seems to be peeling for them. But on the side of Explorer here, we have enough people that can heal.
Oh,
but
greedy.
Harith,
Your team is picking.
Harith going, I mean, he is a very tanky hero. He can deal damage too, right? And on the side of Chang'e, she has that range. She has super long range. I mean, once the meteor shower comes down,
they're
you can
baiting.
shower it.
Oh.
They're definitely baiting. What? Look at Forsaken. What? I do not understand what is going on. Are they trolling?
I don't think they're trolling. They're trying out something a little bit different.
Right.
They have damage dealers upon damage dealers
Upon damage.
upon damage dealers. Right?
Exactly. Like, it's just gonna collapse, like non-stop action.
Okay, so so what they have in mind is that they are gonna make sure that whoever Dora tosses, they can still have the damage output to deal with the norms nevertheless. But that pretty much means that their positioning, their movements is going to be very, very important. Because if you think about it, who is the one that actually engages into fight?
I would think it would be the Paquito or the Benedetta, right? I mean, she has that electro to engage or even disengage.
I would say they don't have a single initiator.
Not a single one.
Not a single one.
Not a single one.
The thing is, they may be playing a game whereby they let Explorer fight them in their own territory. Allow Explorer to be the one that just kind of run in, especially for the side of Jawhead. I would allow the, if I'm Forsaken, I will allow the Jawhead come in and toss someone because my team has got the mobility. My Paquito can jump right in, right after, yeah, he can knock up. He can knock up, he can jump also. So Double has got really good mobility as well. Evil C can also move in that speed with his Shadow Kill, and not to forget any kind of, even his Shadow Clone. And finally, Roger can go for his Lightning Pounce. So there is a lot of mobility coming in from the side of Forsaken, whereby they can close the gaps a lot faster. So the initiating factor is never ever from the side of Forsaken, but from the side of Explorer. Explorer will start the fight, but they will always turn the fight around by moving faster than
Enemies. Explorer.
can kill.
That's right, but on the side of Forsaken,
He's very gimmicky though.
He's very gimmicky. Yes, exactly. They have damage, but what do they lack? They lack tankiness. They do not have anyone to peel. So on the side of Explorer, if there was someone to be peeling, like Explorer has peelers, they have CCs, but not only that, they do have damage too. Yes, they have damage, they have peelers too. It's a basically all-round team. But on the side of Forsaken, it's pure squishes. I mean, if you build tanky items, yeah, you give you this sort of, you know, a little bit of tankiness, but it will not help you literally sustain.
So Paquito is the one that opted to go for a little bit more of the tanky, right? So it does seem like Paquito would want to be the initiator, but my theory stands, right? They would want to stand back, and wait for Explorer to be the one that initiates instead. But one thing that I did not factor in to that theory is the fact that Explorer does have a Harith, whereby if you stay at one very spot, you are probably going to be melted down by the zombie force.
You're going to be done. Like, he's just going to keep dashing back and forth, like their gameplay, right? But look, Ryby's hands are fast, literally super fast. I mean, Benedetta gets taken away, so what else is closest to Benedetta? But oh, Pebble getting a little bit of damage there. But on the topic, as I was saying just now, Ryby loves Benedetta. He has that fast hand. So the only hero that is as comparable as Pain, but with an extra addition of tankiness. Harith, it was such a good pick on this. I've got to say, Explorer, their drafting is good right now. But Evil C looking in a little bit of danger right now. First blood, 4 against 1 onto Evil C. What a play right there. But on the bot side right now, there is a 4v1 too. But it looks like they're going to be trying to secure that turtle instead, since they have lost Evil C at the top lane.
Nothing surprising, right? Explorer would definitely get the early game lead in terms of initiating and kills. But when it comes to Forsaken, this is when things are starting to get really tough and really bad. This is gonna be bad, right? Bento is literally in the middle of the fight. He tried to get a kill on Flash, he has a sliver of health, but no one else is coming into the fray to help Bento. But here's the problem. He was one, he almost killed one person, but he himself is not dead. This suggests a lot about what the future teamfight may look like.
With just a slither of health and dealing a ton of damage onto Explorer?
Yep.
Yeah, so they're clutching. So they're basically living life on the edge. They love to clutch, so they're going to bait with that health, right?
Forsaken is a late game lineup. Like hands down late game.
Super late.
So what they are hoping for, what they are looking at, is hoping that Explorer doesn't close the game, because I think that Forsaken understands that, and I understand this as well. Explorer is not exactly very good at closing games out, so Forsaken will want to take that chance to to earn as much economy as much as possible, especially since the creep clear coming in from Forsaken is pretty darn good as well. We've got Kai, Eva C, we've got Flash, and even Double. They all can clear waves pretty efficiently.
Very fast. I mean, even on the side of Bao, I mean, he's just a tank too, right? He's basically a quote-unquote tank, but he has that wave clearing ability too. The whole side of Forsaken are goal hungry, but oh, look at that, Dora standing in the middle of it all, but look at that Eve getting caught out. What a play right there. Dora getting caught out, but gets traded back for Flash. So, and technically, you do not have anyone to aim on, right? It's quite well. On the side of Explorer, there is basically, they do not have a core, right? It's basically the whole team is the core. Yeah, the whole team is the core, so there is no one to focus on, right? So you have to pick out one by one. But the moment you pick out one by one, Forsaken is known to retaliate with a bite.
Currently, we are looking at 1,000 gold lead from the side of Explorer. Not that big of a difference, so shouldn't be too much of a problem. When it comes to Bento trying to go for kills on the Forsaken, it's not going to be easy as well. We're looking at a rather massive fight right about now with the Black Dragon form coming in from Bento all the way up top onto Flash. But unfortunately, none of that is going to work out for him. He's all alone trying to fend for himself. Bao did manage to get himself far, far away before the Shard Residue seeps through onto Bao. All in all, Forsaken did a pretty good job in securing that fight with the massive amount of damage they are able to bring out on the Explorer.
Exactly.
That was just communication breakdown from
That's right, super bad. I mean, honestly, like you said, on the side of Forsaken, they love damage. And like you said just now, literally earlier, they had to play the bait. They love the bait. Look at that. They let Bao actually going in all the way, but look at the knockup all the way on to Dora. Dora being taken down, Pebble getting taken down, Raibi getting taken down too, and Bento just all alone. Mon Chi-Chi forced to disengage for the team because he cannot lose anything because he is the core.
All fours coming from Dora, jumping onto Evil C, but unfortunately that is a ninja after all. Slippery ninja is not going to allow him to die to any kind of animatronics. So it should be pretty much A-okay for now. But one thing I'm surprised is that Double is just going to go straight in for the proxy down the bottom and to try to buy some time, and of course just kind of bring down some kind of a distraction over the side of Song.
A fight go around.
Immediately walk face into the brush. We do see an Electio final blow, but unfortunately none of the damage is going to be dealing much onto the side of Explorer. Two other members coming from Explorer is down, Forsaken with one, and Bento trying to get himself away from the rest of the members coming from Forsaken as much as possible, but unfortunately that did not quite work out for him. With 3 members down from the side of Explorer, Forsaken does have free reign through the middle lane, and in fact, well, free real estate all the way up top.
Exactly, free real estate. But I've got to say that fight wasn't really, I would say, super coordinated. I mean, Bento, he has that aggression, but the rest of Explorer are just not there, right? They were a little bit passive right there. I mean, on the side of Forsaken, they went ham. They literally were wolves. They were hungry. They went in for the kill. They went for the engage. They literally threw everything through all cautions to the wind. EVOS even going to the point of pushing all the way out to the front lines, zoning everybody out. And that's when Bento comes in at the wrong timing with the Black Dragon form.
This is not looking good for the side of Explorer. I identified that Forsaken is more of a late game composition, but yet Forsaken is winning in the early game as well. Explorer, this is not good at all. This is really not good. Kai, playing as a Roger, got that turtle with no contest at all. EVOS is just going to get free farm all the way down bottom because the rest of the members coming from Explorer, they know that they can't bring this man down
getting
all by
ejected
himself.
right now, and he's going to be able to shadow away, but not putting much engagement onto Dora right now. EVOS just poking around. He is a slippery ninja, like you said, Eugene. And look at the side of Explorer here. The whole team are gathering at the bot lane right now, and they are going to be pushing it. And let's take a look at the replay right now. It's literally a mess. Look at Bento all the way in, but EVOS all the way in the tier 1 turret, and the whole team of Explorer is forced to back right now. Look at that. And Bento in the middle of it all. Dora and Monchichi forced to back, but Explorer is giving them a reply. Zaman Force comes down, trying to takes down the tier 2 turret. He can flash in the middle of it all, going to eat that Monchichi's bullet instantly. Just eat it.
Yeah, now once again, it does seem like the map has been split in diagonally, right? Explorer down to the bottom and Forsaken up top. So right now, back onto the horizontal route. Monchichi, Pebble, Dora, they are all trying to hold on to the grasp as much as possible. Bao jumps right onto Dora despite being a tank. He's actually doing a decent amount of damage onto Dora.
I mean, Dora's kind of squishy.
That's kind of surprising.
You did notice, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's more towards the attack side because he picked up high and dry. So Dora, he's definitely gonna pick up some attack items and some defense items, a little bit more towards the hybrid. I can expect that the first item is going to be the Blade of Despair, but everything else afterwards is probably tank. Nope. Okay.
No, he did not went for that. He went for the tank. I mean, the way that he picked, right, basically it's a one-on-one situation. So when you get to catch someone out, it is, in a way, considered a one-on-one situation, and that's when you get to deal more damage. But you get a side of tankiness too from that roaming item, right, from Dora. But he's looking a little squishy, I'm not gonna lie. He looks a little squishy. Look at that. Wow. Oh, all the way ejected in the middle. Zaman Force comes down, and look at that meteor shower, not landing a single hit onto anybody. Kai securing that endless battle right now. Kai is snowballing. Black Dragon form trying to catch EVOS. EVOS seems to be the weakling right now, and look at EVOS instantly demolishes. EVOS looks super squishy. Electro comes down for a double. Look at Bento looking a little bit low, and here comes Real World Manipulation from Flash, dealing a ton of damage right now onto the side of Explorer, and the rest of Explorer is forced to be disengaging on the side of Forsaken too.
With a deficit of 4 kills, Explorer, they would definitely want to get a little bit more kills towards their side. Monchichi takes one down onto the side of Bao. They can challenge this. They can contest this. Double and Flash pushes far ahead to ensure that Kai can secure this Lord kill as much as possible. But I'm surprised Explorer not going for the contest. That is not a very good choice. They can just kind of peek in, take a look at around. Hey guys, what's up, man? But that's not going to be the case, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was a 2 for 2, right? I mean, Forsaken, they got 2 from Explorer. Explorer got 2 back from Forsaken, but that's when Forsaken used that to an advantage because of the positioning right there. If we did take a look at the highlight right now, they are way off the Lord Pit, right? And that's when Flash will be able to zone everybody off and managing to secure the Lord for Forsaken.
This is tough for the Sun Explorer.
Very
they
tough.
don't have a lot of heroes that can deal with this push, right? If they were to use up whatever that they need to, especially the Meteor Shower from Pebble, he would definitely use Meteor Shower onto the Lord, and thus Meteor Shower will be unavailable for the next team fight. We are even looking at Monchichi that has already expanded his Death Sonata onto Forsaken. So none of that is available for the next fight. Maybe
look at double.
Force it out. Forsaken, they gotta have to force it out. And it does seem like Bao is trying to force it out as much as possible with only one single ballista hacking right upon the second tier turret, and the top lane is pushing down pretty darn hard. And so will the bottom lane with 2 person just completely outvaluing the entire
Oh,
thing.
Zama Force comes down. Look at Bao jumping all the way in. Real woman manipulation coming up from Flash. What an amazing positioning there. But the Explorer was smart. They see the real woman manipulation coming out and they are going to be disengaging because they know they do not have any minions there. But Double just in the middle of everything. Very way off position. He's not going to be able to escape. Ejected at the right time. But here comes Electro. But he is going to get sniped down by Unstoppable Force from Dora. I've got to say, there was a good sub. Dora was a good sub. I'm not saying Jamie's bad, right? I mean, Dora has a more, I would say, dangerous playstyle in a way.
A lot more aggressive, if
so
I
much more.
may.
So much.
Yeah. So in some sense aggressive, not super reckless. Like he kind of get the timing, kind of get what he needs to do. His team knows when to come in for the backup and all that kind of stuff. So I do still have quite a bit of well. I still have some blood in this game.
Excellent.
Explorer,
I've got to say.
Yeah, they gotta try to do this. In the meantime, it does seem like Dora is finding himself in a really bad spot. His HP going down low because of Val. This knockout punch onto Dora. HP down low. He goes down to the hands of Kai. But where's Kai in this moment of time? He's going to be all the way behind. And he's not going to be making his waves down onto Explorer. As Bento tries to disengage him throughout the entirety of the fight by using the Black Dragon form. Forsaken and Explorer, they understand that it's best for both sides to kind of rework themselves and kind of regroup themselves, especially since Bao, they do not have any more of, any more tank, right?
That's right.
Because of Bao.
I mean, I've got to say, like you said, that's their weak spot. Forsaken has that weak spot, is that, yes, they do damage, but they are super duper squishy. And on the side here, Raibi is the only one that can actually be on the front line along with Dora, because Dora, he's building tank. He built the anti-cuirass, he got the encouragements too. He is supposed to be in the front line right now, but on the side of Forsaken, they play this smart, they play it slow too. They take one and then they leave, they disengage totally because they know Bento is the one will be able to actually clutch the game out because Forsaken are just so squishy.
Yeah, the problem about that is that Forsaken, even though they're squishy, they are very slippery.
Super duper slippery. I mean, Kai, you have that dash, and Flash is all the way at the back with the real world manipulation, so Flash can literally be untouched with 8 assists even.
And Double even picked up the Festival of Blood. So we can expect that there is going to be quite a bit of sustainability coming in from the side of Benedetta. The Shadow Clones from this Hayabusa is definitely going to be one tough thing to handle. If you just take a look at the end.
Oh, Double!
Now, this is not good though. Double trying to get himself with a sword of Slash. But he gets himself out of all of that with just a sliver of health. Both sides are not willing to overextend themselves to focus and, of course, secure kills. While Evil C, he's waiting for the right opportunity. He wants to push down the bottom lane while everyone else is too busy up there by the Lord. But Explorer, they're just kind of wandering around from the Lord to the middle lane. Evil C waiting for the core opportunity. And it does seem like the opportunity is going to arise right now. Right after they touch the Lord, Evil C makes his way to the bottom lane, and Explorer decided to split their forces.
That's right, but they are still a little bit wary of the Lord right now. They are trying to push, but just as you said, when Double is slippery, he is literally slippery. He managed to get out, but Dora in the middle of it all, and Double and Bao trying to push the aggression here onto Explorer, but not going to be getting any sort of engage. Evil C2 zoning out for Flash and Kai trying to secure the Lord right now. Dora rushes in all the way, but look at Double. Where is he? He's going to be trying to catch down onto Monchichi, but Monchichi is just too slippery and Double is just all the way in. Instantly taken down is Dora and Kai. Kai does not have that.
Yep.
Oh my god, look at that damage. Evil C not doing a single thing to Bento with that ultimate.
That is Yu Chong after all. Remember all the way at the start of the game, I was talking about the fact that Yu Chong just needs to jump right into a field of 3 melee characters and he can tank all he wants because of how sustainable he is. That is exactly what happened. And Bento will be A-OK. Bao doesn't even have the damage to even snipe the Lord away.
No way.
Explorer takes this Lord, and there is going to be a pretty high probability that Explorer can even win this game. But once again, Forsaken is a little bit more towards the late game potential. Maybe.
That's true. But I mean, Forsaken, it's only 16 minutes in and no one is literally at full build right now if we take a look at the items. So, I mean, like you said, Bao, he does not actually do much for the team. He's basically just peeling, right? He provides Yeah, he provides a little bit of CC to the team, but not that much.
Not much. It really is not much. But once again, let's take a look at the items and just kind of discuss that a little bit. For Kai, his item is not fully up just yet. He does have a Wind Talker, Queen's Wings, he's got Raptor Machete, as well as the Endless Battle. Waiting for the last item is either going to be the Blade of Heptases or perhaps the Blade of Despair. While EVOS have got a Blade of Heptases. Okay, so because of the Blade of Heptases on the EVOS, Kai don't need that, so BOD for Kai instead. So BOD, we've got Blade of Heptases as well as Endless Battle on the side of EVOS. They should be ready to go for some battle right here. Bento is all the way in the depth of Forsaken. I'm not too sure about this, but it does seem the Lord is just going to be marching right onto the core. Explorer would definitely want to end this up as much as possible, but unfortunately the amount of damage that Forsaken is able to put down onto the board completely melted down this Lord with no questions asked. The middle lane second tier turret and the top lane second tier turret is going to go straight down. Inhibit the turret in the bottom lane. In the middle lane is going to go straight down.
Oh, they're going for the fight right now. Oh, three-man stun onto Forsaken. Look at that. Forsaken getting melted down. They do not have any sort of healing. Only Kai has that healing ability.
Kai though.
Whoa,
is
double
not
kill.
Stopping.
Coming in from Kai.
That is
oh, the clutch coming in. Monster kill.
Real world manipulation coming in from Flash is just a little bit too insane for the side of the Explorer, huh?
Not much. I mean, Forsaken, yeah, they did do a couple of damage too. It's literally 3 for 3, right? So, well done on Forsaken that they played it at the place. They played it at Explorer's pace. They know what pace Explorer can do, but they have damage, like I said, instantly melts down the Lord. So, demolishes the Lord, and that's how they gain that upper hand on the side of Forsaken too. But Explorer too, they have that peeling ability. They have Monchishi's damage too, but on they can't really actually melt them, right? They have heal, but they cannot melt the side of Forsaken, right? Because Explorers are not known to close out games.
BLD on the side of Kai has been built up already. We are also looking at Queen's Wings coming from EVOS. So despite their lineup being slightly more squishier, all of them has decided to switch or rather to lean a little bit more towards the tankier side. If you remember looking at the items coming from Double as well as Bao, they are all out onto the defensive side. So Double is just doing whatever he can to just get in and just bring in damage and just kind of create some more distractions, create some zoning potential for his team, while Kai and EVOS goes downtown.
That's right. I mean, EVOS, he doesn't actually do much that we actually see. I mean, no pun intended. But Kai has that aggression like we have never seen before, right? He goes in, I mean, 1v3 with just literally one swoop, 2 people on the side of Explorer instantly demolished. Instantly, just wiped out on the Land of Dawn.
So Double, right?
Yeah, Double was building a full tank Benedetta, which is actually surprising to me. He went for that anti-Cuirass, right? He went for anti-Cuirass, he went for Athena shield too. I mean, tank Benedetta?
Yep. He can change in the end because of...
Oh, look at Dora.
No, this is not going to be good coming from
meteor
Dora.
shower.
It does seem like we're going to be looking at 4 versus 1, but the meteor shower coming from Monchichi, coming from Pebble is just going to be pushing Forsaken away, while EVOS is just way too busy dealing with the bottom lane split push. The Lord has also been spawned, so perhaps the bottom lane split push may not be the bestest of idea. He's going to be completely caught out. So Dora in the middle of it all. Bao is also that kind of heal
look at
a little bit. Right from the backside. Zaman Force popped up. HP's all the way down to the half. The meteor shower from Pebble just pushing every single one of the members coming from a second away, but Bento is in the hearts of everyone else as well. One little tiny bit of HP coming from EVOS, but a steel tip kick coming from Bento will be more than enough to bring him to an end. But is that really the end of this fight though?
Wow, Double going all in just to face check a bush 1v2 right now. And look at Kai. Look at his lifesteal. It is non-stopping. And he even opts for the immortality too.
Well, Forsaken, I don't even know whether they're even gonna win this game right now.
It's hard, it's hard.
They have 2 inhibitor turrets that's already been destroyed. They don't really have a lot of control over the map. They just need one good fight against Explorer, and that's game. That is their only win con.
That's right, but they are 1 man down. EVOS is not up right now, and I mean, Kai, yes, he does have his retribution up, but look at Double all the way on the other side of the map, but he is not joining on the team fight. Bao and Kai getting melted down. Bento in the heart of it all. Godlike coming out for Monchichi. Bento securing that, waiting for the immortality to be popped up for Kai, and Kai gets destroyed by Explorer in the blue buff.
This is the end. This is the end. I'm calling it. There's no way that Forsaken is able to get
For
back.
sure. For sure. This is Explorer's chance to close out the game.
Oh, they were hacked. They would definitely close this game out because there is pretty much no point for Forsaken to give up the Lord because they know that once the Lord is out, then it's just going to be much right into the base. The core will be destroyed. No problem. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So Explorer will be able to take this game out by quite a bit as well. Once again, tradition holds out. Every game 1 of the day will always pan out for the full best of 3 series.
I felt that Dora actually played a
phenomenal role.
A super phenomenal role right now. I mean, it was crucial. It was super duper crucial. I mean, he is the Explorer after all, right? Dora is the Explorer. He might be the one shot calling right there at the arena right now, but we can't hear them actually. But he could be the one. So it is going to be a 1-to-1 for Forsaken up against Explorer. Explorer with the 1-1. Lysander was right. I gotta make a shrine for Lysander right now. He's literally predicting every single thing that we are saying and doing and is happening right now.
My, oh my. Explorer took this game by quite a bit. Forsaken, it's just the iffy lineup in the end. I really feel that is the iffy lineup. The pick of Paquito as well as the pick of Benedetta, it kind of seems as though they're just throwing their value away, right?
Yeah.
Because they're just picking them for the sake of picking it. And then in the end, they're like, oh crap, we need to pick this hero. Oh crap, we need to pick that hero. Never mind. Let's go for a little bit of a flexibility on the side of Paquito as well as the side of Benedetta. Let's have Benedetta with a little bit more of the tankiness. We give Bao to kind of work like a Cho, right?
Yeah.
Mobility, you still can tank, you still have some kind of CCs, except that they work completely different even though their silhouette is very, very similar.
Exactly, but I felt that the draft could be slightly better, right? It should have gone for alternate tanks, with CCs, right? They need CC tanks or rather CC heroes, right? Someone who can stun, someone who can do something. Benedetta, if you're just going to build tank, might as well just go for Layla tank, right? Might as well. You're not going to do anything, right? Or even Brody tank.
There's not a lot of sustainability from the side of...
Not much.
Yeah, I don't really remember there's much spell vamp from the side of Benedetta. It's mostly just damage, damage, damage.
No, but she literally built tank, right? She built Athena shield. She built Antique Cuirass. It was
that's value throwing away.
Yeah, it's literally like buying something expensive, but I'm using it for a secondary purpose, right? But speaking of that, let's take a look at the post-match analysis right now on Forsaken up against Explorer. Winning that match is Explorer. And look at Monchichi here, the carry, the rich guy. And
the carry.
Look at that, Dora taking the most damage at 169,000 damage. And with the most assists too, basically he is the forgotten one.
Well, what can I say? Forsaken, they need to change it up. They're definitely gonna have to change it up. I don't know why after such a very interesting game number 1, like a very non-greedy lineup, it became a completely it's a 180 degrees change. Yeah. A non-greedy lineup in game 1, and then a completely greedy lineup in game 2.
Yeah, I do not know what is going through their mind right now, right? Like, they played it well. Forsaken played it well, and then they just gave this game away based on just purely the draft picks, right? And we're going to go straight into the MVP right now. Make a guess. Who is the MVP?
I think it's going to be Dora.
I feel it's Monchichi.
Monchichi.
Ah, that's right.
7 kills, 5 deaths, a total of 768 GPM. I was hoping that the assist that Dora has to his name is going to be, a little bit more than total amount of kills and assists that
That's right, and while Monchichi, I mean, his positioning is excellent, right? He knows when to go out, he knows when to go in. Like, we have seen in fights where Monchichi just completely disengages from his whole team, right? Leaving his whole team to die, and that's when Forsaken gets a little bit too greedy, right? So basically what Explorer did, they pulled off a Forsaken, right? They baited Forsaken in, and Forsaken takes the bait because they do not have a choice, because they have damage. They do not have CCs, so they have to rush in through the front line. And that's when Bento come in. When Bento go all the way to the back line and instantly zones out the whole of Forsaken. And we're just going to be taking a look at the highlights and what I'm just talking about, literally.
So, thanks to the highlights, we'll be able to tell you whether my theory is kind of correct. Most of the time, it is going to be, Explorer that goes in for the initiation. If not, any kinds of initiation coming in from Forsaken is just because they just kind of face check the brushes.
That's right, and look at the side of Flash here getting knocked back and real world manipulation not being able to be used. But Bento, he is always off position, right? He loves to go for the aggression, but look at the side here. Look at the minimap. Monchichi is all the way down in the bot lane. Okay, take a look at this. Monchichi, he has to play it back. Evil C knows Evil C is going to be rushing him, but he uses his ultimate to his advantage right there. Evil C putting so much damage onto Dora, but Monchichi is still there to deal a ton of damage to the side of Forsaken. But I mean, at this point, he did not snowball yet, right? Look at Monchichi. He's literally at the brush. He's waiting for the right moment right now. And look at double. Instant. So he waits for the utilities, right? He waits for the utilities and rains down onto Forsaken, but Forsaken is just a little bit too fast.
Yeah, there's too much movement from the side of Forsaken, and that is definitely going to be one of the kryptonites of Monchichi playing as the Ranger. If not, there would most very likely be more team fights that will go towards the side of Explorer if all of those Rhapsody has would originally land. So once again, this is the initiation coming in from Dora. His HP is all the way down low, and as I was expecting, Forsaken will want to burst that Dora down as fast as possible. They did manage to do that, and in this very fight, it does seem like Dora is once again in front. He gets busted down, but the sub-tank, Bento, comes straight in and just dealt the damage over to Flash, and now 2v1 because he had enough time to have someone to come in to help him.
Alright, this was good on the side of Forsaken, right? They played it slow, but look at Bao instantly demolished. But look at this, Kai, look at Kai positioning, right? Going straight in, look at that, instantly demolishes two people in a row, trying to catch down Dora, but look at Dora, look at that, boom, instant, right? But Flash trades it back just as the real world manipulation comes out.
And I believe that this is the final fight already. It's not really any fight. It's not much of a fight. They are just trying to focus down onto the core. I think that a couple of members is just focusing on the core, and so was the Creep Ballistas. But all in all, that is a pretty good game in between by Explorer as well as Forsaken. I really do want to see Forsaken going into, once again, a non-aggressive lineup, a little bit less greedy, and just
all round, right?
Yeah,
basically all round,
yeah.
like the shape of Explorer's logo, all rounders, right? Explorer, we never actually seen them go full out aggression like Forsaken, but you know, they played it a little bit slow. They play all round, they play the retake, they know when to take it back. But I feel that a good substitute would be Cho, right? I mean, Paquito, I'm a little bit skeptical of Paquito too, but I'd rather take Chao because he has the ability to zone out everybody. But speaking of Chao, it's free, right? There will be a limited edition skin coming out, and it's one of the 3
515 E-Party.
515 E-Party, and the Chao skin, the limited edition skin from Chao, it's only 1 out of 3. So they will be giving 3 free limited edition skin on Mobile Legends.
Indeed. But before we even talk more about the rest of the games and of course the final game itself, we're going to go in for a really short break. But before we do, I would like to give a huge thank you as well over to PvP Esports, of course powered by Singtel. PvP Esports, after all, is the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives. If you'd like to find out a little bit more about their events, initiatives and all of the community events, please do take a look at their Facebook page at PvP Esports and even their the website at www.pvpesports.gg to find out more. And with that all said, we're going to go in for a short break. 5 minutes. We'll be right back in a game between Forsaken versus Explorer.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
And we are back for the MPL-SG. We're going to be looking at game number 1, match number 3. Or was it the other way around? Match number 1, game number 3. In between Forsaken fighting against Explorer. Game 1 went over to the side of Forsaken. Game number 2 went over to the side of Explorer. Game number 3, though, who's it going to go to?
I mean, if Forsaken were to do some funny drafting like that second game again, for sure Explorer.
Wouldn't go for this kind of funny stuff again.
Who knows, right? They went for... instead, who doesn't want that win? I mean, Forsaken could have went for the win instantly 2-0, not to be biased or anything, right? But instead, they went for the full-out damage and Benedetta tank along with Paquito tank, which caught me off guard a little. Even you, right? You were like, what are they going for?
Let's just take a look at whether they're going to go for something funny again. We shall see how it's going to work, as Forsaken has immediately went out for a ban onto Benedetta. So understandable, that's good. Explorer, though, they are also going to be pushing out a ban onto Matilda. Forsaken reacting once again with Angela. So at this point of time, we've got quite a bit of heroes that is still available on the board, and most importantly, Paquito, as well as Jawhead, is still available to pick. Uranus as well as Esmeralda is also available, but there are times where none of these teams will want to go for those kind of bans until the second phase.
I mean, honestly, Angela did not actually surface. We did not even get to see an Angela today, right? Hopefully in the next game, or, you know, for NV up against Impunity SG, Notorious Villains up against Impunity Singapore. I mean, Angela, she's kind of strong. Yeah, I would admit.
She's been banned quite a few times.
She has a super high ban rate, right? If I'm not wrong, she has a super high ban rate now. But on the side for Explorer too, they're banning off things that, you know, they're actually afraid of. Like Forsaken, they actually won with Matilda, right? So it is important to ban off Matilda. Selena, I feel it's a common ban. She has the highest ban rate, even through qualifiers or even the playoffs right now. Selena has been banned so many times. And Paquito instantly. And Rafaela getting banned off, and Jawhead is still open. So who knows that Forsaken might actually pick up Jawhead, which is a good tank, and instantly locked here is Jawhead. Like we said, Forsaken needs alternate tanks with CC and lockdowns.
And that is a pretty fast pick coming from the side of Explorer. It does seem like the Uranus as well as that Granger is going to be snap-picked, while Forsaken has picked up the Yuzhong for themselves. Pretty original, pretty normal as it is for now. Nothing super greedy as of yet, unless they can, I mean, they can still throw us a little bit of a curveball and throwing us to cores, whereby they need some bomb, that kind of stuff. So at this point in time, Forsaken is looking out for a single.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, okay, so they pick up
Cloud.
Okay, so I don't have a good feeling about this.
Why? I mean, Claude has potential. Right?
Yes, Claude do have potential.
But he's late game. He is late game.
Exactly.
Early game, no way. He just tickles you.
That's kind of why I feel as though Claude is not going to be the only core that Forsaken may pick up. They may pick up another
still greedy,
core.
Right? They're still greedy. Forsaken is still greedy, but remember, they have Yuzhong, they have Jawhead, so they have that tanking ability now. They are not exposed anymore, right? And Forsaken, we know they have that aggression, and Explorer were known to play super passively, right? But look at that, Explorer picking up that Kaja. Kaja has the lockdown potential, right? He has so much lockdown potential. The only way I feel to counter that Kaja ultimate is just Purify. Sorry, I'm a little bit biased here. I love Purify.
Love Purify.
Purify is the solution to anything. Your girlfriend is yelling at you, Purify, I'm out of here. Right? I'm just gonna purify my way out of here.
I guess that is what you do then. That is what you do. Hello, girlfriend of Video?
I'm just gonna purify. I'm gonna be out of here. But hey, talking about getting out of here is Eve's. Eve is literally out of the game right now, providing no range at all for Forsaken, right? There is no mage support, or rather mage core on the side of Forsaken. And Forsaken banning off Eudora, I mean, you've got to be afraid.
That is respect.
For sure, you have to be afraid, right? For sure, if let's say that Eudora were to stun you instantly, heat scan, and that Kaja catches you, you're dead. You're instantly wiped off the face of the earth, and the moment that Kaja brings you, that Granger is just gonna rain bullets on you like there's no tomorrow, right? I mean, I hope it rains today. It's literally sweltering today, right?
Yep. Smoldering.
Smoldering. It's not even sweltering. It's smoldering right now. Yeah. But hey, any potential mage core you think Forsaken will pick up? I mean, in the ooh, that's true. Kagura has potential too, but she lacks mobility, right? In a way.
What's gonna happen?
Your team is banning.
Fasa. I was just gonna say Fasa is an alternative to Eve, but instantly banned off is Fasa.
So what we can expect is that Bao is very likely gonna go as the tank roam, right?
Yeah.
So he's gonna go on the tank roam. We've got Yuzhong to go to the side lanes. We can expect to see that Kagura will be the mid support, and then Evil C will come up from absolutely nowhere with Roger.
Ooh,
Roger or Yuzhong Shin.
There is potential. But I've got to say, Chang'e is open. She has range. And she stacks percentage damage, but just when I said, just before we went on to the break, the Chao is going to get picked up here.
Oh yeah, the Chang'e does make sense because
right.
Forsaken already have a Yuzhong, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Explorer, they still have one slot whereby they can squeeze in a mage support. So in order to deny Explorer with the Chang'e, because Black Dragon form eating all of the meteor shower is painful. So what Forsaken might want to do, indeed, is picking up the Chang'e instead of the Kagura, just so that they can deny the Chang'e onto the side of Explorer. There is some sense in that.
Yeah, there is. It actually makes sense. I mean, hopefully they do pick Chang'e and not go for a totally unorthodox drafting again. I mean, Forsaken can't lose this game, right? And so is Explorer.
No one can lose this.
No one can drop this game. So let's take a look at the camera right now. Everyone is so on their mood. Hey, look at that.
Chang'e indeed.
Just went, is that a Ruby? Oh, Ruby, Evil C just pulling all sorts of string here. Evil C is literally playing things that we do not see as often here in MPL.
That's very true.
It's so random.
So they are not going for their greedy plays anymore. And I really like what they're doing. And just because of that, I'm putting my bias onto Forsaken. Yeah, just because of that, I'm putting my bias on Forsaken.
I mean, you have Yuzhong, right? You have Yuzhong, CC's crowd control, right? And on the side of Jorhe too, along with Ruby. But Chang'e and Claude will be there to deal huge amount of AoE and damage stacked onto the side of Explorer.
So the unorthodox picks that Evil C has picked up so far is Khalid.
Yeah,
we've got Saber. So a little bit of difference here and there. Explorer is just going to be following up with a final Luoyi.
Whoa, a Luoyi. I mean, okay, I've got to say.
You like Luoyi?
No, not a fan of Luoyi. Right?
Oh, okay.
Totally not a fan. But she has a lot of CCs and she can push out damage non-stop. That's the power of Luoyi and mobility from her ultimate, right? She can go for a full team rush from Explorer here. And Explorer, they do have a little bit of CC. They have Kaja, they have Cho, they have Luoyi snaps together like everyone on Racial Harmony Day, right? But on the side of Forsaken too, they are balanced. They are balanced in a way. We have Ruby, right? We have Jawhead, we have Yuzhong to do the peeling and damage at the same time. We have Claude and Chang'e to do even more damage on top of the damage that the peelers, quote unquote, that are already dealing. So it's really balanced right now. I've got to say the drafting, it's super duper balanced.
30 minutes game.
30 minutes?
30 minutes game.
Are you sure?
Maybe.
Okay, I've got to say,
I really don't know.
It is possible.
It is very well possible because
Very
both
possible.
Forsaken as well as Explorer, they do have problems when it comes to looking at win conditions as well as closing the game out against one another. But it's kind of tough for me to say in the end though. But I really like Forsaken's lineup. I really like Explorer's lineup as well. So just because of the fact that this is one of the most balanced team that Forsaken has picked up, I do like whatever that they're doing here.
Oh, but take a look at the minimap right now. It looks like a potential gank from Explorer, but they are just gonna be disengaging right now. And look at Bao just scouting out the bushes. So everyone is just a little bit wary of each other right now. So they're just gonna be, just testing each other out, right? Like going here, I'm going here, you're going here. It's just a fair play. But take a look at the drafting right now. Forsaken against Explorer, the draft is, I would say, pretty all-round, right? Pretty all-round. You have the 3 pillars, and then you have 2 damage dealers. On the side of Explorer, exact same thing. You have 3 pillars and 2 damage dealers.
Yeah, very all-rounded, right? So they have good amount of sustainability, good amount of tankability, as well as good amount of damageability.
Oh, you're just adding a little bit at the back.
No, damage ability.
Oh, damage ability, sustainability. Oh, okay, I've got to say, that was a good word. That was good. That was good. I'm not going to lie. I thought you were trying to squeeze in ility at the back, and then you said ability. That's like, okay, I got you there.
That makes sense.
It
does make sense.
It does make sense.
It rolled off my tongue at the final moment.
So you were just playing it off?
Actually, I was playing it.
I
was about to say like attackability, but then I realized like, hey, that actually sounds like ability.
Yeah, right. I mean, it has a little bitty at the back. Liberty.
Whatever works, whatever works. But in the meantime, it does seem like we are looking at Forsaken as well as Explorer, both of which, once again, they are all testing each other out, kind of testing distance. But in the meantime, let us just introduce the players that we have playing here in the final match. We've got Bao that's going to be playing onto this Uranus, Kai on top on Claude, Double that is going to be rocking the Black Dragon, Yu Zhong, Flash onto that Chang'e, and Evil C onto that very lowly, gothy girl, Ruby.
Ruby, that's right.
And Explorer, on the other hand, we're going to be looking at MLBB playing as Granger.
Again.
Verso, in some sense. Bento riding onto the Uranus, trying to be as tanky as he can, but in the meantime...
Whoa, first blood coming in.
Does seem like Bao is not tanky at all, dealt a decent amount of damage. Double joining right in with the Black Dragon form, brings MLBB down into the ground, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade with no one getting the advantage of that. And once again, let's go back to the lineup. Raibi onto Kaja, Dora onto Joe, Pebble onto Loi.
Or instantly demolished is Evil C. Okay, I've got to say, just when I was about to say that, Double with that Yu Zhong, yes, he gets the first blood onto MLBB too, right? He got the Evil C who got the second kill, right? So MLBB immediately demolished, Double gets that kill, Kai gets that assist. So it's a fair game for everyone. It's basically Forsaken sided right now, but instantly gets traded back is Evil C.
I just realized that Explorer have like quite a bit of CC, and Forsaken should be kind of afraid of that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's rather on a stalemate. Let's think about this. We have got I sort of forgot his name. Yeah, Jawhead. God damn. We've got Jawhead that kind of works in the same way as Kaja. We've got Dora for himself, and we also got Evil C for himself. So it's kind of like a 2 and 2.
Boy, hold up. Double looking like he is in a little bit of trouble, but the knockdown got on Dora. But here comes MLBB. Explorer with the 4-man gang at bot lane. But look at Forsaken. Forsaken is looking for a reply right now onto Bao. Oh, sorry, was it Bao? Oh no, it's Raibi.
Yeah, it does seem like the response from Forsaken is pretty decent. They are definitely going to bring down the turret at the top. There we go. And Explorer is trying to do the exact same thing down at the bottom lane. And I will inform you guys whether that is going to come into fruition. Yes, it is going to be coming to fruition in favor of that Granger, while everything else is starting to get a little bit more still. But now we're going to be looking at Kai with the blazing duet pushing Explorer away from the main team fight. But Dora with less than half HP left, he should be really careful with, well, recalling right under turret's nose, because just from a single hit from Flash is just going to cancel that.
Immediately demolished, just wiped out. But okay, I've got to say, Evil C doesn't play much of a role here in Forsaken, but he provides in a way, sort of support. He only shows up at crucial times. He is always on the other side of the lane, right? He is, oh wait, but hold up. Look at Raibi here, in a very good position, trying to catch, but Flicker's in, catches, Flash, but Flash is forced to flash away. And look at Dora in the middle of it all, and the game boss comes in right on time. How is this gonna play out?
I don't know, man. I hate it when that happens. The players probably don't know what's going on as well. I mean, some of them look confused.
Even Evil C is like, wait, what's happening? What's happening? What? Look at everyone. Even on the side of Explorer, like, what's going on? I'm a little lost. I'm a little bit lost.
Yeah.
We apologize for the in-game pause, but hey, we are still here with you.
Yep, a little bit of a technical difficulty. If you so just hold on for a little bit. We will definitely be right back into the game with you guys. But for now, you got to settle with our faces. That's right.
But okay, I've got to say, it's very fair, very all-round, like you said. So I feel these would, like you said, 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Very possibly.
It's very back and forth right now. There is no one-sided game.
Now the game is going to go on the
let's see how
countdown.
this plays out.
Yep, 2, 1. Dora HP down, Way of the Dragon right on top of Kai, but unfortunately he's gonna go straight down. Kai's not gonna go down just yet, but Bento immediately jumps right into the consecration and allows him to bring down the rest of the member from Forsaken down. Explorer doing a pretty darn good doing a pretty darn good job. The only one left is going to be Double, trying to hold on to the second tier turret, but I don't think that this is going to come into fruition in favor for Explorer at all. We do have the Meteor Shower as well as the Black Dragon Form just going to be popped right out, but Double popping the Black Dragon Form really is just a form to just push Explorer away. Yeah, indeed. But Monchichi, unfortunately, at the final moments, did manage to steal the blue buff away from Forsaken's jungle as well.
Okay, I've got to say 2 for 4 trade worth. Totally worth, right?
Totally worth.
That's when for Explorer.
And a turret.
And a turret too, right? So 2 for 4 trade. So you lose 2 of your team, but you down 4 members of Forsaken and you get the tower back in turn. It's a good deal for Explorer, right? Perfect deal. But on the side now, look at that. The goal lead is slowly starting to pull away on the side for Explorer here. So Explorer looking for that slight chance to just snowball with the goal right now.
Yeah, it's not going to be that easy to snowball at this moment in time because the amount of turrets that's being brought down is not that big just yet. They need to bring down the turrets at the top, and that from that point on, then they should be able to just get that exponential push pretty down easily. Jikundo from Dora, but unfortunately does not expand out that Flicker and Way of the Dragon on EVOS. So I'm rather curious and surprised why they did not do that. But I think that what Dora is working on is just setting up the Way of the Dragon for the turtle push. And in the meantime,
look at Kai.
He went straight out for the blazing duet, but unfortunately not good enough. Not enough damage on the side of Dora. Double. Oh, he went for the U-turn. He did not touch Dora in the nick of time. But the main thing is that the middle lane, second tier, first the turret is going to go straight down in favor.
Oh, it looks like Explorer are trying to contest for the turtle right now.
They're still holding on to all of their ultimates at this point of time. Kai is going all the way downtown. The rest of them are coming from Explorer, slowly pushing right in. The Bento doing quite a lot. Duality. But all of it all, they did not manage to steal much of the turtle, if I remember correctly. But Explorer tried to do their very best to hold the turtle out. And in the end, Dora's holding of the Way of the Dragon did not even come into fruition. It doesn't even do anything for them. And thus, Explorer would definitely want to focus a lot more of their emphasis up top, just so that they can suffocate a lot more gold for the side of Forsaken.
I've got to say, Forsaken, yeah, they were objective-based, right? They went for the turtle, right? So they did not went for the fight. But that's when Explorer starts raining down all sorts of ham onto Forsaken, and Forsaken is forced to disengage from Explorer. So that's where Explorer gets to have a little bit more pressure onto Forsaken right now. And look at Forsaken right now. They're a little bit behind. It's not too far. It's literally 2,000 to 3,000. It's not too much. So Forsaken has this chance to catch back up. I mean, Explorer was pulling away from Forsaken a little bit, but that's when Forsaken managed to secure that turtle and catch back. Oh, look at Bao. Bao is not in a good position.
This is bad.
Not good.
Yeah, this is going to be an exponential lead in favor for Explorer because we are looking at like a 47 seconds countdown onto the turtle because right after Forsaken took the turtle, they did not try to hold their lane out. They did not try to hold command and even conquer the entirety of the battlefield. They allow Explorer to move all the way up top, bring down the first tier turret, and thus being suffocated from the 50 line. Explorer is just holding out in every single brush to ensure that they have got the control, and this is not good for Explorer at all. That means anything after the riverbank, anything after the river is unsafe territory.
Yeah, it's out of their
vision. Touch it. Yes,
Yeah,
they can't do anything. So the amount of gold that they can earn in the next few moments is going to be down low, and the fact that Claude is not doing anything right now is baffling.
Yeah, I mean, he does not have that chance to actually snowball, right? He is 2-1 and up, but oh, look at Bao. Oh, getting injected is Dora right now, but look at Ryby all the way at the base. Ryby all the way at the back and gonna get some flash. But Flash managed to flicker away. Bento dealing, trying to chase him down, but he's gonna be refocusing on EVOS and Double right now along with Bao. Ryby is gonna be forced to back. Double taking a little bit of damage here from Bento, but Bento is not letting down without a fight. He is still regenerating health like there's no tomorrow. He is regenerating health non-stop right now, but look at the stat of Explorer. They are putting aggression onto the mid lane right now, and look at EVOS using their meteor shower to his advantage, disengaging everybody, but Bento is gonna get stunned up right now. EVOS tries to get the hook on, but he does not have his ultimate up. What a play, literally what a play.
I really like what happened coming from the Explorer side. Pebble just popped the ultimate to allow Ryby go behind the enemy lines, waiting for the perfect time to go for the Divine Judgment. He did manage to land it on the flash. It was very good initiation, but unfortunately, it did not end that well. Or rather, it's just too much for them to handle. They just needed to hold it out a little bit longer. But the intent is there. Right? The intent is there. The strategy was there, just that it was not perfectly executed.
Okay, honestly, it's only 10 minutes in. Ryby, in the further later game, he will definitely secure Flash, for sure. Flash does not have any sort of escape skill other than Flicker. When Ryby catches that Chang'e, she was literally living on a slither of health, right? Just a little bit. And that's where she pops her second skill. The shield comes out and instantly demolishes.
Yeah, but if you think about it, Ryby, he has to focus a lot more on damage. Because if that is the way that they want to play, that pretty much means that he needs to always be at the back of the enemy lines, and he himself needs to be able to isolate one player and bring that one player to his death in a 1v1 matchup. He must always win in that 1v1. Thus, the Calamity Reaper, Holy Crystal, is more than necessary for him to bring that one person down easily.
Exactly, and look at Double and Bento here, just going at it. Both regenerating lives to regen, but the surprise comes in from Ryby. Just when I say it, it's literally 1 minute and 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Just when I said it.
Yep. Dora, unfortunately, doesn't seem like things are going pretty well for him. HP all the way down low. Double jumps right in with that Black Dragon form. Dora still alive. What's going on? Ryby just gonna be getting himself away from all of that. The duality damage right onto Evil K. Evil C. Melting them all the way down to the depths of hell. Double also goes down. It does seem like Bao is gonna be the next one to get decapitated. Explorer takes this game, very likely. Bring down the second turret, inhibitor turret, and now
they're going for the crystal. They're going for the crystal. They're going for the end. Flash is gonna get
Lord, my Lord,
what a play! What a play! I've got to say, Explorer took the chance. Finally, we have actually seen how Explorer closes that game out.
So, the only time where I say that the game is gonna go long, it doesn't go long. And the previous two games, I don't see anything about the game going long. They went long. Okay then.
it's literally going against it. So if you want the game to go longer, you just
right? If I want the game to go even longer, I'll be like, this will be
a stomping game for Forsaken or on the side of Explorer. But I've got to say, Explorer played it so well because they know Forsaken was totally spread apart, right? They were so far apart, and Flash just keeps getting caught out by Ryby non-stop throughout the whole game. That was their main purpose. They do not let that Chang'e, stack that damage or even gain any sort of items.
Really well played from Explorer. There's just so much things going on. They conquered the early stage of the game. There's a pretty good amount of team fight strategies and tactics from Explorer, to the point that I had to write it down and ensure that I let Alexander know about this very play. Just keep your eyes on Ryby. Look at where he goes, that kind of moment.
Exactly, and look at Flash with that chocolate medal. I'm sorry to say Flash, but look at that. He does not have any sort of, items to begin with. He did get that cooldown.
He does have the Ice Queen wand, but the Ice Queen wand is really just there for, NOD as well. So it's really there for utility's sake, right? He wants to use it to ensure that Bento, which is always the frontliner, gets slowed down and does not get his regeneration back. Is in some sense ensure that Bento dies.
Yeah, but I've got to say, look on the side here, Kai. And basically Kai is level 13 right now, right? And on the side of Bento and Ryby, I've got to say Bento is at level 14. So Bento is literally just snowballing.
Yeah.
He has that EXP lead. He's just snowballing through everybody right now. And Bento, he was the frontliner and Uranus was open, it slipped through the ban pick, it slipped through the draft, and that's when Explorer actually picked it up. And Uranus has such great peeling ability. The moment you give him that lane, instant, you're gonna regret it. He's gonna peel through everything, right? Look at that, 70,000 damage, 386 taken by Bento himself with that Uranus.
This is not funny at all. Pebble with a total of 8 assists, Monchichi with 6 kills, and of course the most amount of gold goes over to the rich guy, Monchichi.
Monchichi just snowballing everyone.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the final game score is 13 to 3. Ooh. Explorer with 13 kills, while Forsaken only gotten themselves a total of 3 kills. So it's not that good.
I mean, look at the goal lead. It's literally 10,000, right?
10,000.
So Explorer literally just snowballed through Forsaken, stomped Forsaken even on the goal, and the kills 13 to 3 and 31 assists.
Then I suppose that Monchichi will be the MVP, right?
For sure.
I'm pretty sure that Monchichi will be the MVP. We'll get some physical evidence that Monchichi will be the MVP in a while later. I believe that we can get that screen right up, and Monchichi,
That's right,
go.
man's digging for gold right now. He's the real gold here. 878 gold per minute here for gold Monchichi, and literally that gold digger is going for gold, and look, he's digging gold right now, physically and in game. He's the true gold god, right? Look at his farming.
The golden boy.
Yes, the golden boy. Hey, that's a nice catch. I've got to say, that is a nice catch. And I've got to say, Monchichi, he plays it objectively. So objectively, right? He plays it slow. He knows when fights are not supposed to be fought, right? So he knows that, oh, we're not able to catch this fight. We are going to be backing off. So even in the team fight, even all 4 of his teammates is dead, he's just going to be like, I'm just going to farm, right? I do not care about my team. The team depends on me. That's right. So everything relies on Monchichi. They are hypering onto Monchichi, and we're going to go into the highlight reel real quick, and we will see what we're talking about right now.
Of course, when it comes back to the highlight, I'm pretty sure that that very moment whereby we see Raibi going behind, that is the one that I want to focus on, because I'm pretty sure that there's so much things going on. Not everyone can catch that. Alright, so this 3 minutes and 20 seconds in double, completely ganged up. He's dead, no problems, no questions asked. And this is the one. This is the one. Look at Raibi, all the way behind all of the chaos happening. And then Flash. Whew, unfortunately, with just a sliver of health. Like literally a sliver of health.
And look at that. Raibi all the way behind, trying to catch, but Forsaken just all in the middle evolve. Look at Kai. Kai is getting caught out by Dora. So Dora did play an important role with Chow. And like I said, Chow can pick out the main damage dealer right now. And no matter how thick or how tanky you are, your team is definitely going to be all the way in the front line, and we did not catch it. I'm so sad now. But it's okay, we got the timing too, right?
Well, all in all, that is it. That is the game between Forsaken versus Explorer. And now that pretty much means that we have a single game that that Forsaken won. Yeah. We got a single match
that Explorer won.
That's right.
So
we are looking at a little bit of a change coming in for the tables, which we will bring to you guys in a while later. So only after the break, we'll show you guys more details on the tables, pump you guys up with more of that information. But as it is for now, the next game that's coming up, I believe we've got Impunity versus RSG?
No, Impunity SG up against Notorious Villains.
Oh, Notorious Villains.
That's right. I mean, RSG, they are going to be playing up against ALMGHTY, but we won't be here. I mean, Daryl and Jace will be here, right? I mean, Hungry Cast and Jace.
Yep, indeed.
Oh, we hope to see them soon, right?
We still have one more game before we pass the microphone and even the baton over to them. So make sure that you guys don't go anywhere. Go and grab yourself some drinks, grab yourself some H2O, because it is specially formulated to effectively replenish your lost fluids, minerals, electrolytes for the top performance. Because this short little break, you definitely want to go and drink, come back in, watch the MPL-SG at the top performance, or else how are you supposed to catch up to all of these action and remember exactly what all these players did?
I mean, the weather is quite dry, right? So
yes,
it kind of makes sense, right? I mean, or you can go for the old classic H2O, right? If you love that fizz, right? Like,
the chef's kiss?
I love fizz, but fizziness, okay, I wouldn't say it's too good for you, but it's nice to have once in a while, especially in this sweltering weather right now, right?
This is
so hot, right?
Yep.
I'm literally sweating, but you can't see.
We're gonna go and get ourselves some H2O. So should you. So we're gonna be back again in about 10 minutes while everything is setting up for the next team to go. So don't go anywhere. Notorious Villains versus Impunity SG coming up.
over. Turn yourself in!
Alpha, stall them!
Darn it! I was so close! Let's not waste time here. We need to disconnect the citizens from their avatars.
It's time to give you an upgrade.
of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the MPL-SG. We're going to be looking at match 2, game 1 between Notorious Villains fighting against Impunity SG. And I really hope that you guys are seated tight and ready for some great performance. And if you're not seated tight just yet, that means that you haven't gotten yourself some Secret Lab chairs. Hey. The award-winning comfort for long hours of work and play, used by esports professionals from all over the world. This is definitely the chair that you'll want to get yourself on. And this time we're going to be sitting on the Omega. Got a few times that we sat on Titan. Soft with Titan. Soft with Omega, whatever it is, there's like a lot of
different variants. So if you do want to check out more at Secret Lab, you can go to secretlab.co, right? And you can view like your professional MLBB player or even other games. But we are here to talk about Mobile Legends. Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna be just like us. You get to feel just like us, or to feel like the professional players that they are sitting on the Secret Lab chair, right?
Yep, indeed. Well, I hope that you guys have enjoyed match 1 so far in that entire best of 3 matchup. We sure did enjoy it ourselves as well, but the next game has got to go underway. You guys should be ready. We are ready, very much ready. My name is Abstract. With me here is Vertigo. We'll be running with you guys throughout the entirety of the game for Notorious Villains versus
Impunity. That's right, and we're going to show you the table real quick right now. So as of the previous game, Explorer did 1-2 up against 1 against Forsaken. So the table is currently updated right now. So Forsaken still at the bottom right now with Impunity SG. So if Impunity SG were to win this, they're going to be probably above Explorer if they were going to take this game, right? I mean, but the deficit is a little bit far, right? Even if you win 2 games on the side of Impunity, you still can't overtake Explorer, right? And ALMGHTY here still standing strong, but Notorious Villain still standing at a 0 match loss.
This is where, I mean, if you think about it, we are pretty much looking at games from the top and the bottom now. We've got Explorer and Forsaken fighting against one another, and thus we've got an answer as to out of 4 games, Explorer won 1. Out of 4 games for Forsaken, unfortunately, they haven't won 1 yet. Impunity is the next one, which we are going to see the the 4th game in to their name. Are they going to get 1 win to their name, such like Explorer did, or are they going to be joining Forsaken down below?
Wait, hold up. I think there could be an upset, right? I mean, Notorious Villains have that 3 wins match on their name right now. Impunity have 0 win and literally 3 loss. So it's literally polar opposites now between Notorious Villains against Impunity. But if Impunity were to clutch up against Notorious Villain, it would be a major upset, and later on in the day, Notorious Villains could actually get knocked down if ALMGHTY were to overtake Notorious Villains, switching place with them at 3rd place.
So a lot of things and many other things may happen, and all these kind of random curveballs may be thrown right at us because we don't know how the pitcher eventually throws, only until it hits
right in the face.
I mean, yeah, that will be a dead ball, but
straight to your face, giving you a humongous black eye, like Forsaken's drafting.
I don't think that a black eye is the only thing that you'll get. You'll probably get some kind of a concussion from all of that.
Exactly, and just how like Forsaken got a concussion from that super unorthodox picks in that 2nd game, giving the game away to Explorer and giving Explorer a chance to actually close out the game in Game 3.
But now, I guess one of the next important thing that we should find out and listen into is to listen to the thoughts of what Notorious Villains have got to say, as well as to what Impunity SG have got to say about one another. So let us just roll the clip and listen in.
How would you describe yourself as an ML player? Like, what kind of player are you?
I can say I'm a very aggressive player. I like to take that chance to kill people, annoy people like
Get an early kill.
Yeah,
harass.
it's my kind of playstyle. I just like to catch people because maybe I used to be a mid laner, so that's why it brought off to my support kind of playstyle.
You're only 17 years old. How do you get that now?
It all started from my secondary school during Set 1. My senior introduced me to ML during my recess. Then I got hooked up by them. The more I play, the more fun it gets.
Okay.
They have some global presence because they have another team in Cambodia. Unfortunately, they didn't do well. Still, they are showing themselves up in the M2 then. I hope they're able to achieve something here.
Now, this is a local squad.
Yeah, maybe they get like number 7.
Number 7, that's second last.
Hey, it's still top 7.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they'll be the villains of the MPL. I've already seen them from the start already, and I know that some of them have the play style that you want to taunt your opponents. I can see how that can get on some people's nerves, but we will see who taunts harder during the game.
And there we go. We'll see who taunts harder in this game. Is it gonna be Notorious Villains, or is it going to be Impunity?
I mean, taunts are going to be coming out everywhere. It's going to be coming out from Notorious Villains and Impunity SG, right? It's going to be coming on left and right non-stop.
Impunity SG, they've got quite a protege kind of a squad. They have a lot of very young individuals.
I mean, Miku is only at the age of 16, right?
16, 17, my God.
Even Rizal is only 18 and just young potential leaking right now. Literally leaking of potential.
Yeah, they're leaking in potential, you're leaking in energy.
Who? I'm leaking with energy. What about you? Are you leaking? I'm leaking with excitement and energy right now.
Indeed. That's pretty much all of us, especially those people that are sitting at home watching all these play out. I mean, this is MPL-SG after all. Every single one of these teams, they are phenomenal. They are strong. They are the elites of the elites. So we'll pretty much see how strong they can be in the subsequent games. But you know, speaking of games, I guess the MLA, Mobile Legends Adventure, is a game that you'll want to dabble into. With that casual and idle game with the same kind of world-building aspect that Mobile Legends Bang Bang has, you can take a look at Mobile Legends Adventure with its new upcoming hero, Selena. So there is also major mode update, so you can just go ahead and unlock her exclusive gameplay to claim Selena for free, as well as to unlock her story. Take a look at the limited time CD key, MLAX MPL, as well as a verbal CD key that I'm about to tell you guys, MLA 999. So just type in all of that special gifts over to you guys, and you can exchange it for rewards within of MLA. Download the game and log in now.
I mean, it is a calling to those adventurers who have been idle away from the game, right? It is an idle game, so it is it's another version of ML. It's called MLA, right?
It's an adventure.
It's an adventure. So speaking of adventures, is a calling for those who actually idle away from the game a super long time. It's time to, you know, take that reward, right? It's going to take that reward. You're going to capture all that thing that has been storing up over time since it's an idle game. Hey, speaking about games, if you want more actions from MPL-SG, give our Instagram a follow, right? Like our Facebook page. Just scan the QR code that is right below us. And, you know, not to mention, we have a milestone giveaway, and we are now currently at how much? 9,000?
I think we're looking at about 9,800 plus. So you can definitely just follow us on Facebook as part. You can take a look at the QR code over there. So make sure you go scan that QR code. Speaking of QR code as well, there is another QR code over there. You can just join in the treasure hunt at the PvP MPLI arena. If you can't scan the QR code, it's okay. I got your handle. Just all you got to do is type in www.pvpesports.gg onto your browser address and just enter in, take a look at that virtual space and just navigate yourself around there, and you'll be able to find yourself some nice little treasure.
You get to see him too.
Unless you want to call me as a treasure, then you know.
You're definitely a treasure, Eugene. But hey, anyway, speaking of treasure, there will be a random epic skin chest and a team merchandise if you vote, basically not vote, actually nominate and win the teams that actually won. So the opening time will be around 10 a.m. on Monday, actually 6 p.m. on Monday, and it will be closing on Saturday, 10 p.m., right? And if you want to know more, please head down to www.pvpesports.gg/MPL-SG.
Of course, random epic chest, as well as, random epic skin chest, as well as merch. Man, skins. Who doesn't like skins?
I love skins.
That's why our Facebook milestone giveaway includes skins.
That's right.
Skins, heroes too.
Yeah, I mean, that's if we actually reach 20,000 followers. And
I'm sure it's possible.
For sure,
all
it's possible.
supportive users.
Whoever is supporting us, wherever you're watching from, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, anywhere in the world, right? Just give us a follow. Help us out. You get something free in return, right? You have the skin with the corresponding permanent hero. If you already have that hero, you're going to get literally gold back, right? You get that battle points back, and not only that, a free skin, and you have 20 hero shards, 100 magic dust, and you get the spawn effect and the recall effect. But it's only a trial, but you know, it's still free, right?
And we Singaporeans love some free things. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you guys have been enjoying everything else so far. And I'm going to take this advantage, right? I'm going to use this advantage. Take a look at that advertisement down there. If you're interested to find out how big, how small that thing is.
It's, okay, use my hand as comparison.
Kind of like use my hand as comparison as well.
It's literally a tiny little, how do I put this, pocket case?
I mean, it's pretty easy to pocket this down into your jeans, so no problems whatsoever. Let me just go through a little bit more about the Esports GTW 2070 hybrid, right? So we've got the entire earbud case right about here. We got a dongle that helps you deliver zero latency from one place to another, which is
Neatly zero latency, right? Especially as gamers.
Just kind of like plop it in and all you got to do, then it blinks. So it pretty much means that it's connected and you'll be able to use your earbuds then pretty easily. Open it up, the case, we are also looking at 2 earbuds, not one, unless,
if you want to use one.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes some people want to use one, no judgmental, because sometimes you want to get yourself ahead in the world, you want to listen to what's going on.
Ambient surrounding hearing, right? I mean, I've got to say, it's the dongle, it's literally the size of my finger, as you can see. I have very small hands. It looks like I have
that's the left.
No, it's the other side. But anyways, GTW 270 hybrid from Epos. It's amazing. Take a look at this, guy. It is
low profile.
Yeah, it's so low profile. It's slick along with the ears, and it is engineered for gaming. So that is amazing, amazing quality too, right?
Oh my god.
Where? It has an ergonomic shape. It fits into your ear so you do not suffer from ear fatigue, right? That's what Epos is striving for. Not only they strive for comfortability, they aim for sound excellence too on the side of Epos.
Kind of holds that pretty well.
Go. You're going to try shaking, right? Hey, it doesn't come out. It does not fall off. Hey. I mean, and those got whiplash?
A little bit.
You need jaw heads to eject you back.
Well, one thing's for sure, it won't come out.
For sure, it won't come out. And it is sweat-proof, if I'm not wrong. Is it sweat-proof? Not too sure about that. But if you do want to check out these headphones, right, you just head on to Epos, right? Go into Google, just type in Epos, the new GTW 270 hybrid. It's a hybrid, so for sure it has something special about it. And probably the drivers, maybe a balanced armature, to balance out the sound, gain that high, gain that mid, and gain that low.
Let's take a look at the players lineup after we have got a really nice talk about GTW 270 hybrid. 270 hybrid. So make sure you pick that up and understand what's going on with Epos earbuds. But for now, let's take a look at Notorious villains.
We have Kolia, we have Dara, we have Suna, we have MLBB, and we have Fenrir. And on the bench will be Aeon OCE. I mean, I'm just going to call him Aeon OCE.
Aeon OCE. Aeon, I don't want to butcher your name, I'm sorry. But, okay, so let's take a look at their roles and playstyles, or rather more likely towards their roles, right? Kolia is going to be their support roamer. We're looking at Dara that plays in the gold lane. Suna, once again, we are looking at him as the carry. Imbued onto the EXP lane, and Fenrir onto the tank roamer. For the tank roamer, he looks pretty intimidating. If he comes at me with a jawhead, I will be scared.
I mean, he kind of looks like jawhead too, right? He looks like he's going to be charging at you with that immediate serious face, right? Everyone has their game face on right now, right? Even actually we do have our game face on right now too.
The jawhead's a little girl.
Controlled by a little girl, but the robot is actually Fenrir. There's always a robot uprising here, right? You may never know. It's like the Terminator. But that's enough about Notorious Villains. We're going to be moving on to Impunity SG. We're going to take a look at the lineup right now. We have Thinking, just kidding, it's a reminiscence. And we have Takeaway, not having here, but a Takeaway. And we have Miku at a stunning age of 16 only, and Tiny at the age of 18.
17, I think.
17, yeah. Tiny's at 17. Rum, I think Rum is...
I can't remember.
Oh, I mean, it's not Rum, but we have a new player. We have Soren. We actually haven't seen Soren.
Soren, huh? I don't think I have much information about Soren at all.
Not a single information about Soren right now.
Rizal is actually not part of their lineup here today.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested to find out what's going to be happening. Reminiscent, let's take a look. He is the carry of the team. We've got Rizal that is not here, but he's supposed to be the EXP laner. So we can pretty much expect that Soren is playing at the EXP lane.
For sure.
Tiny is the tank roamer. We've got Takeaway and mid support, and finally Rum on goal. But Rum is in the sub.
Yeah, so Soren should be going to go EXP lane. Most probably.
Yep. Then Miku is the mage support, right?
Yeah, for
mage
sure.
Support and Takeaway as the tank roamer. Actually, I can't exactly know what's going to be their lineup.
They could have a lane swap.
Yeah, they could definitely go for a lane swap because there is, like, for example, week 1, day 1, game number 1, we've got Reminiscent as the carry always, Rizal EXP lane always. Takeaway in game 1 was Tank Roamer, but game number 2, Tiny was a Tank Roamer. Mage support.
What a change.
Yep, game number 1, Miku was a mage support, but for game 2, Takeaway was a mage support. And then game 1, gold lane was Tiny, and then game 2, Ramaram was gold.
I mean, they did sub out Ramaram, sub in Ramaram.
It's kind of like a three-way swap.
Yeah.
One thing's for sure is that Rizal as well as Reminiscent is always in their same role.
Yeah, for sure.
But except that now Rizal is not in the game. So
probably not even in the team anymore.
Or it's kind of hard for us to tell.
Yeah, who knows, right? I mean, if you all have any question for Impunity SG themselves, you can contact them on Facebook too, right? Any sort of platform, there will be Impunity SG, not to be confused with the other team that is in Cambodia, right? So we have Impunity KH and now we have Impunity SG. So if you all need more information, you all want to ask them, you can head down straight to the Facebook. But Rizal's not here, so probably Soren is going to be overtaking Rizal's role, right?
If you guys, like once again, if you guys have any questions, make sure you guys can also post it up right at the comment section, or you can also reach out for us in our social media platform, such as Abstract. You can find me, just kind of DM me, ask me any question, I will answer them. And if I have the opportunity as well, if there is any time to kill, I can just pull up my Instagram, DM me. If you guys have any questions, I will take a look at the questions and answer them on stream.
Exactly, but just before you follow Abstract, you got to follow the milestone giveaway that is going to be happening too, right? So it's a free-for-all, right?
It's a free-for-all.
The moment we hit that 20,000 followers on Facebook, it's free stuff. Literally free stuff will come flowing into you, right? It's good. Who doesn't like free stuff? We are Singaporeans, and this is the first season of MPL-SG Singaporeans. We're going to show them what Singaporeans are about. Kiasuness. Literal kiasuness.
Kiasu, kiasi, kialang.
I thought it's kias. Wait, I can't Hokkien. I'm so sorry, I can't Hokkien. So it's kiasu, kiasi. Oh, I thought it's
kiasu means scared to lose.
Yeah, like FOMO.
Kiasi is scared to die. Kialang
Okay. Scared of people? Are we scared of people? I'm not sure. I mean, it's COVID, so we gotta be scared of people. And remember, guys, when you are outside, please wear your mask. You know, sanitize your hands. Keep as hygienic actually.
It's pretty much the same thing.
Same. You know, tomato, right?
Yeah, tomato, potato. But
we're going straight into the band pick right now, guys. So
the band I can't.
You can't English anymore. Abstract cannot English anymore, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going straight into the band pick right now for Notorious Villains up against Impunity SG. Immediately banning off is Matilda and Angela.
Nothing out of the ordinary so far. Rafaela is going to be thrown right into the pool too.
Your team is
How about the
banning.
next one? Because Jawhead is immediately being thrown into there as well. So Jawhead's gone, Rafaela, Angela, Matilda is gone. Paquito and Benedetta is still out there. But I wouldn't be surprised if Paquito is going to be leaked through, or perhaps even Benedetta being leaked through. Because understandably, Benedetta, yes, have a very high pick rate, but when it comes to bans, it's not exactly very high. I'm kind of surprised that Impunity actually went up for the ban on Natalia. Natalia slipped through the bans many times, but no one ever went for a pick on Natalia.
Okay, honestly, Natalia would be a good pick that slips through in a public match. But now, on the side of Notorious Villains and Impunity SG, they know each other play style. It's either Impunity did scream up against Notorious Villains and they know their play style and they're going to be banning off Natalia, or not, they are just going for the normal public match ban, which is Natalia.
Well, Natalia, once again, I'm still just kind of surprised, right? Being banned out every now and then, but never ever picked.
Exactly.
Never.
And I mean, Khaja is still open, right? Oh, Selena slips right through, and Selena is going to get picked up almost immediately here for the side of Impunity SG. Uranus too slips out of the ban.
Yep, Uranus is in. We are also looking at Benedetta that is going to be picked up by Notorious. Villains.
Oh, just broken heroes from left and right.
Yeah, I suppose so. I wouldn't say that Selena or perhaps even Benedetta is broken by any means, but they do have their, they have their pros and cons. There's something good about them, there's something bad about them, especially for Selena, right? Really good in the early stages of the game, but when it comes to the later stages, then it just kind of like fell down like into oblivion. It's just like, Selena? Who's Selena?
Okay, I've got to say, I've got to agree with you. Yeah, she's squishy, but she has the potential to actually catch people out. But
only in the early stages.
Yeah, only in the early stages. But if you are fast during the late game and everyone is splitted away, let's say Benedetta, if you're fast enough, you're not going to get caught by Selena. But if that abyssal arrow lands,
Your team is banning.
That abyssal arrow lands, you're dead meat. But hey, on the side of meat, Impunity SG is going to be picking up Granger and Chow. So Chow will be picking up people selectively right now, and Notorious Villain will be picking up Baxia. So Baxia is actually Uranus counter, right? And they are going to be picking on the side of Uranus, so it will aid Uranus. So on the side of Impunity SG, they can't go for those regens like, you know, Yuzhong or even Balman.
Yeah, I mean, they can, just that they gotta be really careful. Because understandably, when it comes to Yuzhong, right, Yuzhong always dives into the back lines of the enemy's lines. Like, whenever there's like double mages, you just jump right in to deal with the mages. But in this case, it does seem like they don't have any mages just yet. And to add salt into wound, Yuzhong is bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, Abstract, but I've got to say, the moment you say something, it's really going to happen. And Yuzhong immediately gets banned. Like you said, you say one thing, the other thing happens. So you say Yuzhong is open, instead Yuzhong gets banned, right? And
Your team
Eve is banned on the... Eve is going to get banned off on the side of Impunity SG and Vayne. Oh, there is a Fasa too. It is open for options for Fasa. But if Impunity misses out that Fasa, Notorious Villain is definitely going to pick up on that Fasa, or even...
Could be Kagura.
Yeah, exactly. And you're still on that Kagura,
Your
man.
team is
Could it be the Kagura? I doubt so.
I doubt so.
I doubt
Actually, I really have no idea. Because
I was just about to say Chang'e.
Okay.
I was literally just about to say Chang'e.
You know what? Notorious Villains banning out the Yuzhong is kind of a waste, in my opinion. Like, if they are kind of dead set in the picking that Baxia as well as the Chang'e, there really isn't a massive need for them to actually ban out the Yuzhong, unless, like, yeah, I can understand if they are afraid of Yuzhong, they do not want to give him any or any ways for him to go online. But the Chang'e is just doing things pretty done strong. And not to forget, Chang'e is just doing things pretty done well, especially when dealing against the Yuzhong. You know, the Meteor Shower deals a lot of damage on the Chang'e.
It's stat. Percentage damage.
Onto Yuzhong, yes. And Bugs just tortoise spawns and literally everything else.
Whoa, hold up.
1-1.
We haven't seen a 1-1 game at all, right? Am I right? Not a single one.
Let me double confirm that, because I think right now the only confirmation I have is regarding week 1. And 1-1 is...
No, there's no 1-1. This is the first time there is a 1-1 right now.
There's no 1-1.
And Ram is going to be... Wait, hold up. So Soren... Oh yeah, Soren is playing, Ram is playing. So Ram will probably be picking out Paquito. Actually, Impunity SG will be picking out Paquito right now. But on the side of the Notorious Villains, Roger is open. So Uncle Roger will be here to destroy you. But do not forget, on the side of Impunity SG, they do not have much peeler apart from Cho and Paquito. So they're probably going for that Forsaken vibe, right?
Yeah.
I feel they're going for that Forsaken vibe. As on the side of Notorious Villains, they are going for the all-rounder, you know, more balanced team. I can peel, I can do damage, I can rush back lines to you. So, you know, Notorious Villains, they are playing it safe.
A little bit too greedy, in my opinion.
On the side of Impunity?
Yes, on the side of Impunity, right? Okay, so we are going to be expecting to see Miku as well as Takeaway right smack in the middle, understandably. Miku as the support, Cho as the tank or roam tank. We should be looking at Granger in the middle lane, and every now and then he'll be rotating over to the buffs at the blue and then the red. And as for the 1-1, we've seen 1-1 before in some other very greedy tech plays, such as 1-1 putting herself onto the gold lane, just so that she can farm up and just kind of get herself ready for the later stages of the game. But the thing about these kind of lineup, a double marksman lineup, that means that it's very dependent on the middle hyper carry, right? Because the whole point about this game is that they are able to win the lane in middle, and then that pretty much means that the lane that 1-1 is in, that pretty much means that they have gotten decent amount of control throughout the map. 1-1 would not be, tackled by anyone that easily, and thus it should give 1-1 a lot of space and time to farm. So from that point on, it's more of, instead of winning the game by a little, this lineup means that you want to win this game by a landslide, or you just get completely decapitated.
Oh wait, hold up. But I have to say this. 1-1 is super squishy. It's super duper squishy.
Is that okay? Yep.
Okay, she has damage. I have to agree with you. She can go through a landslide. She can snowball the team. But how much can she actually do? Right? She can't do, I would say, that much. 1-1 could actually damage the game and bring it to a 1-1.
Get out.
I'm so sorry.
You're leading everything just to say that pun?
Yeah, I'm leading everything just to say that pun. But actually, I'm trying to make a point here. On the side of Notorious villains, they are super thick, right? Look at that.
I suppose so. And Buse immediately jumping in between to proxy the lane, and Buse is just trying to do whatever that he can right in the center, and of course, trying to exert some pressure. Notorious villains started out this fight all by jumping into the opponent's buff, and that makes absolute sense because they know, for a matter of fact, that Impunity...
oh, that sidestep from Fenrir though.
I don't know how far this is going to go, because that is going to be a complete 3v3 if they allow...
Oh, takeaway very low, but look at Ram trying to save takeaway here by jumping onto Dara.
Yup, Suna is in the wolf form. Reminiscent just going to be continuing his farm down in the bottom lane. The Notorious villains tried their very best to suffocate Impunity SG out of all of the big buff. You can pretty much see Reminiscent doesn't have the blue buff on himself. The only thing that he has is the red buff. So Notorious villains did manage to kind of suffocate them just by a wee bit.
Oh, the Abyssal Arrow catches onto Fenrir here, and Miku dealing a little bit of damage onto Fenrir right now. I mean, he has that aggression, but look at him, he is very low on mana right now in the mid lane.
Reminiscent is already at level 4.
Oh, Kolia jumping onto Takeaway. Takeaway looking very low, going to be first blood, going over to the side of MLBB right now. What a catch by Kolia, giving the kill over to MLBB.
Yeah, Takeaway pretty much knew that he was dead and thus went up for a final emote at the last second.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, he kind of just stood there and just like, yeah, I'm dead. Kill me.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's trying to slow down the gameplay too, but look on the side of Envy here, trying to secure the turtle. Fenrir using the meteor shower, trying to lower the health of Turtle right here. But do they have the retribution? But instantly taken down would be Suna.
And just like that, unfortunately, we did not quite get the message as to who is the one that took the turtle though. So with that all said, Notorious villains versus Impunity SG. As it is for now, Impunity, well, they do have...
Oh, look at Ram. Ram trying to catch on.
Ram. Not dead. Did not kill as well. Very close though in that fight against Winners as well as that box here.
Look at, okay, I've got to say, oh, Fenrir's going to get caught up by Miku right here. Secured by Miku. Reminiscence dealing most of the damage actually onto Fenrir, but Miku will be there to secure it. But look at Ram putting the aggression onto Zara, and here comes Kolia running down from the mid lane all the way to the bottom lane here, and Zara is going for the dive onto Ram, but he knows that Ram can actually clutch this out.
My oh my, I just keep getting confused by the Paquito. Like, is it the bottom? I thought that was a Cho.
It looks like a Cho, right? It looks
like the same silhouette, the same damn silhouette. And it's relatively tough for me to tell. But I think that turtle eventually went over to the side of Impunity, considering the fact that Impunity does have a greater...
Look at MLBB all the way in. Kolia there to stop everybody. Here comes the Abyssal Arrow, and easily dodge is Mr. Uncle Roger. Here is Suna. Suna is not going to make a mistake anymore. He did get caught out.
I gotta give it over to Impunity though. This is a really good starting game for themselves. They did not allow Notorious villains to kind of steamroll over them. They have got a pretty pretty good lead as of right now. I believe that Reminiscent has got a pretty good amount of gold onto his name, 1.6 thousand gold as compared to Suna with 1.2 thousand, and not to forget, we also have Soren with 1.6 thousand gold as the 1-1. So as time slowly goes by, and the longer this game drags, Impunity SG will definitely have a lot more of a stronger late game and a stronger back.
Oh, Electro coming out. Ram looking a little low. Gonna get taken away, but here comes Takeaway with the double man stun up. Knock up, actually. So sorry. On to Suna on Collier. What a play.
Yep, the turtle is now going to be...
Oh, jumped right into the Abyssal Arrow is MLBB, but they envy here. Notorious Villains are trying to secure out that turtle and take away. Collier just zoning out Takeaway.
Takeaway slowly making his move right down to the bottom lane. There's really nothing much that they can do with the turtle, but unfortunately, Notorious will be the one that takes right out. Venra goes straight down to the hands of Reminiscent. A little bit of an overextension from the side of Impunity, but all goes well for them. Amount of kills that Impunity SG has gotten for themselves, this is looking pretty darn good. Reminiscent is even trying to get the purple buff off for himself, and of course Retribution is used to secure that purple buff. Notorious Villains would now have a very, not that good of a lead.
Oh, good knockout onto Dara here, but it's a Uranus. Okay, to fight up against the Uranus. Look at the regen on Dara right here on the top lane. Ram looking to flash in, flicker in. What a flash from Dara!
That is a bad mistake from Impunity. Very bad mistake. You're fighting against the Uranus right under the turret's nose. No.
And he pops his ultimate at the right time to actually heal and actually regen his health all the way back at an insane speed. I must say, insane
power of the Uranus. What else can I say? Only are just gonna be, well, wheeling around, trying to do whatever they can, because trying to get a little bit more details and information as to where the members of Impunity is. But because of that small little death that Rararam gave over to Dada, things are starting to lead over to the side of Notorious Villains just by a little bit. But I gotta have to praise Soren as well as Reminiscent though. They have been farming pretty well. Good
look at Ram.
Being picked up by Reminiscent. Rararam is definitely going to go straight down to the hands of Dada, but take away Reminiscent and Miku. Joins in the fray. Things are not looking good. Way on Dragon. Round top of Suna. Suna gets himself away. Takeaway takes himself in the front of the seat, but he will still be alive as he managed to just soak up as much damage as he can from the members of the forest.
Look at MLBB all the way in the mid lane running at the front, but I've got to say, Fenrir with that meteor shower to disengage Impunity was at the right timing, but on the side here, Impunity is going to take advantage of that zone, and they are going to be trying to secure out that turtle. And here we have Envy, Notorious Villain trying to catch it down, contesting for the turtle right now, but look at Takeaway in the middle of it all. Envy are pushing on the aggression, but look at the side here, from the Rob with the double knockup on Nicola and Fenrir. Nicola looks super duper low, here comes the killing spree coming in, Reminiscent and Takeaway is going to go down, Rob is going to go down too. Look at Soren, here they are going for the team wipe, but Soren is going for the kite, but no, it's a full flawless team wipe here from Notorious Villain.
Impunity bites the dust after a very scuffed fight against the Notorious Villains. That is going to be free turrets all over the board and free real estate for the Notorious Villains. The top lane, bottom lane, middle lane is going to be absolutely clear. And at this point onwards, Notorious Villains is very likely going to have a, well, oh man.
An econ. It's going to hurt the econ so bad.
Yeah. Is just going to be exponential growth for Notorious Villains as it is for now. As long as Notorious Villains continues to just kind of hold down the 50 line, or perhaps even further than that, ensuring that Impunity SG is completely starved out with farm, unable to do anything, that is where Impunity SG's two-man marksman lineup is going to fall. I'm not a big fan of the brute force breastplate.
Oh, look at Soren eating the whole of Meteor Shower right now.
Painful, absolutely painful. Bottom lane second turret is going to be under siege by Notorious Villains. They're just hammering this turret away, and that is going to be an easy turret down for Notorious Villains. How about the top lane? It's also down. Middle lane, the second turret is going to be the last thing remaining. Notorious Villains is just making their mobility, or rather making their movements pretty interesting, and things are moving extremely fast. Impunity SG, they are grouping up together a little bit too much. If Notorious Villains jumps in at the right time, things are definitely going to be a little bit squishy, and things are definitely going to get a little bit fishy.
That's right, and what a play from Notorious Villains right there. They played it slow. They know that they can reset that game. They challenged. They actually contested for the turtle, and that's when things actually turned around. Now Notorious Villains with a 6,000 goal lead here. Notorious Villains are just going to be snowballing right now, especially for Suna.
It is going to be a snowball after all. Take a look at Suna's items. At this point in time, it does seem like he's working towards an endless battle. He's got a wind talker as well as...
Oh, look at Kolia with the stun up onto takeaway, but look at Rum all the way in. But Dara and MLBB all the way back, instantly taken down. It's going to be Rum. He overextended by here. Look at this. Impunity all the way in. Dara all the way in.
Still alive.
Still tanking all that damage. Kolia just playing back and forth with his catapult ball. With that Baxia, and what a play, zoning out the whole of Impunity. Impunity just not trying to, are they going to contest for the Lord though? But look at Takeaway, and Reminiscence are trying to secure their Lord. Here comes the ultimate, but Lord is going to be instantly secured here by Suna.
So with that all said and done, Notorious Villains will have the Lord fighting in favor for themselves. I'm kind of surprised that Impunity SG actually didn't take a single turret for themselves. It's gonna be tough because they have no way to roam around. There's no control around this battlefield.
There's no money.
Yeah,
no gold.
Yeah, the only thing that Impunity SG could do right now is just
farm on minions.
Cower inside of the base.
Literally hiding their tails between their legs right now is Impunity SG, but they do have a chance to snowball back right now unless they played it to the late game. But just as you said, then Suna is going to be playing that endless battle. He immediately picks up that endless battle is Suna right now, and they're going to be playing their aggression onto the middle lane right now. Look at Kolia catching all the way in the back is Miku, and they are going to be zoning the whole of Impunity SG all the way back into the base. Impunity has no choice.
Reminiscent a little bit too far for my comfort. Kolia jumped right in. He tried to do a little bit of a distraction. Ram is just going to be engaging right on top of Dara. He's going to be the frontliners, but he's not going in. A bit Aimai at this point of time. But the middle lane inhibitor turret is now currently being under siege. Notorious Villains barging right in. They are ready to put all out fight right onto Impunity. The meteor shower is definitely going to be one of the painful things, and Bruce gets himself away with such a critical amount of health, and everyone else from Notorious Villains immediately settled all the way in onto the core, ending the game in 11 minutes and 20 seconds.
Alright, I've got to say, Soren picked that 1-1. Did you see the only time he get his ultimate up was when everyone of Envy is in the base. And when he ulties, there was literally 0 damage.
So they're basically poking.
Yeah, they're basically poking. With a toothpick, it's literally, no, toothpick actually hurts. It's just tickles. It just tickles you. It doesn't hurt. I mean, if I take a toothpick and poke it at you, it's gonna hurt. But this literally just tickles. Look at that. She only builds that BOD and guys, and is literally so far behind. She is very, very far behind. I mean, Notorious Villain, they pushed so much. Look at Zara with the Thunderbelt, Anticurus. He's just gonna snowball. Suna with the Endless Battle, Wind Talker, and the jungle item too.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Impunity SG didn't do that badly in the
not that bad
half of the game. I think up until like 5 minutes, where they got completely team wiped at that very point of time. That is where everything, well, just kind of crumbled, right? Crumbled into shambles. Because Notorious Villains, from that point on, they had control of the turrets, they had control of the lanes, they had control of the 50 line.
And the Lord too.
And the Lord too. So there really wasn't anything for Notorious Villains to be too afraid of. So they just need one good fight, right?
Basically,
fight,
that was
everything.
The turtle contest, right? So from that turtle contest, Notorious Villain came in all the way from the top side of the jungle, immediately just went an all-out aggression onto Impunity. And Impunity has no choice but to back off, but they weren't fast enough. And you have to think, Soren playing that 1-1. 1-1 is a super late game hero, right? She has that late game potential, but she does not have the space to farm.
Exactly. So that kind of baffles me a little bit as to why they decided to go for a greedy pick as to having Ranger and one. So I hope that they do change a little bit and just kind of understand that, oh yeah, we can't do this, we can't do that, blah, 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 blah. But in the meantime, we're also going to be looking at the post-match analysis over here. We're going to be looking at the rich guy and the carry, both by Abuse, and of course, Dara with a massive amount of damage taken, just absorbing so much. Tuna with a total of 7 assists.
Look at Dara, he absorbs so much damage, right? He's
And
absorbed,
still deals a lot of damage.
and he dealt the most damage amongst his team on the side of Notorious Villain. He did 30,000 damage, and he took 77,000 damage. So the more you take, the more you give, right? That's Uranus, mentality right there.
I'm kind of surprised still. And Boost is the one that has the most kill and the most goal. I suppose that there isn't a lot of time for Roger to go online, and thus the Roger with only like 12,000 gold. I mean, this is like an investment, right? Roger is more of like a, I mean, he is a late game hero. So you're not supposed to see Roger like going all out and above for the game. And only at the later stage of the game, then you will start to see Roger popping up on the line and just ripping everyone to shreds.
It's literally such a fast game. I mean, Notorious Villain, the moment they saw that opportunity, they're just gonna immediately take it.
Well, Notorious Villains definitely gave us quite a show.
It was fast.
That was like a sub 12 minutes game.
I've got to say, it was a literal slap to the face.
Yes, it is.
Instant slap to the face to Impunity, right? Impunity, they were like, hey, we got the lead, right? They thought they had the lead, but Notorious Villain comes and slaps you straight into the face without you even knowing. It's just literally 12 minutes a game, right? It was so fast. Like, there was no chance to react on the start of Impunity, especially that 1-1. You do not have space, right? You played 1-1, you do not have space, that's it. You're dead meat.
I'm really interested to find out how the next game is gonna be like between them. I really hope that Impunity don't go for any more
funny picks.
I wouldn't say that one was funny picks, but more of greedy picks. You can go greedy if you know that if you know for a fact that NV is bad at closing out games. Then that I can understand. But quite on the contrary, Notorious Villains really know how to close out games. They will find every opportunity and nitpick anything and everything to use that as an excuse to let's end the game.
So basically, they're finding the Achilles heel.
Pretty much, yes.
So the moment they find Achilles heel, that's it. They're gonna poke at it. They're not even gonna poke at it. They're gonna destroy you with it, right?
Yeah, they're bringing a jackhammer. It's just like...
It's like taking a jackhammer and just smashing you behind your knees.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
Instantly bring you to your knees. And it's just gonna hurt you like mad, losing the game.
And even probably shatter your bones. And Buse is going to be, after all, the MVP. Total of 4 kills, 5 assists, and 699 GPM. I didn't quite think that Abused would be the MVP because right smack where we just started.
It should be Dara, right? I felt it should have been Dara.
Yeah.
He soaked so much, he dealt so much. He should be the MVP, but the stats don't lie. Stats don't lie. So MBUSTC is going to be our MVP for the first game here.
One thing for sure, like just now I was talking about, like at the start of the game, one thing that MBUST did is just proxy the lane.
Yeah,
and got harassed the crap out of this 1-1. Like both of their HP is low, but MBUST HP is like even lower. And I didn't think that he would be able to like kind of spring himself back into the game, this kind of stuff. But it is what it is. He did manage to do that, and thus congratulations over to Notorious Villains for winning the first match. Let us just jump right into the highlights and understand exactly what has happened in between of these two games for match number 1. Match number 2, game number 1. Starting off with Takeaway being completely melted.
Exactly, and this is where you see, look at that. Impunity has a bit of cockiness to them. Look at that. Rum, got clutched out by Dara. So that's Dara turning point right there. And look at Rum just immediately demolished here. Dara still catching him off. But look at this. This is the fight that actually switched it all. Envy, yes, they got double stun, but look at Farah position right here. So well done. And Rum rushing in all the way. Dara still soaking up all that damage. Soren actually got squeezed in, managed to squeeze in an ulti, but here comes Dara, still standing so strong. Look at that. Soren not being able to do anything, immediately demolished.
I gotta say though, in the previous fight, Rum actually did a pretty good job in just kind of containing the enemies.
Yeah.
He's doing a pretty good job. He's pretty ballsy, if you ask me, very bold, and he's pretty aggressive as well. Sometimes maybe a bit too aggressive for his own sake, because in almost every highlight over there, he's the one dying.
He's the one that actually made the sacrifice for the team, right? Rum engaged. I've got to say, yes, he engaged. but
caught out quite a
got
few
caught
times
out.
as
I mean,
well.
the team. I think there was a communication breakdown right
I
there. I mean,
suppose
like he's
so.
like,
I
"Hey, I'm
suppose
going in." Then the team was like, "Wait, I'm not ready." And then he's already in. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm already in," right? And that's where I think that communication actually broken down, right? Communication is super duper important. But speaking of communication, we're gonna be communicating with you guys in about 5 minutes time. We're gonna go for a quick, short 5 minutes break right now. Guys, please stick around. We're gonna be right back real soon.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to MPL-SG. We're looking at the final game for the first half, and of course, I will not say it's final game. It's a final match of the first half, because at least that is the game that we are going to be covering, and that is going to be Notorious Villains fighting against Impunity. The both of them have went in and duked it out against one another in game number 1. Unfortunately, it did not work that well for Impunity, and the game has ended in like sub 12 minutes. So a little bit of a heart-wrenching moment for Impunity, but we'll see whether Impunity is able to come back up.
It could do an upset, right? I mean, Impunity are like literally young bloods leaking with potential. And that's where they can actually show that they are capable of something, right? But Envy, Notorious Villains are actually, quote-unquote, the veterans.
They are pretty much the veterans.
They were around for a long time, right?
Quite some time. And with these veterans in these games, I think that they are going to make pick bans pretty fast as well.
Very fast.
So let's take a look at the pick bans and see what has been going on, who's going to be picked, who's going to be banned. And speaking of picking, I guess pickled cucumbers and pickled, what else is there? Pickled pickles.
No, we have olives, we have cucumbers, we have tomatoes, we have lettuce, we have onions. I used to work
for
Subway back when I was only 15 years old.
You said that you wanted to like wipe your mouth or something like that?
Subway, fresh, literally fresh. And guys, they are having a promotion now, just $5.50, right, for 8 subs on 7 days a week. That's right, so 8 different subs, 7 days a week, and it's going to be all for $5.50, only 16 subs with a cookie and a drink. But speaking about that, we're going to go straight into the ban phase. Notorious Villains are banning off Jawhead and Rafaela immediately. And Impunity banning off Yutong too. What a respect ban coming out from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Rafaela being banned out again.
Non-stop.
Yeah, I mean, like the mage support kind of thing for Rafaela is like not gonna be the case anymore. But I'm kind of surprised in some sense that the teams have identified, like within team fights, like identified like, okay, this is the reason why we're losing. Because Rafaela is sick.
Your team is
because
banning.
for me as a caster, it will take me some time to realize that okay, the damage is here, the damage is here, the damage is here. But it would never really apply to me that okay, Rafaela is the main cause as to why this game is shifting like that.
That's true, but I mean, speaking about supports, Angel is going to be banned off here on the side of Impunity SG.
So is Selena.
Selena too. I mean, we are basically banning supports / peelers right now. The one that can actually initiate fights, right? So Notorious Villains and Impunity SG, they're banning off initiators basically, right? I mean, you have Rafaela stun, Angela can go into Yutong and Yutong can just charge right in. And Jawhead too, the moment Unstoppable Force comes down or even Jack. And look at that, just as I said it, Initiator. Paquito get banned off and immediately picked up is Matilda on the side of Notorious Villains. And Matilda actually played a super huge, important role on the side of Notorious Villains and Forsaken. So it could be the qualifier team strat, right? I mean, they love Matilda so much.
Impunity would probably... They're probably going to regret giving Matilda over to Notorious.
For sure.
She is fast. She is painful.
She's untouchable too, in a way. When she uses her ultimate, she goes round and round. She's basically playing ring around the rosy with your health.
Circling Eagle is pretty annoying. And of course, you can reactivate it again to apply some kind of knockback.
Yeah, for sure. And on the side of Impunity SG, they're going to be picking meta heroes. As per always, we have Benedetta and Uranus. I mean, yeah, they're kind of strong, I would say. Impunity did not actually went for the all-round in the previous round. pun intended.
Your team
but
is
on the
picking.
side here, it looks like they're not going to go for their greedy play again. But on the side of Notorious Villains, look at their draft picks. They are playing Eves and Cho along with Matilda. I've got to say, Eugene, instantly this tree would be enough to demolish the team. But let's see how Notorious tops off the cherry
Your
on
team
top of
is
this ice
banning.
cream that
Oh,
they potentially
no.
have.
Oh no, I can just imagine the roaming potential that Bruce and this Cho and Matilda have got in store for us. I can just imagine that. But looking at the fact that there is an Eve, there's a Eve and there's
Your
a
team
Matilda,
is banning.
that means that the Cho very likely is not going to be the tank roamer, instead is going to be the off laner. So picking the Cho up
Your
for
team
the
is
high and dry
banning.
is very likely going to be the case. First item straight in with the Blade of Despair, or perhaps even the Blade of Heptases.
Yeah, I mean, going for the base damage, right?
Flat out damage.
Whoa, is that
Your
the first
team
time
is
we've
banning.
actually seen a carry ban?
I mean, one of the first few times, I suppose.
Yeah, one of the first few times, probably in qualifiers, right? Probably in qualifiers too, but I mean, Granger banning off Granger is normal, right? And Baxia too, I mean, it's a normal standard ban. We have not actually seen a carry ban.
I believe the Notorious Villains, what they're going to be looking out for is very early stage heroes. Any heroes that kind of work in the early stages of the game. Yu Zhong, is he banned yet? Yes, okay,
Yeah,
Yu Zhong
he
is
is banned.
banned.
Your team is picking.
Any other side laners that can do very effectively in the early stages of the game?
I would say maybe Sylvana?
Sylvana's a good idea.
I mean, she can play early, mid, and late. I mean, she does have she can sustain in lane, honestly. She can sustain in lane. She has
Your
that
team is
potential. Oh, wait. Hold up. Is that a Khalid that we see?
Oh my god.
Whoa, we are seeing just different stuff coming out.
I do not like that.
Whoa, is that... Wait, could that be his tank Khalid?
Yeah.
No, I think the
I'm pretty sure
Uranus
that that's a
could be
tank Khalid. Nah, I'm pretty sure that Khalid is a tank Khalid.
You sure? Okay,
Yeah.
bet on it. Let's shake on it.
Let's check on it.
Exactly. And I feel that... Really? Are you sure? I mean, Khalid is so squishy.
Tank Khalid.
Sure. I'm going with the Khalid off lane and the Uranus tank. Not gonna lie. I mean, if Impunity were to use Benedetta to tank, I'm just gonna jump down the building and
No.
right?
Your
And Jace
team
and
is
Jace and Hungry Cuz are gonna see my dead body on the first floor.
Oh my god. Okay, so early stages of the game. Okay, so Roger does have pretty good dominance in the early stages, and Esmeralda is pretty sick on that regards as well. Esmeralda fighting against with a Uranus. I think that is pretty okay-ish as well. So they do have some goods in their own regards. Eve as well as the Matilda roaming around. Maybe they will just split up every now and then, but the early game potential coming in from Notorious Villains is really high.
I mean, I've gotta say, how did Esmeralda actually slip through? And Impunity not listening to their own mistakes, going for 1-1 again,
Okay.
but with a different lineup.
Yep, okay, so 1-1.
Really different lineup.
Yeah, so this is not that greedy in any regards. They're looking at 1-1 to go.
Snowball. I think they're trying to snowball 1-1 right now.
Yeah, okay.
But with reminiscence.
Okay, so here's my take. I do not like 1-1 as the hyper gem.
Why so?
Takes too long. Takes too long to go online.
That's true.
That's
very, very true. I mean, Roger has, definitely at a faster pace to come online as compared to 1-1. But 1-1 in the later stages too, she can outplay Roger if she is almost at the same time online as Roger, and she has to be fast. But just as you said, she takes too long, right? But that's how Impunity got to play. They got to play late game. They can't play the early game right now. As of their draft right now, they are super duper late game. I've got to say, super duper late. Apart from Fasa, actually.
I'm not a very big fan of Impunity lineup. But, you know, sometimes they can get something to work out. We'll see how that's going to go. The Soul Bloom activated coming from the side of Kolya, take away in the middle lane together with Miku, and thus that pretty much means that he is going to be the tank Khalid.
Oh man, I was wrong.
Yeah. I hate tank Khalid. I'm just going to put it out there. I hate tank Khalid. I hate it. I hate him not because he's too good, but I hate him because I just don't like the playstyle of a tank Khalid.
I mean, he can be a sort of like irritation at times, speaking about irritations, you can just use that cystine if you have irritation in your eye, right?
Indeed. If you have any sand in your eyes because of the fact that Raging Sandstorm coming from Khalid is pretty darn annoying and all that kind of stuff. But well, all in all, take away, jumping right onto Abuse. It does seem like Impunity is trying to go for a little bit of an early game lead by trying to move a little bit more and faster than Notorious Villains. As Impunity SG probably has already understood that if Notorious Villains would want to focus a little bit more onto the rotation.
Miku looking to gank onto Zara right now. Zara forced to use the flicker all the way back. Soren still running in the goal lane, looking actually pretty good.
Yep.
She looks pretty good. She seems like she's sustaining her lane pretty well right now, but I mean, apart from the gank from Kolia too, she's forced to be back. But let's take a look at the top side right now. MPL-SG up against Rum. Cho against a Uranus. Do you think he's going to come out alive from that?
It's very likely going to be Uranus. But in the longer run, Cho will be able to run.
Whoa, Reminiscence with a jump all the way into that front line. But look at Takeaway here, zoning everybody out. I've got to say that tanker lead is working well.
Ish. Too early to say that. We shall see. We shall see. Kolia, he's currently at like half HP, but popping up of the Soul Bloom should be able to get himself right back up in a jiffy, and should be able to get himself a pretty fast move on. And Buse gets himself all the way on top. Really good way of dragging. Reminiscent is 100% dead. First Blood heading over to the side of Abuse, and the rest of them coming from the Notorious Villains heading right up onto the alley of Impunity SG. Take away.
Forced to use that flicker. And I've got to say, what a play from MPL-SG. Easy. He used that first skill on that first phase, then the second phase. He waited for the third phase. The moment he gets that vision, he's gonna flicker over, knocks you up, and instantly kicks you back.
Yep, I don't think it's gonna matter a lot for Raram because I mean Uranus is pretty tanky after all. I don't think that even a Matilda would be able to pull down. But all in all, the amount of goal lead that Notorious Villains have at this point of time in 3 minutes is about 300. Okay, never mind, make that. What the heck is going on? What the heck is that amount of gold? It just
500. 600 right now.
Yeah, it was surging. It surged like crazy amount. It was like 300, then become 400, and immediately jumped to 500. And then now we're looking at 700. Back to 600. So the amount of gold farm that
the jump on to Takeaway.
Pretty good. We've got a Raging Sandstorm from Takeaway to use as a disengaging tool. Not exactly good, but Kolia is all the way at the back of the lines. We are looking at the fact that Asteroid from Miku brings down Matilda. That's going to be pretty good for the side of Impunity SG. But unfortunately, the rest of Notorious Villains, they are all pretty healthy.
Takeaway getting instantly popped down by real world manipulation there. And what a play from the side of Fenrir. I mean, Fenrir, he did have some sort of, he did use that real-world manipulation, right? He got that damage down.
Abuse doesn't really want to get himself into any trouble against Rum, but if he faced off against someone else, I can't remember the name, but in the meantime, Circling Eagle coming in from Kolia immediately rams Rum right into the
regen from Rum.
That is a little bit too much, too insane. And Buse even went for the way of the dragon, but unfortunately the burst damage is just not quite enough. We've got Kolia just gonna be running himself right back home, and it should be back into the game fast enough.
Exactly, and I mean, he's still kind of level right now. Notorious Villain with that 1,000 goal lead Takeaway, putting a little bit of aggression here onto Fenrir along with Kolia. So on the side of Impunity, they're playing it slow. They're not playing it as fast as in this game. They're taking it slow, they're checking out water. And MPL-SG here, Ram still looking a little low, but the help from Miku and Takeaway is here, but they are getting distracted by Kolia and the turtle just glitching out of the map right now, flickering in our eyes right now. I mean, if you guys can see, but look at Kolia and Suna right now.
Very aggressive. Oh, Circling Eagle. It's just knocking right onto Rum, but they have locked onto the wrong person. And Buse has picked up the Blade of the Heptases on top of his high-end drive. So this Uranus is probably not going to stay alive for long. Zara puts himself right into the faces of the enemies, have yet to use his Falling Star Moon, as Notorious Villains have mostly everyone's ultimate ready and raring to go.
And I mean, Fenrir just starting off with Enchanted Talisman and the Tough Boots, actually. Not asking for the mana. I mean, Enchanted gives you enough mana already, but look at Reminiscence along with Soren. Kolya is going to get a little bit of damage here. He's going to be... Oh, Raging Sandstorm comes on down onto Kolya, but takeaway is going to be disengaging right now. I mean, Kolya has that disengagement really fast. Like, no reaction time, literally. Just go on straight disengage.
Not gonna lie, Notorious villains have been...
Oh, Fenrir!
Ganks. But it's just not working well. I think the mobility of Impunity SG is just a little bit faster than Notorious villains have expected. The timing is just not that good.
It's faster than Notorious villains. So Notorious villains actually have to play their late game. I mean, Tuna is still not aligned. We haven't seen him do much of the impact. Oh, the double stun knockback actually on Takeaway and Reminiscence. Way of the Dragon onto Takeaway, trying to take him down. But look at that, Miku all the way from the back, trying to push on some damage right here. Cho getting taken down. Look at Takeaway. Ram getting a little bit of damage right now, and Suna immediately demolished. Wow, what a play.
That was scuffed. Notorious villains tried to force that fight out. They really tried to force it because of the early game, the slightly early game advantage that Notorious villains have. But it just didn't seem to be the way that they wanted, right? Because suddenly, like, 4 came up.
Oh, look at Ram. Just pushing it to the boundaries right here, along with Takeaway, and Zara. Real world manipulation from Fenrir comes out, right? And plus the feather airstrike too from Miku, trying to catch Dara out, but look at Takeaway. Takeaway is gonna take away nothing out of this fight, but look at Kolya all the way from the back, knocking back Miku, Ram, and Takeaway. Raging Sandstorm comes out onto Kolya, and look at Suna. Suna is here to destroy everybody. Instantly takes down Fasa. Look at Suna, he is going all in, trying to take Reminiscence down, but Reminiscence is just too fast.
I mean, we're talking about the Benedetta after all. Very slippery, very tough to get onto. But Notorious villains tried their very best to bring down the entire squad of Impunity. But the only thing that they managed to get is 3 kills to their name, as well as a single turret. Notorious villains, this game for Notorious villains is going to be a little bit longer than they originally expected because of how they drafted the game and, well, quite a lot of scuffed up clashes.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to agree with you, Eugene, but look at this. Tuna still slightly coming on online right now. Kolya wasting the flicker, trying to catch onto Reminiscence.
8 minutes down onto the clock. Dara hits himself a little bit too close for comfort onto the squad of Impunity SG. Reminiscent is playing as the Benedetta, which is very slippery, and they have tried to go for kills on the Benedetta for quite a few times, and I gotta say that Notorious villains must be a little bit annoyed at that very
Thorin just getting ganked right here. Takeaway trying to slow things down right now, and Embassy is forced back along with Suna. So Suna was in the middle of it all, getting targeted down, but look at Fenrir. Reminiscence trying to chase Fenrir down, and Kolya there to the rescue with Matilda.
Guiding Wind is such a great use for Fenrir, and just like that, immediately helped him get out of all the way. Impunity is not gonna get a free kill, not under Kolya's watch.
No way, and what a play from Kolya. It came in literally at the nick of time.
Oh, good lane swap coming from the side of Notorious villains. They have decided to deploy Dara up top to face off against Ram, while we'll have Cho down to the bottom lane. At this point of time, it's just Takeaway that just went into his face to kind of poke in a little bit, but it does seem like Abuse, he realizes he is not alone.
No, he's definitely not alone, and as you can see here, 4 men of the style of Impunity SG are trying to pressure the mid lane here, only leaving Fenrir actually. So Fenrir is not, I wouldn't say Fenrir is online right now. He is still slowly, oh look at Kolya in the middle of everything, so he's going to use that knockback. Raging Sandstorm not going to hit any, not even going to land on Kolya.
My god, Kolya is just right around the region. The Soul Bloom right behind the enemy lines. It doesn't seem like the Void Crystal did manage to do quite much. Kolya still behind. The Guiding Light brings him away, and a flicker to get himself out of harm's way. I'm surprised that Kolya even got away from all of that without a stash. And Impunity SG, they are unable to lock down your Notorious villains, and that is relatively sad.
It looks like they're going to be trying to go for a fight right now. 2 men knocks up onto Takeaway and Ram actually. And look at Takeaway and Ram still tanking so much damage here. Reminiscence trying to catch on to Zara. Zara gets stuck. Feather airstrike comes down. Raging Sandstorm not going to hit on anybody. Electro coming out, but look at Zara still sucking up the damage right now. MLBB. Look at Suna. Suna's gonna go all in. Suna's gonna go all in, trying to catch Rum, but look at Rum.
Online?
Still online, trying to run away with their regen. And Impunity is going to be able to get away because of Rum's tankiness and regen.
The movement speed is definitely an issue for Suna as well. Can't exactly land that final hit in as Rum constantly regenerates itself. Impunity SG has been very slippery and is always getting away with just by the skin of their teeth.
Oh, they're gonna catch on to Zara. Instantly wipes out here. Kolya not gonna be able to save him. He is out of range, but look at Fenrir. Fenrir might get caught up by Rum here. Kolya trying to push him back. And look at takeaway. The flame draw comes in from Miku, pushing Suna and Fenrir all the way back. MLBB catching out takeaway and a killing spree coming out from Rum. And look at Kolya and MLBB. They're still looking a little bit strong here. Suna still not online yet. He's actually the same level as Reminiscent.
I'm really quite surprised. Notorious Villains is really choking pretty darn hard. Their priorities is mostly on Rum. I'm not too sure how good is that, but they tried, in the earlier stages of the game, they tried to focus on Reminiscent and playing as a Vendetta. It did not work well because of the mobility that Vendetta has. Then the next one, they go for Rum. The amount of sustainability and the movement speed is a little bit too much for Suna to handle as well. So who else is the next one that they should focus on? Miku? Soren? The thing is, we don't even see Soren that often.
I feel it's got to be on Reminiscent, but Kolya in the middle of it all, but still able to tank a little bit of damage. But Zara jumping with the ultimate radiant storm is going to hit on Zara, and Soren is going to be able to secure that kill. And look at takeaway, trying to push some damage onto that. And look at Rum in the middle of it all, just soaking damage. I'm just going to make a prediction outright right now. Rum is going to be the one that soaks up the most damage. For sure. I mean, the more they focus on him, the more stacks he gets. And he's just going to keep refreshing. And that's how Uranus actually regenerates himself. And Nico using that feather airstrike to zone everybody on NV side out.
What the heck is going on? Notorious Villains, they can't get the game down. They are losing in objectives, they are losing in gold, and they are losing in kills. Impunity SG is just stopping Notorious Villains by their tracks. But the only thing that kind of surprises me is the fact that Impunity SG, they are not really pushing in the targets yet. I guess they're just waiting for the lot to push right in, but they completely let go of the 50 line. It's still, once again, quite a surprise that Notorious Villains did not try to ambush against Impunity SG.
Ambush TZ? Aha, wordplay again. But anyways, look at the side of Impunity here. They're looking for the flank. MLBB is waiting there for them. He is going to be able to go right out. But here comes the Lord, sliding on all four lanes. Real Womanization comes out from Fenrir, trying to take the Lord down, melting the Lord. But look at Kolya all the way in the backline. Electro comes out. MLBB trying to push some damage onto Rum. But Rum's going to be able to get away and take away instantly. Demolishes Kolya. MLBB is going to be knocking onto Rum. Rum instantly demolishes again. Look at Rum still standing strong with the Uranus, and all three only left 3 side of Notorious Villains here.
Notorious Villains starting to get a little bit greedy. They really want to secure the final kill, final hit onto Rum, especially Embused. And he just could not land the final shot. And everyone else coming from Impunity is just wreaking havoc all around Notorious Villains' base. We got a real-world manipulating Impunity, and Fenrir just holding his ground. Impunity SG manages to break down the middle lane inhibitor as well as the bottom lane inhibitor, but Fenrir is doing a little bit too good of a job in clearing up the creep wave, and Impunity actually won this game against Notorious Villains.
What a play from Impunity SG there. They managed to take the game and bring it to a 1-1. Notorious Villain, what a choke from them.
I don't understand what went on for Notorious Villains. They tried to go for kills. They tried to move on. Their early game was, well, they tried. And there was definitely attempts for Notorious Villains to beat Impunity. Especially in the later games, just kind of bash them into the skull. But they were too squishy. They were too slippery, right? The Uranus was tanky. He was slippery too.
And that gave more room for Reminiscence to actually farm and snowball. get her items, but I've got to say...
1-1-2.
Yeah, 1-1-2. Soren is just quietly farming, no one's disturbing Soren, and when Soren comes out, instantly dead. But let's take a look at the stats right now. I mean, it was alright, I would say, the draft for Notorious Villains, but it's more of a tunnel vision sort of thing, right? I mean, they were tunnel visioning onto Ram.
I think it was just pure greed. I mean, okay, not say pure greed, but they wanted to seize the opportunity, right? Whenever they see Ram, HP is down low, they dedicate their entire resource and just completely disregard the positioning and just say, we need to kill the Uranus. And that is mostly what Ambuse has been trying to do. He has tried to go for Way of the Dragon to kill Ram like at least 3 or 4 times, but to no avail.
I've got to say, 119,000 damage being soaked here for Ram on Uranus. As a Uranus player myself, I've got to tell you that feels really, really good. The more you hit me, sure, come on, man, give me the best you've got, right? And on the other side, Notorious Villain did not have a chance to go online because, you know, Impunity puts so much pressure onto Notorious Villains.
Way too much pressure. I mean, Notorious Villains tried to be the one that applies the pressure, but the slipperiness, the sustainability, and literally everything that Impunity did, I think they did pretty well all in all. I would just say that the credit mostly goes to Impunity's adaptability. Right?
Yeah, they managed to adapt, and their drafting was excellent as compared to the first game.
As compared, yes.
I mean, they still went with 1-1, right? They followed their guts, but they were like, you know what? We shouldn't actually change the whole draft. We're going to be playing according to the draft. Like I said, they adapted to their environment. They adapted to what the enemy are playing. So they're trying to look for counters, you know, playing something a little bit different than their first game, and it shows that they can actually clutch this up to a 1-1. Literally 1-1.
Leading up to the 1-1 again. Let's take a look at the post-match analysis. My oh my. Maybe it is going to be a 1-1 MVP this time. Or maybe it's going to be the MVP of Uranus?
Oh, it's the faster. What an unexpected...
Wait, what?
I mean, just Feather Airstrike raining non-stop.
Yeah,
that's how you secure kills.
He's literally the forgotten one. I mean,
chaos.
Like literally the forgotten one. Like he's doing so much job in the background
that we didn't even notice.
Yeah, we didn't even notice.
It was literally just the front runners and Ram just soaking everything in. But Miku was at the back, dealing damage, securing kills. Basically, Miku did KS the kill. But look at the gold per minute though.
I mean, understandable, right?
Not that high.
Because he's a mage.
Yeah, he is a mage. And they didn't close out the game super early. They used the lot to... it's around 13 minutes. They used the lot to their advantage, right? They had 5 kills, 1 death, and 7 exits. And the goal per minute is around 602 for Miku. So well done to Miku right there.
And with that all said and done, that is the game. This game number 2, match number 2. I'm really surprised. Impunity did that well.
Yeah, like
they haven't gotten like much wins if I remember correctly.
Actually, they have 0 wins too.
Can you imagine if they actually beat Notorious Villains?
Wow.
That's going to set up such a big upset, and that is going to bring Impunity's name to like big. It's going to be such an important thing to. It's going to be the talk of the day. It's going to be the talk of the week. Like Impunity beating against Notorious Villains. Even for 1 round against Notorious Villains, I think that holds quite a big candle.
Quite big. I mean, look at that. Ram taking 119,000, almost 120,000 here damage. And like you said, the forgotten one is not actually him, but it's actually Takeaway. But I mean, it's not Miku. Miku is actually the carry, but Takeaway with 12 assists.
Well, the tank lead worked.
Ha! Told you so. You weren't a fan. It's literally right there.
I don't know how big of a difference that tank lead did, but regardless, they did win the game.
Yeah,
so
they did win the game.
I would swallow the pill. I would swallow the pill. The tank lead worked out. But I'm still not personally a fan of it. Maybe we can take a little bit more of a deeper detail and take a look more into what that Khalid eventually did.
That he's zoning out sooner, and along with Ram too, they are so tanky. Look at this.
Way again.
Away, soaking the damage for Soren, and he's going to use that Sandstorm to actually run away.
Yep. So he used the Sandstorm as an escape mechanism. He joined back in onto Kolia. He assisted, helped Miku to get that single kill, and then stood right in front. Reminiscent, Electo gets himself away. Takeaway still dead, but as
sacrifice.
It doesn't really quite matter to him. I wouldn't say that that's a sacrifice. It's just more of mobility, and he's trying to get himself away. He couldn't.
Exactly, and look at that. Instantly taken down would be Ember's TC, and Takeaway just leaving a little bit of health for himself.
And the Raging Sandstorm, once again, one of the initiating factor coming in from the side of Takeaway. He is still pretty much dead. Yeah, he's pretty much dead at this point of time. Reminiscent with a slip of health. You see, Ram and Reminiscent, the slippery one. The slippery, you can't hold him by the hand. Is like reenacting a bar of soap that you're trying to hold onto.
Okay, I've got to say, Takeaway instantly dies in this fight, but he's the one who makes the rest of Notorious Villain to waste their utilities on him.
We're looking at, I just realized that this game is a game whereby we have Eve and Fasa together, like the sisters. I mean, they're not exactly sisters. I don't think that that's the law, but the way they operate is kind of
similar. They
Yeah.
could be sisters, but if you ever want to check out about Mobile Legends law, you can head down to Mobile Legends Adventure.
And of course, Mobile Legends Adventure is a game. It's a casual game, it's an idle game that has the same world building aspect that Mobile Legends Bang Bang has. So take a look at the game if you want to find out more about storylines, quests, and all that kind of stuff.
Alright guys, and we're going to be going on to the next match right now, probably the third match right now, but we have to see how the players are loading up right now. I mean, the players need time to actually think, right? They have to like reconsider the stats, right? Oh, how are we doing this? Where did we go wrong? Impunity is like, hey, we could actually pull this off a 1-1. We can use 1-1 to... Okay, I'm sorry. You know I'm building it to it, right?
Yep.
You know I'm building up to it.
Yep.
We're going to use 1-1 to bring it to a 1-1. But can 1-1 bring it to a 2-1?
I don't exactly know how it's going to be like. We're going to have to take a look at the ban pick.
Yeah,
we still have to take a look at the ban pick if which team is supposed to have a better lead, if whether one side is going to have a worse lead, or like, because half of the game is usually won just from the ban picks. But the previous game, we don't have an answer for that because it is pretty equal, right? In my
all-rounded.
Yeah, in my humble opinion, I actually thought that Notorious Villains may have a better lineup. Like Matilda, great early game roamer, great early game damage. At the end of the game, Matilda did the most amount of damage.
A lot.
Yeah. Cho, great CCs. Yiv, really good aerial denial. And unfortunately, Yiv and Matilda, I don't think that they come together that well. In fact, if you put Matilda as well as the Cho together in the middle lane to roam together, I thought that that could have been a better composition and have someone else go to the off lane rather than the Cho.
I mean, Cho, he has some sort of CC he can fight against, but you know, he doesn't come online that fast, right? I mean, he needs to rush his level 4 to get that ultimate, but hey, speaking about Matilda with the highest damage, Notorious Villains picked up Matilda and now they're banning on Matilda. So, and on the side of Impunity SG too, they are going to be banning of Yuzong.
Yuzong banned, Matilda banned, John is not quite banned just yet, but I don't think that Impunity
Your team is banning.
Okay, never mind.
Your head is open and instantly banned off.
Casus Curse, once again, being thrown right into the pool, but Benedetta is available. Benedetta is not banned yet, Paquito is not banned yet, Fasa is not, Natalia is not. Quite a lot of names, quite a lot of
team is banning.
Rafaela is also available. Not too sure who's going to be the one picking what, but if Impunity and Notorious Villains doesn't go for the ban, it doesn't seem like it could work out. I just don't really know how it's going to work out, you know? Impunity SG left 1-for-1. Impunity and Notorious Villains worked out with a... Okay, so Selena is going to be banned out here, right? Impunity bans of Selena. And, Rafaela, come on, Rafaela from Notorious Villains. If that is going to be the case, right, we do have quite a bit of heroes that could be picked up from Impunity SG, considering the fact that they are first pick. And so far, one of the most popular heroes banned is Matilda, Selena, Jawhead, Paquito, Angela, and Diggy. Although I feel that Diggy is very situational, I still don't think that Diggy is going to be the one that is going to be, well, picked here. Because
Your team is picking.
An amazing, like, such tankiness to it, right? But hey, guess what? Rafaela is open too. Like, hey, guess what? Rafaela is open and so is Benedetta. But I mean, it has such potential stunts, right? I mean, we have seen how EVOS actually, used Rafaela. Like, we thought that Rafaela, that she went all the way in, we thought she was trolling, right? We thought she was trolling, but in the end, she was waiting for the right moment to use her ultimate to stun almost 3 to 4 people on the team.
Yeah, I mean, the Holy Baptism is the one that really baptized me.
Another Khalid again! Oh no! Going with the Fasta, so Impunity going for the comfort picks right now. I mean, they are really comfortable with the Khalid.
This is the same. This is the same lineup.
But hey, Notorious Villain has Rafaela.
If it works, it works.
Exactly, but let's see what Notorious Villains can actually bring to the table. I mean, Rafaela has such a strong CC. I mean, yes, the AoE is kind of small, but the CC is just ridiculous. Like, it's almost as comparable to Selena's Abyssal Arrow. Not gonna lie. And that Benedetta, are they gonna go for the Benedetta tank? Who knows?
Nah,
who knows?
Your team is banning.
Rafaela is the tank here. Rafaela is counted as a tank.
In a way, but you do not have much peelings for your team if you're gonna be greedy for damage.
Your team
right?
is banning.
If you're so greedy for damage and you only have one tank, or rather one peeler, then you're gonna be losing out on peeling, right? So you're gonna get damage instantly, non-stop.
So what's gonna happen, at least from the Notorious Villain side, is that Rafaela is gonna be the tank roamer. Tank roamer in the middle lane. Chang'e is going to be the one that heads to the middle lane as well as the support. Benedetta hits her way over to either the gold lane or the EXP lane, really depends on how they want to play it.
Or a tank.
No.
Come on, we have to see another Benedetta tank. But hey, guess what?
They have Rafaela already, so there's no point for them going for a
That's true.
Benedetta.
Your team is banning.
But on the side of Notorious Villain, banning of 1-1, what a respect bang here. I mean, it was good. It's a good ban. It's a good ban, I've got to admit. But Impunity too, banning of that Esmeralda because they know Esmeralda was a pain to deal with, right? The moment that stun, Impunity gets caught off guard by Esmeralda stun a lot of time.
Where's Paquito? They don't care about Paquito?
On which side, Impunity or Notorious Villains?
Like, none of them cared about Paquito.
I
It's open to be picked, but it's, okay, so it's not banned, but it slipped through the first phase ban, first phase pick.
Your team
Very
is banning.
possibly the second phase bans too.
Notorious Villains banning off Claude. Could be banning off, I mean, Impunity could ban off.
Honestly, I can kind of see Notorious Villains picking up
Maybe, I mean, but with who? Reminiscence or Soren? I mean, they are both the basically core heroes. They already have a peeler, which is that Uranus and that Khalid. They already have peelers, so they do not have a use for Paquito. I mean,
for
Notorious Villains, yeah.
Notorious Villains. So
they might ban it off.
Yeah. We shall see. Impunity SG time to go for final ban. Quite a lot of heroes that are still available on the pool.
Your team is casters
curse. Paquito, indeed. In fact, I'm kind of surprised how Paquito has even leaked through the first banning, first banning and first picking phase. But Alice is going to be the answer for the side of Notorious
support.
Base support, indeed.
Good
Goes
answer.
for
Good answer.
Alice. That means the final marksman remaining is probably going to be Yi Sun-shin or Roger.
Ooh, it could be Roger. I have a good feeling it's Roger.
It could be Yi Sun-shin.
Strong feeling. Strong feeling.
Strong feeling.
I mean,
shake on that.
But look on the side of that, is that Impunity SG, they have such amazing peeling abilities right now. Look at that. we have Khalid, right? We have... Did you just hard this?
Ling?
Ling! We haven't seen a Ling, right? Not a single time that Ling has actually
Your
appeared.
team is picking.
Ling and Bane.
Oh my god, Ling
Okay.
just got licked.
Ling.
Ling, yeah, Ling, no.
Never been picked.
Never been picked, right?
Never been
This
picked.
is the first time. What an honor. Thank you, Impunity SG. for
Thank
letting
you.
us. Thank you so much. And Bane too, getting leaked out. So you get peels. I mean, probably Bane is going to go damage and Khalid is going to be going to the tank and along with Ram.
Okay, looks like Kolea is going to go for Roger then. Because the main thing about Impunity SG's lineup is that they're going to have to focus on the early stage of the game, especially when it comes to raiding the opponent's jungle. But
Ooh, Granger.
okay, Granger works too.
It works.
From from a further range, ensuring that Rhapsody will be the one main thing that kind of steals stuff away. But otherwise, there really isn't anything wrong to use either Granger, Roger, or Yi Sun Shin in this very occasion.
But on the side of Impunity SG is so thick. I mean, especially Ling, she is slippery.
Yeah,
very, very slippery.
I think the main thing is that Notorious villains just have to focus on capturing the blue buff like constantly in favor for Kolea. They just can't give the blue buff over to Reminiscent, and over the course of time, Ling will not have enough farm because Ling super relies on the blue buff, and with the blue buff, his mobility will be all over the map. It's a lot easier for Ling to farm. Without a blue buff, you are weirdly handicapped.
Yeah, I mean, you are so mana dependent, right? You need that cooldown, you need that mana. You are literally traveling all across the map. And we're going to be starting off the final game, actually. The third game, the tiebreaker between Notorious Villains and Impunity SG. Let's get it on.
Reminiscent immediately starts things off right onto the blue buff. Nothing out of the ordinary. Takeaway jumps right in from the side of the brush just to ensure that no one gets in close to Ling. But Notorious Villains, they are putting quite a decent amount of respect over to Impunity. They do not want to do anything. They do not want to have anything to do with this Ling too early into the game. I suppose that they realize that, yeah, they don't have the damage, that they do not have the sustainability this early into the game. So they only would want to start to be a nuisance to this Ling after they've gotten a decent amount of gold and...
I mean, but if you let Ling just like literally snowball like this, it's going to be, sooner or later, he's going to be hunting down somebody, right? I mean, especially, look at Suna. Suna is a little bit behind, I would say, a little bit behind Reminiscence right now, but Suna is trying to catch up. I mean, Ling has so much potential right now, and Miko too at the level 3 right now, waiting. Look at Reminiscence, already at level 4 in 1 minute and 30 seconds in.
Sounds about right. He's just trying to get himself the pacing all the way from up top to down bottom. I don't think that he'll be able to even get a kill onto Zara, but he should be able to help Soren to take control of the lane down below, so that he can kind of win against Alice for the next few seconds or the next 1 minute or so. Even Takeaway comes right in. They are focusing onto the gold plating of this turret to buy more time, spend some gold, get some gold.
Free money, right? I mean, Singaporeans, we love free things, so it is free money, so why not just take it, right? And look at Ram, already at level 4 too, with such amazing sustainability. But on the side of Uranus, here comes the invade on the purple buff from Sandra. Instantly takes up, but Sandra's gonna get literally sandwiched between Ram and Ram here, and look at MLBB looking a little bit low. First blood is gonna be skating down to Miku, and look at MLBB just dashing. The side of Impunity is looking super duper low. Who was taken down was Ram. Basically, he was not in a good position. He did not get his items up yet, but Dara and Soren are still getting at it at the bot lane.
That is a very big mistake from the side of Impunity. Just because of the fact that they are Reminiscent and did manage to get the red buff and the blue buff, they decided to go downtown and just start to be a little bit more aggressive down bottom. And I guess that they tunnel visioned a little bit. They quite realized that, our blue buff is back. And thus now Ling doesn't even have a blue buff for himself. As Notorious Villains, they immediately spent quite a bit of resources, such as the Meteor Shower from the side of Fenrir, to immediately pop that blue buff away.
I've got to say, Notorious Villains are putting so much aggression onto Soren at the bot lane right now. Instantly demolished, picked up by Tuna. What a play. They are going to go at it at the tier 1 turret, returning and giving the answer back to Impunity SG for taking their tier 1 turret at the bot lane. But Reminiscence too, replying a reply of his own. Replying a reply, is that even a word? Replying a reply. Reminiscence then himself is going to be invading the jungle of Notorious Villains. He's like, oh, you're going to invade me, I'm going to invade you.
It does seem like Impunity SG is doing pretty well in terms of feeding up their link, right? Trying to do their very best to always and constantly give their link as much farm as possible. But that pretty much means that they are hyper carrying onto the link and none of the other players are getting decent amount of money. On the flip side, Notorious Villains, they are putting things out to be rather equalized. It is literally a consolidation and thus everyone else grow together with a total of 12.5 thousand gold in terms of economy as compared to Impunity's 9.7 thousand gold.
I mean, it's a team game, right? So that's how it actually works. Teamwork makes the dream works.
Suna very likely is still the one that has the most money, but
Suna gets taken.
Take away, passes away onto the other guys.
Embassy he's not trying to take down. Oh, look at Soren looking very, very low here. Embassy trying to chase Soren, but he's just not deciding correctly. He's not picking up anybody. He's not focusing on anybody. He's like, he's fickle-minded. He's like, oh, I'm gonna pick you. Oh no, I'm gonna kill you instead. But instead, nobody gets down here, right? It's a almost flawless fight here from the side of Impunity SG. I mean, Suna gets down too, so that is gonna be a huge problem to Notorious Villains. With 2,000 gold lead now, I mean, it was, it's actually 1,000.
Yeah, really good job coming from Impunity. They got out of all of that team fight, not that weirded out or anything. They killed one, got themselves away from all of that to prevent any more casualties, or rather, it didn't happen. Kolya met face-to-face against Rum, not like anything is gonna happen because that pretty much means that you are putting a syringe and throwing up at the wall. But for now, Suna goes straight in for the Death Sonata. Did not quite land on anyone unfortunately, but that is more than enough for them to buy enough space, zone Impunity away, just to allow Suna to finish off the turtle, so then he can go home with some nice delicious turtles.
Exactly, and now the goal lead is towards Notorious Villains again at 3,000 goal lead. And look at Fenrir with the meteor shower onto Miku. Take away, just absorbing everything with his second skill, using the regen to his advantage, just wasting away the meteor shower. And look at on the side of Envy here, Kolya, Zara is shitting down Rum, and they are just totally disengaging, pushing him back, trying to gain some ground right here, but take away Raging Sandstorm onto Embassy. That is utilities wasted. And look at Reminiscence looking a little bit low right now, forced to disengage. Kolya on the wrong side of the map. Takeaway is just trying to go down onto Embassy right now. And look at Miku, such a great position. Fenrir is not dealing much damage right now, and Ram instantly gets taken down. Look at Embassy right now with the Electro trying to catch onto Reminiscence. Takeaway is going to be using his second skill. Embassy is trying to push on, but he's going to be able to disengage.
And just like that, the Notorious Villains have managed to take control of the Land of Dawn. It's gonna be tough for Impunity SG to even reclaim this territory. And not to forget, Link doesn't have a lot of buff to work with. You gotta know this. In order for a Link to work out, they must constantly put out a decent amount of map control, but they are constantly losing map control. And Reminiscent, yes, he finally gotten himself with the purple buff, but the best he can do is to travel all the way up north, bring down the first tier turret up north, and try to do whatever that he can, while all of the fight is going to happen down at the bottom side of the street.
Exactly, and right here, Notorious Villain just putting a bit of little damage here onto Ram, Soren, and Miku. Look at that, they are just playing it so dangerously. So they're going to be putting pressure, trying to take the tier 2 turret down right now. Take away all the way from the back. Raging Sandstorm stuns onto Kolya, but the Q comes up from Kolya to bring everybody back. Dara nearly dying right there, but being able to disengage nice and clear. Look at Suna pushing onto the tier 2 turret right now. Fenrir with the meteor shower zoning Miku. Just using the feather airstrike, trying to catch down onto Kolya. Kolya is going to be able to disengage, and Embassy all the way at the top lane right now, all alone, going for the split push, but the minions are still very far back.
and the rest of the members from the Notorious Villains, they're just going to be regrouping right below the Turtle's Pit. And of course, I think that they already know that the purple buff is available for Impunity SG. I don't think that they will be countering against this or trying to steal that away, because all in all, I believe that the Turtle is still going to be the more important thing for Notorious Villains. And take a look at this with the Rhapsody as well as the Meteor Shower coming from Fenrir, just dealing quite a lot of damage on the takeaway. But unfortunately, he's just gonna go straight into a healing state and he don't really care about anything at all.
I mean, actually, Khalid Tank is actually working, right? Like, he's not dying that much. He has the ability to regen almost immediately, so that leaves room for him to not even go back to the base or basically the fountain.
Yeah, he's recovering by percentages, and I think it was like 20% or something like that, 20 seconds.
That's a lot.
I can't remember, but I just know that he heals a lot, like crazy amount. So it does help to soak in a little bit of damage, and right after you go straight in with the Raging Sandstorm, and that's pretty much all they do. Take a look at Takeaway. He's just trying to get himself in. He uses his Raging Sandstorm as more of a zoning tool, but he's just pretty much stuck and unable to do anything at this point in time. Then the Sword Out Slash coming from Abuse is just going to be more than enough to get that kill down on the Takeaway as it connects onto him. The turret in middle lane is definitely going to go straight down. Ling takes all of these time as he knows that there's no point in regrouping with the rest of the team and Impunity. So he just heads around and farms.
Exactly, he can immediately come back and regroup anytime he needs, and he can go for a potential flank right now.
I really need
Suna. Suna is very, very far back.
I really need to understand a little bit more of the item pickups from Reminiscent. How far is he from his core items, as well as how much he has been farming as compared to Suna? Because the way that Reminiscent has been farming and reaching out, he should be a lot more than Suna.
Oh, Zara going all the way on to Soren right now, and take away with the Raging Sandstorm, not going to be able to catch anybody right now. And Suna is going to be all the way in the back line, getting caught by Reminiscence and Ram, and instantly taken down too is Zara.
Only HP's down low. The only thing that he can do is try to go for a holy healing, but none of that is going to work out for him. Electro, final blow from Embuse, goes down for a zone denial, and Embuse really wants to get this kill down on the takeaway. Tries to go for the final connection. It did connect and goes for 1v2. Imiku even tries to go for the Phantom Airstrike. He disengages. Rum against Embuse. No way the Embuse is able to get himself away. He goes in and out. A lot of mobility. I'm surprised that he is still alive in this matter of fact. The Tempest of Blaze coming for Reminiscent. That's going to be popped right out. Gets himself out of that. Electro final blow. Not landing again. This is a long fight. Embuse and Rum, none of them is going down at all.
No way. I mean, he has that clutch. He just is so slippery, and that's when Rum can't even catch him. So Rum is still a little bit behind. You know, he can't catch onto that Embassy, right? So he just keeps moving back and forth. So they both know, like, you know what? It's not gonna work. It's not worth it.
Oh, Reminiscent.
Retributed away.
Yes, he manages to snipe it right out, even though Notorious Villains really.
Oh, the sun missing away Reminiscence.
Tempest of Blaze coming in from Reminiscent. Unfortunately, right after he lands on the ground, he gets stunned. Abuse tries to cut in between, goes for the proxy, but he was already far home. Take away in the middle, or rather, Rum, he's the one in the middle, taking too much damage. Meteor Shower brings him down. Gonna be left with 4. Dara joins in, take away with less than 50% of her HP, but he should still be A-okay.
But looking inside Reminiscence here, Dara trying to catch on Reminiscence. Reminiscence just moving around, but on the side of Notorious Villains, they're going to be trying to secure that enhanced slot right now. So they are going to be having that lot marching down. I think it should be the middle lane right now. So Reminiscence just scouting out, gaining as much gold as he can. As you can see, he is nowhere near full build. I mean, he still has 2 more items to go. It is going to take a longer time, but look on the side of Suna right now. Actually, he's 1 item away. That sets apart the difference between Reminiscence and Suna. But like you said, it's pretty far. I mean, like you said, Notorious Villain, they grow together as a team. Impunity, they just funnel to somebody, especially Reminiscence.
Yep. They have to hyper-carry this Reminiscent. At this point of time, it's more of the entire of Impunity SG. They have to buy time and just kind of hold down the fort. While Reminiscent, he's got to run around. He's got to run around and just use that much time to farm as much as possible. Because once he gets his BOD, man, it's gonna hurt. But that is considering the fact that Notorious Villains is
Lord
not
is
allowed them to do that.
Oh, Ram instantly demolished by the meteor shower here. Take away, instantly taken down by the meteor shower too. But all the way behind is Ember, DZ, and Zara trying to catch on to Sovereign. And the Lord is still standing strong right now.
Tempest of Blades is even used up coming from Reminiscent. No one is alive to defend this core. Notorious Villains with 3 men alive, holding all of it out. And not even hitting the core because they are just gonna allow the Mega Crypt to deal all the job. Congratulations over to Notorious Villains as they manages to take this match 2 away from Impunity SG. But nonetheless, Impunity SG still managed to take 1 game away from Notorious Villains, and I think that calls for even a celebration.
I mean, I wouldn't say that Notorious Villain actually snowballed through Impunity, right? Impunity actually put up a fight. They had amazing drafts, right?
I think at that point of time, it's not exactly the fact that Impunity put out a fight. It's more of Notorious Villains giving a massive amount of respect over to Impunity. Because they know that Impunity can come back into the game anytime if Notorious Villains screwed up once.
Yeah, exactly. And Notorious Villains did not give a chance at all to Impunity SG. And so did Impunity SG towards Notorious Villains too.
There is just not a lot of headspace for Impunity to work with.
Not much, not much.
Most of the fight, it was a 4v5. And despite that 4v5, they did pretty darn well holding it out to help Reminiscent to catch himself back up to speed. But despite, like, I think 2 minutes long of holding out, Reminiscent still was not able to match his goal with Granger, which is definitely gonna take some time.
I mean, I've got to say, even Takeaway playing that Khalid tank was dealing more damage than Reminiscent's Benedetta. Oh, sorry, Ling. I said Benedetta. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because he's always in team fight, while Link's ultimate priority is not to win fights. It is to split up and farm, because there's no point in a Ling in holding out in a base, doing absolutely nothing, because the only thing that you can do as a Ling is that if you want to go in full-on commit into a fight, then that is the only time that you can deal damage. And if you commit into the fight, you should be ready to either die or get a kill. At that point of time, he should be ready to die. So there's no point for a Ling to be in the battles, and so it's better for them to allow Ling go away, go and farm, don't come near us. Once you're farmed up, come back in and do whatever you want.
Exactly, and it's literally like a child. You're sending your child to tuition, right?
Yep.
Like, go and learn, come back when you're ready.
Yeah,
right?
come back when you're a doctor.
Come back. That's every Asian's dream, right? Come back when you're a doctor. But hey, let's take a look at the post-match analysis right now. The rich guy would be Suna at 10,632 goals. Harry would be Ember's TZ, and the sandbag would be Rum. Surprisingly, I mean, for sure.
Understandable.
For sure.
Very much understandable.
Exactly. And Kolia with the 10 assists, so doing so much here for the team.
It kind of makes sense. And for the side of MVP, I think that we have already pretty much have a nice little idea who is the MVP, right?
It's Miku.
I mean, there's just a lot of things going on about. I don't think it was Miku actually.
Oh wait, I think it was a glitch.
Yeah, it was a small little glitch. But I believe that the MVP should pretty much go over to the side of no, not Kolia. Who was the richest one again? Man, I suddenly forgotten. I think it was Ambrose. Yeah. So he should be the one because.
Oh no, it's Suna.
As the Granger, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, we are getting old. We can't remember crap.
I mean, we're really. I mean,
no, you're not old.
You're old.
Don't remind me of that.
You're old.
Don't remind me of that.
Abstract is super duper old, guys. But hey, speaking about old, we are gonna be doing a quick shout out right now. I mean, us as even gamers, right? We love to buy things online. We love in-app purchases, and usually,
we love skins.
We love skins. Anybody loves skins. You can ask Hungry Cars, you can ask Jace, they love skins too. But anyways, I love the convenience of the Singtel DCB, right? It's so easy. Like just yesterday, I wanted to buy the emote, right? I wanted to buy the annoying emote that has been annoying my ears for days on end, right? And I'm literally just use the Singtel DCB instantly. Just pay. Just tap. Worry later, right? You can pay now. Singtel will pay for me, I can pay back Singtel when the bill comes at the end of the month.
It is seamless.
It is
very, very seamless.
Exactly. And
I mean, all you gotta do is just press a single button, and then you got your skin, and you only worry about the money later when when Singtel just kind of posts to you and say, hey, you gotta pay this together with the bill.
And then they're like, oh right, I forgot about that. Exactly. And just like Esports, Singtel DCB is also seamless, literally seamless, right?
And DW270 hybrid.
Exactly, and the MVP today would be MLBB with 416. So
8.
4-1. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Wait, was it 8 or was it 6?
I tell you, I'm getting old too. You and me, we're both getting old, and the weather is killing us right now.
So make sure you hydrate yourself with some H2O.
Exactly, and you know, if you're the fizzy, I mean, I'm not a fizzy guy, but if you're the fizzy person, you're not a fizzy guy.
I'm hands down a fizzy guy.
Oh, all right, you're the fizzy guy.
I'm super fizzy.
Total polar opposite of you, right? I'm the non-fizzy guy, literally. But guys, that was such an amazing game. We literally went to all 3 games between Forsaken Explorer and Notorious Villains and Impunity SG.
Yep.
We literally went through all 3 games. Wow, it was such an amazing game. Guys, let's take a quick look at the highlights real quick right now.
Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much to all these teams. Thank you so much and Notorious Villains as well as Impunity for giving us such an amazing game. But for now, it is going to be that highlight. We got a Tempest of Blaze that immediately popped by Reminiscent, but he knows for a matter of fact that his HP is low, the opponent's isn't. I'm ditching out of here.
Yeah, I mean, look at Takeaway with that Raging Sandstorm coming down with Kolia, but hey, look at this. Zara immobilizing Soren and Soon are just dealing damage, but gonna get caught out by Reminiscence here all the way in the back line. And Dara just dashing all the way towards Miku, but the rest of Envy is not there. Look at that, Impunity is just collapsing on Envy right now.
Honestly, I think that the Ling pick was interesting, but I don't think that was the best pick.
It wasn't tight turning at all.
Yeah, because he doesn't have a lot of major impact. Because if you think about it, with the items that Reminiscent already have on his feet, and I think that he already have like Endless Battle. I think he should have Endless Battle. He has the Berserker's Fury. I can't remember what else he also have, but I think he has 3 items. Okay, so I think it's Endless Battle, Raptor Machete, and Berserker's Fury. These 3 items alone.
Hold up. Do you count boots as an item too?
Nah, not really.
What? It's still an item, right?
It's an item, but it's not an item that bloats your damage, right?
True, that's true.
Okay, yeah, so the items that Reminiscent had at that very point of time, if put onto any other marksman, Granger, Yi Sun-shin, Roger, then very likely they should be able to pack quite a bit of punch. But for the side of Ling, well, yeah.
A little rocky. It's a little wonky. I mean,
but I still...
The draft.
Yeah, I mean...
Draft, literally.
All in all, I can't exactly like kind of mix everything the same way because Ling excels in moving around. The mobility is up for Ling.
Very high.
Helps Ling to farm a lot faster, farm a lot better. So if you think about it, Ling at this current state of game manages to get himself 3 items, even when he can just kind of jump around and get all the farm. What if it's not Ling? What if it's another marksman that doesn't have a lot of mobility?
I mean, carry is a good option too. You can melt down tanks easily, but at that current situation, I think carry also
was banned, I think.
Yeah, it was banned, but I feel that, you know, she lacks that mobility. They did not have room to farm at all, especially for the Ling. There was no moving space. Like, it's literally like, you put me in a box, I can't move anywhere, right? I can only move in here, right? And that's how Ling was suffering just now. She could not have any space to farm. There was no chance of snowballing at all.
I am just pretty baffled with the games that we have today. Congratulations over to Notorious Villains, managing to score a 2-1 in this best of 3 series. And not to forget, we also got Explorer that manages to get a 2-1 in the series fighting against Forsaken as well.
First win for Explorer. Congratulations to guys.
Yep, and I think that is also one win over to the side of Impunity in terms of their matches. Sorry, their games instead of their matches, right? Yeah. So good job to every single one of these teams. They have gave us such a nice game and just completely destroying like our expectations and just it's just 1-1 all the way.
1-0, 1-1, and then a 2-1, and then 1-0, and then 1-1, and then 2-1 again. it was such an amazing experience to go into a tiebreaker, especially
constant tiebreakers.
Yeah, constant
tiebreakers.
So hopefully for Hungry Cast and Jace, they should
They will
be going
able to get something like that as well.
Yeah, hopefully they do get tiebreakers too. So good luck to them. So we're gonna be passing the baton over to Jace and Hungry Cast right now. But we're gonna give a quick shout out to Moonton, PvP Esports. We have H2O. The amazing chair that we're sitting on right now is the Secret Lab. Not to mention the headphones that we are wearing is ePass, right? And literally what we use to lubricate our eyes is Sustain, right? And what we had for lunch? Subway.
Eat fresh.
Exactly, and they are fresh. Literally, like I said, I worked there. The veggies, the meat, everything is literally fresh. And not to forget, last but not least, the Singtel DCB, fast, free, seamless, just like ePass.
Once again, thank you so much to everyone for tuning on to the stream. This is the first half of the MPL-SG day number 4. So stick around for more. We'll be having a lot more games for you guys, of course, covered by Hungry Cast and Jays07. Don't go anywhere. They and we will be right back.
over. Turn yourself in!
Alpha, stall them!
Darn it! I was so close! Let's not waste time here. We need to disconnect the citizens from their avatars.
give you an upgrade.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Hey everyone, welcome back to your MPL Day 3 recap. Let's go! Notorious Villains versus Almighty. Well, you know the tradition at this point, first series of the day has got to be epic. In this 2-1 series, we have both teams just going head to head. Just take a look at these clips and look how close the trades were. Kills going to and fro, with Notorious Villains just showing that bit more resilience and coming out ahead of the series 2-1. RSG versus Explorer. Now, most veterans of the Singapore scene would say that this should be a walkover for RSG, but Explorer surprisingly put up quite a bit of resistance in especially the first game, giving RSG something to sweat about. But at the end, it just wasn't enough as RSG rolled into their base twice to claim a 2-0. EVOS versus Forsaken. Forsaken's bad luck streak continues in MPL-SG as they fall hard to EVOS SG. EVOS cores having the time of their lives, heading their kill reels with extremely one-sided scores once again, tearing through the Forsaken lineup to an easy 2-0. Kingsmen versus Impunity. Now the final series of the day did show a little more excitement as Impunity put up their toughest fight yet against Kingsmen. But ultimately, it still seems to fall a little bit short as they lack the right coordination and discipline, and they get the floor mopped with them in their very own base by Kingsmen, ending this in a 0-2. And that, everyone, is your MPL-SG Day 3 recap.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL-SG. We are in week 2, day 2. It's about the second half of the day. I'm Hungry Cass. Alongside me is Jace. We're going to bring you the second set of matches coming in, but before we go on, let's talk a little bit about Mobile Legends Adventure.
Yeah, but of course, for Mobile Legends Adventure, it is a casual and idle game where it shares the same exact world building as Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I bet every one of us plays Mobile Legends Bang Bang. That's why we're watching this.
One would imagine, right? One would imagine.
And of course, with MLA, it's a stress-relieving game that you definitely don't want to miss because you get to dive into engaging encounters in battle and grab huge idling rewards during your absence. Lovable heroes from MLBB will make their debut in MLA, and more original characters will join your team as you advance.
An all-new MLA hero Selena is coming soon, along with a major mode update to come. Unlock her exclusive gameplay to claim Selena for free and unlock her story. Of course, they do have new modes, including a collectible system and a labyrinth waiting for you in a different land of dawn. Now, if you were once an adventurer in the world of MLA, now it's time to resume your adventure. You'll get exclusive rewards and access to special events with the code you can see on your screen, as well as one that we have prepared for you, of course.
And for those who are, going back in, you want a very quick head start, and thank you very much for joining us on our stream. This is day number 2 for week number 2. You get to claim the CD key MLMLA999. Once again, MLMLA999. Which this CD key, you can use it to exchange rewards in MLA. So what are you guys waiting for? Download that game and hop in right now.
Now with that out of the way, let's talk a little bit about our first of 3 between. It's not the first best of 3 for today, but it is the first that we'll be casting, of course. So we do have RSG-SG going up against Almighty, and some might say, this is the battle of the middle of the pack because both these teams are tied in terms of points right now. They're both at +1. The winner is going to advance up to +2. The loser, unfortunately, will take a tumble down to 0 points, being reset back to neutral.
Yeah, and it's like what we said, right? Based on our tournament format, it's extremely punishing for those who actually lost a game, but it's also going to be extremely rewarding. So they take one step back and they take one step forward.
We were talking about this the previous match. We saw how even though Impunity was looking to upset Notorious Villains, that win actually doesn't win much for them, but it hurts a lot for Notorious Villains.
Yes, and remember what we said, right? Notorious Villains, being like one of the main top of the pack. They are already before that game, that was at +3. Now, can you imagine an alternative parallel world, right?
Yeah.
Where, Notorious Villains got, Impunity SG got that upset.
Right, so they 2-1 Notorious Villains. In that world,
magical world. Let's
putting the
say,
hypothetical out there.
That's right. Yep. And Notorious Villains were going to drop down to +2, right? That's right. And then with the Impunity, they're going to move up, but albeit not very up.
It's not a big change in standings. It's just a point change, right? Yep. And with Envy dropping, like this hypothetical, it would mean that RSG or Almighty could be able to tie it up.
That's right.
So that would have been a different scenario. However, we do have the standings out for you on your screen, so we can take a look at that as we walk you through how the day has progressed and how it's looking to progress as we look at the next 2 sets of best of 3. So right now, you can see Notorious Villains 4-0 in terms of match win-loss, but 8-3 in terms of game win-loss. So they've been dropping a couple of games in their BO3s, but it's nothing too big, right? Overall, they're still sitting very comfortable in first place with 4 points.
Yep, all the way at top, right? +4. Like, it's really a very good standing points for you to go in, because after this, who are they going to be facing? They're going to be facing like the likes of EVOS SG. They're going to face the likes of RSG-SG, like both big boys, and it's going to be very scary for them already. So they have a lot of buffer points. I'm probably predicted they'll be dropping a few games subsequent for the upcoming, like way far in the future. But all the way at the bottom, right, we saw somewhat of a shift. Explorer, that baby step they took, finally paid off as they won 1 series.
Everyone actually, had those baby steps and that momentum building up. Everyone finally managing to win at least a game in MPL-SG. So
no one's going home, 0 and 0-14, and it's going to be good for them at least, to take that step forward. I want to go back to our topic of, top of the table, because we have RSG SG and EVOS SG playing today, and they're looking to push up. They want to challenge Notorious Villains for the top 4 position, because remember, like we said, there is this seeding system, as we will have the format up for you on your screen soon. The seeding system in the sense that the top 4 will be put into upper bracket, the lower 4 will be put into lower bracket, and it's so punishing being the lower bracket and not in a good position in the upper bracket as well.
Yep, so let's take a look at the tournament format as well, because we talk about tournament format and how punishing it can be. Let's take a look right now. For those people who just joined in, they're just joining in like in the midway. I mean, how could you?
If you've never seen MPL-SG at all.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
but don't worry. Don't worry, let me just run it through for you. 8 teams will be placed into one group, as you can see earlier on just now in the standings as well. Each of these teams will play one best of 3 match, I don't know why, best of 3 match with the other 7 teams in the group. And top 4 ranked teams will be placed in the upper brackets, whereas the bottom 4 ranked teams will be placed in the lower brackets.
So that's going to be quite punishing, right? Because depending on how you're placed, there's the extra berth that you might get sometimes. So we also talked about the idea of winning a BO3 giving you 1 point, but losing one minusing a point, right? So that hurts. You can see that's also the reason why there are certain teams that are stuck in the middle of the pack, like 1 point, 0 point, 2 points.
And that's why you see like negative points, right?
Exactly, because being in the center of this table is not necessarily a bad thing, especially based on your strength of schedule. So when we talk about strength of schedule, it's your particular matchups from each week, right? You alluded to this earlier. Notorious Villains, they're going to have to play EVOS SG, they're going to have to play RSG SG.
Right.
Those are 50-50 matchups. There are no guaranteed wins there, right? It's going to be a tough fight for them. Worst case scenario, if they lose both, they're going to look to drop down to 2. And suddenly, they're reset. They're no longer comfortable in first place, which is why it's so important that they win all these matches just so they can have that buffer, right? So they can still fight their way back to top 4.
Yeah, and also in the same position, right? Because we got to talk about like Notorious Villains. They will enter MPL-SG from the qualifier. So really kudos to them to basically fight the big teams as well and all the way in. And in fact, securing one of the top positions at least for a period of time. I mean, that is very big kudos points for them.
Oh, more importantly, it's also like, remember that this is a single round robin format. So at the end of today, like half of the regular season is more or less over already. Once you win all your matches at the halfway mark, that's a really comfortable buffer you have. I feel like Envy now, they can think about their next few steps, right? They can actually start planning about how they're going to approach the next few games, depending on how they want to place.
Yep, and of course, we've already talked a lot about Notorious Villains, right? One of the fan favorites as well, and other apart than the regulars like, EVOS SG and RSG SG. But let's talk about ALMGHTY.
Right.
As of now, ALMGHTY took 1 game from Kingsmen, 2-1. It's a best of 3. They had to go all the way to game 3 against Notorious Villains, who basically, that was also one of the litmus tests. Like, we're really not really sure whether it is going to be Notorious Villains or ALMGHTY, but ALMGHTY lost that game, pushing Notorious Villains even further ahead. And after that, of course, ALMGHTY going up against Impunity, 2-0. But now for today, for the match that we're going to be walking in, ALMGHTY versus RSG SG.
Like we said, the points are the real issue here, right? So we're talking about how this matters for both teams because the winner goes to 2, the loser goes down to 0. But for RSG SG as well, I think this is what they need, right, to get back on track.
Yes.
Right now, they're not looking in the best spots, especially because the early game in the season, the first match rather, against EVOS SG, they took the L, right?
Yep.
So this is them getting back on track. Now, we can talk a little bit more about that, but let's head on over to one of our current events going on, which is the Nominate and Win. We will have that graphic up for you. So right now, we are in week 2. Make no mistake, this is for week 3, and voting opens Monday, 6 p.m. So what you could do is head over to pvpesports.gg/MPL-SG and vote for the team you think is going to win, stand a chance to win epic skins, and of course these are random epic skin chests, or team merch. I saw the Notorious Villain jersey just now from Fenrir. Looks pretty smooth.
Yep.
Really like it. And the 3 people will be picked, of course, based on their results. So I think you were saying you can't just anyhow like tick up or come down.
Yeah, depending on which region you're watching, right? So 3 winners will be chosen for each game day. But unfortunately, well, you said it as well, week 2 is already closed. We can only vote for week 3.
This is definitely something people should look out for, right? Set an alarm for Monday, 10 a.m. Get your votes in and support your team, and of course, stand a chance to win these prizes. Awesome stuff all around, Once again, thank you so much to PvP Esports for making this happen and making sure, MPL-SG in its inaugural season, its first season, is getting off to a rousing start.
And of course, please keep your eyes upon on MPL Singapore's Facebook page for more updates. And of course, give that page a good follow.
Yeah, we have a lot of social media places to follow right now, right? One of them, I think, we were so happy to find out the news, the milestone that we hit as of early. I think it's about like half an hour earlier today. We managed to hit the 10K mark. So we will have that milestone follower rewards up on your screen soon, and you can take a look at that.
Because I would like to thank all of you guys because, you know, like for the past 2 days, right, we're always talking about, hey, when are we going to hit that 10K mark? Hey, when are we going to hit that 10K mark, right? Finally, 10K mark, halfway through already, and now we're looking forward not to 15K, mind you.
It's
we're
20.
looking to 20K.
Go big or go home, Chris.
That's right, man. Because I would say that, you know, get all your friends to follow the MPL Facebook page because we got this milestone giveaway and you get to walk away. I'm not even going to read the 15K. I'm going to read only just the 20K.
All right. Eyes on the prize.
Yep, eyes on the prize. 20 hero shots, 100 magic dust. Let's skip those temporary, to be honest, because the one that is permanent is that skins and permanent heroes up for grabs, and it's just absolutely insane. And start sharing this Facebook page to your friends so that we get more exposure. And of course, look up MPL Singapore on Facebook. But I feel like the most important thing, right, other than following the MPL Singapore on Facebook, is that you get daily updates.
Right.
That you get the juicy details and gossips in case you want to follow, like, you know, these teams that are competing in MPL-SG, especially like you get some very cute insights. I feel like one of our teams is actually, one of the players are really into like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh yeah, I saw that post. I was like, okay, that's interesting.
That's cute.
Yeah, and it's all this inside information you get if you can follow, if you follow the MPL-SG Facebook page, and the rewards are just a bonus on top of that, depending on how you look at it.
Yep.
The plus side also is if we get to 20K, we will definitely hit the 15K, and it's 2 sets of skins and a hero, right? What's not to love? What's not to love about all that? And if you guys want to, you know, find out where to follow these pages, you can just head on over to Facebook, type MPL-SG. I'm pretty sure it's right. There's MPL Singapore, actually.
Yep.
Might be the exact search term. You could also scan the QR code that comes out on your screen later on. It's something that you could look to just move into and just scan with your phone. I think almost everyone has like a camera on your phone that you can QR code scan out.
I mean,
right?
yeah, thank goodness for, you know, the QR code. QR code scanner is already melded into the cameras, right? But there you go. You can follow our Facebook page. Just scan that code and like and give us,
more support.
More support in terms of pushing us towards the 20K follower mark. But personally, I'm more of an Instagram geek myself, so I follow them on Instagram, and dude, there's a lot of juicy details on there, and it's just all about the juicy details. Especially, you know, you don't get caught off guard about the standings, right?
Yep. In addition to, you know, the social media channels, there is also the PvP MPL Arena, which you can see on the bottom right of your screen. Now, there's a treasure chest hunt going on at the Arena. You can head on over. It's like a 3D sort of immersive environment that you can, you know, explore and find treasure chests, and you don't get prizes, of course.
Yep, and you get to explore around the set, technically in a virtual environment. You get to see this exact set. You get to see the set at level 1. You also get to see like the different booths of each different teams as they introduce their lineup, introduce what about their team is, all this kind of stuff. Those juicy details, and of course, the cherry on top of that cake is that 1,000 chests scattered all across the map for you to win.
Yep, you can definitely head on over and find that. Of course, the fastest fingers win first, so do head on over if you're a fan like me, you know, like free stuff. By all means, you should be doing that. You should be doing that, right? So we talked a bit about ALMGHTY and RSG-SG. Let's take a look at the teams that will be playing today, as well as what they have to say about each other.
You're the support, tank support, mage support, more like, right?
More of mage support, not really tank.
Any favorite mages?
I would have to say Loi, Lunox, and Selena.
Okay.
Those are more fun in general.
Pretty standard stuff. No Farsa.
I feel like when I'm playing this kind of long range style of heroes, I feel very scared lah. Like anybody's gonna kill me, you know.
If you're gonna have to name someone in the team that has the biggest ego, who would it be? It could be yourself.
I think it's definitely Jay. Called himself the best mage in Singapore.
Best mage in Singapore, folks. You heard it here. If you guys get 8, it's his fault.
It's definitely his fault.
Alright,
false arrogance.
I feel that it's not true. There are a lot of better mages in Singapore. Like A1, A2, he's my idol in playing mage. Because he's a very OG player and he has a lot of supremes. His macro gameplay, his rotations are all very, very clean.
Not bad.
They recently really practiced a lot and they have a lot of experiences as well. I think recently they just played in this tournament with some Malaysia teams and they did quite well.
Okay.
So I would think that they are actually a strong contender.
RSG, my favorite player, LY4. My role model, actually.
You see, whenever players say that, I don't know if I should take them seriously. Is this some kind of beef?
No, really. Being my teammate in Season 4, if I remember correctly, he was like an older brother to me. You know, in families, the younger brother always like to slap the older brother. It's not like really like a slap, but more like a rivalry kind of thing.
So it would be good to, you know, beat Koko.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
All right, heard what the players have to say about each other. Adamir, some words of respect and maybe friendly rivalry in a way that two brothers kind of go at it with each other.
I don't really know whether you call it friendly, but especially if the other one says koko. You know?
Yeah. I think that's a bit like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, but I mean, like going in with Almighty versus RSG, right? Even LY4, technically, like I would call him the prophet himself. Whatever he says turns true, and now he's facing one of the teams that he's actually worried about, which is, well, Almighty.
RSG, SG, and Almighty, they're setting up the stage right now, as you can see, and relatively soon we should have some of the players' rosters coming up for you guys as we can talk through the teams, right?
Yes.
So one of the things I noticed in this matchup, you know, not just for RSG, SG, and Almighty, or EVOS SG and Kingsmen, is the fact that, you know, both these, there's a sense of veteran versus new.
Yes.
Almost like a sense of like, can the new blood come over and take over the reins, or are the expected veterans gonna be the ones that triumph supreme at the end?
Yes, but for the side of Almighty, it's not really that obvious.
New,
It's
right?
not new. You still have like new mage players like Jay. Even Jay, he said himself in that interview video earlier on just now, he looks up to A1, A2 from Kingsmen, but it's more evident in Kingsmen.
Oh, for sure, right? I think there is this like idea or the concept of it.
Yep.
It's applied differently for both teams, don't get me wrong.
That's right.
But the veterancy between RSG, SG, and EVOS SG, you can see a very clear difference, right, in their matchups. I think that's going to be an interesting point as we look into the best of 3 for today, because when I talk about veterancy, when I talk about experience, right, it always exhibits itself in the game. The cohesion, the shot calling always looks a lot cleaner in the veteran teams. The newer teams tend to fumble a little bit, and this is more evident when you see, like, for example,
EVOS versus Forsaken yesterday?
Right? Or when the most classic one I always see, and I feel like it feels so bad, is when the enemy has priority on the turtle. And the new team is like, do we contest this? Do we want to fight this? Where the call should be, okay, we're just going to sack this and we're going to farm like opposite side of the map instead, right? But they stand there and they watch the turtle get taken. I'm just like, dude, you guys are a new team, I get it, but it feels so bad.
You know, they're counting steps, making sure they keep fit and healthy, all this kind of stuff. But I mean, I really have to echo your point, right? If your turtle or objective is getting taken down, try to find other plays, because we've always seen those 1-2 punches coming in from the pro teams, especially, remember day one. I really want to recall day one, EVOS SG versus RSG, like the Clash of Titans, all the way at the start. They take one turret, the other team just decides, okay, you know what, let's just give it up, let's just go for another objectives.
Like the play is, if they're going to take the turtle here, we either just go and dive the opposite side and kill off whoever's under the turret if they're foolish enough to stay there. Otherwise, take the structure, eat half the map, and then walk back and reset, right? So that's something I like to see the new teams do a little bit more. Of course, the veterans, the one with the more experience, they're like, default strategy, they know, if we can't take turtle here, we'll just punish somewhere else across the map.
Yeah, but for the side, let's take a look back at this lineup, right? RSG versus Almighty. I believe the lineup is going up very soon, but let's talk about that later when we come up. Between these two teams, Almighty is, I would call them technically not a rookie team. They are rebranded from Divinity. Of course. They've got Adamir from RSG. In fact, RSG, the Battle of Cocos and Brothers of Battle of the Brothers going in already. So you can see like LY4 basically, you know, passed on over to Adamir. Adamir is now leading the pack for Almighty, but now they're fighting. So remember, we also talk about the fact that veterancy coming into play. Forsaken respected the EVOS SG a little bit too much, but I don't feel any form of respect, that sort of respect that Forsaken gave to EVOS SG as compared to this time around.
Well, when you look at respect, does it transcend fear or is it just purely respect? Like, do we know their abilities and then we play that line, or we're just going to give them everything, right? So that's the question that we will see. Let's take a look at the player lineups as they come up. It's going to be RSGSG. Up on your screen here, LY4, Sana, Diablo, Jason, and Fossa. Sub-player Sync sitting on the bench.
Yep, LY4 has been giving a very solid performance, right? His calm-headed shot calling, all this kind of stuff has brought RSG towards victory. In fact, they haven't really dropped a match except for the EVOS SG all the way at the first game, very first game of the day. But then again, you also have Sana, one of the very experienced mage players as well, and he's also said that in himself he's kind of scared to play that long range Farsa.
It's funny you mentioned that because every time they pick Farsa,
yes,
Jason's just like, okay, you don't have to play this, bro. I know how Farsa works. I'm just gonna pick her up. You can default into my role.
As Fossa is also the core of RSGSG. He's been playing a lot of Roger recently, and whereas for the side of RSGSG, they've invited technically a new rookie over to their team, which is in the form of Diablo.
Yeah, this roster so far has had mixed success, right? I think they've shown that they are a strong competitor. All the track records that you expect RSGSG to have is there, just not in as clean or dominant fashion as I would like. I think that's the thing, right? When I look at them play, I'm like, okay, this is definitely a winning team, but is it as clean as I would like it is the question.
But whereas their arch nemesis, right, EVOS SG, they've been very clean all throughout. Especially that performance yesterday going up against Forsaken. It was super clean. It was very fast. All the games happened even before they ended off the game less than 12 minutes.
Right, and the reason we bring this up is because both of these veteran teams are going to be playing. Both of these long-standing branded teams are going to be playing today. We can actually compare and contrast because their opponents are going to be relatively similar in terms of skill as well.
Yeah, because Almighty and Kingsmen, technically the middle of the pack. They are going to be a little bit almost similar in terms of the skill set, but in terms of veterancy, I still prefer Kingsman side. But since we're on the topic of Almighty already, let's take a look at the other side of the aisle, which is Almighty, represented by Adamir, Jay, Ken, Jun, and Sky. Very nice names. And then their sub-player, Zen. Yes. One line.
Simple. Apart from Adamir, even then also, that's memorable, right? It's like simple, easy to remember. I love these kinds of names because when you shout them, there's the emphasis. It punches so well. You know what? Chef's kiss for Almighty's
Yes. Well, speaking about chef's kiss, unlike calling hungry, right?
Very well, very well. Now, any players on this lineup stand out to you in particular? I know Adamir, we talked about that brotherly rivalry between him and LY4. They play on the same team for a while. When we look at this team, what stands out to you?
I still feel like I've got to stall my foot on Adamir, right? Adamir being the core. We always talk about core is very important. That's why they're called the core. And he's been playing Yi Shin. One of the goes all in, and there's no way for him to get out sometimes. So it's very dive heavy, right? And it's just been delivering very good performance all throughout MPL-SG throughout the season, and it's just something that we should look out for the side of Adamir. What about for RSGSG, right? I would say eyes on LY4 instead of Fossa, unfortunately.
Oh, no, okay. No. You have to explain your thought process now that you highlighted LY4, right?
I don't know. It's like sometimes when you've been playing a lot of MLBB, solo queue, because
what's a gut feeling?
That's just gut feeling, right? But for the side of LY4, right, in terms of shot calling, being able to shot call and play the game at the same time, and also have to pay attention around the map. But mind you, if you're an offlaner, you usually are stuck all the way on the other side of the map. Yeah, so in order to do the shot call, right, you have to basically, take a look on the other side of the map.
It could very well be a system where they just share the comms, right? I don't think it's necessarily the onus on LY4 to just say, okay, I'm going to call everything, right? So it could very well be RSGSG just sharing the responsibility. So I agree with you to a certain extent. LY4 has always been the standout player. He's really been one person to look out for. He's the face of the organization, of MPL-SG here. So I understand that a little bit more. We will be starting the picks and bans in slightly less than 3 minutes. But before that, let's shout out another one of our sponsors. And it's going to be Secret Lab. So if you guys are keen-eyed and notice, we're not sitting on the Titans anymore. It's the Secret Lab Omega. This is actually the same chair I have at home. It's not the same one, right? But I have a Secret Lab Omega.
I don't really have a Secret Lab chair at home yet.
Really comfy? I feel like I'm back at home now. I'm casting from my home. I am comfortable.
Someone get me a dining chair, please.
And then the award-winning comfort for long hours of work and play used by esports professionals all over the world. And that is not a lie. Tune in to any stream, you'll see a Secret Lab chair just behind a player or a coach. Award-winning comfort meets the biggest mobile game tournament in Southeast Asia as the official chair partner of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Singapore Season 1. Secret Lab will equip Southeast Asia's best MLBB players and casters with the same incredible comfort trusted by the world's largest esports competitions. Enjoy the same pro-level comfort as your favorite MLBB players at secretlab.co.
Yep, Secret Labs, please notice me because I'm still sitting on the dining chair, but I would
Maybe
say
if you
that...
reach out enough, maybe.
Yeah, just maybe, but I would feel like not only just the players, right? Not only just the casters as well. We got to give a shout out to our production.
Oh, yeah.
They're all sporting their own Secret Lab chairs. I believe one of the Secret Lab chairs there.
Yeah, there's a Titan. Yeah, there's a Titan.
Yeah,
here.
right there. Yeah.
Interview area is another one.
Yeah,
we're like
exactly.
surrounded by Secret Lab chairs. It's awesome. Thank you again so much, guys, for making this a pleasure. You know, I can sit down for hours on end just casting. I don't feel anything.
Yeah, dining chair, 8 hours cast. Wow. But also something that's upcoming, in fact, is the 515 celebrations is coming up, and there will be 3 limited edition skins that will be released in the 515 E-Party. And the first one,
E-Party.
Yep, will be officially launched on April 27th. And we've also seen it. It's actually all over the place in the game, and it's looking pretty sick.
Free skin is best skin, bro. It doesn't matter if it looks good or bad. I'm that kind of guy. Like, okay, you want to give me a free skin? Thank you so much. I won't complain, you know?
Yep, and of course...
I was raised like that.
I don't know, like, I was raised like that as well, but I feel like the temptation of Moonton releasing all the 6 skins, especially the collector, yes, I've got to put it out in the stream. I splurged like $200 on the 1-1 collector skin.
Well, thank you for keeping the game free to play for all of us. You know, your community appreciates you. Thank you so much, Chris. You guys want to shout him out, you know, thank you so much for keeping the game free.
Yeah, but of course, other than that, sporting the PvP logo all the way at the back, it is PvP Esports, which is powered by Singtel. It's the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives. It's guided by its core values of passion, sportsmanship, and healthy gaming. And of course, PvP Esports brings you MPL-SG. And it's the first season as well, and that's where all, you know, Singaporean teams will be able to shine because we've got like experimental teams from the community like Explorer.
Oh yeah.
We also got in like, you know, ALMGHTY. You've got also EVOS SG as well. So there's a lot of SG all over the place. So, you know, big proud.
You know, I'm really happy now that we're in week 2 because week 1 we were working some stuff out, but it seems like everything's getting a lot more streamlined, a lot smoother. And speaking of getting streamlined and smooth, we should be into picks and bans soon. I can't wait to see what ALMGHTY and ALMGHTY have prepped for us as the weeks go on, right? Because MPL-SG in its first season, it's a shorter, you know, regular season with a shorter playoff. But that being said, you know, every day counts. Every playoff day counts.
Yeah, because the most important thing for today, in my opinion, you asked me yesterday, which game am I looking out for? This is this exact game. We're hopping into the pick and bans for ALMGHTY versus ALMGHTY. First pick goes into the favor of ALMGHTY. Seems like we're hopping throughout the middle. So let's take a look at the ban very quickly. Yu Zhong, Angela, as well as the Rafaela gets taken out of the board.
Yeah, meanwhile, ALMGHTY, they will remove the Jawhead and the Eve. So instant lock-in. It's going to be Selena here coming for ALMGHTY, and that should be a Sana pick. But the instant response from ALMGHTY, I love this so much.
Very quick.
Knowing that they're going to play a somewhat pick composition, they're not locked in full pick, right? Selena is trending towards that direction. They go for double tanks and the ability to peel off whoever gets picked out. So if you hit the Abyssal Arrow on Uranus, he's going to pop out. He's just going to walk away. Baxia is like, sure, that's a decent target, but can you kill him is the question.
Yeah, and of course, one doesn't simply chase after a Baxia, right? Selena getting the Abyssal Arrow, you want to chase him down. Baxia will be, laughs while you chase him down.
Laughs in Baxia, right? Hovers right now for ALMGHTY. The still open. Benedetta also open now. If they follow through with the Roger for Fossa, that's just gonna be a standard. Like, we want comfort.
Your team is
some power picks splashed in. Big concern I have right now is they don't really have a good front line, right? And they don't scale too well. Middle to early game, perfect for ALMGHTY if they can take advantage of that, but they don't scale well at all.
Yeah, Diablo going for the Paquito Mosquito, whereas on the other side for ALMGHTY,
your
Claude will be
team
picking
is
up because
banning.
since ALMGHTY has already revealed their core, so they're just gonna lock in that Claude. That Claude is gonna go in at the late game will be able to burst down Selena without problem as well, especially if Selena gets to the late game, she falls in.
Now the important part to note is Claude and Uranus actually have this very strong synergy because of the Ionic Edge. It slows everyone around you, right? As long as they're in the area, and you know, you add in a Flawless Blazing Duet, excuse me, into the mix, that just makes it a lot more difficult. I'm just looking at that show, I'm like, okay.
Your team is
banning.
banning.
Coming in for RSG.
Yeah, and RGSG right now, right, banning away the Loi, I'm looking at the Farsa ban because Almighty picking up the Uranus, picking up the Baxia hints. It practically screams Farsa, and Almighty is the one who banned away the Eve, and they're also going to ban away the Dig.
Your team
Farsa could be a problem, they ban away the Kagura instead. So two options available that stand out to me, Chang'e and Farsa, right? Both of those synergize very well with the zone created by Uranus, and this is a composition because they got early access to Uranus. You can draft a lot of things around it. You could draft the teamfight style, you could draft a potential pick, you could go for area control.
Yeah, so what's the problem for me for the side of RGSG's draft? They don't really have that AoE mage, right? Because if Sana were to go for that Selena, it's just a single target mage. And usually for RGSG, they want to spread out that NOD damage. They want to damage as many people as possible, especially in towards a massive region team. I mean, what Uranus can do is also loves in regions, right?
Yeah. Okay, right now, Mana's going to be picked up by Almighty. So they don't give away too much about their composition. Like, you realize the mid-support mage is not really picked up by Almighty yet. So this signals to me that they want a complementary matchup. They want something that's going to be able to do very well. Lane, the Sylvana, however, fulfills the criteria of area control.
That's right.
You lock down so much space in conjunction with the Blazing Duet as well as Ionic Edge, and not to mention the Tortoise Popoise.
Yeah, a lot of big, a lot of big ultimates coming in from the side of Almighty, but eyes on top of that Farsa. RGSG is going to wrest control out of that way. So what Almighty can do, definitely go for that Chang'e. You have the long-range artillery going in. Whereas for RGSG side, I think there are a lot of single target pick-off in the form of that Selena, in the form of that Paquito, and now they're going to pick up that Benedetta. They have to try to look for, in fact, Claude. You have to prevent him from farming out of control. If not, that Claude will be walking over you, that Uranus online at the late game.
Now, the important part here also, you have to note that this kind of was signaled early on during the draft. They first banned Yu Zhong. That told Almighty they want to play either Farsa Eve. So Almighty said, you know what, Eve is more annoying, we'll ban that out. Jason's Farsa, however, still left open. And that was a pick he destroyed opponents with in day 2, week 1. So this is something that we'll have to look out for. Whether he can get the positioning down, the feather airstrike, if he gets multiple stack hits, that's going to be very painful for Almighty. So they need to respect the Farsa. They need to lock her down early and take her out of the fight with the Sylvana and the Baxia.
Yeah, so right now for Almighty side, right, looking super beefy. They have the Lapu Lapu being locked in as well, which means that they're going to solidify, you know, I've got a lot of front line, right? And then I've got dive potential coming in from the Uranus, even the Sylvana, as well as the Lapu Lapu in some sense, and that Claude with the Blazing Duet. However, looking at the side of RGSG, pretty tissue.
Yeah, it's soft. There's no strong front line. There's no true tank in essence, right? So no one can really walk up and absorb damage, unlike the Uranus. Right. To talk a bit more about the Lapu Lapu, I think it also functions as a dive buddy system. Now you have Sylvana and Lapu Lapu jumping on the far side, and Jason is going to feel the same way Sana feels when he plays long range artillery mages. He's like, am I going to be safe here to cast the feather airstrike is the question.
The only way that I can see for RGSG to really truly pop off is use that Paquito to actually find Claude, or using that Selena to basically disrupt the farm of Claude as much as possible. Because once that Claude picks up 2 items, the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff, or even using that Farsa, the fact that you can abuse the mobility to bounce around, look for picks off.
So exactly that, right? Because I highlighted this earlier, or rather I highlighted this earlier in the draft, they have a very good early to mid-game composition. Excels at finding picks, has very strong level 4 power spike when they need to make first rotation to Turtle. They need to get a kill there, and then they need to snowball that goal lead, right? Make use of the map with the mobility as well as the early skirmishing and the early pick of potential from the Selena. If they fail to do so, Almighty is just gonna hit them like a train.
Yep, so onto the Land of Dawn we go. It is RGSG on the blue side. Almighty, the rookie team, going up against one of the most popular teams in Singapore right now. It is Forza. That's going to be able to take out the Little Wanderer. As Sana will find Jay at the backside. Unfortunately, Forza will be finding that pick off slightly. A bit of a miscom coming offside Almighty, but that's still okay. No one dies.
No one dying is a good thing. RGSG, they make the first play. The priority is on them to make these things happen, right? Because they have the Selena, and that's the classic Selena play. Hide mid, try to hit a good abyssal arrow and then force them away. Of course, we saw Jay having to reset and come back into lane. Now, might be looking for a dive here with Sana. If they can hit the abyssal arrow onto Jun, it's gonna whiff though. Yep. If that connected, that would have been a long stun into a kill. With LY Force iframe, probably finishes that off.
Yes, but aside of, you know, using Jun as a Uranus, right? What LY4 has found success against a Uranus is the Beatrix. Be able to burst down that Uranus quick enough.
Oh yeah.
He stacks heal and regen as much. But the longer that RSG actually drags out that team fight, the more beneficial it goes for the side of ALMGHTY.
Ken's holding in mid lane, he might get us caught out here. RSG, they might find their first kill here. He's still very healthy though, and they try to take him down. Oh man, look at that. And RSG to get first blood, they hit him down. He actually stalled up a decent amount of time coming in.
Yep. Yeah, Forza coming in a little bit too late, unable to secure any form of assist. It's gonna hurt Forza slightly a little bit, but that's gonna push Sana even far up. As we're looking at Jun cutting that waves right now, Baxia, because of the Vengeance, will be able to hold on even pretty solid on.
Now, I like that Jun's cutting the wave here, because if he's going to proxy farm, he's also going to get access to the bottom half of the jungle and deny Forza a lot of farm. So him being in that position, you can see like the bottom quadrant of the map is going to be pretty quickly taken away as the turtle and the first rotation will come through. RSG have the beat on this. They won't make that movement up with the ultimates available on multiple members right now. Jason doesn't have Feather Airstrike though.
So right now, even though ALMGHTY, they has utterly control at the bottom side, right? RSG, it doesn't matter to them. The turtle is spawning on the top side and they can probably perhaps look for that turtle and then look for that Lapu Lapu dive.
Notice that although turtle was guaranteed to go RSG's way, the rotation didn't come from ALMGHTY. They didn't play cross match.
That's right.
They were standing there and waiting for a while, like, do you want to contest this? They finally make the movement to the bottom half, but LY4 is a Benedetta. Super slippery, super mobile. If they get a couple of camps without getting the turret, this is a big advantage for RSG.
Yeah, and if you notice, Selena's trap is actually all the way at the top side of ALMGHTY's orange buff, right? That gives off so many information overside to RSG. Whereas, okay, a bit of a fight happening at the bottom side, Uranus will get chased off away, but it's still okay. That's the Uranus, right? It doesn't really take much damage, and he's gonna laugh in regions.
RSG, they have all the ultimates. They're looking to make the move with the Feather Airstrike onto Jay. He's gonna jump out and possibly survive.
Oh, the flame shot actually missed, at the maximum range. Sylvana forced to use the ultimate to jump out of there. It's not very good because RSG, they know that ultimate, that's one of the scary ultimates for the side of ALMGHTY, right? It's already taken off the board. Whereas LY4, and that Uranus is just gonna handshake just a little bit. You cut my wave, I cut your wave. That's exactly what ALMGHTY is doing right now.
Feather Airstrike and Flame Shot traded for a Flicker, you take that any day. Right now, Jay doesn't have one more mobility spell. The Imperial Justice is that much shorter in range.
Yep. As you can see, Jason already with the Feather Airstrike already up online, whereas Jay doesn't really have the ultimate.
Look at the Uranus on the main map. Just look at that guy. He's cutting 2 waves at one time. And this is going to be problematic. Like, this is why people hate Uranus.
I mean, ALMGHTY, June is pretty much in position, so as I'm concerned.
It's so annoying. This is what Uranus should be doing anyway. Like, that's the right way to play. Just cut the waves, make it so it's difficult for your opponents to even protect their turn.
RSG, they might be actually catch out Ken, but Ken, forced to use the ultimate, will be able to run away, still okay. But RSG did one thing. June still disrespecting RSG slightly. LY4, we're gonna come in, jumping in, finds Adamir. Adamir gets tongued down quite a bit. Late to go as well as Adamir. Nice outplay, will be able to teleport back well, but unfortunately Jason with the Feather Airstrike will be able to take him down as well as Ken. Double kill going over the side of RSG.
Nice flame shot from downtown to give them the second kill, and they can rotate over to Turtle. Now the problem in that fight was Adamir got isolated very quickly, very early inside the pit. Once you use your battle mirror image, the Feather Airstrike is just gonna nail you down. Like, you have no more mobility, buddy.
Yeah, but you gotta give credits where credits due, right? Adamir forced to jump away. It actually creates a bit of a confusion over the side of RSG. It's a good choice, I would say. But RSG, they are the pro teams. They'll be able to deal with this without a problem at all.
Jason is massive. He's already completed the clock like 3-5 minutes. This is going to be a problem coming in. Like, you are going to start scaling up Esparza very well. And remember I said RSG, they're mid to early games where they shine. Late game, unless they have a massive gold lead, they might just fall off.
And exactly what I said as well. If RSG actually manages to delay the game, ALMGHTY might have the upper hand here. Look at the goal going into Jun as well. Cutting 2 waves at the same time, forcing RSG, they have to play defensive, right? Because the minions will be crashing on top of their turrets, all because that one Uranus at their RSG's base.
Now, there's a downside to Uranus cutting 2 waves. Because you're getting 2 waves of farm, the carries that need it, the cores that need the lane farm are actually being deprived, right? So a lot of the gold is going towards the Uranus. And how much does that actually contribute to fights is the question. I think June, if he can get to a point where he's obnoxious, he's sitting in the center, he's tanking up damage without any issue, that's fine.
Yep.
But if he's not contributing, that is wasted gold.
Yeah, as you can see right now, right, RSG early on just now was focusing at the top side. They're pressuring on top of Lapu Lapu because Uranus, June is actually cutting the bottom two sides. Jason will lay down siege, mostly just to wave clear. But this gives out a lot of space, I would say, for the side of RSG, whereas their RSG starting to focus down the bottom side. I believe it was because the turtle was spawning at the bottom side.
So there is going to be an in-game pause, but we saw Fossa making the rotation. Try and get the kill on June. The Uranus, he has gold, he's tank,
right.
He's a Uranus. Whether they get the kill depends on the stacking of the crowd control. Even then also, with Consecrate, it's iffy to kill.
Yeah. And of course, I mean, your Uranus doesn't really need to base, right? He can just heal off and laughs in regions and green numbers, all this kind of stuff, as long as he's taking all that puny peanut damage from the side of minions. But that also goes to say, in order to deal with a Uranus, right, all you have to do is find the burst. And that's why I really respect the OI4 pick with the Benedetta going up against a Uranus. Yes, in draw-out fights, Benedetta will find the loss, but the Benedetta is still mobile to actually slip away.
Hopefully this pause is so we can jump back into the game.
Yes, I feel like right now, right, this game could go to anywhere, right? You know, with RGSG, kind of have control over the map. But what ALMGHTY did is to basically deny that control by having June to cut the wave. So it's absolutely a masterpiece of a game.
Saw them rotating, maybe looking to go for June, but they realize it's a Uranus. That's gonna be a waste of time. Let's not make that play.
Okay,
Turtle is on the top side instead, so.
So maybe just to create space for that Benedetta to farm, I'm not really too sure about their call right now, but I feel like they're really wanting that Uranus, right? In fact, they're just going to commit LY4 and Jason coming down, Ionic Waves to wave clear, but big items coming in for June.
So far, I haven't seen the value of the Sylvana Lapu Lapu dive just yet. Jason has been able to get off the out. Hold on though.
Oh, Diablo bursting down Jay. That is one member down for the side of ALMGHTY. And now RSG, they have the dominant position. West can jump on top of Jason. Okay, Senna misses the Abyssal Arrow, won't be able to do anything as now ALMGHTY will be able to push Fossa right away from the turtle as Adamir focuses down on the turtle, or even Diablo right as well as Adamir coming in with the blazing duet. Finds Senna, finds Diablo as Adamir and Jun chasing out of Diablo. Diablo KO out of the game already. Woo!
Turtle now being taken away by Fossa though. Meanwhile, Adamir still fighting on inside the jungle with June. Ionic Edge keeping the space there, so Adamir is free to walk around and hit. But at the end of that trade is a 2-for-2 with Turtle going the way of RSG. SG. Now Fossa, because he did not fight at all, he secured the turtle. He says, you guys should be fine fighting. I'm going to get the objective. I'm going to get the buff. And now RSG SG, they still hold the gold in 8 minutes in.
Yeah, ALMGHTY, right? They kind of greeted. They went for Jason. It was solid, you know, food as well as Senna with that food. But let's take a look at that replay right now.
Yep, so let's walk through this, right? Ken gets the jump on in and Sky overcommits just a little bit. He's going to get caught out here just before they start the fight. Lapu Lapu, of course, getting the kill. Or rather, it was Jay that got caught out. So Lapu Lapu gets the kill on the far side. No more feather strike. This fight should be good. They're overchasing, but Sana and Diablo buy so much time. Look at this. Pops the shield again. He's like, nah. Eventually, Jin gets the kill, but by this point, they've overextended. Fossa on your minimap has taken the turtle. It's done and dusted.
Yeah, but that was a solid call, right? For RGSG to just commit for that turtle. Yes, to trade 2 members away, but I feel like ALMGHTY needs that turtle even more than RGSG. RGSG denied that turtle away from ALMGHTY.
Okay, so the clock also completed onto Sana. Demon Hunters were done for Adamir. These are big items coming in.
Yeah, bigger items. I would say June with the Oracle first item is going to make sure, and even the Brute Force play, more defensive items.
The big boy.
It's got a big chunky boy, but RGSG, I feel like they've got already starting to pick up the damage coming in. Piquito just bursts down people so quickly, especially with a bit more sustain in the Bloodlust X. But okay, Fossa sees Ken will be able to roll out.
Like I said earlier before the fight broke out, I haven't seen the value of the Sylvana just yet. Like I could see in theory, in concept, why they pick it. Execution-wise, it's a bit lacking. Every time Jay jumps in, he gets bursted down immediately, right? So there has to be some level of coordination.
Sana finds Adamir with the Abyssal Arrow, and the Adamir will go down. Fossa goes into the wolf form, tries to find a Lapu Lapu. Well, will be able to force that cut away, but oh, Abyssal Arrow almost hits Sky. Forced to use that flicker. It is Sky that is forced to get away, so no more flicker for that.
A bit tricky here. You can't get Purify on Adamir's jungle Claude because he needs the retribution. So at that point, it's like, well, he's still cutting the wave.
I feel like he knows that the camera is actually focusing, but hold on a second right here, as RGSG is going to start the Lord. Pretty early Lord, if you ask me, for the side of RG. Is Almighty going to be able to do anything at all?
The plan for them is still to cut the waves with Jun. They need to isolate the far side early on and find the kill on the Roger. Like, these are the two prime targets. However, LY4 is going to make that very difficult. LY4 is looking to jump to the backline and make sure, or at least deny them the access into the backline.
Yeah, but then you go. RGSG, they lose mid lane turret, but they get that Lord. The Lord will be marching on the top side. Almighty is going to open up their map dominance a lot more because RGSG lost the turret. Whereas, for the side of RGSG, right, Sana is starting to lose priority, but he finds the Abyssal Arrow. That's actually kind of good.
Unable to follow up because the guy that was hit was under the bot, the midfield one. Then the airstrike coming out to allow the push to come in. They're looking to finish off this turret first. LY4 is still playing denial.
Yeah, the wave here is pretty strong for the side of Almighty. Unable Diablo will be able to burst Sky down half health, but the whole team of RGSG is here. So is that Lord. The super minions is going to be very beneficial for the side of RGSG. They need to try to win this. They're trying to win this by the top side.
Pushing in right now, we can see Diablo looking for the play. Actually, might have overextended just a little bit, but very low on health right now with Sky and Ken. He's looking to get taken down. Avengers not really working out as Foster getting the first kill now. Jun having to back off. RGSG to get the top inhibitor, to get one kill on Ken. And they decide it's good enough for us. Now we're going to rotate into mid-tier 2.
Yeah, Almighty was fighting RGSG right in that no man's land, which is where Jason started out. But big items coming in for the Adamir once again. The better airstrike will be launched from RGSG. But okay, Almighty takes the engage, they pull that trigger, as Diablo will be able to try to find the side of Jay as well as Sky goes down. As the fact that, you know, RGSG probably almost overstayed, but Almighty, they tried to pull that trigger, but it doesn't work out.
Oh man, Jun overextending inside the jungle, thought he could get something done, but 4 members of RSGSG just sitting there waiting for him. Ken walking up, might get punished here with the Abyssal Arrow. Sana. Looking for a target right now, possibly throwing it out, goes in towards the middle half of the map, and Adamir, he's gonna get caught out, has to use the Battle Mirror image to get away from the Feather Airstrike. There was a good setup coming in from the duo of Sana and Jason, but they will come and finish off what they started with the bot inhibitor going down.
I feel like the Abyssal Arrow on top of that, Adamir, is not for him. It's basically just to stop him from coming over to bottom side because RGSG, they've got the Iron Prize. They're not looking for kills at all. They just want to push down these turrets once and for all. And RGSG, they're winning via the side lane.
Looking at how they've executed this game one so far, remember we pointed out, mid to early is the strength of RSGSG. They identify that and they play towards their strength, right? Level 4 first turtle, they go all in and fight and they come out with huge rewards. So this is looking a lot cleaner, a composition that is something that really fits them. It's a lot cleaner as compared to what we saw in the past week.
Yeah, but on the side of Almighty, right, because Jun was cutting the waves at the bottom side. Clearing off the waves as much as possible. I feel like looking at that gold, right, it is 8k on top of that Uranus. Adamir slowly slips towards 7.8, 7.9, but it's still behind Jun, right? You're denying all that gold over for the side of team of Almighty.
Like I said, he's cutting waves. He's eating 2 out of 3 waves, right? He's gonna get all the gold.
One greedy boy.
Eating all the gold, not giving the enemy is a problem. As the Feather Airstrike comes up, very low health. They want to jump in. RSG looking to clean off the last inhibitor off the map as the Electro Final Blow comes out. RSG now retreating. That structure is still pretty healthy as Ken is edging to go in.
RGSG, they're just playing a game of pure siege, right? Setting up that low man's land just to clear the waves as the waves slowly, bit by bit, crashing the wall on the waves. Diablo will jump on top of them, but Santa Feather Airstrike finds Jay and Adamir kind of gets denied, but it is Foster that is still pretty much healthy. Santa will force to run away, but this time around it is RGSG that's going to be overstay as Adamir takes down LY4. Good, tries to jump on top of Jason and Foster. Foster going to the Lycan Bomb, outplays that Uranus. Woo! That was such a great play coming up from RGSG.
1-for-1 trade, they get tank for tank. When I say tank, it's offlaner for offlaner, right? And right there, Jun, even though he's the biggest boy, he has the most gold, he's still overextended into 4 members, and he had to respect the damage coming in from Fossa. Now the Lord has spawned Fossa in this Lycan form. He finishes that off so quickly. Almighty, they have to run over to save this though.
Yeah, okay, Diablo will be able to scout out Ken out. There are members of Almighty slowly trickling in at the Lord Pit, but their RSGSG is just gonna disengage.
Look at the minimap, the reason they can't really fight this on the Almighty side is they have to clean up the top wave pushing in. Because the inhibitor goes down, Sky has to make sure the wave is pushed up and answer pushing in.
Yes, that Senna laying that trap right there is going to give so much vision over the side of RGSG, right? Information is king. You don't really have any form of vision in terms of in Mobile Legends like Bang, whereas you're looking at a siege coming up from RGSG. Almighty, they're just trying to defend and wave clear as much as they can. Better airstrike going down once again, just denies so much. The Senna arrow finds Sky, but still A-OK for the side of Almighty.
Things are starting to look a bit dicey from RSG. You can see they don't want to fight head-on because Golden Staff was completed by Adamir earlier. Right. So these 5-on-5s, you know, if they clump up against Jun, against Adamir, it's that synergy we're talking about. You're slowed by the Ionic Edge, and the Blazing Duet rips you apart, right? So they need to respect this. They're trying to use their artillery. The setup is Abyssal Arrow to fed the airstrike, control the zone, but they might be finishing the Lord here. Jay coming in.
Jay coming in, Ken as well, but as the members of Almighty slowly crash on top of down, but it is RSG that actually manages to secure that Lord. Forza goes down, but Diablo might be the second one as Almighty is focusing fire on top of Diablo. Diablo goes down, unfortunately, as the members of RSG has to retreat, but they get that Lord. That's still okay, but it is Almighty has to put on pure defensive mode right now.
It's wins on both sides. The Lord secured for RSG means that Almighty don't get it. So it's a denial, right? But Almighty, you can see these late game fights starting to work in their favor. The items coming in for Adamir are starting to pop off. And the straight on 5-on-5 just works better for the red side.
But it is RGSG's Lord going to march on the top side. June will be focusing on the bottom side. Instead, RGSG, they want to play along that Lord. But you can see the amount of no man's land that they create. The Abyssal Miss, but can't find LY4. But that's a Benedetta. He's going to be able to disengage very quickly.
0, 1, and 6. LY4 is not too fit, so he's not going to be that much of a problem for the backline. Their damage is starting to dip off, right? Yep. The only combo that they have on the RSG side, like I said, Abyssal Arrow into Feather Airstrike. They need to nuke down key members first, make it such that their health bars are so low, Almighty can't really engage and handshake that fight. That's the only way they take these. This is the only way they close out these 5-on-5s. Otherwise, you look for picks with the Abyssal Arrow.
But let's take a look at the clock right here. 17 minutes into this game. Almighty's Power Spike is starting to go in. Adamir completed core item as well. June is starting to become that beefy boy. Jay with that Sylvana doesn't really require that much items. As you can see on the side of RSG, right? Sana is slowly starting to fall down, only able to toss Abyssal Arrow after Abyssal Arrow every single time.
And despite this Baxia being, you know, like a roamer kind of low farm priority hero, he's still getting items because the game is dragging on, right? He's starting to get items, he's starting to get tanky, you know. Ken is moving up without fear now. If this was 7 minutes in, you don't do that. But 17 minutes in, the Baxia is, you know, in a good position to be the one that face checks all these areas.
Yeah, technically speaking, Almighty, they put up very good defense, right? You see the Lord going down, but it doesn't really do much damage towards their side. Almighty still have that mid lane on, which is very annoying for the side of RGSG. They're trying so hard to close this game, and all boils down to siege tactics, right? Strike from afar, landing their Abyssal Arrow, and then Feather Airstrike.
This is where the experience comes in. This is how, you know, you separate the experienced players from the newbies, because in these late game situations, there's no textbook play.
Yep.
All up to creativity and execution.
Yep, okay, Diablo finds Sky just a little bit, but they're just gonna dip in and back off. RGSG putting up so much respect over to the side of Almighty. Adamir has to play it very safe. Jun jumping on in, and you can see RGSG, they're not gonna handshake this fight, and it's just absolutely beautiful.
They know their limits, they just want to find the picks first. Now Lord is gonna be spawning in slightly more than a minute. Almighty, they just need to hold on to this defense, right? As the game goes on, remember the respawn timers are gonna get longer and longer. Almighty, they might just want that one clean fight for them to take the Lord and push it down, especially with Adamir. I mean, your siege as Claude is pretty insane.
Yep, but I feel like for the side of RGSG, right, Jason on that far side is gonna siege even better. Yes. You want a Blazing Duet? I have Feather Airstrike. I can strike you down even before, but I really have to echo what you said, right? RGSG just setting up this no man's land, just zones out Almighty, and in fact, most of the team fights happening, but okay, let's talk about that over as LY4 will be able to catch June, but June is a tanky boy. RGSG is just gonna back off.
Consecration is a very good ultimate, ladies and gentlemen. Like, it just dispels, it gives you the heal, he just walks away, but they did burn the battle spell, so that is a win for RGSG. These small margins that you want to trade off, right? We push our ult, but we'll take your battle spell, and hopefully, you know, the next fight you'll be a bit weaker, that's okay by us, then we handshake the next fight. So try and chip small resources out of Almighty's pool and hope to find a large enough accumulated advantage to win these fights.
Yep, Immortals starting to build in for the side of Almighty as well. It's gonna take even harder to actually, sorry, that was an Athena shield, my bad. Diablo finds Ken. It's gonna be a bit of a, That does a lot of damage, but at the same time, Adam and Blaze, oh no, finds Sana. Jason forced to run away. Forza coming in a little bit too late. RSG, they're one member down. Almighty, they pick one, they get away. That's exactly what they do. Look at that. 49 seconds on that killer talk. LY4 chasing after Jay, finds Jay. Unfortunately, the stun goes down. Spiral Strangling as well. At the same time, good defense coming out from the side of Almighty.
See, while all that was going on though, the Lord did not go down, but guess what did? The last inhibitor. So this is going to look very dicey for Almighty. If they lose this fight, it's game over, but if they win this Lord, there's a chance they can just push down and maybe equalize the structures just a little bit. Now, all the inner turrets for SG is still up, so even pushing in to close this game out is still an uphill battle.
Yeah, Almighty now, they lose all their turrets right now, right? So Almighty has to start to dedicate some resources, some manpower over to defending these minion waves that's slowly going to crash on top of them. But I'm not really too sure what to do right now. Remember what we said before the match, right? As time goes by, Almighty, LY4 gets shut down. Benedict are looking super slippery as Ken, looking chased down, but Forza will be able to push Ken away. So that is good teamwork coming out from SG.
Diablo was looking for the flank there. They were looking to pull the trigger, but LY4 is a little too low on health. So now he needs to go for a reset. They've cleared the zone out, so this road should go the way of SG without contest. Diablo is still poking and prodding, looking for a chink in the armor, looking for a weakness here. SG is coming in, looking to steal this away.
Okay, no more steal going in the favor of Almighty as the RSG is forced to back away. Almighty now pushing up Chase. Forza on the backside. There's not much steal coming up from the side of SG, unfortunately, but Almighty.
Oh, he got him!
The stun coming out from the Lapu Lapu will be able to hopefully secure that kill, but it is Jason that actually secures that Uranus. The clash going in, the damage coming in from the side of SG will be able to secure the members of the side of Almighty, but just how long can Almighty actually hold? Not too long, because you have that Lord marching down the mid lane right now.
Oh, Diablo spamming the animation as well. If you see in that last fight, even though they hit the stun from the Lapu Lapu, the immediate response from RSG is like, hey, Forza is in trouble, everyone converge now. Doesn't matter, as long as you keep the damage and the pressure on with the Lord marching down. If they don't get to go back to base, they don't win the game.
And let's talk about the fact that if you die, you're gonna take a long time to come back. And there's no one to defend from the side of Almighty, right? So if SG, they really want this team fight.
They made them sweat for it, like Almighty in the game one. They made SG sweat a little bit for it, right? But I like the last fight. They're just denying them from going back to base, allowing the Lord to walk in, and that's game one going the way of SG.
Yeah, it's just so beautiful, right? You can see how Forza gets caught up by the Lapu Lapu. And the amount of teamwork, the amount of camaraderie going in. Diablo also, zoning out the members of Almighty. Almighty tries to poke in, try to look whether Forza is actually soloing that Lord. And you have Diablo, you have the members as well as LY4, as well as Sana, just denies it.
The pull and push of RSG's execution is just so good, right? When it comes down to handshaking these fights, they don't full commit into fighting 5-on-5. What they do is they walk up, they bait some stuff out, and then they back out into reset, right? Because they know in a straight-on 5-on-5, you don't win.
Yep.
The wombo combo, or not rather, the synergy between Jun and Adamir is just too much, right? So we have to respect that. We can't just walk into a choke and hope that we survive Blazing.
Yep, and of course, big ultimates coming up from Almighty, right? RSG, they know their team composition is on the early game to the mid game. Whereas this is the late game, RSG gives so much respect over to Almighty. Usually it is, the weaker teams actually giving respect over to the stronger teams, but Almighty, they don't fret.
Yep. They understand the limits of the composition, they understand the limits of their opponent's composition, they just play it so well. Let's take a look at the post-match analytics coming in. As you can see, SG on the left, Almighty on the right, and no surprise, it's Forza that has the most gold coming in, but Sana with the most kills.
Yeah, and that Forza is just dishing out so much damage, creates so much, zone denial for Almighty to basically in. But okay, Eyes on top is that Sylvana though doesn't really do much damage, but you don't really see much impact coming out for the Sylvana, but you can see there are a lot of times when SG managed to basically bait away that Sylvana, just to jump away using the ultimate, and that's a huge waste.
I like the idea of the pick, right? I understood what they were trying to do, but the value of it was a bit lost when it came to execution because there were multiple times in the early game, and Sylvana does need a bit of a push.
That's right.
She died way too quick. She died before she had, put any value into the team fight. And I think that was what really lost them the early game to mid game. If they had stabilized at that point and transitioned to late game strong with not that much of a gold gap, it would have been a lot better.
Yeah, let's take a look at the MVP screen as well, because I believe it is going to be Sana. Wow.
5-1 and 9 on the Selena. It's a decent GPM at 556, but when you look at what Sana was able to bring to the table, right? The setup from level 2, you know, in the mid, all the way to the last few fights, as long as he was hitting those abyssal arrows, the call was immediate from him. It's like, hey, Jason, you gotta hit the feather edge right here, because then we can chuck him out, then we can potentially re-engage.
Yeah, and not only that, you know, Sana with those traps just gives out so much information, especially, I pointed it out, right, all the way at the top side. The side of RGSG knows that ALMGHTY is basically in their jungle farming away, and they basically, with this information, they'll be able to make better shot calling, and that goes into play what Sana did.
Congratulations to Sana, the MVP of Game 1, and with that, you know, RSGSG, they take a commanding lead in this best of 3. We were talking during the downtime of the last game about how there's this idea of, well, the new teams, when it comes to closing out games, it gets a bit tricky. The experienced players tend to be a little better. You take a look at the replays and the highlights coming in from Game 1.
Yeah, this first kill going over to the side of Sana is going to secure that Sana with the Selena is going to be so massive. But then let's take a look at this fight where Adame gets caught out. Will be able to jump all the way back, but it's still in that Jason's.
And you see this point push, right? They don't full commit into taking the fight. A great flame shot coming in.
Yep.
Again, like, look at this. Diablo's it. They get the kill and then they pull out. They don't have to commit and then you re-engage afterwards. You know, it's these things, these small micro things that make me appreciate RSGSG as a team.
Jay dies even before the Imperial Justice goes out. In fact, if you have the Imperial Justice, even better. It could have been a better one. But I feel like at this very particular fight that we're looking at, ALMGHTY needed for those 2 kills.
Definitely overextended a little bit now. We're looking at this when this team fight, when Adame completely start, and things look a lot better because this is a 5-on-5. The RSG actually handshake, but they were able to kite it out. You know, they didn't have to re-engage fully.
Yeah, there's a lot. This team fight, particularly as the side of RSGSG, they managed to take that Lord. They get out. They're like, okay, let's not even fight this at all. And Diablo, I believe he actually managed. Oh, he doesn't. Not this one. It's the other one.
So this is the one where the third Lord here has been taken. Fossa gets caught out by the stun. Look at the response here from RSGSG. Dogpile all the damage on anyone that's sitting on Fossa because they're stacked up trying to kill him.
Yeah, and it's just when you stack up as a Farsa, you know, as a Benedetta as well as the Paquito, right? There's so much damage in that very small space. So if the members of ALMGHTY dives on top of that Fossa, RSGSG is like, okay, let's just kill off whoever messes up with our code.
Maybe an inexperienced team might have been, oh, he's caught, we sacrifice him here, but you know, the synergy there is like, hey, help Fossa, everyone turns and burns.
Yes, and I would say if I were playing this in a pub game, I think I would just run. But this shows...
Maybe that's why you're epic, you know? I'm just gonna put that out there. Maybe that's why you're epic.
I don't grind enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going for a short break, but before that, let's talk a little bit about one of our eye care sponsors, or one of our sponsors rather, who is our official eye care partner, Sustain. So I have a little bottle of Sustain eyes.
Yep. Your eyes look better today.
Yeah, it's funny because yesterday before the broadcast, everyone came up to me like, hey, Daryl, what's up with your eyes, man? Super red. And it's because recently, before I sleep, my eyes tend to dry out. So when I wake up in the morning, they get like super dry, they hurt. Yes. But last night, I actually tried dropping like 1 drop in each eye. I slept like a baby, dude. I walked into the studio today, I was like, good morning, everyone. Like, I felt perfect, dude. I was like Mary Poppins.
Can you imagine? You use 1 drop and it's already effective. Can you imagine if you use just 2 drops per day?
But it's that good. You just need only 1 drop, right? And if you're like me, you know, you feel like your eyes are tired, don't let your eyes hold you back while you're busy gaming, streaming, or binge watching. If you're not sure how to tackle your tired, irritated, or dry eyes like me, you just need to use 1 drop in each eye. Sustain is going to solve all of your problems for you.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're going to go into a short break, but don't go away because coming up next is going to be game number 2 for our Resurgence RSGSG versus ALMGHTY. Will ALMGHTY take 1 game from RSGSG or will RSGSG close up the series? We'll catch you later.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL-SG. We are in our second game in the series between RSG-SG as well as ALMGHTY. In that game one, very methodical, very clean. I call RSG-SG out for being a bit sloppy sometimes, but it seems like they're dotting their I's, they're crossing their T's, they're making sure that this is a playoff form squad.
Yeah, and other than that, right, for RSG-SG, right, they pick a very early to mid-game composition. You would have thought that ALMGHTY will be able to take that game at the late game, but RSG-SG, they're so methodical, and they just take one to get out. They take one, then they get out, and slowly, ALMGHTY died by 1,000 cuts.
Yep, it's that pull and push. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going into picks and bans. No delay, no waits. We are excited to get into game. I want to see the draft, of course.
Exactly.
I'm a guy who likes the strategy, the analytical side of things. So looking at draft and the reasoning behind it is always awesome.
Yeah, personally, I like to see things die, right?
You like to see things die. That's how you want to watch the game, right?
Yep, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, hopping into game number 2. Will ALMGHTY take one chunk from RSG-SG, or RSG-SG will be like, you know what, let's just close off this game, let's just end this, and let's move on to bigger things.
Look at the bans. The Uranus from ALMGHTY, we played that the last game. We understand how strong it is.
Banning.
So we'll move that from the pool. Rafaela are banned as well. It's no surprise. RSG-SG here, they actually have the option. They could ban the Jawhead. They could possibly ban the Matilda. It's one of the other.
Your team is banning.
First. The reason I kind of gave that sort of explanation is because now ALMGHTY will be forced to ban away whatever they don't want to play against. RSG-SG can target ban. So hypothetically, if ALMGHTY doesn't ban Matilda here,
is banning.
And RSG-SG wants to leave it open, it could be up in the pool still.
So if RSG-SG were to target ban anything from ALMGHTY, right? Okay, RSG-SG will be taking away the Matilda. Because I was thinking, hey, RSG-SG probably already has an answer towards that Matilda, right? But because ALMGHTY is going to get first pick, I'm not sure whether it's first pick is good or second pick is better, because at the second pick you get to pick 2. Because we saw ALMGHTY in the previous game, right? Because they were the second pick, they immediately secured Uranus, and after that they secured their Bucks.
Benedetta will be picked up here. Now the previous game, one of the early bans from RSG-SG was the Yu Zhong. Paquito was also played by Diablo, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Yu Zhong coming in. Boxer, like you said, also open. RSG-SG though, they might just be leaning towards an open draft. They don't want to give anything away. Lock the Roger in here and just say, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Okay, RSG-SG picking out the Baxia just in case any form of heal goes into play, because we're seeing an open Angela, right, that could go in.
Yeah.
So RSG-SG picking up the Baxia more like a, just in case.
Open Angela and the Alice Sinners, the people that like to play the Alice, also knowing that that's open, the Baxia solves both those problems.
And they also counters the Yu Zhong as well.
Yeah, it also counters the Yu Zhong as well. So this Baxia is a high value pick. A lot of efficiency comes out from this particular hero in this draft right now.
Yeah. Not also revealing their cards, right? That's what RSG-SG is trying to do, being that mysterious stranger of ALMGHTY. But ALMGHTY, with that said, ALMGHTY still hovering in terms of their picks. Anything and everything can go, right? But okay, ALMGHTY is just gonna show, you know what? Gonna show whatever we're gonna play. We're gonna play a Bruno and Kagura matchup.
I think I kind of made this analogy yesterday. Kagura's like vanilla ice cream. Very good at anything. Any waffle, any particular mix, you can go wrong with mixing something else, right? Even with a cup of coffee if you need to. Kagura is good for all situations. The idea of how you want to run this Kagura is very fun.
Coffee,
you never had an
team is
espresso with
banning.
vanilla ice cream. It's called an affogato. Yeah. Even.
Wow.
Look at this.
Your
look at this
team
guy.
is banning.
Uneducated.
Get
back in school.
I cast from a dining chair, right? I need a secret lab chair myself. But anyways, RSG-SG picking up that Farsa as well.
Okay.
Okay. They're going to go for some comfort picks as well.
Instant ban the Yu Zhong also. So they know that, okay, if we're going to get this mobile artillery mage, we need to remove the Yu Zhong.
Yep, and RSG-SG brought that Farsa to great success in game number 1, because, ALMGHTY constantly fights into that no man's land. And always Adamir is the one that gets chunked out, and then, you know what? He just disengages. Whereas ALMGHTY pull the disengage, it's a win for RSG-SG, right?
Yeah, Bruno here kind of does the same thing as Claude, but you're trading off team fight AoE damage for a bit of single target damage, right? The timings are still relatively similar for both the cores.
Yeah, ALMGHTY needs that front to back. They need more beefy heroes coming in for. So I would say that the subsequent 2 picks is gonna be someone like maybe
your team is banning.
Tossing one hero up and hoping it sticks.
Let me see the ban. Of course, it's going to be Diggy. Why wouldn't it be Diggy being banned? RSG-SG, they don't want to deal with that, which is smart. Are you saying they need tank? And that is true to a certain degree, right? And we saw some of the wombo combo potential yesterday with things like Atlas. pulling into the mix. Kagura functions the same way. The question here, or rather, Almighty might have to decide, do we want to play for front to back, which is in this case, you draft a tank, you create space for the Bruno to walk up. Or do we want to play, one-shot AoE team fight, wombo combo with our ultimates?
Your team is
for RGSG side, right? They already go for the big ultimates already. You've got the Angela's still open, maybe. But Angela tagged along with perhaps that Farsa is going to be very helpful because you can ensure that Farsa gets all the money shots going in. With the Baxia as well, also can bring the Angela along as well for the ride. And then you have a lot more sticking power just to deny Almighty away. But I feel like Almighty with that Benedetta probably could find Farsa, or which is Jason.
It'll take a while to deliberate, so it's going to be the Roger for Fossa here. Now, I was actually thinking maybe you do Angela on the side of Almighty here. And the reason is kind of simple, is because if Benedetta gets big, you can start playing crossmap. You can start, split pushing in a sense and playing opposite. Like if your opponent is playing Turtle, you can send 4 members to go and harass them if you wanted to, Benedetta on the opposite side of the map and make the rotation quick too. So that is the power of the Angela, right? She does so much in her kit by empowering people to play wide across the map. Bane coming in is a disruptor towards the far side of the Popo and Koopa. Now, I've been talking about Popo and Koopa a little bit when we've been discussing draft potential, and what Popo and Koopa does, it's an early to mid-game pick also that's super strong. It comes to bridging, right? It helps you focus down the enemy. It disrupts the enemy jungler's pattern.
Yeah, because Popo Koopa also does what Selena does. Placing down that traps ensures like a very good slow, a very good CC as well, but also gives you something that we need very much, which is vision.
And also you have a nice targeted stun when you pop the Alpha Wolf, so it's a strong solution to trying to lock down a single target, right? In this case, if Bane hits the deadly catch in the back line, disrupts Farsa, and you want to go back in, you can fight front to back.
And also what Popo and Koopa brings along is basically the 6th hero.
You get another body on that.
You get another body, you get another mid tank, which is something that Almighty needs as well, right? Because you've got someone to be able to fight front to back.
Offlane Amos here is going to come out for RSGSG. Like, no, actually it's going to be offlane Box here. Now Y4 is picking that up, so it might just be the roaming Amos here. Okay.
Roaming Tamus is kind of like cheese in a sense because of the fact that he does so much stack slow, right?
But RSGSG is also one of those teams where like the player roles are just nameplates that can be swapped out, right? They don't actually adhere to their defined roles. They're a very flexible team. Sometimes to the failure or success of their performance, because there's something that we saw in the past, right? When the players tend to swap roles around and it doesn't work out, people call that out.
Yeah, for the side of Almighty though, in this time walking in, their draft is mostly trying to catch that Farsa because Almighty probably identified the Farsa way early on. The Kagura technically with the Yin Yang overturn will be able to find the Farsa.
It's a deterrent, right? It stops her from channeling the Feather Air Strike.
Yeah, and then what RSGSG could probably do is to try to find Bruno with the Paquito coming in for the flank. Whoever's going to play the Baxia will also do the exact same thing. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Land of Dawn. We've got RSG with match point, best of 3, as Ken takes a bit more damage from that Farsa.
Game 2, Almighty looking to tie this one up. The draft kind of interesting. Ken now, the Popo and Koopa. Like I said, being annoying. Your job as Popo and Koopa early on is to slow down the enemy clear, right? Make it so that your 2 bodies count for more.
Yeah, Jay tried to snipe off that purple buff with the flame shot, but
can't fault him, right?
Yeah, but the flame shot cooldown's not really that long, so it's still A-okay. For the side of Adamir, they're going to cut an orange buff and then probably go towards that little one, going over to the side of Almighty earlier on.
Fossa actually with a really quick clear. He's already finished orange now, finished the purple now, moving on to the orange. Jundo getting caught out. The Benedetta is going to go down for first blood. No respect. Almighty, they walk in, they get killed.
Yeah, that flame shot just to secure that deal, right? We talk about rotations. RSGSG with the Baxia, with the Farsa as well. This is going to rotate uncontrollably, right? LI4 on that Thamus. I felt like we've actually seen this before in other games as well. One of the bumper pick. Oh, wait, no, flicker.
He's gonna kill him off. Sky had no chance there. And in the end, actually, they swapped the Thamus over to LY4. So it's offlane Thamus.
Pretty standard.
The images at the draft phase was a bit mixed up, so that's fine. Foster is gonna take away another camp now. Look at the gold difference. This is largely from the kills as well as the camps. Foster has been clearing a lot quicker than his counterpart. Adamir with a bit of a slower clear. You can see the bottom half of the jungle still left completely untouched.
Yeah, that's probably be the fact that Senna is actually trying to help, but okay, Jason fly wing by wing will be flying down to the bottom side, whereas the side of Almighty slowly converging at the bottom side. They won this dive though.
RSGSG are setting up for the turtle. This is the first rotation now. Look at your minimap. Sky is nowhere near, doesn't have the deadly catch, so there's no way they should be contesting this unless it comes down. Although Diablo going up to answer though.
Yep, Adamir will start that very shortly. LY4 will be looking to get caught out. Jun used that ultimate big burst damage coming up for the side of LY4, but the ultimate of damage means that he's going to take a lot more sustain as RSGSG is going to set this up as well as back away. There you go. Just the discipline coming out from RSGSG, right?
Diablo has level 4, Sky doesn't yet. So this is a big problem, right? If they fight 5-on-5, knockout punch versus deadly catch, like having the outs is just such a big boon. There's no way Almighty should be contesting this here, although they are putting up some resistance. They're saying, hey, they're faking, right? It's almost like poker. They're faking, saying, if you fight this, we will contest it.
Yeah, look at all those traps set out by the side of Ken. Ken usually stays at that river, but okay, Farsa get Senna jumping on top of Ken. Jumping on top of Jay turns around for Ken instead as Almighty will start that turtle. Turtle buff will be getting taken down by the side of Adam as damage slowly trickles in for the side of RSG. With that 1-for-2 trade, RSGSG lost that turtle.
The trade here is Diablo's going to hold his own against Sky. I mean, he's going to have the upper hand in this matchup no matter what.
I feel like right now, right, Almighty took that turtle, tries to seek to equalize that goal, but RSGSG with that foresight is just way too ahead. And not only that, they're hammering on top of this turret energy.
Yeah, this rotation is actually really good coming from RSGSG. If they can isolate this, then they can move into a more early game skirmish phase. They don't have to sit in lanes all too much and worry about taking down the structures. Jason, again, before 4 minutes, just picking up that clock like it's nothing, you know. He's 2-0-1. He's starting to pick up the items that matter.
First turret will fall at the bottom side, whereas Almighty is going to commit with a deadly catch, picks up Sana, but unable to secure that structure. No minion wave on their side as of yet.
Look at the replay coming in, instant rehydrate courtesy of H2O. Now the turret was picked up by Almighty here. This much is clear, but we have to see how this fight plays out because RSGSG, they have the numbers even up actually when they come in, so it's actually not too bad. But on live, we see the feathered airstrike coming out, actually not really finding any targets there, no kills just yet.
Yeah, LY4 is just being a nuisance this time around because the fact that the bottom side is open. What Almighty tries to do is what RSG tried to do, right? You know, use Ken to basically target down just try to delay Forza from farming. Whereas for the side of RSGSG, now that they have the bottom side open, it is their turn to disrupt Adamir from farming.
So they're going to play the map a little bit more, make sure that Adamir doesn't get off the clean start. You can see in terms of gold, Adamir is sitting at 2.5, moving up, whereas his counterpart is sitting at 3K, right? It's a 500 gold gap, but it's not the most significant thing in the world. The biggest gold gap right now, though, does seem to be between Jay and Jason.
Yeah, that deadly catch, but hold on a second, as the bad ass right will try to look for targets as Almighty was just gonna disengage. Forza jumping in, but still will be able to roll out there. So still pretty solid. They trade outs for outs, but still okay.
Yin overturn. It's a little bit too far to pull back Diablo there. Sky's low on health. Like I said in this matchup, Diablo is going to be completely fine just holding his own. Although you get some sort of inbuilt sustain from hit.
Hold on. Hold on. The Senna, the Revitalize won't be able to keep him alive as Ken pops him down. Forza jumping in, probably, but it is the Wolf of Ken that jumps on top. And that's where the traps gets very annoying, right, for the side of Ken. As Almighty, they secured this position already for the turtle.
Turtle has been started. RSGSG, look at the minimap. Diablo has rotated down whereas Sky hasn't. So despite the kill earlier, RSG have the numbers once Sana reappears. Now Jun pops the Electro Final Flow, uses the ult before what could possibly be a turtle skirmish. If you're looking at power numbers, now Almighty is actually super far behind. They shouldn't be contesting this.
Yeah, Forza jumping in once again. Senna tries to look for the pick off better airstrike once again to protect Forza. You can see how Almighty don't even want to engage in, but Sky coming in, casts a deadly catch as Jason disengages. LY4 just taking so much heat, but it is still the side of RSGSG who actually picked up that turtle.
Dude, that's like a classic thing, right?
Yep.
RSG pulled the turtle and Almighty watched them finish it. Like, if Sky wasn't going to come down to help contest in the first place and you're going to pop the Electro Final Blow before that fight, just ignore the objective, play the top side, take top tier 1, take tier 1.
Yeah, and I feel like Sky coming in a little bit too late. Jason's has already got so much ROI from that feather airstrike, right? Zoning out the members of Almighty, so that Forza actually managed to secure that turtle. But let's take a look at the minimap. Top side and bottom side of Almighty, super open. Not a single turret taken down for the side of Almighty, but hold on a second right here as OI4 will pop that vengeance against Adamir. Adamir forced to back away. Now RGSG, they might look for this chase, but Senna looking super low. Would he be able to come in with fly wing by wing jumping on as well? I don't think RGSG wants to take this fight though. Senna looking very low, better airstrike. Zones Almighty all the way up. Diablo and Forza looking for the flank, but Almighty responds to it flawlessly.
Look at how RSG are fighting this. They're like scattering them in the wind so they don't get caught together. And once they're spaced out, right, it's up to Jason to pop the feather airstrike and just try and pick them off. Like, who is the lowest health here? Who's stranded alone? Who can I like knock? You know, it's like $5 2 tries at those Pasamalas, right? You try to hit whoever you can.
Yeah, at the same time though, RGSG, I think right now, just farming up, right? Because RGSG, they have that gold lead. They'll be able to dictate where they want to go. And in fact, they are the one with the turret lead as well. They can basically pop out anywhere because Almighty, I would say that Bruno with their goal lead, look at that, 4.3 as compared to Forza, 5.3, 1k difference, okay? Deadly Catch will be used, Diablo gets bursted down slightly, but that's a Paquito. He's meant to do these clutch moments, but it is Adamir will be able to dish Diablo bit by bit. Senna comes in, okay, Diablo gets out.
Not enough damage on the side of Adamir to get off. I think his items aren't there yet, but Senna, he's gonna offer himself as a sacrifice. I say that.
Okay.
RSG coming in for the reinforcements. Forza Express on the line. On the backline, might finish him off. The better damage. Does not have the Electro Final Blow. He in fact used it over there, so I believe it is Almighty just getting that kill and backing off.
Yeah, but it is Almighty who actually has 5 men right now, right? RGSG, the only way they can do right now is just to extend that feather airstrike once again, just to deny Deadly Catch to try to zone Jason out, but June gets focused.
Oh no!
Out. But that's Benedetta, super slippery, but Diablo finds him, sticks on one to the target, but that's not enough. Forza once again do the exact same trick. You know, we push Almighty all the way out, we take the turtle, we get the win.
Another big objective claimed by RSG-SG. Look at Almighty, right? The call coming in from Sky to pop the Deadly Catch always seems a little too delayed.
A bit too late, right? Because right now you can see that Jason is just zoning the members of Almighty all the way up. Deadly Catch coming a little bit too late. Jason doesn't like, I mean, I've already done all the damage I need. I'll just fly away.
Need to be on the front line. It's tough to be on the front line going up against Diablo and LY4 who are holding. You know, they're anchoring this line of defense against anyone walking up. It's tough to get to the back line of RSG-SG.
Yeah, for what we're looking at right now, it's like, it feels like RGSG, first damage coming out of a can, Forza used the flicker, Senna jumping on with the rolling around, but Forza a bit out of position, I would say. Deadly Catch is an Adamir versus Forza 1-on-1, but Forza and Adamir disengages, but RGSG, because of that hesitation from the side of Almighty, they killed bottom side.
Use Feather Airstrike just to clear the wave, and this is something we saw in Game 1. RSG-SG are so good at this. The pull and push, the half commitment, say, we would just want the objective, you guys are going to full fight us, we'll back up and then re-engage once you guys overcommit.
It's just beautiful, right?
Very good microplay.
Just taking apart Almighty like clockwork. Like gears by gears, bit by bit. You can see Almighty just losing bits and pieces like what Ken is basically laying down the traps right now. So much vision for the side of Almighty.
Vision is there, but without any damage, it doesn't convert very well. Jason, the Lightning Truncheon, I believe, completed already, and LI4, he's a big tanky boy.
But looking at the items, it's just a bit of a fight happening right now as Diablo will get stunned. Ken finds Sky, but it is Jason. But Jun tries to threaten the backline, but it is Forza that's going to get stunned, locked all the way down. RGSG tries to go in and protect Forza, but it is Jay that will get caught out. Jun tries to find, but Forza will be taken out by Adamir. Will Almighty actually chase up Senna, but it is A-OK because LY4 is holding the ground. Jun tries to find some flanks, but that's not enough. Forza went down in that team fight. Daryl, what do you feel?
I think losing Forza is massive there, especially with the Lord coming up. You don't have Retribution for 25 seconds. Adamir still has his, but not sure that Almighty has the space to just walk up and control the area. Let's take a look at this replay. Courtesy of Heishua, instant rehydrate replay. It's a long fight, don't get me wrong. Yes. And this is something RSG excels at. You know, they pull and push, they tease you a little, and then they back out. The mistake here is that Forza gets caught out. If the fight breaks again, it's going to be a quick kill onto Ken, and with the Feather Airstrike being extended, RSG-SG can just back off here.
Yeah, Sky still has the Deadly Catch this time around, right? But Jun is trying to look for the sidelines, trying to find the assassination. Forza finally just respawned, but the members of RSG collapse on top of Jun. Jun unable to get out. Okay, maybe with the ultimate, he's able to get out, but the flame shot misses Jun.
Get the Electo final blow out of the Benedetta, but now they're going to be starting the Lord. So the contest here, you can see Jay, he's hiding there. Yin Yang overturn from the backline might be massive, but look at that, the flicker out instantly the moment the Fed airstrike has been casted. This guy's dead. Now Diablo, he might pay with his life as he's trying to run away. The Fido very slippery, so he should be able to get out RSG to get out safe. But now the Lord is still very low. Jay is coming in, he's looking to steal it. In fact, RSG will secure it, and they won't throw off the Kagura as a bonus on top the cherry, on top of the Sunday that is the Lord.
Yeah, it feels like they're gonna pull like that Evil Sea Bowman once again, right? But I mean, it's very hard for that Kagura to basically snipe out that Lord, especially.
Doesn't have the true counter damage, man.
Not enough damage, I would say, but it is RGSG that secures that Lord. Now that Lord will be marching potentially at the bottom side or either top side, but it doesn't matter because Almighty right now, they have only no choice but to try to secure as much defense as possible. In fact, the mid lane of Almighty will go down. RGSG can set up the siege with the help of James.
They need to sync up the waves, right? Because the Lord is not really going to walk in until maybe another 15 seconds. So they have to deal with the wave first, crashing it before the Lord.
I mean, Almighty will be able to defend this very easily, right? Because once mid is down, bottom side, Bane, Sky sends Bane. Almighty sends Bane, but it is top side.
So the important part here is, see, the Lord is crashing right now because there's no mid wave, they're just going to defend it, right? All RSG needs to do, however, is to push in and take the fight. LY4 dies though, as the Lord is still being defended. Almighty are still strong.
Yeah, Deadly Catch will be used as well. The Lord still stands pummeling on top of Sky. Big damage coming in, but RSG, they're going to sacrifice. They're going to Simba LY4 all the way up to let that Lord to crash on top of that top lane. I would say that is a good trade. At least you puncture the defenses of Almighty.
Yeah, that's like decent. It could have been a lot better. The mid wave was timed perfectly. They could have gotten a lot more value out of that. But, you know, fair is fair. You get a kill and then you back off. Of course, LY4 does go down. So Almighty, they're still holding on. One inhibitor down is not the biggest problem in the world.
Yeah, I feel like right now, RSG, they can do whatever they want, right? They have total map dominance for the side, even over the side of Almighty. They don't really dare to actually overstep just a little bit just to take that far because Adamir, 8k gold versus Forza with what, 11k gold?
This guy is, he has stacks on stacks, right?
Yep.
Big money in the bank, and we're talking about this concept. Once the outer turrets go down, you only can play inside your base. There is a small zone where you're safe, and because of that, you lose a lot of resources. You get choked out. You don't get access to neutral camps. There are only a certain amount of waves that you can hit without getting challenged. RSG, though, looking to put the finishing touches on this game as they push in.
Deadly Catch will be able to catch Jason. Forza forced out. Senna gets called out by the June as well, but LY4 is in the thick of it. Diablo as well, thanking for the side of LY4, but unfortunately, Diablo goes down. Bottom side turret falls on the side of Almighty, and RSG looking for the engage once again. Not enough damage coming up the side of LY4. This better airstrike will land, won't be able to catch Jay. Sky, they cast the Deadly Catch way too early for RSG to be able to do anything. Okay, we are going up again. Forza, the burst damage coming in. We'll be able to secure Sky, but unfortunately Jason will get chomped down by Ken. Now it's Wolf versus Wolf, as Wolf ready to bite Ken down. J.A.
Oh,
Forza looks very low. Unfortunately, will go down. Santa now will be able to try to take on Jay, but he's going to disengage because the damage on the side of Mighty has been done. Very clean base.
Jay jumps back. Forza almost managed to dodge away from the Yin Yang overturn, but the semi-umbrella actually finishes off the core on the side of RSG. Now look at what they're doing on the minimap. They're not committing to finish off the game. What they're doing instead is setting up the waves. They want Almighty to be dealing with the waves pushed in because the Lord is coming up in 25 seconds, and as RSG responds, they should be able to make their way over and control the objective. So set the waves up, push it in first, and make sure that Almighty has to defend as opposed to walk up and contest the objective.
Yeah, but the side of Almighty, there's still quite a decent amount of wave flip. But hold on a second, Santa finds Jun, by the way. LY4, he's also a tanky boy as Thanos, right? He can do whatever he wants. And you can see that tag team between Diablo as well as LY4. There's two off-laners by the side. So tanky, will be able to peel for themselves and take that fight. And LY4, as well as Diablo, they're focusing down the side lanes. Forza slowly making its way up to that Lord. I feel like Almighty need this Lord to try to deny that away. Basically setting up this zone once again.
Diablo, he should be able to secure that orange buff. Yep, he will pick it up. Already being started by RSG. Forza is massive at this point. He should be able to finish this one off. Final contest coming in from Mighty though. Jun's on the sidelines here.
Yeah, you can see how Jun tries to actually take down, trying to deny, trying to come in for the flank, but there's no cross-map play coming up because Almighty is too busy defending. Diablo will get bitten by the former Koopa Wolf at the same time as that Lord will be taken down very easily. Jun, nowhere to run, I would say. Oh, maybe there is some way to run. Every time Benedetta gets dealt with one single pixel of health, SG, okay, they take that Lord, they'll be able to march it down very quickly.
And Lord should be spawning lane here. Yep. The iframes of the Benedetta tends to be a bit problematic.
Yeah.
So that's why if you're a high skill cap player, you know, it looks very, very good when you can push that hero to its limits.
Yes.
RSG, two things they need to do now. Push in the sideways first and sync up with the Lord. You need to get all the ways pushing at the same time to get maximum value out of the sword. So Forza on the top side, Diablo on the bottom side. They're pushing in all the ways at the same time so that it all crashes together and Almighty will be strangled out of this game too.
Yep. Okay, Senna will be going in once again. Forza jumping in, but the deadly catches 3-4 members on the side of RSG as the core. It will get pummeled down bit by bit, but then Lord as RSG take that win against Almighty.
Yep. Good methodical and tactical play coming in. It would have been very difficult to close that game out if they didn't sync up the waves, because then you can just defend one by one, right? But Forza, Diablo, they got the game plan, they got the memo, they understand if all waves crash at the same time together, Lord, that's an easy win. Yep. Congratulations to RSG. They get the best of 3, they push themselves ahead to +2.
Yeah, if RSG pushing up to +2, whereas Almighty falls to 0, right? And now RSG is rising into the mid pack, going up against, you know, the likes of EVOS SG, they're one of their arch nemesis, and even Notorious. Let's take a look at the scoreboard right now. Big damage going in from the side of Diablo, but I would say Jason setting up that zone of control, and Almighty finds it very hard. They find that sort of answer in the terms of Sky, but he is always there at the fight a little bit too much.
To talk a little bit about, you know, this RSG squad, I love the flexibility that, you know, if you want to play Eve, Sana is glad to pick that up. If you want to play Forza, Jason is glad to pick that up, right? There's so many different ways they can flex things around that it's almost impossible to draft effectively against them because something's going to get leaked out. And right now, looking at the 2 games of Paquito, Diablo is actually starting to stand out in my books. He's not like a super flashy player, but he's stable, consistent, and reliable.
Yeah, and being the new added member on the side of RSG, he's also delivering, and he's very, like, you know, very tight-knit, even though he's new. But let's take a look at the item builds as well as more like the post-match stats. Right?
Post-match stats coming in. You can see Forza, he's leading on 2 counts, right? Rich as all heck, and the carry with the most kills. And just behind him, you know, the teammates doing work too. Sana doing his best to tank up as much as he can. And of course, Jason, he's hitting them left, right, and center with those feather airstrikes.
There's not a lot of front to back coming out from Almighty, right? There's not a lot of tankiness. What Bruno wants to do is take you down one by one member at a time.
Front to back. Yeah,
front to back. But then RSG, right? It's just very hard to engage. Yeah. They can't find Jason all the way at the back. Sky comes in too late. Benedetta tries to find the flank, can't find it. You can see how the defense and the offense coming up from the side of RSG.
And the full credit to RSG as a squad, right? Because they have this implicit trust in each other that they're going to set up beforehand. If Jason is going to out, we're making sure we're in front of him. We're not behind him so he can get caught. And that kind of tactical teamwork is what gives them the win. A very quick 2-0, in fact.
Yep, and remember that time when Forza gets caught out, right, by the Lapu Lapu in game number 1. That's just pure highlight.
Exactly like that.
Yep, but let's take a look at the MVP. Goes into that Forza. Jason looking very smart right there, you know, just zoning the members out, right? I know it's not about the kills for this.
Exactly, I was going to say, you know why he has 8 assists? It's because he nukes them down low enough, and then Forza has that Roger on the Lycan form. He's like, smell blood, I'm going for the kills. He's jumping in with the Lycan pound. Cleans them all up. Easy game. Too easy for RSG.
Yeah, it's like janitors spotting seeing the dirt stain on the floor. Let's just wipe it off from the Land of Dawn, right? Just that janitor force.
No problem. No problem. Congratulations to Jason. Our game 2 MVP for this best of 3, and that concludes, you know, the end of RSG versus Almighty, right? We still have our highlights coming up, though, so we want to take a look at that and how the situation turned out. I believe we'll probably have that up for you guys relatively soon. That being said, you know, was this the result you expected?
I think it is, because I'm kind of like a closeted RSG fan.
Closeted, okay.
Yeah, I feel like you know, RGSG versus EVOS in SG the first day, right? I was very tight. It could go any way at all, but ALMGHTY kind of secretly rooting for them as well. So I really don't know who to root for, especially going into this match, right? It could go both ways. ALMGHTY could give us a big upset, whereas RGSG could just, you know, perform even better because they need to win that RGSG versus EVOS SG once again.
So we have the highlights up for you guys already. Let's take a look at that. Let's see how this game 2 panned out. And as this goes on, right, we talked about, you know, the statistical outcomes. These two teams were very tight in closer standings. For either one to win is a huge boon. It's a massive bonus for them. As we see how this early game played out.
And right now, I believe this is the time where that... okay, Sky, you see that deadly catch going out the other way. Jason is actually off, so not really...
Not the best Bane play.
Yeah, not the best play to catch because, you know, not the best play to place that deadly catch, unfortunately. It should have gone into the choke points.
Yeah, right now, you look at the strategy, RGSG is really good at cutting in and out, and Jason here, he's just setting up, right? He's chipping them down and allowing everyone else to finish off.
Yeah, and remember, sometimes I see that Roger in pub games, right? You really need so much speed. You need someone to actually dish out the damage before you actually enter. Whereas for RGSG, they set it up very well. You can see this is the point where LI4 is just so beefy, so chunky, and will be able to just engage constantly.
I wanted you to play, oh man, that play wasn't there. I wanted to highlight, you know, Foster's incredible kiting for a while, but you know what, this is the final fight coming in, and as the wave crashes in onto the crystal. This is a very smart tactical play. They sync up all the waves, it pushes in together. Almost impossible to defend 3 super waves plus Lord plus, you know, the...
whatever that's coming.
The fight coming through.
Yep. So in game number 2, albeit a cleaner game as compared to game number 1 for RGSG. So probably RGSG kind of actually expecting how ALMGHTY will be playing, but ALMGHTY just once again headbutting themselves into, you know, this wall that Farsa creates.
Yeah, awesome stuff, awesome stuff. Congratulations to RGSG for them now, you know, moving up in the standings. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be going for a short break. I think it's about 10 minutes from what I hear from production. When we come back, however, we will have the Kingsmen going up against EVOS SG. It's a grudge match for the ages. Odia Bambi going up against his former squad in a best of 3. How is that going to turn out? Find out after the break.
Alpha, stall them!
Darn it! I was so close! Let's not waste time here. We need to disconnect the citizens from their avatars.
It's time to give you an upgrade.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL-SG. We are in our last best of 3 for week 2, day 2. Once again, I'm Hungry Cass. Alongside me is Jace, and boy, we have a banger on our hands. The grudge match for the ages, Kingsmen going up against EVOS SG.
Yeah, no offense. I think it's a little bit unfair to push all the banger matches in the front, right? But this time around, finally, Hungry Cass and J07 will be catching one. It is Kingsmen going up against EVOS SG. My oh my, it's ALMGHTY in the side of Kingsmen. I don't know what to feel, man.
I think there's going to be some heavy feelings regardless of who wins, just purely off the narratives falling behind this, right? If you guys follow MPL or follow MLBB in general, right, the competitive scene, it's just so crazy because this was the guy who really piloted and drove EVOS SG to many of their major successes. In the past, he still has relationships or maybe had relationships with people on the current EVOS SG squad, and you have to think that this is going to be really, really heart-wrenching for whoever who loses.
Yeah, for the side of ALMGHTY jumping out, but let's not talk about ALMGHTY as of yet. Let's talk about our Mobile Legends adventure because it is a casual game that shares the same exact world building and elements with Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It's a stress-relieving game that you definitely don't want to miss because you get to dive into engaging encounters in battle and grab huge idling rewards. And lovable heroes from MLBB will make their debut in MLA, and even more original characters will join your team as you move on.
Yep, and all-new MLA hero Selena will be making her appearance soon, along with a major mode update. So you need to unlock her exclusive gameplay, get access to Selena for free, as well as unlock her story. It's going to be awesome all around. Not to mention, there's going to be new modes coming in, such as a collectible system and the Labyrinth. All these will be waiting for you in a different land of dawn.
And if you were once an adventurer or explorer in MLA, now it's time for you to resume that journey. You will get exclusive rewards and access to special events. So feel free to choose your desired heroes from Ultimate Chests and get item discounts right away.
Yeah, and we have prepared a special code for everyone watching. Thank you for tuning in. It is MLMLA999. Again, MLMLA999. And if you guys need any reminder, wind the stream back. We said it multiple times today. It's been all over the broadcast. Head on in, download the game, and enjoy your free prizes right now. With that out of the way, let's talk about Kingsmen and EVOS SG.
Oh yes, and with that said, let's take a look at the standings as well, because I feel like not only just about MLBB or even the players of these two teams, right? We also have to take a look at the standings. I believe this is the one that will have a bit of movement.
Yep, so updated already is RSG SG at 2 points. Unfortunately, ALMGHTY will be reset back to net neutral. It's going to be 0 for them. 2 wins, 2 losses, 5-5 game win-loss. Not the worst thing in the world. They are starting from a point that's not lower than the beginning. It's completely okay. Looking at EVOS SG as well as Kingsmen. Now, this is the big question, because if EVOS SG wins this best of 3, they move up to 4 points. They're tied for first with Notorious Villains. However, if they lose, they will drop 1 point and be tied for second with RSG SG and Kingsmen. So this results in this middle of the pack battle for top 4.
Yeah, so RSG slowly climbing up. In the middle, like what you said, will be ALMGHTY, Kingsmen as well. But right now, we've got to resolve EVOS SG versus Kingsmen, right? EVOS SG, it can go either ways, right? And it's actually very hard to read. And of course, it's like the game previously with RSG SG versus ALMGHTY. It's very hard to read, but RSG SG won. Hopefully, maybe EVOS SG wins this one.
I'm looking at this matchup, and in my heart of hearts, I look at EVOS SG coming up as, the victors, maybe in a 2-1 fashion, just because of the way they've been playing. Super clean, super concise, and very tactical. I like what I've been seeing. Looking at the bottom of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, there is a QR code. So this is something that we've been talking about, throughout the day, right? It's largely, for you guys to head on over, scan it, and follow both our Facebook page as well as our Instagram. And right now, as we're trying to accumulate this mass of followers on the MPL-SG page, there are also prizes to be won. So do head on over and follow those pages if you haven't right now. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your extended family as well.
Yep, but other than that, also hop over to our PvP MPLI arena by scanning that code, or just go to your browser, type in pvpesports.gg/MPL-SG. You get to visit this whole set, right, in a virtual safe environment.
Yep, definitely some stuff there for you to win as well. The treasure chest, there are up to 1,000 prizes to be won. So fastest fingers first, do hit on over. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff going on right now with MPL-SG. Definitely prizes that you don't want to miss. And speaking of prizes, we also have one more prize coming up for you, which should be up soon. I believe it is the milestone giveaway.
Yep.
Right now, well, not right now, but like earlier today, we already surpassed 10,000.
Yes, I'm
that
very
number
happy.
is done and dusted. Prizes should be coming soon. Don't worry, guys. The next big milestone is going to be 15K, but the big boy, the big kahuna that we're looking for is 20K.
Yep. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, with that said, let's hop into the players' intro coming in for match number 4. This is going to be the last best of 3 for this week, in fact. But it is going to be that video that will showcase Kingsmen versus EVOS SG.
You play the mage slash support. What do you enjoy about playing this role?
I just like to play magical damage, not like physical type damage heroes, just because it forces enemy to build a magic resistance. Another thing would be I have a specialty on wave clear and far range.
Yeah. What's your favorite mage?
I have two heroes, which is Lilia and Kimi.
What kind of tank are you? Are you the YOLO kind of tank? Safety tank? Have to hold my hyper carry back kind of tank? What kind of you?
Depends on the situation.
But what is your nature? What do you like to do?
My nature, I like to aggress.
Also, you like to charge in, invade? Yes. You're very prone to throwing games then?
No lah.
No?
No.
Is that your hyper carry's job? Does he do it?
No, not really.
From what I know is that they kept 3 of their previous lineup, Potato, JPL and Pokemon, during the M2 period, you know, when they were boot camping and everything. A lot of the Indonesian players, they were telling me that, hey, EVOS SG Pokemon is very strong, you know, probably one of the best offlaners in Singapore. And now that he's continuing here, I think it's something that we have to look out for. Don't really want to fight them, but yeah.
Not early on.
Yeah.
You gotta get to them eventually.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. A lot of the players come from you guys last time.
Yeah.
Bambi, yeah.
Yeah, Bambi and Loon. I would say Bambi and Loon was an ex-EVOS SG. Facing them will determine who's the better ones.
Okay, so you're looking forward to seeing who's the better EVOS alumni. Okay.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. On your screen, Kingsmen on the left, EVOS SG on the right. There seems to be a lot of friendly feelings between both squads still, you know, a little bit of back and forth, but the notable thing, if you watch the interview, you notice Bambi was actually highlighting Pokemon. You know, the community consensus between the Indonesian players that came down for M2 was this guy is one of the strongest offlaners in Singapore.
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, Odia Bambi this time around didn't pull up an Impunity this time around. But you can see how it goes, right? Kingsmen, they know EVOS SG like the back of their hands. They have practically a lot of inside information inside Odia Bambi, right?
Yep. The fact that there's the alumni, right, that came from EVOS SG, and there are still people there, don't get me wrong, you know, they highlighted the fact that there are still 3 members on that squad. There's a lot of friendly feelings, maybe a bit of a memory, you know, between each other, friendly rivalry as well. I'm gonna have to ask for your prediction, because whenever it comes to, you know, bangers or matches like this, I already made mine very clear. 2-1 to EVOS SG. What is yours?
I don't know, man. You know, I was watching the
wimp.
You know,
yeah, can't commit. I can't commit to a call. What a wimp.
I'm sorry, but like when I was watching the versus videos, right, I was like, whoa, there's a lot of feelings going in towards the videos, and they're like, yes, I'm stalling for time, mind you, yes, but
the coward's answer, ladies and gentlemen.
2-1. One of them.
Oh, look at this. Now sitting on the fence, not even an improvement. 2-1, he says. Should be ready to go into draft, ladies and gentlemen. I call 2-1 in favor of EVOS SG. Chris, the coward, calls 2-1 to anyone. So we'll see how this one plays out in game 1. Odia Bambi's Kingsmen going up against EVOS SG, Pokemon, JPL, as well as Potato, the members that have been sticking and playing on. You know, the inclusion of JPL as well as Soup has seen some major success at the start of this season, particularly Soup and JPL, who we spoke to yesterday. JPL actually has a lot of insight about the game. A very interesting and very strategic man.
Yeah, he has a lot of like hero ocean, right? But let's take a look at the player lineup on the screen right now. Kingsmen, Odia Bambi, A1, A2, Azura X, Loon, also as well as Chu. We see Chu pop out once in a while and, you know, swapping away Azura X.
Now, if you look at this roster, this lineup, if it was formed around Odia Bambi and he's like Arthur, A1, A2 is definitely his Lancelot. This guy is stuck by his hyper so much, and yesterday on his games, you know, we were calling him out as mispositioned a little bit on Chang'e, but still, he gets the job done. A solid mid player all around.
Yeah, and also, it's just something that just scares you, right? Just look at all of them, especially Odia Bambi's, you know, position, like pose. Like, you know, it's just trying to want to kill you, that sort of idea. And that's something going in towards against EVOS SG. But let's take a look on the other side of that. On the side of EVOS SG, it is one of our fan favorites. You know, they've delivered such very great games throughout MPL-SG. EVOS winning 2 games against RSG with 1. After that, with a solid, you know, track record as well. EVOS SG 2-0 against Impunity. EVOS SG going up again for Forsaken as well.
EVOS SG, the lineup, Potato Girl, JPL, Pokemon, and Soup on the bench. It's going to be Dagger, right? And you read out the track record earlier. It's very positive on the side of EVOS SG. They're on a tear through the tournament right now. This particular season, not really dropping any BO3s, dropping none, in fact. You know, they're looking to push to the top of the table and join Notorious Villains with that +4
Yeah, but on the other side though, we got to talk, since we're also talking about track records, Kingsmen, they dropped 1 game against ALMGHTY, which is something that actually opens up a lot of our eyes, right? But whereas after that, they will be able to go around and secure 2 games against 0 against Impunity SG as well as Explorer.
Yep, so all around, Kingsmen with a bit of a shaky track record. I say shaky in a very affectionate way, right? Because it doesn't give anything away. It's not saying that they're weak or anything, it's just, it could just imply that, and we heard this from Notorious Villains earlier, Fenrir said that losing games isn't the worst thing though. In fact, it's actually beneficial to lose games in a best of 3 because then you learn about strategies that your opponents have in the back of their hand.
Yeah, and speaking about strategies, right? Something that we also have to highlight, Azura X used the Masha strat against Explorer in day 1, week 1 as well. And will they be looking at that same exact cheese against EVOS SG?
I think it's an interesting strategy to pull out. I think on the side of EVOS SG, they're kind of expecting it as well. When we spoke to JPL, he's like, well, we're prepared for everything. Even the Masha tank strat that they're going to run, they've noticed, they paid attention to this. They prepared for this. And this even goes into the fact that last night, I think it was somewhere before midnight, I was looking at my phone and I saw a notification pop up, in the ML Scrim group. EVOS SG looking for Scrim 2 p.m. today.
Yes.
And I was like, wow, the amount of preparation it goes in, they're really taking this seriously because they want to scrim 1 block of scrims even before the match coming in. They want to be alert. They want to be ready to go.
Yeah, and of course, this is a grudge match, right? Kingsmen used to be a lot of ex-EVOS members going in, but you also got to think about, Kingsmen, they might be actually recruiting members from all across the board. You also have ex-Divinity members, you also have ex-RSG members going in. So will this plug and play work out as well as how Suna did, right? As for Notorious Villains?
I think the idea of a plug and play only really works, or the concept of that only makes sense if you're taking a complete newbie. The people that he pieced from other organizations are, have track records, are experienced. It's about coming together as a team. Suna is a completely different example because he was sort of a pop star for Notorious Villains. So I think Kingsmen, it's a different analogy, but one that works all the same in the sense that they have to find their footing as a team.
Yeah, and of course, walking into game number 1, right? Kingsmen versus EVOS SG. I don't know, man. Like, my hands are actually starting to sweat just thinking about it during the versus matches.
Get away from me, man. Jeez. We're getting to pick ban game 1. That sweat is going to intensify as we see Kingsmen on the left, EVOS SG on the right. Jawhead is going to be banned out by Kingsmen.
Your team is banning.
Yeah, EVOS SG banning away the Angela a lot earlier on just now. And it's just, I don't know, all hands on deck for the side of both EVOS SG and Kingsmen, but Kingsmen banning away Bruno so early on.
I expect the Rafaela ban to come out from soon just because it's something that Soup has been so comfortable with, but also the fact that they are second pick puts them in a tough spot, right? They could leave something that they know Kingsmen will insta-pick and then secure the Rafaela for themselves. Looking at the compositions, the drafts right now and the bans, it's still a lot of stuff open, right? You still have the Matoda open, you still have the Paquito open, you still have the Selena open, Benedetta, Yuzhong, a lot of high priority picks up and available. Not enough bans to deal with all of them in the first phase.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't know, it's just very open. And it's something that's very hard.
Your team is banning.
Okay, EVOS SG gonna review that a little bit more with
Your team is banning.
So they're coming out, the
Grandeur limiting.
This was actually something that we saw both Kingsmen and EVOS SG. Hey, it's interesting, it's also a bit more flavorful. The early power spike from Granger is something that teams tend to not respect, so once you picks up one item, that's when he comes online a little bit, and you can start fighting with Granger. So the early pacing, really, really good. You can see on your screen, Soup is starting to make the calls, and his team's considering what the final ban is. This is gonna have heavy implications for the rest of the draft, because what is left open here is gonna determine the first pick on Kingsman's side and the next 2 picks on EVOS. So they will go for the Rafaela instead. Okay, now Benedetta open might be the choice here for Kingsman.
Selena is open as well. Kingsman banning away their Granger probably just to prevent that early game power spike given over to EVOS SG side as they want to wrestle this control of the early game using that Selena.
Your team is picking.
Kingsman will be picking up that Paquito instead.
The reason I don't think Selena is good on Kingsman's side as an opening pick is because EVOS SG, with their plethora of experience, their knowledge, they definitely have a counter strat for it. Selena is one-dimensional. She looks for a pick with the Abyssal Arrow and she falls off heavy and hard in the late game. So EVOS SG, they're not a team that's going to let you take early advantages easily. Uranus is smart here, it's a good all-round pick. Something also that's risen in popularity. They could go for Benedetta here, and they could flex it because their composition, like we heard JPL talk about, multiple players can play multiple things in multiple roles.
Yeah, for EVOS SG side, because they are second pick, if you pick up that Uranus, are you going to go secure that Benedetta almost earlier on, or are they going to pick up and Bucks? Yeah, but no, EVOS SG decides to go for that Selena for that early game power spike.
Pigeonholing themselves just a little bit. I think there's still power in this Selena pick. It's not a bad pick by any means, it's just very indicative of what your composition wants to do. It tells your opponents, I'm looking for the arrow, I'm looking for the early kills, I'm looking for the setup, right? Now the jungler on the Kingsman side has to be very careful. Whoever their core marksman jungler is, has to respect the Selena and potentially +1 if they decide to make his life hell.
team
In this
is
case, it's going to be Kagura and Esmeralda picked up early from Kingsman. Strong backline dive of the Esmeralda and Paquito, but also control and team fights from the Yin Yang overturn.
Yep, so the side lanes of the Kingsman is pretty much done and dusted, right? Set in stone. Paquito going up the side lanes, Esmeralda on the side lanes as well. The Kagura, like what you said, is very flexible. You can do anything with it. It can create so much zone, and it's almost kind of long range as well. And you also have the mobility dive as well. For the side of EVOS SG, right, you can see how Kingsman's already targeting banding away all the core. EVOS SG, are they going to secure a core?
They could look for a core here in the form of the Roger. I feel like that is the composition a little bit more because if you're going
Your
Selena,
team
you want
is
to pick
banning.
off real quick. But of course, Cho is going to be one for JPL. Of course, he's going to pick it. Now the second ban phase coming through. Remember, it is Girl and JPL here. So I feel like JPL playing the Cho is probably the right choice.
Yeah, but yesterday we also saw Pokemon using Cho to quite good success. However, as we move on in the second ban phase, right, both sides not revealing as many things yet, except for EVOS SG, with the Selena pick hinting towards the early game, but that Selena could also be double support thing going in for the side of EVOS SG.
Looking at the draft, I feel like the Esmeralda, Paquito, and the Esmeralda in particular, is a response to the Uranus. Like that lane is kind of neutral for both for Esmeralda and Uranus because neither one can really get a conceivable solo kill.
Right.
So
Your
both of them start
team
scaling
is
up well,
banning.
right? It's going to be the Baxia ban out. That's an answer towards the Uranus. They say we don't want to enter.
Your team is
Our
banning.
pick, Harif being banned out by Kingsman.
I feel like that Harif ban is actually a respect ban over to Pokemon because Pokemon use that Harif to great success as well. It does a lot of AoE damage and it's so mobile, it's very hard to lock it down. But EVOS SG banning away Baxia, I would agree. None of the Kingsmen didn't even pick the Baxia. It's super open for them.
They're looking for a roamer here on the Kingsman side, which is why the Baxia also feels two roles, right? Come in as a roamer, but also it deals with the healing on Uranus. So EVOS SG with 20 seconds left on the clock. Possibly looking out to ban out another roamer for against their opponents.
It's very hard. It's playing mind games on a different level, right? They're really playing the draft. If you notice the time
Your team is banning.
It is Sylvana that's going to be taken away from EVOS SG.
Your team is
Since
picking.
banned out, so this should be, I guess, Bruno's banned out, right? So it should be a Roger here. I think the Roger suits the composition. It's a bit more mobile. It allows you to finish off the targets that Selena or Cho pick up. They could completely forget about picking up core here first and just go for the potential roaming support as well, the mid-mage if they want to swap things up.
Yeah, for the side of Kingsman, right, they can also probably look for a carry because EVOS SG already hinted that for Uranus, you need percentage health damage to basically chunk it down. And with carry being quite mobile as well, we'll be able to use that dash to dodge the arrows coming at you or even that Cho trying to look for that kick as well.
The problem with picking carry here is she's going to take Retribution, assuming she goes to the jungle. Yeah. You get hit by Abyssal Arrow, you die. You don't have Purify, you die. And there's definitely going to be damage on the EVOS SG side to follow up. Okay, Harley actually, interesting pick coming out here. So they're looking to zone out whoever, or at least focus down whoever the core is going to be.
Yeah, for the side of EVOS SG, right, picking up that Harley means that you're going to want to do as much turret damage as possible because of the safety net you do. It's basically like almost like a Claude. And speaking about Claude, right, it actually slipped past that ban.
It slipped past the ban, and it doesn't synergize all too well with Kingsman's composition. Like, you look at Claude as a pick, he's good all across the board, like with most comps, but there's no specific synergy that makes him better given the 3 picks that Kingsman have right now.
Yeah, so for EVOS SG, picking up that Harley, right, I'm not sure what to feel about it. You can go for a Claude because the synergy comes from Claude and the Uranus.
Your team is picking.
But for the side of Kingsman, they'll be picking up Popo and Koopa and that Roger, 2 wolves on one team.
right? The Wolf Pack coming in for Kingsmen. This comp is actually really good at responding towards the Selena aggression if you decide to poke around the jungle, because Popo and Koopa functions as a sentry, quote-unquote sentry, right? Extra body on the board. If you see Selena, you can deter her from walking in. She's not the most tanky of invaders, so actually deals with the Selena problem against the jungle very well.
Yep, so both this Popo and Koopa and Selena brings on the table, right, some traps. Long range stun, both of them has it. Trap or vision, both of them has it. Albeit, with Kingsman, Popo and Koopa, that trap actually becomes a lot more successful.
They also have some decent control in terms of lockdown. It's going to be the 1-1 coming in for EVOS SG. Final pick, actually. I'm not a big fan of this, but we saw it earlier today.
Yep. Saw that earlier today when used to quite good success in the hands of, I believe, was Explorer.
They played 2 games of it in game 2.
Yeah, so that's where EVOS SG, right? We have to talk about the storyline that we want to set out. We want to use that Selena and even that Harley once you hit level 4. And in fact, JPL with that Cho will also have that level 4 power spike. And after that, use Uranus perhaps to be that tanky frontline to basically cut the waves, to try to delay Kingsman just a little bit in order for EVOS SG, that 1-1 to pop off.
I look at EVOS SG, I think they're going to try and kite backwards when it comes to fights, right? The PU and the space created, it needs to be there for the 1-1. That being said, also, there is this timing on 1-1 when she comes online. Like early in the game, she is whatever, she needs to farm, she needs to play the side lanes, but it's later on when she comes online, that's where the power is for EVOS SG. Kingsmen, however, a bit more traditional in terms of what they're trying to do. The Popo and Koopa, like I was expanding about, is purely just to deal with the Selena.
Yeah, but of course, onto the land we go and watch this first game for Kingsman versus EVOS SG. This grudge map is gonna pop off top side. It is Wen going up against the Paquito. Paquito has to try to prevent Wen from farming like crazy, whereas the bottom side is just another wet noodle fight as well. Azura X being that annoying as well. JPL responding slightly, but the blue buff is purple buff is still getting secured by EVOS SG.
Azura X now moving over to help hit out. Pokemon actually taking a decent damage in this matchup. It's most of the Sparrows on the way back, so he's doing all right.
Yep, I mean, but the fact that as the Paquito, you do quite a lot of burst damage, so Pokemon have to pay a little bit of respect. So with Loon, Azura X moving up to the top side, tries to probably look for that turtle bite because Pokemon, she's looking pretty low, but she still has that flicker.
JPL's coming up, he's level 1. Not sure if he's going to be able to... Okay, the presence of the Cho alone is just making them worried enough that they'll back off.
Yep, and Potato, do look at him. He's actually slowly building up to level 4 very much soon. Just take this gold crab, but Azura X will be able to scout him out. Stun, Potato just slightly. JPL follow up, but A1, A2 is there to zone EVOS SG off.
Now look at the minimap. Roger is down towards the bottom half here. Girl might be in trouble if they can go on top of him, or if he overextends, there is going to be pressure there as well.
Yeah, but I feel like as of now, Kingsman as the Roger doesn't really have that damage to basically chong Girl down because Girl is still that very annoying Uranus, albeit there's a soft counter coming up from the Esmeralda side. But I feel like Kingsman is not doing enough to make sure that Wen try to delay that Wen from farming. But it is Kingsman that are actually at the bottom side taking that turtle.
Yep, turtle has been started up, but EVOS SG actually looking to collapse. JPL, he's getting taken down very low. Level 2 only, doesn't have the health just yet. Now the turtle falling very low. Girl in the center. Oh, it's going to be taken away here. And now the fight breaks out still. EVOS SG, they're focusing down ASO first. And now they're going towards the backline. The first blood going the way of Potato, but a straight kill nonetheless. And now jumping back in, they might just find another Bambi. He's looking to clean up. Girl now going back under the tier 2, and Bambi finds another kill for himself. The captain feeling happy. Now sitting at 1-0-0.
Yeah, that kill is definitely, but hold on a second. Loon finds Pokemon slightly out of position right here. Pokemon a bit late to the party. He didn't get that Mabel as Loon picks up Pokemon at the top side. So a bit of a very good early game win going in the pockets of Kingsman already, right?
Yeah, right now they're looking solid in terms of opening gambits. They are ahead by 1.8k. Potato taking away his purple buff is like a bonus. You'd expect Kingsman to steal that away, but as the pause comes in, let's take stock of the situation, right? We talked about how EVOS SG, they'd be looking to bridge towards the mid to late game for the 1-1, but early enough in their turtle fight, it went disastrous. For EVOS SG, Kingsman, Bambi, he's got the ball rolling, he's got the kill. That Roger is going to be a power point in the mid game.
Yeah, and of course, hopefully that Roger will be able to bring it to the late game, bring it to the mid game, right? And Harley picking up that kill as well, so all hope is not lost for the side of EVOS SG because Harley does a lot of burst damage. And what the Roger can do if he actually engages on top of the Harley, right? Kite them away, cast the ultimate, throw the cards again, burst him down very quickly.
The idea of the Harley pick here feels like one that controls whoever's running. You want to be able to create this deterrent for them diving onto the backline and create a space for 1-1.
Yeah, other than that, you can also use Harley, right, to just purely do like a lot of turret dives.
Yeah.
Like try to dive in the top side, the Paquito. Try to dive in when the Roger is actually out of position. There's a lot of like flexibility going into that Harley, right, because of the mobility.
Yeah, we are going to game as we have sorted out all the technical issues on the board, and now Potato moving over to take his orange buff away. A1, A2 actually pushing up quite aggressively as this Kagura getting space to Loon to start sieging now. JPL jumping in, he's level 4, does have the Way of the Dragon, but will not use it just yet.
Yep, they're just solidly holding on. The Abyssal Arrow misses slightly, but still okay. Kingsmen, they're roaming like a pack. They're just trying to look for some sort of opening, but Potato finds it in the form of A1, A2. The ultimate popping off, unable to secure that kill, unfortunately, but it is a bit of a back and forth coming up from both these two teams.
Yeah, the Wolfpack traveling together just needs to make sure that they can get the job done by finding someone. Now, Girl, inside the jungle, he'll find one of the wolves. The second one not here as Aso comes in. He jumped in with the Esmeralda out.
The Esmeralda out is going to be able to connect on top of Girl, but Girl will laugh in regeneration as he walks off. Not much burst damage coming up from the side of Kingsman to be able to take good care of that Uranus. However, let's take a look around the map, right? Potato, he's not really farming much. He's trying to look for these dives, and there you go, Azura X gets tagged slightly just a little bit. But it is Potato actually gets stunned out by Azura X. JPL coming in by Odia Bambi here for the finishing blow as well. Unable to find JPL, but it's a very good thing to take away. Nicely done for the side of Kingsman.
Kingsman hit hard, 2 kills, and now they move over to the Turtle. And you can see the power of this Wolfpack, right? When they're low enough on health, Bambi's like, thank you for the free meal, I'll come and clean up. And now, he eats another turtle as well. It's stacks and stacks for Bambi as his goal lead is starting to grow. Looking at 2.9k in this early game, he's
4K.
surpassing. Yeah, excuse me. No, it's
4K total goal lead.
Yeah, right.
I'm looking at the big
right. But it's Bambi's goal right now. It's 3K, right? He's leading everyone on the side of EVOS SG.
Yeah, and the fact that as a Harley, right, you want to be farming heroes rather than farming the turtle, the jungle or turtle, whatnot. But Kingsman, they find this pick off because, you know, EVOS SG extend this over just a little bit. Azura X has a very punishing stun as well, so that's something that EVOS SG has to recognize. Whereas a bit of a lane swap happening right now from both of these teams as the Esmeralda and Uranus will be going up. JPL gets a bit of a damage coming in. Pokemon has to hold on. I feel like Kingsman really pressuring on top of Pokemon very well.
They gotta make them sweat. They gotta make them worried about whether they can get to the late game. Keep the pressure on it. Bot tier 1 seems like the perfect place to do so now. Jumping in, looking for a bit more pressure onto JPL. Alpha Wolf not activated yet because it's not available, so they will not have the stun from the bite. Popo and Cooper just playing sentry again, and meanwhile on the mid lane, Potato left completely unchecked. Is going to start sieging on the mid tier 1. If he can get this, it's going to be a big bonus.
Yeah, because this means that Potato can practically deny Kingsman away from that farm, right? But Pokemon, looking very low. Odia Bambi fights under turret. The flicker comes in for Pokemon as well. The crossbow tank lands on top of Odia Bambi, but that's not enough damage for him to basically take down this overpowered wolf. Potato seeks to find another play offside as Esmeralda once again cuts the way.
This is the problem. You know, 1-1 takes a while to come online. Even though she hit everything she needed to right there, was unable to really convert on kills. The problem 1-1, again, you need to wait for the mid-game mark. Right now, it's Roger's time to shine. Odia Bambi looking solid, just picked up another core item as well. Jeez, KGM, they're going to start steamrolling this soon with their almost 5k goal lead.
Yeah, they win Taco already, but Potato, the cards didn't find Azo as well as Odia Bambi will be able to drive Potato away, but Girl jumping at Odia Bambi goes into Lycan form already, but Girl is a Uranus, but he took a big chunk of health as the bottom side. Loon manages to push down EVOS SG side turret. JPL with the flicker, Dragon Kick coming in.
Oh my god!
Finds a kick. Loon forces to use the flicker as well. Swoop dive in, but that's the power of Paquito as Swoop goes super low. Pokemon, no crossbow tank coming out as of yet. Finally activates, just hopefully, but out of position.
That is absolutely illegal. He should not be allowed to live there. After JPL set up their play and everyone all in him, he still gets out. Loon on this Paquito. They trade Flicker for Flicker, he gets out, and now Kingsmen, because of the ultimates wasted and expanded, they get this turtle for free again. Another big meal for Odia Bambi and his Wolfpack.
Yeah, you can see Pokemon really struggling for gold, but hold on a second. Zura X will be able to find Girl. A1, A2 jumping on top of him, but then, ooh, that arrow almost hits A1, A2, but here comes Odia Bambi. Is going to be able to pounce on top of Girl, hopefully, but he's actually slowly getting towards EVOS SG side of the turret. But however, Pokemon, gotta talk about him. Not enough damage coming in, that's the first problem, right? JPL sets up so beautifully, but that's not enough because there's no damage.
My dude has mystery shop, so I'm hoping that he buys items real quick.
Oh, bottom side, but okay, JPL. The kick lands on Azura X. The burst coming in for Pokemon Crossbow Tank finally picks up something. That's something good for the side of Pokemon. And Pokemon chases down A1, A2. Two members down 4-3 for the side of EVOS SG. Asaw trying to chase him down, but it's a big hito. Odia Bambi trying to look for the Fan Potato, not activated as well. This is the problem for Harley. Slowly, bit by bit, the early game and mid-game power spike for the side of EVOS SG is slowly losing it.
5 kills to 3 right now. EVOS SG climbing back in the goal gap. Not as big as it was a minute ago, but it's still sizable. You know, it's around the 4K mark. Let's take a look at this replay, courtesy of H2O Instant Rehydrate now. Azura X dies first. Very important that he goes down because now they can switch on over to A1, A2. They pick up the two squishy-ish members of the squad. And granted, Popo and Koopa, he has extra body, but Popo himself isn't tanky as boy. When they get those kills, they can now move front to back.
Yeah, big items going in for the side of Pokemon as well. Building up the Demon Hunter, so one of the more prerequisites for that 1-1 to shine, right? But bottom side, okay, SO finds Pokemon, jumping in with the Flicker. JPL will get focused down, but the members of EVOS SG is here. Potato just to disengage. Swoop coming in, the Abyssal Arrow lands on top of that Wolf instead, so no big damage coming up the side of EVOS SG.
Azura X popped the Alpha Wolf, didn't get the bite off, so didn't chain the stun. That's why they managed to get away. They flickered out, and now JPL might just be focused down. You get the mid-tier 1. That's a very good pickup for Kingsmen. They open up the jungle just a little bit more, and now that Lord is available too, they can just push the wave out, bounce it away, and then get priority on the objective. Odia Bambi starting right now. EVOS SG looking to fight.
Okay, they're just gonna disengage it right away. You can see how Potato is already standing in that vicinity. Girl is just being that Uranus, being super annoying. JPL half health, so he has to be careful if he decides to engage. But right now, EVOS SG, they have to try to pick off from the other side of the map.
Potato playing cross map now, picking up the orange buff. It was touch and go there for a moment. EVOS SG, they looked at Kingsmen like they were out for blood, but they decided not to fight it. I think if Bambi had stayed on the Lord just a little bit more, it would have been a nightmare. But meanwhile, on the top lane, you can see Paquito going one-on-one against the Uranus. A very low health already is going. Now Odia Bambi coming in to clean this one up. The Wolfpack strikes again. Can he finish this off? Is the question. Charging away is Girl. Consecration is OP. Azura X joins in. Now the two wolves sink their fangs into the Uranus.
But at the bottom side, it is Pokemon that's actually working on the bottom lane. But EVOS SG, they're trying to push down that lore very quickly. That's going to be beneficial for the side of, well, EVOS SG. They're trying to play cross-match. That's exactly what you said, right? These professional teams, these top-tier teams going into MPL-SG, they're showing how it's done.
Yeah, if you're going to lose an objective on the northern side, just play south, you know, split the map in half and try to not contest objectives that you don't have to, especially if you're behind, right? So EVOS SG showcasing, you know, the idea of macro play, of cross-map play. However, Kingsmen, they've been punishing the mistakes of this Uranus. Girl, as the new member of EVOS SG, we're talking about him in week 1, you know, Swoop even commented. Week 1, Girl came in, exceeded expectations. Perfect performance on the Yuzhong, had no problems whatsoever. Yep. This time on the Uranus, I think there leaves a little bit to be desired when he's overextending like that.
Yeah, Odia Bambi actually, as mentioned during the videos, right? He's also particularly scared about Pokemon. He's being warned. But I mean, Odia Bambi is slowly just running Pokemon down with the double wolf build in, like what you said. If you can't really dish out the constant DPS on top of that Uranus is gonna heal out of control.
Yeah, we saw a glimpse of that, right? It's kind of annoying. Like, Consecration is just so irritating. You think you got the kill, he's just going to charge out. After him, he removes this crowd control and he was up. And it buys time. It buys time for his team to play across the map and say, you know what, if I don't die here and they overextend, what can we get in return? And over there we saw the Harley starting to take down the bot tier 2 in return.
Yeah, for this time round in this game number 1, right, we're not really seeing Potato doing much in the map, right? You see him actually trying to look for the flank, trying to look for the pickup, but the members of Kingsmen, they're really buffed up, and he really cannot find Odia Bambi. That's, I would say, one of the potential reasons, because what Harley wants to do, find this core, shut him down, move away.
Well, all credit to Bambi, right? He's super efficient with his time. The only time he comes out of the jungle is when he needs to clean up a kill or take the objective or contest the objective, right? These are only 3 reasons he comes out. Everything else, he's farming either jungle or waves. Like, there is no reason for him to be wasting time going for attempted kills unless it's secure.
Yeah, for the side of Potato, though, that's not exactly what he's doing. He's trying to look for those kind of turrets as what Harley does. But he's unable to do it because EVOS SG is slowly, constantly getting pushed back by the side of Kingsman. So, very wonderful play for Kingsman right now.
Pokemon now looking to farm again with their bot tier 2, actually joined by JPL, but this load is going down very low. You can see it's almost going to be finished off. Abyssal Arrow connects onto the Popo and Cooper. 0x will be able to walk away. If they get the kill on Aso here, it might just be worth it though.
Yep, okay, Pokemon jumping in. He stacks going in for the side. Oh, Pokemon won't be able to use as EVOS SG disengages. Once again, you can see the side of Odia Bambi is just farming the jungle non-stop. The Lord will be marching down the bottom side. Now, it is up to Kingsman to basically sync up the lanes and what you said. Try to hopefully let these minions clash on top of EVOS SG structures. But will EVOS SG respond to that?
Good news is the items... Oh, hold on.
Okay. Good damage, but not enough damage from the side of Potato though. The Harley ultimate goes in, catches Loon instead, not a 0x, which is actually the softer one. Now, Pokemon and Potato, they are the ones that's gonna try to clear up the bottom side, whereas Uranus on the top side, Girl is on guard duty, tries to clear off the waves. Let's see how EVOS SG actually hold on to this Lord push.
Gonna come in hard and fast here as the defense from EVOS SG is gonna stick. Health bar still pretty healthy, but the mid-tier 1 will go down. Bambi, mid-tier 2 rather. Bambi makes good use of the time. While the Lord is in the bot side, he takes mid-tier 2, and now they're converging on the bot tier 2 again.
Yep, okay. Nice kick coming up. No, I don't see a kick, unfortunately. But, oh, the worst part is Esso actually finds JPL looking super low right now. Potato will be able to push the members of EVOS SG away slightly. Girl at the top side is trying to clear. The damage has been done. EVOS SG loses that mid lane turret.
Odia Bambi picks up the Demon Hunter Sword, so he's looking solid now. Kingsman, they want to regroup. The last structure that they could possibly and feasibly push in on is mid and top, right? So you split your focus right now. You can see that's what they're doing. They're splitting their focus and trying to take attention onto both lanes, hopefully getting the inhibitor without too much contest. EVOS SG, they've yet to put up a full 5-on-5 defense. They haven't mounted 100% defense just yet. I'm waiting to see that.
Yeah, Loon just bursted out Girl to half health as Girl slowly regains health. But that's the power about Hakito, right? Bursting down Uranus. So I feel like the answer to that Uranus consecration, all about burst damage. It's whether you burst him down. Kingsman is going to look to do exactly that. One Lycan Pounce takes out half health, but I believe that JPL will disengage. Loon jumping in back and forth. Girl goes down in the hands of A1, A2 as the Abyssal Arrow kind of not really sticks. But Loon finds Potato at the backside as Loon disengages slightly, just dishing out a lot of burst damage. Kingsman took one from EVOS SG.
So the pressure's on. They're looking for mid inhibitor now. It's going very low. The fight breaking out in the backline. JPL looking to come in onto Loon. He's actually getting turned out. JPL might just die here. It's a kill for Odia Bambi, and they see the blood in the top side. They run it in. They're looking to finish off this game one in indomitable fashion. Kingsmen, they're holding safe. They get the kill onto Soup again. And now Kingsmen regroup looking for the crystal.
Yeah, okay, EVOS SG will be able to take down Kagura. Now Odia Bambi turns the focus back on top of Pokemon, but nothing's going to be found. EVOS SG lost 2 turrets in the base. Kingsman looking dominant right now in terms of the jungle dominance. In fact, going to be clearing away EVOS SG side of the map.
50 seconds on the Lord. Now they can reset, they can take this objective and look to close out the game. Of course, with the last structure left on the map, apart from the core being on the bottom half, that's where the Lord is going to spawn. They need to sync their waves. I've been saying this the whole day. The way you sync your waves is how you're going to get an easy win onto the push.
Yeah, and EVOS SG side there's only that one little turret left for Kingsman to push down at the bottom side, right? Now, Swoop on that Selena is basically outdated. He's basically carrying like a outdated hero into battle. Trying to hopefully land the Abyssal Arrow on the money shot, but it's really rely on whether Kingsman will be able to look for that as Loon dishes out so much damage on top of JPL as Loon charges on A1, A2 following Odia Bambi at the backside. Will be able to find Potato, but goes for JPL instead.
Oh,
now he's going to look for JPL. It takes now the flicker going in, but there's nowhere to run for the side of the Lycan Pounce, and the sticking power coming off the Kingsman is so good. The Girl out of position. Potato still alive though. forced to find that, but he gets stunned out. The Lycanrounds will follow him right at the doorstep.
They might want to go. They don't want to take any prisoners here. Kingsmen, they're looking to clean up the squad before they clean up the game. They get everyone down in EVOS SG. They lose the game 1 in dominating fashion. Unfortunately, Kingsmen have their number.
Wow, EVOS SG as of now, the whole season, right? Only RSG was able to make EVOS SG bleed. But Kingsmen finally made EVOS SG.
EVOS SG, you can see they're talking on the right side of the screen. There's heavy conversations about what's going on. In Kingsmen, they're looking light and relaxed. Now, I want to talk about the last game. And one particular thing I noted was that when you pick the Selena, right, and the overall composition, because they went Selena and Harley,
yes,
Soup was forced to play the Selena. And to date, he's only played Angela and Rafaela.
I feel like, you know, Selena with the Harley pick, as we look at the scoreboard, right? EVOS SG is hoping on top of that Pokemon, right? Basically pop off to be the late game monster. But Girl as well, being the Uranus, hopefully will be that, you know, that solid person that can basically hold on the fight as much as possible. But JPL, if you notice, he's taking a lot of punishment, forced to back away, but Potato trying to look for the picks, can't find it. So Kingsmen, they're just protecting Audio Bambi so well, and like I said, vision is king, right? Audio Bambi stayed out of vision so well and only engages when the time is right and finds that flank.
Yep, Bambi there had an awesome game coming in, but if anything, I felt like the draft on the side of EVOS SG might have been a bit suspect there coming in, because I was talking about Selena being a bait pick, right?
Yeah.
If Kingsman picks it up, EVOS probably has an answer. This time, EVOS picks it up, but Kingsman clearly had an answer there. He drafted a Popo and Koopa. Remember that with the extra body, actually tanks the Abyssal Arrow too. You're completely fine sacrificing Koopa to just tank the Abyssal Arrow, right? So it seems like an answer. In early game, the power of the Selena was not felt. There was no value of the Selena early on because they were making sure they kept her in check.
Yeah, and it's really a lot of pressure coming out from the side of Popo and Koopa, right, on the other side of the map. And also Roger just farming up so well, getting out all that gold. And that early game mistake coming out from EVOS SG is being punished by the side of Kingsman.
Yeah, now EVOS SG, they're going to have to take a moment, go back to the drawing block and think about, is it the draft, is it the execution that we will have to change it up? Personally, I'm still on track for my prediction. I said 2-1 EVOS SG, right? And right now it's 1-0 in favor of Kingsman. This grudge match is starting to shape up to be a 3-game series. I feel like it's going to go that way. And EVOS SG, the draft, the execution, they're going to have to take a while to think about this. We will have the post-match analytics up for you guys soon. I believe that should be up soon.
Yep. For EVOS SG, right, I feel like Potato picking up that Harley, they're trying to shut down Kingsman early on in the game, where you're supposed to expect about the, you know, you're supposed to expect like turret dives coming out from Potato. You're supposed to expect like Selena landing these arrows, bursting down people, get out away. But it really boils down to Popo and Koopa just stalls that Selena so much. And then, you know, Pokemon constantly getting pressure by the side of Kingsman. Early on, just now, you don't see it. But after Kingsman, they're on the momentum, they're on the roll, they start the pressure on top of Pokemon, and that's it.
This is something that MPL-MY talked about a lot. And I really love their point, because when you have Popo and Koopa on your team, not only are you distracting and possibly making the enemy jungler's life hell, you're also ensuring that your jungler and your core and your marksman gets a good start. And a good start was all that Bambi needed, right? He got his farm on, and then he picked up an early kill. Just by swinging by, he picked up a free meal, right? With that free meal, he turned it into a buffet, and EVOS SG just on the plate.
Yeah, and it's just dissected all throughout the board for EVOS SG. And Potato tries to look for, I've said it a lot of times, there's a lot of opportunity for EVOS SG to jump in, right? But let's take a look at the highlights, okay? Because we got to see what went wrong for the side of EVOS SG.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights as it comes in. Now, I want to break down one particular play as we go along, and I'll point it out to you, right? I think that was the moment where all went awry, right? Looking at the game state, I think that EVOS was equal for the most part. Like, sure, the Selena didn't have the value that you really want, right? And at this point, it's still okay. It's still perfectly fine for EVOS SG.
Yeah, Potato will be able to find Ace in that early game. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but you see Audio Bambi just picking up members side, left and right. I feel like at this right, EVOS SG overcommitted, tried to take the turtle, but then again, it's just, you know,
yeah, so at this point, the game is already moving towards the side of Kingsman. They feel very happy at this point. Also, you have to notice, Bambi is 2-0-1 in this game. Now here is where things go really bad, right? You think it'd be an okay fight, and EVOS SG get the kill, and you know they keep Girl has to score and everything, but it's a false sense of security because then Girl overextends, and from here on out, it's donezo. Like, the goalie and the comparison between Pokemon and Audio Bambi is just way too far apart.
Yeah, you can see the position of that Potato, but this is the point where JPL overextends, try to find Loon. Loon on the Potato will be able to burst people so quickly.
That's like a desperation play. Like, they're already knocking on the doors of your base. JPL had to do something, and I mean, that was the only thing he could have done in that situation, to try and find Loon and maybe equalize the kill count a bit. It's okay if he dies there because you get the Paquito for the Cho. And now, you know, you look at the whole thing, the whole thing is just an easy way for Kingsmen to clear it up.
Now, Audio Bambi is always at the right place at the right time, right? JPL, even though they kicked
so good.
That kick actually helped Kingsman a lot more. So Audio Bambi all he has to do, even burn that flicker, Audio Bambi can just like and pounce and close that gap. So much sticking power.
Yep, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a look at, hopefully we have the MVPs and analytics up for you guys. If not, we should be going to a short break. Now, I'm going to ask for your prediction, and you have to tell me an answer, right? It's been one game. You were right on 2-1. You didn't say who. You're going to have to give me an answer. You can't be a coward this time, Chris. You got to call something.
I feel like what EVOS SG can do, right? If they bring... okay, here we go, stalling.
The stall. Give me the answer, man.
The stall.
Come on, give me some Chris is a coward in chat. So DM this guy, man. Come on.
Okay, EVOS SG.
EVOS SG 2-1.
Potato, I still have hopes on Potato, right? Okay. That Bruno play was quite well. So let's take a look at the post and I think like, thank you very much, production team.
It's okay, he said EVOS SG. That's the answer we all needed. Kingsmen with the first game victory. Looking at the stats here, Oh Dear Bambi leading in the amount of gold as well as kills picked up, and it was quite a low kill count game. Don't get me wrong. But Girl on the Uranus being the tankiest and A1A2 with the most amount of assists. Like I said, you know, if the carry is Oh Dear Bambi, just by his side is going to be A1A2. Arthur and Lancelot for the Kingsmen.
Yeah, that Paquito just basically was able to shut down Girl as the Uranus, right? Also does quite a lot of damage, albeit Uranus heals away, but it's okay. The damage has been done. And after that, what Loon has to do is just to allow Oh Dear Bambi to come in at the right time, clean up, and Selena tried to stun. Oh, and that's where Azura X. You gotta admit, one of the highlights, right, at the top side, it's just so coordinated. It's like everyone on hands on deck, and then we just take down the Uranus and then move on.
Now, no prizes for guessing, but who do you think the MVP is gonna be?
I would, in my mind, Loon.
In your mind, okay,
yeah. My mind, Loon. Right, he was able to actually hold on to the, against a 1-1 for that long, right?
Right.
And then also, you're walking a melee into a range matchup. As a 1-1, you'll be able to basically just out quite a lot of damage. So I'm quite surprised that Loon actually hold on, and then goes in, be able to burst that 1-1 very quickly. And also after that, Kingsman just focus on top of Pokemon. I would say, yeah, that's it.
I have a simple answer. It's by Bambi, right? Why wouldn't he be the MVP? This guy,
I don't know, man.
The pacing, the timing, everything is solid, right?
Yes.
Looking at the draft, I feel like the 1-1 here is a bit of an issue, right? Yeah, the timing that you want to come online, it's a bit too late following the Roger. Like, you're matching Power Spike for Power Spike. Roger's been probably like 3 or 4 minutes ahead of you, right?
Yeah, because the Roger has been farming in the jungle, right? He has like a lot of farm advantage and it's safe in its own jungle. But where's the 1-1? You're in lane. You're constantly getting pressured by the enemy.
Yep, and the MVP, Oh Dear Bambi, 6-0-5 with 867 GPM. Like I said, no prizes for guessing, but yeah, there you go, it's Bambi.
But you gotta admit, okay, fine, I agree with you because Oh Dear Bambi finds himself at a very good time. It's like, you know, dinner bell's calling, and he just shows up right away, even though he's like far off the map.
It's not the dinner bell, bro. It's the wolf howl. The Popo and Koopa house, and Bambi comes in like a form to clean
alongside, right? Alongside with Koopa, right?
Awesome stuff from Kingsmen. Now, can they close out this game is the question, or will it go all 3 games against EVOS SG? Remember that, ladies and gentlemen, remember that EVOS SG, they are, you know, the cleanest team right now. They are the fan favorite, the crowd favorites, and they haven't lost, mind you, haven't lost yet until now when it comes to games.
Yes, technically speaking, they lost 1 game against RSG.
That was the first game. So until the second game, all the way until now, they haven't lost at all.
Yeah, it was super clean. Their performance has been super clean, but I feel like they're gonna have to go against Audio Bambi, right? Audio Bambi, they know the strategies. In fact, if you notice how they banning away the Harif, banning away Bruno, banning away the Marksman, the Grandeur as well. I feel like those are comfort fix for Potato. And if Kingsman with Audio Bambi keeps this up, that's gonna be it for EVOS SG. And yeah, then I will turn over to Kingsman.
All right, see, we got a capitulator, guys. the coward and the betrayer. I love how I'm just flaming Chris on stream. But with that, guys, we will be going for a short break. When we come back, it's going to be game 2 between Kingsmen and EVOS SG. Kingsmen now up 1 point, EVOS SG looking to tie it up and bring them the whole 3 games. Oh dear, Bambi must be smiling himself to death right now as we saw EVOS SG a little bit up in arms. So see how this one plays out after the break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete, 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete, 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired, dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL-SG. It's the last best of 3 for day 2, week 2, and my goodness, Kingsmen, they have EVOS SG on the ropes. That 1-1 pick, they really made EVOS SG pay for it.
Yeah, and of course, the amount of targeted bans against Potato, right? You can see the Bruno, the Granger ban away from the side of Kingsmen. It's a lot of inside information coming out. I can sense like Audio Bambi just leaking out information. Hey, by the way, a Potato plays now. Let's just take it out of the board.
Yeah, they really like punish that heavily. And you know, speaking of making EVOS SG pay for it, you know how you could pay if you wanted to buy gems in MLBB? Well, you could use Singtel DCB for seamless in-app payment without credit card. Use Singtel carrier billing, secured and fuss-free billing. Buy first and pay at the end of the month together with your Singtel mobile bill. So it's very fast-free, it's very quick, very direct.
And that's how I spent $200 on that Wen skin that basically Pokemon used.
Thumbs up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, game 2, we are in ban. Matilda has been removed for EVOS SG. Kingsmen now looking to ban out the Jawhead. Now, priority pick, I think, that both sides definitely overvalued was the Selena. I think you just read that through. Or if you're EVOS SG here, you ban it out because Soup does not look too confident on it.
Yeah, so Kingsman would probably target ban that Rafaela again, once again, denying them. Or are they going to spend the next 2 bans once again on top of the Bruno, on top of the Granger? Because we've seen it used to great success,
Your team is
right?
banning.
EVOS SG right now banning away Paquito, a bit of a respect over to Lun as well.
So it was definitely a big problem. I think
Your
on the
team
side of
is
Kingsmen
banning.
now, they will be looking for the Angela ban and possibly the Rafaela because that is something that EVOS SG doesn't have to ban out right now. They can target ban if Kingsman doesn't ban out the Rafaela. It suits all day, every day.
Yeah, and this also comes to play, right? You know, Angela has that global ultimate, will be able to jump over anyone, provide that heal, provide that sticking power that is so required if you want to chase someone down.
Okay, a little bit somber here, EVOS SG. You can see the intensity on their faces as they discuss the big ban. 20 seconds left on the clock. Now, if you're EVOS SG, what do you go for? Do you ban out the Roger that Audio Bambi was so good on, or do you focus ban meta stuff? Granger was banned off the previous game.
Yep. Or you could also
Your
deny
team
both sides
is
of the
banning.
Uranus, but there you go, EVOS SG banning away that Selena. They're not really going to
Okay, it's a decent ban because it still pieces into the larger strategy,
Your
which is,
team is
it
picking.
forces Kingsman to ban out the Rafaela. And now EVOS SG, their first pick of the pie. They could go for Uranus, Benedetta.
Your team is
there you go, it's going to be the Uranus for girl.
But is Kingsman going to respond with another Baxia pick? We do see it slip past the ban, right? We do see it slip past quite a few. And then finally, EVOS SG was the one who banned it in the second draft. And Kingsman was, I believe, was the side of EVOS SG. He picked up the Uranus very early on. So kind of surprised that Baxia left out.
Girl was solid, consistent, but overextended a couple points in the game, which really cost his team, right? This newbie, this newcomer to EVOS SG, his best performances so far have been on Yuzhong.
Your
I'm
team
quite
is
surprised that they
picking.
don't want that for him, but oh dear, Bambi wants that Granger. They also want the Esmeralda, which worked out for Aso really well in game 1. You could see his positioning was always towards the back, and when necessary, he would jump in and dive together with his team.
Yeah, it's something that you can go toe-in-toe against a Uranus, right? What a Uranus wants to do, try to basically cut your waves. You can also go one-on-one with Esmeralda against a Uranus as well. So, and also to some extent, you can also use the Esmeralda to cut their way because of the mobility and shield that she gained.
Don't think they want the Benedetta here unless it's gold. That being said, it's still a very strong pick. It allows you to get into the back lines. Like Benedetta is one of the few heroes that ignores tanks because of her mobility, because the iframe is so disgusting and played to full capacity.
Your team
it's a
is
big
picking.
threat. Right now, the Bruno that was banned by Kingsman early is going to be picked up here. They will get that Bruno, they will get that Eve, and like we talked about, the synergy between Eve and Uranus, you get that Ionic Edge slow zone. Eve just presses real world manipulation and shreds anyone in front of her.
Yeah, but Kingsman, right? Technically speaking, if what Kingsman could also surprise from the side of EVOS SG, right? Because the only way that Kingsmen were to actually take this one game for the side of EVOS SG, I believe in game number 1 as well, 2, is that element of surprise. You ban away Bruno, you ban away Granger so early on. EVOS SG, they're not prepared. Is Kingsmen going to be... I'm not sure, just conspiracy theories, not wear your aluminum foil hats. Granger going to the gold lane, question mark?
I think it's definitely a Bambi Granger here.
Your team is banning.
It's in his wheelhouse, right? We talked about, the Baxia like you expected. It solves the Uranus healing problem. It also kind of puts pressure on the Eve. She's channeling remote manipulation.
Your team is
poison on
banning.
top of her. She's not too willing to stick around, right? But back to my point about Bambi and his Granger. It fits in a similar vein as the Roger. However, because Roger is open, they could also pick that up and then send Granger to goal lane. So it's an option, but it's not necessarily the most efficient one without seeing the draft of EVOS SG. Now, the Cho, banned out by Kingsmen, they respect ban
Your
JPL's
team is
Cho.
banning.
Meanwhile, on the response here for EVOS SG is Farsa. We have a artillery mage, you don't get one.
Yeah, and Kingsman would optionally go for another ban on top of another offlaner, right? The Yuzhong was super open as well, or even any form of offlaners. I mean, that's what Kingsman should be looking to target. Whereas for EVOS SG side,
Your
to take
team
away the
is
Farsa.
banning.
Oh, okay, Kingsman respecting ban once again. The Harif of the side of Pokemon is just way too broken. Whereas for the side of EVOS SG, that Farsa ban away, they could potentially look for a Chang'e ban because, you know, EVOS SG already has that long-range answer. Kingsmen have yet to show that long-range answer except for that Granger, whereas right now Kingsmen draft a lot of dive potential.
I do like the Chang'e for Kingsmen also because you have this like narrow zone now, right? Knock him up and set him up and knock him down with the Meteor Shower and the Death Sonata. Whoever's standing in front of you between Odir Bambi and the Chang'e, you know, A1, A2 is probably gonna pick that up if it's gonna be the Chang'e. You just eviscerate, you shred whoever's standing in front of you.
And Eve being immobile, right? If the Chang'e were to send that Meteor Shower all the way down,
Your
right, that's
team
something
is
that
picking.
Eve could potentially get hit. Or you can use Kagura to great
Your
success as
team
well,
is
but
picking.
Kingsman will respond with an Alice pick.
So Kagura has been banned out by EVOS SG. They don't want to give too much away. Kingsman now, they actually, the Alice pick here is big insurance. If you know me well enough, you will know that I'm not a big Alice fan purely for the fact that she doesn't do anything until she scales up, right? That you put the agency in your opponent's hands and say, end us before Alice gets big. A lot of teams will take that as a challenge and accept it and smash you before Alice gets to the strong point.
Yeah, so what's EVOS SG's play here, right? It could go for the usual, which I mentioned as well. It's quite early. Johet, oh yeah, let's get taken out already. But other than that, other offlaners, I'm not
Your
sure.
team is picking.
Okay.
Hylos.
Ooh, I've seen this in MPL-MY. So they use the Hylos as a way to gain access into the backline, right? The combo together of the Uranus, like because of his ring, it's so obnoxious. Like there's this particular area where if you see Hylos and Uranus standing next to each other, you don't walk out. Like the slow is so ridiculous together with Eve.
And can you imagine if Hylos with the Glorious Pathway, right? You also provide so much heal over to the side of Uranus as well. And if just in case Uranus decides to bring the Revitalize along,
It's probably going to be revitalized here, right? So now Kingsmen, they have to consider their final option. The plus side, or at least one of the good things they have going for them, is the Baxia should be able to ignore or cut down some of the healing from the Hylos and the Uranus. Lunox, final pick for A1, A2. I like this. It's a very strong, high DPS. It also gives that invulnerability from the Brilliance hero to dodge away from anyone looking to dive after Glorious Pathway.
yeah, or even looking to actually juke out the ultimate out from Beta, or even try to find the Brilliance going to dive in towards AE, because you do a lot of
that
damage,
is true.
and you also gain a bit of magic resist. And I would say Kingsman's draft a lot of magic resist. You have the Baxia on magic resist, magic damage, Alice on the magic damage, Lunox as well. Esmeralda does a lot of magic damage. So EVOS SG, they probably have to build a lot more MR as compared to armor, but that's where, you know, whoever gets control that Granger is going to get a lot of damage done.
Your frontline tank now is it's not going to be a big high loss, right? Although he does get pseudo tanky because of his passive. Girl is still going to be doing majority of the face tanking, so he does need the armor to deal with the Granger.
But it is still high loss that is allowing Potato to do that front to back as what the Bruno wants to do. And they also have Girl as well, and just in case if they actually push up the Glorious Pathway, and just in case one of them actually pack up, there you go, JPL packing up that Revitalize, that's going to get a lot of heals coming in from the side of EVOS SG.
take a look at where the marksman course start. Bambi is going to go for orange, but first he's helped by Azura X, and now Little Wanderer is going to be picked up by Potato, Soup, and JPL. They're tag teaming up to make sure he gets this safe without any concern. He's going to walk in and steal a camp away too.
But, you know, Audio Memory on that Grandeur, right, it's going to pop off very early on, very super early on. So Bruno doing that is actually kind of a good idea, whereas Pokemon, okay, jumping in into Azura X will be able to dash out. Moon jumping in at the very last. Oh, nice stun coming out from Pokemon will ensure Pokemon safe and sound.
He timed that eye for an eye so well, he managed to dodge away from the root of the Alice and backed out, but still the pressure is on Pokemon. He might just die here. He needs to dash away once more. Audio Memory coming in the rest of the eye for an eye again.
Wow.
This guy is a smooth criminal getting out of tight situations.
Yes, as Azura X will be chasing down JPL, will manage to get him out of safety. Can take a look at Girl cutting the waves as well. The ASO will respond with the same exact thing, cutting the wave. Both, it's just a game of cutting waves once again, right, for the side of the top side. Whereas Grandeur tries to take away the camps at the bottom side because I feel like he knows Bruno already taken some of the camps as well, but it is Audio Memory level 4 as the Pokemon will get built upon. The Eye of an Eye, nice stun coming out. Pokemon very smooth in this game.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And this point, you know, there's no way they're gonna kill Ono Aso. He's going down. He has to flicker away to kill the football to the back of the head.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Yeah, ASO gets caught out because EVOS SG, they kind of knew, you know, the members of Kingsmen was already at the bottom side. They wasted so much time on top of that Benedetta. But hold on a second right here. JPL front taking the front line. Audio Memory, Azura X looking very low. That Sonata try lands on top of Girl instead. Potato takes down that Buxia. A1, A2 looking for a flank, but he will see Pokemon. Brilliance will be used. The ultimate coming up from Pokemon. Super smooth coming out from the side of this Benedetta player as that turtle gets secured by EVOS SG.
You hear the cheers. EVOS, EVOS, EVOS. As they come in with renewed vigor in Game 2, EVOS SG don't want to go out without a fight. They will not go quietly into the night in the second game. They're looking to take this goal advantage and run with it. 1K right now for EVOS SG.
Yeah, not a lot of big ultimates coming out from Soup right now. Still kind of early in that game, but Loon is slowly becoming that scary Alice that's going to be dominate in the late game. But hold on a second, JPL manages to catch Azura X slightly, but not much follow-up.
Not gonna lie, I'm on Team No Alice, so looking at this, you know, fine, you have Mystery Shop, you might get items earlier, but it's still about the Blood Orbs. This mini-game, it takes too long. EVOS SG won't let you get a chance to get there. It's Pokemon, he's gonna get focused down again. Electro Final Blow gets him away, and taking the Blood Orb is not gonna be taken actually from Loon. That's another dodged away from as well. They find Azura X in the river. What are you doing there, my man?
Yeah, the Baxia anti-counter healing doesn't really work this time around because you got Revitalize, you got the Glorious Pathway as well as Azura X will get chunked down. Pokemon was the main focus of Kingsman right now to stop that Benedetta to snowball out of control. But in fact, this allows EVOS SG so much space for even Potato to just farm out as much as possible. And let's not forget, Aso and Girl, especially Girl, doesn't really get that much attention.
Yeah, Girl, all he has to do is cut the waves as you can see the pause coming in on Marshall. I like how there's a decent amount of social distancing. Make sure, you know, don't get too close. Everyone's wearing masks, everyone's making sure, you know, all okay during this period. Now the game state is as such. EVOS SG, they found the picks that they needed on Alice as an insurance late game. Might not even get to the point where she's a hero. Things looking on the up and up for EVOS SG game 2.
Yeah, and especially, you know, EVOS SG with that Potato, finally something that he's comfortable with. That Bruno comfort pick was picked up. Kingsman actually did not focus on that, instead focused on Swoop instead. You know, that Rafaela was taken away, that Angela was taken out as well.
Bit of a technical pause coming in. Hopefully we should fix this relatively soon. Now in the downtime, while we wait for this to resolve itself, we want to talk about one of our sponsors, Subway. It's like 10 to 9 right now, and I'm jonesing for food.
Yeah, and of course you can hit refresh on that taste, but every single day, even if you're hungry, you want some, like, you know, variety, Subway has it in your bag as well. Because for a limited time only, Subway is serving up to 8 different subs for 7 days a week. And there are 4 new veggies. Grab yours right now.
All right, jonesing for a Subway sandwich. Of course, you know, at the end of a long day of casting, it feels good to bite into a hot meal, right? I'm sure we've all had that. You know, you go to a long game and then you just go home, chow down and do it. So in Subway, we should be jumping into games soon. Hopefully, I believe we are back in. Technical issues have been resolved. as we count down back in now. Let's take a stock of the situation. Goal is in favor of EVOS SG. Potato, he's starting to get the ball rolling. He's looking good, confident, and
No
happy.
pun intended.
Oh, yeah, sure. He's getting to a good place now, and EVOS SG, they're looking to tunnel down. Loon with the blood, or you can see he's so hesitant to even jump in against the high loss, mind you.
Yeah, for EVOS SG side, right, there's so much healing, so that Baxia hopefully should pop off. But Zero X will be able to find Girl at the bottom side, will be able to shove Odia Bambi, but Esso coming out with an ultimate as well. Loon picks up that Clock of Destiny, but that's still okay. Girl still alive. Potato giving chase as the energy of the bottom side gets chunked down by the side of EVOS SG. No follow-up as EVOS SG picks up the first turtle.
There's no counterplay available. Turtle isn't available right now. It's not spawned right yet. So EVOS SG, they could make this bot side play and then straight up top. Azura X is dead for sure. Electo final blow. The name implies what's going to happen. And now they can rotate up to the top turtle.
Oh,
Pokemon still being a nuisance. He's going to dash away.
That Sonata misses all three. You know, it's like the Matrix happening for the side of Pokemon, right? Dodging every single one. But let's take a look at the items, shall we? The Loon actually picked up the Clock of Destiny already so early on. It's actually kind of good. But A1, A2 still struggling. But on the other side of EVOS SG, but hold on a second, Loon with the ultimate. Swoop coming in with the ultimate as well, just setting up the zone of control to allow Pokemon to get out of the way. Odia Bambi, not much follow-ons up, but still okay at the bottom side. And EVOS SG almost on top of that mid-lane turret.
I've been in this situation before. I've been in Azura X's situation before. It's like, where's my team? Why is my turret going down? And who's here to defend with me? It feels so awful. And actually, A1, A2 forced to use the brilliance to kite away. He doesn't have that available right now, so this is a problem. Aso, though, getting stuck here. He might just die to JPL and Girl, but they decide to spare him. They don't have the damage. They don't have the crowd control.
Right now, Alice being sent to the mid lane is a little bit wonky, but you gotta admit, right? It's like what you said, Pokemon as the Benedetta, once it wave clear, trying to look for pickles in the jungle. Wave clear, try to look off, and there you go. Kingsman has a Benedetta problem in their own jungle, but hold on a second, Aso, you're getting focused down on JPL, finding the stun on top of A1, A2. Swoop comes on in.
They can be engaged. Yes, Gora's halfway.
Gora's halfway will be in. It's all go for the side. EVOS Potato chunking down Azura X bit by bit. The Gora's halfway and revitalized one more combo heal. That even Baxia's anti-healing is not very enough. Pokemon finds A1, A2 right at the backside. Double kill goes into the pocket of the side of our Benedetta player, but this is still okay for the side of EVOS SG as Esmeralda finds Swoop, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're looking to hunt down the Esmeralda. Girl chasing in Swoop with the Void Crystal. Doesn't throw it in the right direction. They're buying time. This is creating space, as we say, you know, professionally. He even outs away. But with Pokemon joining in, I don't know if they can chase that. Actually, they're not chasing at all.
Potato coming in will be able to find us all likely. The Girl coming in to start the death.
Donate the kill. Give it to the carry.
Yeah, give it to Potato, please. Potato was kind of starving after that Harley, misplay, right, for game number 1.
Or at least they forced the flicker out, so without the range being extended on their out, you know, Aso is not so close to engaging on the back line. Take a look at this replay, courtesy of Heishu Instant Rehydrate. So you talked about it. Glorious Pathway, Revitalize, and Real World Manipulation. That zone, you see it, everything that is purple belongs to EVOS SG.
Yeah, so Kingsman has no choice but to kite back, but there you go, Pokemon just walks into Pokemon, and Kingsman just actually gets massacred right on down, cut down by Benedetta. But hold on a second, as EVOS SG slowly gets into control of Kingsman's side. They don't get a Pokemon. Okay, might not be able to find, but Glorious Pathway once again. Swoop just set up this zone of control once again. A1, A2, and Kingsman, they're just playing at the edge. They don't want to fight Swoop right in that real world manipulation zone as EVOS SG push out Kingsman right.
Now look who's recalling and stuck behind enemy lines. Oh, he has to check it. Come on, Pokemon, no! He doesn't get it. Okay, that's fine. Girl on the bottom side now. They're looking for the bot tier 2. It should go down eventually. Meanwhile, 3 members from EVOS SG, they're pushing down mid tier 1. Coming up the rapidity, JPL is very tanky, but not tanky enough. Remember that Hylos doesn't have the gold or the farm necessary to be the big boy in the front line.
But you know who's a big boy in the front line? Girl coming in by the side. Potato chunking down the damage on top of Loon. Yes, Girl finds Odia Bambi at the backside. Loon coming in, tries to defend Odia Bambi as much as possible. But Azura X is the one that's get left behind for Kingsman as EVOS SG focuses down on Azura X. No more rolling ball for the side of Kingsman anymore.
Feels bad. They leave him to die, but they save everyone else. Thank you for your sacrifice, Azura X. And now with 30 seconds on the clock, and slightly more, they should be moving over to the next objective. Pokemon, this guy is so far ahead of Aso. He's 3-0-1, and with the items and with the lead, he's going to be completely fine fighting here.
You know, it's like, you know, Esmeralda versus Benedict. On paper, Esmeralda should be the one winning, but Pokemon just dishing out so much damage over to Science. So Pokemon's on a roll. He's been snowballing out of control for the side of Kingsman.
Yeah, Pokemon, especially the goal lead and the kills, on paper it's one thing, in execution it's a whole other. Kingsman, they get caught in the jump. Nightmare for them.
Nice Law and Order coming in from the side. JPL, A1, A2 forced to use the ultimate to get out, but Pokemon will be able to catch ASO as well. So, well, it's one member down, but Girl in the mid lane just takes one more love cap as Kingsman's trying to focus on top of Girl, and they're just going to disengage as EVOS SG focuses on the Lord next.
Should be taken without any contest. You can see on your minimap, everyone from Kingston has backed off / recalled, so there's no reason for them to even fight for this. He's still looking to finish off the mid-tier 1. Girl is being a nuisance as Uranus normally does, just cutting the waves and trying to put pressure down.
Yep, Potato will be focusing on the top side. That mid lane turret still looks very vulnerable. You can see that damage coming in from that turret. Not even that turret can stand the football coming in for Potato.
Okay, so look at this. Lord is going to be going down towards the bottom half. They need to sync up the waves. Every time Lord spawns, you need to sync up the waves. I'm sure EVOS SG understands this. We'll see them eventually push out the wave. In a perfect situation, it looks like everyone crashes at the same time. So they need to finish the mid-tier 1 first, and then crash everything towards the inhibitor. They could take the side.
Girl jumping in for the side will be able to force out Kingsman's ultimate of A1, A2, but here we go. Girl just being so annoying. Loon pops that ultimate once again. Will be able to catch Girl and Pokemon in the backline as Loon retreats, licking that wounds, unfortunately.
They managed to crash the top side. Esmeralda is dealing with it. Now the Lord in the bottom side is going to crash it. Glorious pathway. They want to fight this.
Girl enter the front and back line. Then Loon with on Trunksian. Trying to discard the damage. Trying to wave clear. Ace finding Swoop at the back line. Signal for Swoop will be used as Loon will get chunked down by the Will Wall manipulation. JPL still looking very healthy. Pokemon also trying to find A1, A2. A1, A2 pops that brilliance as well as Kingsman slowly losing his defense one by one. Their turrets dropping like flies. EVOS SG looking at a solid lead this time round and might actually pick up game number 2.
All the inhibitors are down. They're looking to dot the I's and cross the T's. EVOS SG with 4 members alive on the Kingsman side. They want to farm the kills this time. It's personal. They want the KDA. They want to kill everyone off, take no prisoners, and finish off game 2. ASO, the last member last alive. They want to go for him. They want to finish him off. But no, the crystal's the objective. They get it and they tie it up. EVOS SG, one on the other side as well.
Yeah, so finally, Daryl, we're going to game 3, right?
Oh, man. There we go. You see, we called it right. It's 2-1.
Well, I knew it's going to be 2-1, right? Right.
You see, the difference is I called it early. I called EVOS SG. I was like, yep, they're going to win 2-1. And you're like, I don't know. Maybe it's going to be 2-1 for either side. And come on, man. Come on. Don't hedge your bets.
All right, but we got to take stock of the situation.
Yeah.
What happened? EVOS SG, they took a very bad game. And Kingsman, this time around, they're the one who's taken actually a very bad game 2.
Yeah.
Whereas EVOS SG right now, they're on a steamroll right here. You can see like the mercilessness in their eyes, right?
I think it's the fact that they got the Bruno and the Eve. This is something that they felt very comfortable with in week 1. And Potato on Bruno looks like a completely different player as compared to game 1 on that.
On their Harley.
On their Harley, right? It feels so different.
Game 1 never existed.
Yeah, it's a myth.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the scoreboard once again. Girl just creates so much space, picking up the Oracle and brute force the best play. It's just so he's a tanky boy, right? But let's also count the fact that Pokemon is on a steamroll, just secured so much lead. And if you notice, a tanky Benedetta, Oracle and brute force play as well.
He still gets the job done, right? And that's the perk of having a Benedetta in your team. Everyone on the enemy's team in the backline doesn't feel safe. Odia Bambi in game 1, he was happy on that Rogers just jumping in, fighting, getting into the thick of things. With the Benedetta in this game, Odia Bambi is always second guessing, he's checking corners, making sure he doesn't get caught, doesn't use any of his mobility before Electro Final Blow comes out because that's how he dies.
But also JPL just creates so much space as well, right? Glow's pathway, the revitalizer.
I like that.
Yeah, that was actually kind of cool. And also, sending the Uranus as well, not even the Baxia can stop you, right?
Yeah, after a certain point, there's such thing as too much healing. I think EVOS SG found the limit.
Yeah, right? It's like, how do you counter anti-healing?
More healing?
More healing, bro.
Also, as the president of Team No Alice, I'm happy to report that she did not get to the point where she's a hero. You could see she was just a glorified minion running it down the lanes that game.
Yeah, I think you need more games against Alice, especially if you bring it to the late game. But I mean, knowing you, right? You being the strategic mind, you will definitely want to actually run them down against Alice, especially in the early games to prevent him to actually getting the stacks. But let's take a look at the damage dealt. Ooh, 8k.
A lot of
damage
done by damage taken rather than. But not all eyes on the EVOS SG squad, because one thing you should note that between Potato, Pokemon, and JPL, everyone really played a role here.
Right.
I felt like even the damage on the side of EVOS SG was pretty well spread out, right? They're all within like 10k of each other on the Bruno, Eve, and Benedetta, which is a very nice thing to see.
Yep, and it's just EVOS SG, they brought in this composition, right? This big one-man combos. Kingsman side, albeit not a very big one-man combo, except for, okay, fine, let's not even talk about Alice if I'm talking to Hungry Gus. But for you know, being that grandeur, right? Using the Death Sonata, it's so hard if you constantly have to kite back. Well, grandeur can be used to dive backwards, but look at Kingsman's draft. That Lunox wants to dive forward. Esmeralda, once again, you see her using the ultimate backwards instead. Baxia jumping in. Then after that, what are you gonna face? EVOS SG. You're gonna be facing a real world manipulation. You're gonna be facing the high loss, Glorious Pathway, and then you have a Uranus. And don't forget, if you decide to back off, Pokemon's right there waiting for you.
Yep, getting run down is also not what Lunox wants, right?
Yep.
More often than not, she had to use the
She wants to be the one running people down.
She wants to brilliance into you and like, okay, you know, this is a good place for me to fight. But he couldn't do that. He had to brilliance out instead. As we take a look at the MVP for Game 2. No prizes for guessing. I am saying it's going to be Potato. 3-0-7, 825 GPM.
Your price is just utter silence. But you got to take a look at that GPM. 825, not the highest, but it was a perfect game for Potato. No deaths at all. So this shows that, you know, Potato's super comfortable with that Bruno. You give him a Harley, Game 1 never existed.
I told you it's a myth. It's like Lake Lao guy. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, but of course, going into game number 3, I almost said game number 2, right? Because Game 1 never existed. But moving on to game number 3, it's match point for these two. The stakes are high for these two. Will Kingsman actually bring us a total upset? Well, Kingsman proved to all the whole wide world, especially EVOS SG can bleed, or EVOS SG will say, nah, Kingsman, sit down.
Yeah, they could hand EVOS SG their first loss in, you know, MPL-SG and, you know, take away their chance of being first. Or they could, you know, be kingmakers and say, EVOS, go up there and join Notorious Villains. Not a problem. Not a problem at all. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be going for a short break. When we come back, the continuation of this best of 3 between EVOS SG and Kingsman. It's a tight one. It's a close one. EVOS SG. Oh, sorry, we will have the highlights up. Sorry.
Oh, yes. I don't know.
I was like, yeah, I'm so hyped to see the third game.
Yes, same here. But let's take a look at the highlights right on now, because I feel like, right, EVOS SG picking up something they're more comfortable with this time. Kingsman gave away too much over the draft. They probably got cocky themselves. They probably got overconfident, giving away those high priority picks. I feel like Kingsman was actually targeting Ban on top of Soup instead.
Yeah, Soup managing to get the Eve looks a lot better than Soup getting the Selena.
Selena,
you have to say, right?
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 2 that EVOS SG won. I almost say game 1 once again. I don't know why. Game number 1 never existed.
So let's take a look at this, right? Early on, they get the kill, and anytime the marksman jungle core gets a kill, it's always good news, because then they start the ball rolling. Again, no pun intended. EVOS here with very strong control, understanding how to play the map and how to dive the weak lanes. You must know that when you have Esmeralda, Alice, these two side laners are relatively passive. If you bring enough firepower, you just tear them apart.
Yeah, this is the best, like, you know, this is where you will want to highlight how to use a high loss, the Eve as well as the Uranus to great success.
Yeah.
But you can see JPL just constantly leading that charge, and he being a chunky boy as well, he's able to take all that punishment. Loon tries to do something, tried to use the ultimate to wave clear, but that doesn't matter. Hazel actually on the side, just, you know, not sure whether to go on in or not, because that Lord is just marching down that core and then, you know, handing EVOS SG that win.
Yeah, simple stuff coming in for EVOS SG. They make it look easy, and the game 1, like you said, maybe never existed. I don't know, and I have to give credit to Kingsman for making, you know, EVOS SG sweat for it in these series right now. So I have a fun fact I want to bring out, right? So there's 2 games of Cho right now for JPL. This is his first time on Matilda, and that brings him to 2, 4, 6, 7 unique picks so far at MPL.
Yeah, he has a hero with Ocean, right? Like what I said earlier on, just now. But ladies and gentlemen, with that said, let's go on and a short break because this is going to be big. Game number 3. This is the last game, finally the last game of week 2, day 2. And that will also determine the standings. We'll talk about the standings later on, but let's go on a short break. Don't go away.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete. Tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I start my day with Sustain Complete. So tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are into our final match of the night and final game rather. This is, when I say it's the final, it's for all the marbles between EVOS SG and Kingsmen, and it's tied 1-1 apiece. I'm not sure if, our earlier call might be right. Kingsmen, however, they look like they want to hopefully dethrone EVOS SG.
So EVOS SG or Kingsmen, I'm still on the fence.
I'm still EVOS SG.
Okay.
You can change your vote, just and let the chat know.
At least the first game, right? I called 2-1. Either ways. That's correct.
Fair enough. I called 2-1, but I called my shot before, right? So I said EVOS SG hopefully lands in the bucket. We should be going to pick some bans very soon.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be big, right? Okay. We were talking about it before we actually went on stream. Potato was actually getting target banned quite a lot in game number 1. Whereas game number 2, he was not. He was let off and loose, and there you go.
They instantly banned out the Bruno. Okay.
It was even before. It was so quick, right?
I don't know if I find this funny or tragic because now EVOS SG, they're comforting the Bruno, the Granger also. These are the picks that Potato looked very good on. No longer available. And in between the segments, I told you, if I know EVOS SG well enough as an organization, the way they play out these things, they have secret strats prepared. Maybe not so secret, right? Maybe
the secret ulti.
But okay, the last resort strat, let's call it that. It's stuff that they save for playoffs or possibly, these sticky situations that they will pull out if they need to. The question is whether, at this point in time, it's urgent enough for them to do so, because a win here means that they move up in the standings to +4 alongside Notorious Villains. A loss here puts them down to 2, and they will be tied with RSG.
And also even Kingsmen as well. So will EVOS SG actually allow that to happen? Because they've already been dealing very strong. They've always have a very solid track record all throughout. But whereas Kingsmen right here, more like they're here to prove that hey, EVOS SG can bleed. Kingsmen actually started this series a little bit wonky against ALMGHTY, and they're now looking to prove that hey, I deserve that top seed.
When we look at the 2 games so far, it looks like Kingsmen live and die by Oh Dear Bambi. If he looks good, the game is won. If he looks bad, the situation is dire, right? And beside him, he has A1, A2, his Lancelot. That guy needs to start carrying a bit more of the work. I think his game on Lunox earlier was very tough. It's tough to call that a serviceable performance. He also needs help in the form of the rest of his team, like the Galahad, the Knights of the Round Table, to come and rally against him to put him in a position for Kingsmen to 2-1 this.
Yeah, but despite of EVOS SG, right, they're banning away the Paquito, they're banning away the Matilda, and in fact, going to be banning away the Esmeralda. I saw use Esmeralda quite early on. Now, Kingsmen having the first pick.
Angela is left open, Rafaela is left open, hello. Soup's gonna get his Rafaela.
It's gonna be a battle of the supports and heals again.
Rafaela, Uranus. You do that here, you should be solid, your front line steady.
There you go.
So you Rafaela, Uranus here. This is a comfort EVOS SG composition, right? They can swap out the cores as and when they need, but the Angela is a problem. Depending on whether Kingsmen can make full use of her global ability and play the macro game, then they can find the advantage there.
Kingsmen right now can move into locking down that Roger, because once you lock down that Roger, EVOS SG is kind of stuck in terms of core. They're basically starving there right then. Whereas, other than that, I think that's all good to go.
You get the Roger here, and possibly the Benedetta. You might be the next 2 pieces, because then not only if your Benedetta gets fed, can you play the side lanes, you also have another layer of protection to protect the Roger in case he wants to dive in, right? So Angela can always, play along the side, but oh no, the Alice, I see it.
Your team is picking.
I see the L.
But as Kingsmen this time around, okay, a bit interesting coming in, they'll be securing the Eve. So now EVOS SG, right, they can probably gonna have to secure something for Potato, right? Because right now Kingsmen is focusing down so heavily on top of Potato. But right now, because, well, what an Alice can do to bring in to protect, let's just say, for example, the Eve. There's a lot of protection coming in for the Eve this time around. Technically, Alice with the stun, with one-click stun, area stun, if EVOS SG seeks to dive the Eve, or even the Angela with the hard guard.
Multiple tools available to sort of protect them and deny. Looking at the EVOS side, they have locked in the Rafaela as well as the Uranus. They need something to do with the Eve here. I think because of the Uranus, unless they're willing to flex it around, if he goes into the offlane,
your team
is
not banning.
Right? They will lock the Roger. That's a good deny away from Oh Dear Bambi. It's also part of the pool, part of the style that Potato is comfortable with. This early to mid, I would say early, right? But like 1-2 item spike cores that allow you to come online and start participating, start skirmishing without having to farm the side lanes for like 15 minutes. Something like a carry that has to do that, you know?
Yeah, but aside Kingsmen right now, because they're hammering it down so much on top of, you know, limiting Potato's pool. But now that's gonna bite back to what's done because EVOS SG pick up Roger, which is actually a high contested core. What about next? Claude?
They could do Lancelot here if they really wanted to. It deals with the Rafaela. Also, because of iframes, when you use the Thorn Rose, that hard guard just gets an additional value, right?
Your team is banning.
Yep.
You've seen people use alternative cores as opposed to the traditional marksman. Lancelot fits that role, I think.
Yeah, EVOS SG taking away that claw, they identified that, right? So limiting that core. So Kingsmen, they're probably going to pull something else. Like remember Audio Bambi in the game before yesterday, they put out that Lancelot against Impunity to great success as well. So maybe that's something that Kingsmen could look at. However, Kingsmen banning away the Harif, once again nodding over to Pokemon. Harif constantly banned out of this.
Kingsman's last ban here might be the Cho if they respect JPL, especially in the final game in a best of 3. They don't want to take any chances. They might just ban away the Cho and make sure the pool is left open in terms of what they want to pick. EVOS SG here, their final ban is going to be the difference maker. What direction are they going to go for? Because this indicates their next 2 picks.
Your team is banning.
Okay, EVOS SG taking that Cho out from themselves. Alright, so still okay because, you know, wait, hold on a second. That Cho would want to be on the side of the EVOS SG, right?
It would have been a JPL, but I think he's flexible with what he can play. Like he say he's a champion Ocean, hero Ocean rather than something. Selena banned out here. So
Yuzhong is open.
Yuzhong is open, but like I said, unless you're willing to flex the Uranus around or the Yuzhong around, there is no like sealed good lane here for the Yuzhong.
Yeah, the Baxia is left open as well. EVOS SG side is pretty much heavy onto that, you know, that region. And we saw EVOS SG use that, you know, just overwhelm Baxia with healing, like overwhelm him with love, basically.
Could do Baxia here, but who's going to take up the mantle? Because we assume that the Rafaela's going to be main support, right? Baxia Roma wouldn't be too bad of an issue. Then they fill out the composition of +1. That gives them synergy. Farsa being left open, remember this draft, together Uranus, that's always going to be a threat.
But are they going to be fighting long range versus long range right now, right? Fight poison, poison, but it's EVOS SG with a high loss. Kind of call onto it, but I'm not going to commit because I'm a coward myself. But so now EVOS SG will focus on a lot of region. But look at all that region all across the board. High loss. You have Uranus, you have Bella as well, and you have more mobility on top of that glorious pathway.
If Kingsman doesn't pick the Baxia here, I feel like that's a bit of a missed case. They could be concerned that there's no good matchup for the Baxia, but it's just big value, right? It brings so much value to the composition of what EVOS is trying to do, and it counters that.
Okay, what Kingsman can probably bring onto the table, right? Carry. You have that percentage health chunking damage for the side of against high loss as well as the Uranus.
You are right, carry is a good answer, but who is your bridging pick here? How do you get to the late game where carry and Alice are big? Is Khalid the answer? I am not sure because their mid game, think about it, at your second to third turtle fight, who's going to be bringing the damage? Maybe Eve, maybe Angela, but no one is going to scale out in time to contest second and third turtle.
Technically, Khalid is actually kind of powerful in terms of early
right.
game, right?
Is that enough though?
May not be enough against such a hue and region basis over the side of EVOS SG. So which means that Kingsman side, right, you kind of pick up NODs and NODs all across the board because there's no bugs that are being brought out in Kingsman's side of the draft. Whereas EVOS SG, they can potentially look for another off-laner like a Yuzhong to seal the deal to basically try to shut down the Eve at the back line, dive all the way in the back.
Necklace of Duran on both A1, A2, and Rune is like pretty good value too because they do somewhat AoE damage, apply the debuff. Oh, Benedetta of course being left open should be picked up. Now the way they're going to assign the lanes is going to be the difference between the two because I talked about how the draft would, the ban would indicate the draft would indicate the lanes. Now it should be a JPL high loss if the last game was consideration. Of course, Potato's going to be playing the Roger, Girl should be on the Girl should be on the Uranus. With Rafaela, so Pokemon should be playing Benedetta.
Yep, it was actually used to quite great success, right? Because in game number 2, still thinking about that, game 1 is actually a myth. Game number 2, Girl was able to find so much pickoff, right? Pokemon was able to find so much pickoff, was able to snowball that Benedetta out of control. And against this kind of draft, Kingsman has to be careful. You're gonna have a Benedetta problem against carry to be able to get chunked down, or in fact the Eve, but that is where Azura X with, or whoever's gonna be controlling Azura X with Angela to protect them.
Second thing also is the Khalid's ult is going to be very important. If Benedetta gets onto Angela, like you said, on the carry, or even Alice before she's big, and you don't have Khalid healing, I don't see them coming out of that fight alive.
And Loon has to be careful, right? If you out forward, whereas the Benedetta just bypasses you, now you have to travel back, and that's time lost on your side. But ladies and gentlemen, hopping into game number 3, this is gonna be match and game point, or whatever point you want to call it. Kingsman 1 versus EVOS SG, currently 1 as well. Pokemon will start with a bit of a proxy farming as well.
Oh, the first blood already. Girl gives it up easily. And well, you can see the Khalid pick is something that, caught them off guard, but there you go. That's your bridging pick they need to get into the mid game in a solid manner to make sure that the carry and Alice scale up.
Yeah, but the Uranus can basically laugh, right? It's still okay because as long as you go...
You proxy farm.
Yeah, you can proxy farm almost immediately to make up for that lost gold. And of course, Khalid, in the early game, you can spin very quickly and dish out the AoE damage and wave clear very quickly. Alongside with the minion damage, that's gonna be a lot of hurt against Uranus. For Uranus, you just have to burst him down quickly and then move on.
Right now, the junglers are going to be taking away their camps. It's mirrored right now, so you can see Roger on the top, half carry on the bottom, half JPO sitting here on their high-lows. We'll see Azura X throw the heart wave out and love wave up rather and catch off guard.
But JPL is kind of chunky, right? He's a tank. If you notice, EVOS SG kind of set up this Bermuda triangle early on until Uranus move up to the top side. That turtle will spawn, but Audio Bambi is already at level 4, but still not. It's have that early power spike, right? Be able to chase it down, but it's the top side, that's the turtle that's gonna farm. So not sure what the carry is actually doing on the bottom side.
Looking to steal camp away is what she's trying to do, but like you said, turtle has spawned. They need to make a play onto mid, maybe get a kill, and then pressure onto the turtle. I'm not sure if they can do so. Don't have the ultimate just yet. Audio Bambi does have his. He's coming in. He's gonna activate it, I believe.
Yeah, Kingsman is right now going to rotate towards the turtle. Uranus looking half health, so Khalid's actually doing a pretty much good job against him. As Kingsman will start that turtle swoop coming in. JPL, it is Kingsman side. The Knights has assembled as they're going to chase after Girl slightly as the turtle resets.
Still has the concentration. Girl doesn't need to be too worried. Even if they focus her down, he could get out. Potato actually going into a JPL to force something out.
Yeah, it's a 4v4 fight right now as the bottom lane, the Pokemon slowly going towards the top side. The Alice is also going to follow as well, but both sides, they're not going to pull the trigger on top of the turtle as of yet.
There's a little cute thing that EVOS SG did over there that I'm not sure you noticed, right? While they were dilly-dallying and they, the Kingsmen, dilly-dallying around the turtle, EVOS SG really walked in and get prio by shoving the wave in and forcing the Angela to respond. They don't waste time just staring down the turtle being started up and waiting and watching if they can jump in. They want to make use of their time as best as they can, and by doing so, they put pressure and sit their opponents out. Either you collect the farm in mid, and EXP in mid, or you lose a member.
Yeah, and carry actually rotated slightly late as compared. I feel like the Kingsman is actually looking at the dive at bottom side just in case if EVOS SG actually go ahead with that turtle pickoff, right?
Jumping into game, technical issues really quickly solved in the last game for tonight, and now the turtle has been started. It's being pulled out to the side by JPL, and the response there, Swoop shoving the wave out, forces Azura X and A1, A2 to pick that wave up. Now Loon, he's going to go in onto Girl, but again, this is a Uranus. He's very tanky. He should be able to hold off the offensive push here coming in from Loon.
Yeah, for Girl, right, can just take out all the damage coming up from the side of Loon, but don't forget, Loon has to execute. The Sand Raging Chainsaw coming in. Girl looking very low, just one execute left. However, he's trying to hold on. Because as she managed to secure that turtle, we'll be able to move away. Potato, he has that turtle above as well as that gold, looking to equalize that gold right now.
Important to note that the Alice actually walked up, right? So Aso actually tried to help his team before the turtle was taken away. He lost a lot of time and space there, and the proxy coming in from Benedetta means that he's going to lose up even more. He's going to push the wave out, but still, there's Benedetta ahead. Now Girl taking pressure down. Here comes the real manipulation. I don't think it's going to be enough to pick him off.
Yep, okay, Audio Bambi trying to look for something. I don't know, but it is potentially
oh my god,
Pokemon, and Potato coming in by the side, as well as Audio Bambi will lose his life from that first fight. That's not exactly what you want to do as a carry, especially you need that early game farm.
Lancelot goes down, Lancelot failing to protect his King Arthur as Odir Bambi goes down 0-1 and 0, not the start he wanted. And remember we said Kingsmen, they live or die by Bambi's performance, and now it's not looking good at all in this game 3. Let's take a look at the instant rehydrate replay coming from H2O, or courtesy of H2O rather. Girl, he takes the bare brunt of the pressure, but they overextend trying to hit him with the real world manipulation.
Yeah, okay, Pokemon trying to look for pickoff right here. Alice is forced to push on the turret, but it is Pokemon that will be able to find Azura X, use the ultimate to get out of there. Still A-okay. Uranus is trying to make some damage dealt, whereas Pokemon, look at the rotation coming in as the Benedetta. You can just like, dash from one point to another very quickly to respawn, but the Alice can't follow.
Bambi's still trying to farm as much as he can. Remember, this is a carry. It's not a Granger, it's not a Bruno, it's not a Roger. He takes time to scale up. And that's time they might not have against EVOS SG, although the goal gap is about 500 right now.
Okay, Pokemon's looking awfully close towards Odir Bambi, but Uso will be there to actually chase Pokemon away so that Pokemon doesn't, poke into Odir Bambi's farm.
Turtle is going to be spawning in slightly less than 5 seconds, EVOS SG. You can see on the minimap, 2 members on top, 2 in mid. The only member not here is Pokemon, but he should be making a rotation relatively quickly with his mobility, so whether they want to contest this is the question. Kingsmen now, they set up, they grouped up, they're looking to start this or possibly shove EVOS SG off.
Yeah, if you notice at the other side of the map, it is Aso that's actually on the bottom side trying to cut as much weight as possible. But Pokemon looking for the reset, unfortunately. Kingsmen, they're focusing up top side. They want to get this priority. But Kingsman's already, I would say Kingsman is actually more in position right now. And okay, Aso finally joined the team fight. But Pokemon, nowhere to be seen. Turtle will get started by the side of EVOS SG. Aso dies at the bottom side. Kingsman, there he goes, the hard guy as well. And Good picks up the members of Girl as well. JPL will fall. Aso is still chasing after Swoop as well. But will get the shove Swoop all the way to the bottom side. That Turtle gets secured by Kingsman.
Yep, they were not able to fight that. Good positioning coming out from the allies, including the hard guard. Keep the backline in check. The mid-game bridge is there for now. At least they have this combo to get into the late game, but still Turtle, it's still a goal lead that's picked up by Kingsman.
Oh, it's super tight as well. If you notice, there's a bit of a lane swap coming out from the side of Kingsman. You see, on the top side, Alice is there, whereas bottom side, Khalid is slowly shifting. They're trying to put Khalid at the stronger side, which is at the bottom side right now because the Turtle will be spawning. Okay, Potato will go into like a pound. Girl set up the slows, but the heal coming out.
Oh man,
so much. Red Answer will be used, but Potato gets so much.
Oh no!
Get executed by the side of Loon. However, Loon running away, and that is a huge win over to Kingsman.
The secret dark technology from Kingsman, the Khalid pick, paying off dividends against Potato. And buys space and buys time. Odir Bambi and Aso are starting to scale up. Real world manipulation being used. JPL getting caught out. The percentage health damage. He has to use the Glorious halfway to get out of that fight.
Yeah, and this is where Khalid is just starting to go all out, right? Because it's just so tanky, it's so powerful. Potato kind of overestimated just a little bit. Also, Loon bought enough time for Kingsman to send down reinforcements at the bottom side.
So now taking a lot of damage already. Oh man, that's the prediction coming from Aso. He's dead.
Oh no, 3K, 3.2, 3.5. You can see the purple numbers coming out. Girl barely hangs on as Aso will be able to put him down.
Now Windtalker completed for Potato. Still looking to fight this one. Loon inside the jungle on this Khalid. He has a level disadvantage now that Pokemon's going to hit level 10. Now Potato looking to finish off the top tier 1. They could find Loon here. He does have the ultimate to get away. The Raging Sands should be kept in check still as Pokemon. Still just going to duel up against him.
Okay, mid lane, JPL will lead the charge. Odir Bambi actually gets called out just a little bit, but thank God for the dodge. K1A2 returns the favor, but a bit of damage. Odir Bambi kept alive with the hard guard as well. Will take down JPL for the side of EVOS SG. It's a 1-0. It's very tight as of now at this stage of time. Look at the top side, right? Super clean for the side of Kingsman, but EVOS SG, they're losing members.
Losing members, probably going to lose the Turtle too here as it drops down low enough for Odir Bambi to shred it out.
Okay, Khalid will be able to find Potato. Okay, but
who's caught who?
I feel like it is Loon that actually caught Potato.
Yep.
Okay, Pokemon is the one that gets caught right now, even though you have Benedetta. If you're going to get burst down by Odir Bambi, looking very strong. Also jumping in with the Blood Oath as well. Mid lane, still holding strong for EVOS SG, but for how long?
a large problem of EVOS SG's composition is they don't have the required crowd control to lock down the slippery members, right? So we saw how Khalid was able to get out, saw how Alice was able to get out. All they have is their glorious pathway to run in, and the only CC they have is like permadeath. They need to kill someone and kill them quick, otherwise they just kite out.
Yeah, so Audiobambi actually is starting to get on a roll right here. You can see the synergy from Azura X as well as Audiobambi. We talk about, you know, King Arthur required his trusted knights, and it's fine in form Azura X. Now JPL will be focusing. There you go. Good receives the hard guard, but will it be bringing Azura X over to the deathbed at the same time? Azura X, Dun get bursted down. Now Potato is on full chase. Azura X given over to EVOS on a platter. A1A2 will fall next. That's a triple kill over to Potato.
No, in Singapore we call that buy one, get one free. The hard guard delivers the Angela into the waiting arms of the very hungry Lycan Potato. He gets the kill, and now they see down mid tier 2. A big mistake for Kingsmen, allowing EVOS SG to try to go up neck and neck.
Yep, so it could be anyone's game, but it is EVOS SG that actually gains like the map dominance. You can see them, Audiobambi slowly losing in their farm. JPL constantly trying to keep that in check. And so jumping in, finds the back line, but it's JPL that went down first. Swoop might be going down next. And so chasing in down, Audiobambi kites backwards, but that's not a very good thing. But Pokemon tries to focus down. And so as well, Audiobambi, he's alone. Soon coming in with the Raging Sandstorm, will be able to find Pokemon as well. The spinning coming in, but it is Girl as well as Potato just dishing out damage that's required for EVOS SG to basically take Kingsmen members down one by one.
You saw Audiobambi just running up alone. He got caught out, and Loon says, "Don't worry, bro. I'm Galahad. I'm gonna come and save you with my Raging Sands." Was not enough, and now the Lord has been stuck up by EVOS SG. More and more nails in the coffin of Kingsmen as things look to go EVOS SG's way.
Yeah, Girl looking very, just providing so much vision over the side of Loon, right? Loon has that deadly blade, so Uranus, it's not a very good idea to basically take on Khalid, but down goes the Lord on the side of EVOS SG. Should be marching in the mid lane, which is looking pretty weak. But now Kingsmen, they have to brace for that Lord push.
Lord push coming in. As our observer is kindly showing us the items have been picked up. We're starting to get to the point where the carry and Alice might put up a very strong fight against EVOS SG. I say might, they will put up a very strong fight against EVOS SG. The side picked up Endless Battle for Audiobambi. It's starting to look from bad to worse now for EVOS SG if they don't close this game out soon.
Yeah, and because you see Audiobambi, once it picks up another more item, that's going to be a very scary carry that's in the enemy, because you want to be with the Endless Battle, you'll be able to dash around to proc that, but in the JPL once again leading the charge. The High-Lord cousin as well. Here comes the Lord. Pokemon takes a lot of huge chunk of damage, unfortunately, as the Lord pummels down on the mid lane. Loon gets caught out for the side of EVOS SG as Pokemon picks him up and gets going. Mid lane, the damage has been done. It's half health, but it's still okay for Kingsmen. They're still holding on.
Still holding on EVOS SG. They're going to send Girl to the bottom side. Pokemon teetering on the edge. Blood Ode has been activated by Aso. He's getting caught out. A lot of damage onto him, but they have to kite back EVOS SG. They don't want to fight under this inhibitor. They take the structure and they back off. They kite in and out EVOS SG. They don't have the full commit. On the bottom side of the screen. Aso, he might just go down. He has to go away with the Blood Orb, and now he's going to kite out EVOS SG. They're happy with their pick off.
Yeah, Pokemon, they're greedy. EVOS SG, they took 2 turrets and backed off. It's now on full retreat. It's okay. Kingsman has to probably try to regroup, but it is EVOS SG that's leading in this dominant fight. Now, Kingsmen, they have no choice but to farm inside their base. Nowhere is safe. You can see how Girl is actually setting up so much at the bottom side.
Yep, he's literally just sitting here because he knows if they run on me, I can take the shrine, I can peace out. There is no way they kill me with Consecrate and Purify available. Consecration, excuse me. Those skills just make Girl unkillable unless they all in and lock him down quick and fast.
Yeah, if that's what going to do, EVOS SG just have to respond. Okay, Pokemon coming in from the side, but top side is going to get pushed. Kingsman, Alice forced to back away, and so actually reading the map so well. The members of EVOS SG nowhere to be seen on Kingsman's side of the map.
No items completed for Audiobambi just yet. Again, it's the same set of items on the side. Okay, yeah, it's good. But meanwhile for Aso, he's still sitting, he's waiting. Finally, he gets the truncheon.
Yeah, so Audiobambi actually building into a lot more defense right now, because EVOS SG will try to find Audiobambi as much as possible. It all boils down to the side of Kingsman to protect Audiobambi at all costs. Girl being so annoying at the bottom side, just in case if Audiobambi takes a little step out, EVOS SG will be there to react.
Meanwhile, Potato, he's hit his max point right now. 3 core items if you don't count the jungle item, and 1 defensive item, right? So he wants the Immortality next. I think that is the key.
Yep.
If EVOS SG want to close this out, Immortality on Potato is crucial. The defense from Kingsman is still strong because this is a low point in the game where it's hard to push in the defense, they can clear the waves. What EVOS SG is waiting for is the Lord. They want to use the Lord to sync up the waves and push down in.
That is Demon Wings going into the side potato. Okay. It's going to be a lot harder to kill. Not going to bank on the fact that you're going to, revive and then just revive right into the enemy, right?
It's not a second chance. It's them doubling down and saying, I can get some defensive stats while fighting you mano and mano.
Yep, but the time EVOS SG just buying some time. Sorry, for the side of Kingsmen as well, they just need to get as much farm as much on top of Audio Bambi. If you notice, it's actually Audio Bambi taking up most of the farm. Instead, EVOS SG, they're just clearing off the jungle. This is like the calm before the storm. 25 seconds on that Lord clock, and it's gonna be huge.
Pokemon's still pushing the top wave in, or at least holding on the top side to just in case, Kingsmen, if they make the rookie mistake of staring down Lord, he gets access to the base, right? Yeah. The call from Kingsmen here might be just to sack it though, so EVOS SG with the Lord priority should be able to get it.
You see JPL is like the mini Lord himself standing there. Yeah. I'm guarding this side, don't worry, EVOS SG, I'm providing so much vision. Okay, Khalid was be able to find Pokemon at the top side, but still okay. You can see like the vision going in, right, for the side EVOS SG. Girl at the bottom side, JPL at the top side. The Luminous
the damage
up, damage coming in a little bit, but Consecration, Uranus loves in Consecration, will be able to back away.
So they want to heal up here, they want to set the waves before they look to move into the Lord. You can see the movement from the side of Kingsmen. They're teetering over into Lord, but they also don't want to commit too heavily just in case Pokemon finishes up the last inhibitor of the game. He's still buying time. With Blue here, that is still a win. Remember, that's the Pew for the carry, that's the Pew for the Alice.
Yeah, and Loon building that Deadly Blade is also going to hurt Pokemon as well. If you take a look at Pokemon's icon, it also relies on the Bloodlust Lax as well as the Oracle. There's also a bit of BOD, so Pokemon does have a significant amount of damage, but same goes to Loon as well. Almost building almost the same exact item except for the Deadly Blade.
Not surprised, not surprised. They are itemizing the same way. Lord is still available. Neither team really wanting to pull the trigger. Yep. Just managing the waves, playing the macro game. This is do or die here for either team that wins this fight, right? If you lose here, you're set back so much. And this 5k goalie for EVOS SG actually non-existent as Aso jumps in the backline. Look at the right side of the screen.
Pokemon will be able to find, but Potato as well, activating like a form, will be able to chase it down. But is that a limit to what? Potato disengages. Hard down now. Engaging with the Galarian Marvel as well. Pokemon Flash, A1, A2 at the next time. Audio Bambi also under fire as well. Aso on the Azura X hard guard will be able to focus down slightly just to maintain as much cover as possible. Potato looking very low.
Oh no!
Kingsmen, they've got that win of that team fight, and now they can look to push even further out of the map and breathe that fresh air even more.
Girl, he needs to run away, and he needs to run away quick. There's no reason for him to stick around, and that was a massive play coming in from Aso. I don't know if you noticed. He jumps into the backline of the Blood Oath. Hard guard of Winter Truncheon. Right now, Pokemon looking to proxy this. He has pressure onto the final objective here. Loon needs to push him off.
Yeah, okay, as Kingsman's actually starting on top of the Lord, Girl preventing their vision. But look at the respawn time. The Potato is going to take 20 seconds, 30 seconds to be right there as EVOS SG tries to secure that Lord. Lord goes into the hands of Kingsman, unfortunately. This will buy Kingsman some time as Audio Bambi chases down Girl.
Pokemon, he's still proxying, he's still looking to go back in, but A1A2 has arrived. Pokemon, he has no reason to stay here, he has to get out. So as well as Audio Bambi chasing onto him, they have the wind strength, they try to get onto him. There you go, the Electro final blow, he cannot get the distance, the one more auto attack has to kill off, and now he's dead.
So much kick power coming up from Azura X plus Audio Bambi. Pokemon doesn't stand a chance. And now EVOS SG find themselves at a one member missing, right? With the Lord marching down on the bottom side, I don't know what to feel.
Kingsmen, they're putting up the fight of a lifetime against EVOS SG. This is the point where the Alice, this is the point where the carry are starting to scale up EVOS SG. The pressure's on. They're going to be sweating a bucket here as the game goes on.
Yeah, the Lord is actually marching down top, but Audio Bambi is pushing out the top side. Mid lane, it is the Eve as well as Loon. Chase pushing down the mid side. EVOS SG, they just have to hold on. They don't really have siege units, but it is Kingsman that has that siege unit, and they want to break this right now.
Right here, right now, EVOS SG might be staring down their first best of the loss. As Kingsman, they jump in, JPL, fell off for the ball. JPL is there, now they're going to the next member too. Barely gets into the fountain, now Potato is looking to survive. Girl, now the next target. Kingsman, they're sticking as a unit, they want the objectives, they get all the inhibitors, and now they're going for the crystal. Now they're looking to end off the game. EVOS SG, they can't sit here, they can't fight, they're looking to hold it all still, but the Khalid is dead.
The Lord coming in, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, first loss over to EVOS SG as Kingsman take this series.
All the King's horses and all the King's men will hand EVOS SG their first loss in the end. They look like they were going to come back, but there was no space for EVOS SG at all at the end of the game. The draft Picture perfect.
Sorry, I need a break.
That was a banger.
Yeah, finally, Hungry Cousin J07 gets a counter banger, and my man, it was going in the favor of EVOS SG, right? But what happened? Kingsmen find that pick off as well, and then slowly rotates. ALMGHTY was online. Find that Lord, push down EVOS SG methodically. They push down a total of 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 turrets at one single
Oh, my
push.
hands are still shaking, I'm sorry. Kingsmen, let's look at this strategy. Right, the composition, I called it out. They need a bridging pick. They need a way to get the Alice and the carry into the late game. As we take a look at the items and the stats, right, they finally got to the point where I'm team no Alice, but when she gets to this point, it's hard to deny her power, right? We saw what she did in that one fight that turned it all for them to get the Lord. Get into the backline, pop Blood Oath, get Hard Guard on top of her, and then use the Winter Truncheon. It buys so much space, Bambi gets the automatic kill because they're all trying to kite away from the Alice.
Yeah, and after that, what Lun has to do is basically, that bridging thing between ALMGHTY. Lun also had that early game power spike, and then there's so much. There's also the sieging unit coming out from Kingsman, which is 8 in the form of 8 to 0x, making sure that ALMGHTY stays alive as long as possible. And no matter, EVOS SG, they've got all the heals in the world. That's not enough.
Yeah, definitely not enough there. I think, like, I was looking at the draft, I was like, okay, from a meta standpoint, it's solid. It's stuff that they're all comfortable with. They don't really have the crowd control necessary to activate stuff in the early game, right? You can see that they wanted to dive, but they couldn't find the angle to.
Yeah, and High Loss sending in probably just to cast a Grass Pathway, tried to find the stun on top of the carry, but the carry is super slippery. But let's take a look at the post-game stats.
Ooh. At the bottom of your screen, you can see it's all EVOS SG, but for Kingsmen to take this victory, it's just the Alice, it's just the carry in the late game. When things come up, oh dear Bambi's way, Kingsmen 2-0 EVOS SG.
Yeah, and no matter if you have the High Loss, Lord's
little cousin, yeah.
Yeah, small little cousin. But EVOS SG, they can't find the damage required to put down Kingsman because, well, you have that hard guard that provides so much heal over to carry, and carry being like the person that will chase you down. If you don't burst it out quickly, he's gonna chase you down. He will be able to reach you no matter what happens.
Saw the last moments of that fight, like, even though Girl on the Uranus was big, Carrie already scaled up. She was free hitting against him, just shredding him, right? So that is the problem when you let him get to that late game point. And no prizes, we're guessing who's going to be the MVP. I say Oh Dear Bambi again, but, it could be completely different.
Yeah, I call the carry because, carry has so much room and space in the farm, and 427, not the best yet, but, percentage health HP against such a... Well, I kind of call that out in the early game, right? Because all the cores are already taken away. Had Oh Dear Bambi pick up the Grand Kill, no, it's not going to work. But carry was the godsend that Oh Dear Bambi needs.
I'm going to apologize to all the Alice stands out there for saying, I smell an L here because that Alice actually did work in the late game, So, this is my formal apology, Hungry Cassis. Sorry to all the Alice stands. Once in a while it's good, but for the most part, if you don't execute well,
but it's
tough.
Yeah, and of course, apologies, okay, I was on the fence, pretty on the fence. EVOS SG, looking very solid in the early to mid game, but then KGM bring it back late game with the help of Alice, of course, gotta put it up, but all eyes on Khalid. Khalid picking off girls so quickly, going ahead with the Deadly Blade. Now we gotta talk about that, right? Deadly Blade in the hands of the Khalid will be go in, dash and spin. That's gonna spread the anti-healing all across the board. It's almost like a Baxia, but better.
And you know what's funny? Because Bambi's in the studio right now, and we have to apologize for discounting Kingsman. I'm so sorry, Bambi. We put our votes onto EVOS SG, but Kingsman turned it all around in their best of 3.
Yeah, and it really boils down to the fact that, game number 3, Kingsman basically tried to shut down Potato's pick.
Yep.
Then
right? So you got Bruno Granger.
Bruno Granger immediately off the board. And then after that, actually, I thought it would bite Oh Dear Bambi all the way back, but carry, not the best, but you can see how Kingsman draft. The old drafting late game. Alice, okay, fine. But Khalid did a very good work in bridging that problem.
And you know what must be insane? It's the breath of fresh air, the revelation that, even after, there's some level of vindication here for Oh Dear Bambi. You have to think, beating his old squad, 3 of the members still in the squad, it has to feel good.
Yeah, and it's really good. And this is the early game fight where, unfortunately, they took 1-for-1. It's still pretty neck to neck. And then you can slowly see that Kingsman is starting to lose this turret, and ASO jumping in a little early that time, Loon follow up, and that is what Loon does, you know. If ASO is there, not enough.
I think the Hard Guard and Alice is actually quite an underrated combo. It's also largely because Angela has been banned out so much. That being said, we see the value in each of these massive fights, the amount of space it buys, right? And I was a doubter. I was a doubter for the Khalid, but it pays off.
Yeah, and this is the time where, you know, Azura X actually sent in the free farm over. But I feel like EVOS SG, they're trying to end this game. They're trying to clear it down, but A1, A2, they have the sieging unit to basically stand on full, you know, wave clear as well, and don't forget SO with the ultimate can also wave clear quite well.
Yep, another example of how, you know, that Alice can be quite tricky, but again, you know, you need a team around. You do need a team around you. We can talk about this match all we want, right? But the end result stands. The Kingsmen find their vindication. Udia Bambi, best his former team.
I feel like that is going to be a very hard fight, well fought. I don't know why we're actually, no offense, but Udia Bambi feels like the star of Kingsmen. Well, you gotta look at Lun. You gotta look at
Oh yeah, this
Lun with that Paquito in number 1.
X Factor.
Yeah, and Lun this time around bringing Khalid on board is exactly what Kingsmen needs.
Yeah, look at this final fight here. So, look at all the space that the Alice got. The Hard Guard. Now he's still running the Blood Orbs. And fair enough, you get those Blood Orbs go in, they look solid, right?
And Udia Bambi saw Pokemon this time around. You see so much sticking power from the side of Angela as well. You know, Udia Bambi, there's also a problem about, you know, both Alice as well as Carrie, right? They need sticking power. Carrie, dash, yes, still okay. But Alice a bit wonky. You dash once and that's it. After that, what you're gonna do? You're gonna walk towards this person.
Maybe swing your light views and try to kill people. Hopefully you're in range.
Hopefully, just hopefully. But Alice is there to cement that even further. So that is a very good thing coming out from this.
Congratulations to Kingsmen on their 2-1 victory against EVOS SG. Now, in terms of standings, I believe this puts EVOS SG to 2 points and Kingsmen at 2 points. So guess what? They're all tied up. There's only one pack leader in the form of Notorious Villains. Everyone else is tied for second.
And you gotta admit, Notorious Villains being the team that actually entered through the qualifiers all the way up top. Feels good, man.
It feels good, but also when we spoke to Fenrir, his understanding of it was the strength of schedule actually not very good for them. Like they played the weaker teams, weaker quote-unquote teams earlier before the stronger ones. So next week they will have their work cut out for them, and the following week as well.
Yep, and of course, I would like to quote Sol on that yesterday, but let's take a look at the nominate and win because, you know, week 2 is over. You can only look towards week 3 because you get to vote who the winners of each matchup. And of course, you can't just come and temba like what we also usually like to say because you gotta, you know, I feel like EVOS will win, and my gut feeling actually failed me. But this time around, you guys have to also write in what is the best reason that you think your team will win. 3 winners will be chosen for each game day, and the submissions will be open tomorrow at Monday, 6 p.m.
Yep, just head on over into pvpesports.gg/MPL-SG to nominate, cast your vote, and give your reasons. And hopefully, you know, you stand a chance to win some of that swag from the teams as well as the random epic skin chests.
Yeah, man. And of course, with the 515 celebrations coming right up, there will be 3 limited edition skins that will be released in the 515E party. And the first one, Cho, will be officially launched in April 27th. We've already seen the teasers.
Yeah, we've already seen the teasers. There's your milestone giveaway. We hit 10,000 followers. Earlier today, we're moving towards the 15K mark. And if you've seen that game, if you watched it, you know, like what you saw, you don't have to follow us on social media. We're okay with that. Follow the MPL Singapore page.
Yeah, because I believe you also contribute, like how I contributed $200 over to Muntan, right, with that skin. But you guys can get that skin as well with the 20K followers. Look at that. Skin and corresponding permanent euro. I'm not even going to read what's on the top. Get one of these skins. Potato favorite, I think that is the Bruno skin as well. And also, I think that's a... I can't remember. I think that's an Alucard skin. I think that you cannot get anymore.
We should have the standings up for you. So let's take a look at how... at the end of week 2, all the tables have turned. Yeah, the tables have adjusted. At the end of week 2, it's going to be a mix-up, right? Because now we have Kingsmen tied up with EVOS SG and RSG SG. These were the teams that were called out by LY4, but you know, he said this should be the top 4 here.
Yep, and in fact, he did mention Kingsmen this time. Unfortunately, Kingsmen looking to upset that, right? LY4, definitely everyone actually dropping down their glasses. But let's take a look at Mobile Legends Adventure as well, because it is an casual idle game that shares the exact same world-building elements with Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and it's a stress-relieving game that you definitely don't want to miss.
Yep, dive into the engaging encounters and battle and grab huge island rewards in your absence. Of course, global heroes from MLBB will make their debut in MLA. Even more original characters will join your team as you advance.
An all-new MLA hero, which is Selena, is coming very, very soon, and alongside with a major mode update to come. And you get to unlock her exclusive gameplay to claim Selena for free and unlock her story.
Yeah, if you are a returning adventurer, we have a code prepared for you, as a reward for sticking through the end of the stream. And who am I kidding? This code goes out all the time, right?
Yep.
It is MLMLA999. That is MLMLA999. And head on over, download the game, key that in, and you'll receive a bunch of free gifts as a welcome back to Mobile Legends Adventure.
Yeah, I'm still feeling my heart thumping.
That was a game.
That was a
game.
really good headbanger of a game. Like,
my heart can't take it because I casted EVOS SG, RSG SG. And then now I'm doing EVOS SG and Kingsmen, right? One more game, I feel like I might have to go to a doctor. Like a heart specialist or something.
all right, let's take a look at which other games that you can look out for. But speaking about look out for, let's take a look at the QR code. Remember we talked about, like our Facebook page, be the MPL-SG Season 1 crew, the Season 1 fam. There you go. You can scan that, or you can go to Facebook and just type in MPL Singapore.
Yeah, if you're a hipster, join early and don't get the chance to say, oh, I only found out later on, right? You were there when it happened. You were there when Kingsmen took down EVOS SG, made the gods bleed, and you were there to watch it all unfold.
And of course, give us our Instagram a huge follow because, you also get to find out the insights of our players.
Yeah, of course, there is the PvP MPL Arena, which you can visit by scanning the QR code on your screen. Join the treasure chest hunt. The PvP MPL Arena, there are up to 1,000 prizes to be won, and you can take a virtual tour of the venue here of where MPL-SG Season 1 is ongoing. It's very interesting, it's very exciting, and I personally took a tour, I was very impressed.
Yeah, you'll get to see yourself frozen in time alongside with Abstract.
I think
awkward. That's the highlight.
It's always awkward seeing myself on pages, right? You know that Spider-Man meme where it's like two Spider-Man pointing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I always feel like that whenever I see myself online. It's like, hey, it's you.
Yeah, but of course, I think that you get to also hunt down the treasure chests. You got up to 1,000 scattered all across the map. You just have to explore. But of course, while you're exploring the map, let's talk about the standings. I feel like the standings is something that we all look towards to because this win shifts that graph so much. Look at that.
Oh man, so we have a very clear first place at the end of week 2, right? I'm not gonna say for the weeks further down, but Notorious Villains, they find themselves in definitive first place with 4 points. Meanwhile, tied for second in air quotes, of course, there is the win rate percentage. It's gonna be RSG SG, Kingsmen, and EVOS SG. Just slightly below them, ALMGHTY with a net neutral 0 points, and unfortunate and commiserations, Explorer, Impunity SG, and Forsaken at the bottom. But at least they all found their first wins for today, for MPL-SG today.
Yeah, and we talk about baby steps, right? For the ones at the bottom of the standings, right? Finally, at the very least, Explorer was the first one that actually took one game, at the very least one game. Then after that, I took one series, and that's actually a very huge win for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's definitely an interesting start to their week. Maybe end to their week, right?
Yep.
It's been a long day here. We did not expect the day. I'll be honest, I did not expect the day to go this way. And with Kingsmen ending it like that, it's just a cherry on top of the sundae of the unexpected flavor, right?
Yep. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like we got to close this book because going to week 3, it's going to be super big as well because you've got some people that's going to fall off the graph as well because I'm kind of expecting, no offense to the Notorious Villains fan up there, it doesn't look pretty dicey because going into week 3, they have big teams that will face.
They will be playing Kingsmen next week. They will be facing off against the people that took down, the squad that took down EVOS SG, and that is going to be another zinger because if Notorious Villains can win, if they manage to surpass their opponents, they will be at 5 points. The definitive leader, right? By then, it's nowhere close to a fluke. As we have the schedule up on your screen, let's take a look at the matches that will be happening in week 3 of MPL-SG up on your screen very soon.
Yeah, I was thinking about the very weird paper, scissors, stones going into the play because Kingsmen actually lost against ALMGHTY, but ALMGHTY lost against RSG, so it's a little bit confusing, but there you go. Week 3, day number 1. We're going to kickstart with a Kingsmen versus Notorious Villain.
Another banger.
Another banger at the early part.
ALMGHTY is going to take off Forsaken in the second best of 3 for that day. Impunity SG going up against RSG SG. That is going to be the one. That's going to be the match that RSG fans hope go their way. because otherwise they're going tumbling down the table again. And EVOS SG against Explorer, similar idea. EVOS fans will be looking for a win here so that they can both go up, so that EVOS can scale the table.
Yeah, I think like all eyes on that first game, right? Kingsmen going up against Notorious Villains. Notorious Villains all the way up top, like all the way up first. Whereas with the side of Kingsmen, right, they're slowly but steadily climbing up. They took a loss against ALMGHTY and looking as well as RSGSG.
Right.
They're slowly climbing up that standing, so that's something else we should be looking out for.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a zinger next week as MPL-SG continues in week 3. I believe it's going to be Saturday, 1 p.m. as the stream starts. Join the chat. It's going to be all fun. It's all great. It's going to be awesome, you know.
Yes.
From all of us here at the production side at MPL-SG Season 1, the casting team, everyone, the game ops, the players, and even the people on the back end making it happen. Thank you so much for tuning in to week 2 of MPL-SG. Any last words, Chris, before we sign off?
No, I'm actually a bit upset.
Okay.
Game 1 didn't happen.
Salt, PJ Salt, I get it. Yep. So Chris has no words, he's just salty. I've been HungryCast, alongside me has been J07. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to sign off. Have a great Sunday. We'll see you guys next week.
I start my day with Sustain Complete, so tired dry eyes won't hold me back.
Sustain Complete, the all-in-one drop that relieves all types of irritated, tired, dry eyes.
Sustain Complete. 2 drops, 1 unstoppable you. Take the 2-drop challenge.
Ready, go!
Demons shall bathe in their blood.
Healing prayers for you. I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness. I am Karamet.
Welcome back, Anna.
Immortality! The strongest ninja.
The universe is but a lie.
Your fate is in my hands.
New adventure, new legend.
EVOS, the power of audio.
I'm afraid it is over. Turn yourself in!
Alpha, stall them! Go!
Darn it! I was so close! Let's not waste time here. We need to disconnect the citizens from their avatars.
It's time to give you an upgrade.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.